During his previous reckless foray into the woody wastelands, he had luckily obtained biomaterials worth a lot of magic crystals. Still, he felt like something was amiss, although he could not put a finger on it. What terrified him further was that, after his return, he found out that his aptitude had dropped a grade. Aaron and the other acolytes had been lucky to survive Leyland's reckless scanning of their soul. However, his random tampering of their memories had grave consequences. The development of magicians depended largely on their aptitude. Aaron's original aptitude was not astounding, a mere grade 3. When it fell to grade 2, he felt as if the world began to crumble down on him. He still remembered the regret and disappointment in his mentor's eyes after the examination, as he said, "Perhaps an abnormal being attacked you, leading to the demotion of your aptitude. It might never be reversed. Pity. What a pity." Chapter 349, Anya. Anya. With the drop in his aptitude, he turned from an acolyte with a bit of hope into a good-for-nothing. After seeing Aaron's state, his mentor did not beat around the bush, telling him directly that he no longer had the qualifications to train in a high-grade meditation technique. Some high-grade meditation techniques had stringent requirements for those cultivating them, and currently, Aaron did not qualify to cultivate his. It's much more difficult to advance to an official Magus using the simplified version of the high-grade meditation technique. Doesn't this amount to completely giving up on me? And then there's her. Aaron lowered his head, fingernails digging into flesh. After finding out that his aptitude had lowered and that he could not train in the high-grade meditation technique anymore, his relatives and former friends had shunned him. Even his fiancée had abandoned him. The memory of her firmly leaning into another's embrace as she looked at Aaron in disdain left him feeling like his chest would burst into flames. What infuriated him further, even driving him into the pits of despair, was that his enemies in the guild had taken the opportunity to beat him up. There were even traces of evidence showing that woman pulling strings in the background, for him to be dispatched to a place like this. Dolan City was at the front lines of the war. Official magi might be able to retreat calmly if the city fell, but level 3 acolytes like him had no chance. In wartime, the army would be much more willing to give up on cannon fodder like him than on those of higher rank. Historically, an intense war like this would spell doom for over half the acolytes. Aaron found himself feeling numb. He had to drag his body to the city gate. Level 3 acolyte Aaron, reporting for duty, he said, trying his best to look more alert. N. The Magus at his post nodded, neither finding anything strange nor getting mad. He'd seen numerous acolytes who were dumped here. With no backing, this fellow wouldn't live past a month, so why would he grow angry at a walking corpse? Your mission is to maintain this detection spell formation. I've already adjusted it. White dots are regular people, while red dots are acolytes and knights. The purple dots are official magi. Is that understood? Yes. Aaron nodded. Suddenly, the spell formation rumbled and produced a loud bang, cracking apart at the edges. A black ray of light exploded forth. And what does black mean? Aaron asked, dumbfounded. Rank 2. A powerful existence that is at rank 2 or above that. The Magus answered in a daze, and then snapped out of it. Quick! Sound the alarm. Not far away, a black dot expanded in the sky, gradually forming a human figure. Watching the city gates where there was an uproar, Leyland shook his head slightly. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. He ceased advancing and silently waited. Minutes later, 2 streaks of similarly powerful energy undulations burst out from Dolan City, and 2 figures transformed into rays of light, darting in front of Leyland. These were 2 rank 2 magi, 1 male, and 1 female. The man, in red robes with silver patterns embroidered on, laughed heartily as he greeted, Sir Leyland. It's great that you were able to get here in time. The female Magus merely stood aside and smiled, seemingly leaving the situation to her counterpart. It's my honor to meet you, Sir Fendix. Leyland bowed while smiling gently. In these 3 years, it was not as if Leyland had done nothing. At least, he had gotten familiar with a few rank 2 magi in the east. This rank 2 Magus was a leader of a large-scale guild. Duke Fendix was one of his descendants. Come. If there's anything else, let's talk about it after we get back. Fendix looked at the uproar around them and laughed towards Lei Lin, then slowly descended. Lei Lin and the female Magus followed behind him. It's a rank 2 lord. Quick, bow. Leave alone ordinary soldiers, even high-ranking military officers and nobles knelt in front of him, while the official Magus from before respectfully bowed to his waist. Aaron quickly bowed as well, and then raised his head, confused. He secretly glanced at the young person in the middle. I seem to have seen that lord before somewhere, but I don't remember where. Just as Aaron's gaze swept over him, the Magus seemed to sense it and a pair of black pupils flitted over. All of a sudden, a surge of darkness and shadows surrounded Aaron, causing him to retreat a few steps, feeling suffocated. Aaron was so afraid he broke out into a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to raise it. It's actually him. I didn't expect us to meet here. In contrast, a grin appeared on Leyland's face. Strictly speaking, all that he knew about Twilight Zone had originated from this acolyte's memories. To be able to meet again, he was considered quite lucky. I'll choose you first then. The notion of a twisted delight seemed to rise in Leyland. This thought flashed past, but Leyland's expression remained unchanged as he descended to the mansion at the center with the other 2 rank 2 magi. The interior decoration was not bad, and it looked to be the residence of some nobility or even mayor of the city. Of course, it had now been taken over. The 3 magi entered the hall and took a seat, a few acolytes bringing drinks and some fruits, and then carefully making their way out. The main forces of the Dark Elves have reached the border. They seem to be very determined this time and have even dispatched the matriarchs of several ancient families. Looks like we'll be under immense pressure this time. Fendix looked grim but smiled at Lei Lin. Of course, with Sir Lei Lin here, we'll have even more hope. As a human, I naturally can't shirk my responsibilities. While Lei Lin said this solemnly on the surface, he was meanwhile thinking about retreating the moment the situation wasn't in his favor. Though he didn't mind helping human beings occupy more land for the sake of survival, this was only if this would not harm his own interests. If not, there was nothing to consider. Of course, this was also how many other high-ranked magi thought. Even if the War Council was aware of this fact, there was little they could do. Meanwhile, Fendix was still speaking. Battles between humans, as well as the regular Dark Elves and Beast Waves are usually handed to the Duke to settle. Underground Winter Spider Knights and Dark Elf Magi, as well as powerful darkness creatures will require Magi to act, and there is but one reason for our existence, which is to prevent the matriarchs of the Dark Elves and the Emperor of the Darkness creatures from meddling. Lei Lin nodded. The powers of rank 2 Magi were good at suppression and deterrence. After all, if a rank 2 existence let go of all their inhibitions, even the Dark Elven Empire would not be unharmed. By the way, why is the Dark Elven Empire so confident this time? Leyland's eyes flashed and he asked. Hearing this, Fendix and the female Magus exchanged glances and smiled wryly. This is supposed to be top secret, but Leyland, you're a rank 2 Magus as well. You've also joined up with us, so there's nothing left to hesitate about. Fendix set up a soundproof boundary, the protector of the entirety of our Twilight Zone. The person who has become a rank 3 Magus, does not have much time left. The limit of the lifespan of a rank 3 Magus is 1,000 years. Only Morning Star Magi can break through this limit. Ever since he started protecting this region, it has been over 900 years. Lei Lin went silent for a while. Then, he asked, in other words, this war is but a probe. The Dark Elves must have received some information from their end and started probing. But now, Fendix forced a smile, all I can say is that Twilight Zone is not allowed to fall back. Leyland's heart fell. It looked like this rank 3 Magus was not in a good condition. Under these circumstances, the Dark Elves probing would likely become an invasion on a large scale, perhaps even threatening the existence of humans. Something flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of Balin. Chaos and suffering will give birth to the child of destiny. Looks like this is the overture to troubled times. With Leyland's silence, the hall was filled with a tense atmosphere. Alright, let's not talk about these. Shall we prepare a grand welcoming banquet? We could use this opportunity and let those magi meet you. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to have frozen, the rank 2 female Magus smiled slightly and suggested. No, there's no need. Let me rest for a while and then prepare a few rank 2 spells. Leyland did not have the slightest interest in these customs. That's fine. Magi were generally antisocial, and this was even more so for higher-ranked magi. Fendix and the others did not take it to heart. Central Twilight Zone. This was the core of Twilight Zone, and where there was the largest population. Caravans passed by the routes frequently and were bustling with life. In an unknown area deep in the Earth's crust, a green ray of light illuminated a room. Bathed in the green light was a withered old man. His body was covered with wrinkles and his eyes had sunk so deep into his skull that he seemed like a dead man walking. A large bizarre flower had tendrils wrapped around his back. Its densely packed sizable leaves and branches were a dark green that made them seem fat and juicy, and many of its feelers hung low, extending deep underground to an unknown destination. The stolon penetrated the man's flesh as if taking root there, the man's eyes shining as the roots swelled, channeling a great amount of plant matter into him. A black ray shot out from the back of the old man's hand, projecting a totem in the form of a large spider. My old friend, I can sense your feebleness. The aura of life is constantly waning from your body, and you can't even reject my life absorption much longer. This was the voice of a young lady. It was pleasant to listen to, and even a little bewitching. Anya. The ruler of the Dark Elven Empire, the most respected matriarch of the ancient clan. The old man slowly called out this woman's identity, and immediately after, an absolute formidable energy undulation exploded from behind the old man. You can't stop me, the woman in the totem imprint sighed. Chapter 350, Serendipity. Serendipity. Snap. Space seemed to freeze for a moment, but then it seemed like nothing had happened. The black spider totems began to dissipate slowly, and Anya's voice sounded out, "You've grown old already." Asterisk bang. Asterisk the black imprints dissolved into light. There were fewer stalks on his back now, and milky white sap flowed out of his injuries. When the old man raised his head once again, he seemed older, patches of gray had begun to appear on his skin. Has this body's vitality been taxed to its limit? The old man looked at the spots on his body and couldn't help but laugh bitterly, his eyes dull and lifeless. Time, the old man said with a long sigh that instantly swept away the rays of light. The cave turned dark once more. Aaron had returned to his room. The last rays of twilight revealed a mix of rotting wooden boards and moldy corners. This stinky room was the luxury he was awarded sole residence in. This dilapidated room showed how much he was valued. Yet, at this time, he could not bring himself to care about it. His mind was occupied with his earlier encounter. Patrol. Detection spell formation. The youth with black eyes. Memories flitted across his mind. I've definitely seen him before. But why can't I remember where? He was trying hard to recall. Suddenly, he covered his face and started screaming, veins popping out at his temples. The pain caused him to black out. His screams permeated the room until he returned to his senses a few moments later, finding himself on the ground. Hot sweat rolled down Aaron's face as he gasped. Again and again. This disease from my adventure in the wastelands is wasting away my spiritual force. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. At that moment, as if unable to withstand his frustration, a piece of the floor rose up. A black gleam immediately caught Aaron's attention. What is this? Curiosity piqued, he dug out the black object and placed it on his palm. It was a ring with ancient writings on it, one whose surface was coated in black. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. A ring? He twisted it around, it's still giving off faint energy waves. Is it a magic artifact? Magical artifacts, regardless of size and grade, will save your life on the battlefield. As his thoughts turned towards that direction, Aaron couldn't help breathing heavily. All of a sudden, he felt a surging pain from his hand, a prick which caused him to shout and almost throw the ring to the ground. What's this? Aaron looked at his forefinger, stunned, as blood dripped onto the ring from the punctured skin. A small thorn could be seen on the edge of the black ring, which was what had hurt him just now. Shio, the blood drop was immediately absorbed like water on a sponge. The black ring flashed before turning gray. Simultaneously, the energy waves it was previously giving off vanished and the ring seemed to lose all power, now just an ordinary object. Is it the binding ceremony? In myths, Aaron scratched his head with uncertainty. Although Aaron did not know much about magic artifacts, he was aware that some high-grade magic artifacts that were extremely rare required a ceremony to bind them to oneself. And the catalyst to begin these ceremonies was blood. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're right. At this moment, a voice sounded in Aaron's head. Who is it? Who's there? The sudden voice bewildered Aaron and he began to look around. He could see no one. I'm in the palm of your hand, replied an aged voice. You are, the ring. Aaron's eyes suddenly widened. Kid, how about we make a deal? The old man laughed heartily. No. I will not make any deals with you, nor will I sell my soul to you. Aaron said firmly. Magi were not reclusive people. Aaron had heard stories about ancient beings and exotic creatures that made deals with humans, toying with them and harvesting their spirits. Really? You don't want to restore your aptitude anymore? The old man's laugh was sinister. Restore my aptitude? Aaron's heartbeat quickened. I've grasped the mysteries of the soul. If your aptitude had been this low originally, it would have been difficult to increase it. But it's still possible to reverse the effects of the damage to your soul, the old man explained. Who are you exactly? Why would you help me? Aaron asked, reining his emotions in. I am the ancient legendary Magus, Merlin's memory fragment. The old man paused, causing Aaron to slip. Memory fragment? Yes. My physical body has long since decayed, but this fragment has remained here, stuck in this ring. The old man seemed to be reminiscing. As for why I'm helping you, I told you before. I want something in return. What do you want? Although Aaron was desperate for a cure to his problem, he was still alert and vigilant. Don't worry, you're someone destined for death. How much can I really ask of you? I'm not a devil that is here to collect your soul. Merlin chuckled, I need you to gather my remaining fragments. And in return, not only will I cure your disease, I'll even pass on a complete high-grade meditation technique to you and help you advance to become an official Magus. High-grade meditation technique, an official Magus. Aaron was delighted, but this was immediately followed by piercing agony. Originally, he had hopes of achieving all these, but now. Your remaining fragments? What do you mean? I'd originally made many magic equipments into which I'd placed fragments of my spirit. I'd been expecting big misfortune, and prepared them to tide it over. You need to help me find the remaining fragments of my spirit. Every artifact you find will be of great help to us. Merlin reassured Aaron upon noticing his hesitation. Besides, the current you is too weak to help me, so I'll also help you increase your strength as much as possible. What are you trying to do? Do you intend to resurrect yourself? Aaron guessed. Hee. The rules of death aren't something a trifling Magus like me can interfere with. I'm only a remnant filled with unfulfilled desires, and I'm unwilling to remain cooped up in a ring forever. I need your help to find my remaining fragments. Do this one thing for me, and we will be even. I swear on my own spirit. You don't need to swear, I will help you. Aaron fiercely said. You're right. What have you to gain from fooling a dead man like me? For that woman to abandon me for her own pleasure, I will not stand for it. Aaron said with red eyes. Ha! All right, even if I'm a mere fragment, I still possess a huge amount of knowledge. All you need is that to become Twilight Zone's premier genius. Then, you can easily rise above the others once again. Magus Merlin laughed heartily in Aaron's head. Then, let's summon the Trials Eye and sign a contract. The fury on Aaron's face disappeared, and he calmly stated this condition. Of course, the old man said after a brief period of silence. Aaron's eyes flashed and he immediately summoned the Trials Eye hologram as a witness. Under the witness of the Trials Eye. In the room, the voices of two people swearing an oath could be heard. It's done. On the other side, Leylin, who was in the laboratory, laughed, looked at his own body bound by Trials Eye and held a pitcher with the solution of a nefarious filthbird's feathers. That thing was sent on purpose by the ring. Merlin was just a limited AI, but it could fool the inexperienced Aaron. Furthermore, at critical moments, Leylin could control him from afar. All in all, this was just a counterfeit of a certain ring and grandfather. With what I've given you, how will you affect the wind and waves of Twilight Zone? I'm looking forward to it. Leylin chuckled, and an intense light flashed in his eyes. As a nervous atmosphere permeated Dolan City, all the commoners were evacuated. Within days, many darkness creatures surrounded it, and among them could be seen the faint silhouettes of people. Sir Leylin. Sir Fendix has invited you to the city wall. A middle-aged man wearing golden armor respectfully informed Leylin. This middle-aged man was Duke Fendix, the commander of the army. The Fendix family had consecrated numerous official magi, many of whom were famous. Furthermore, this included two of Fendix's own descendants. But in front of Leylin, they were required to lower their heads like a commoner in the presence of a noble. Got it. Leylin said as he slowly closed the big book in his hand and arrived at the city wall. Because this was the first attack, not only were there numerous soldiers and generals, but magi were also present to watch. Sir Leylin. Fendix greeted Leylin, floating in midair. Leylin laughed as he flew up to join him. The two looked at a black line at the difference that was rushing at them like a tide. Magnificent, is it not? The beginning stages of the war would be fought by cannon fodder. These creatures did not possess much strength, and Fendix's expression did not even change. Magnificent indeed. Leylin could not help but say lightly as he looked beyond the wall. There were hundreds of thousands of darkness creatures down below. He had not expected so many darkness creatures to be here. And this number was only that of those in the area. The total number of darkness creatures in all the armies was definitely astronomical. Darkness creatures, human beings, and the other species, this land cannot support all of us. Thus, every once in a while, all these races go to war, a female rank 2 Magus said softly at the side. Among all the races, war and alliance both have occurred countless times since long ago. This war will have no winners and losers. Only after all groups have used up nearly all their resources, supplies and soldiers, only then, can the war end. Chapter 351, Bestowal. Bestowal. Upon hearing that, Leylin turned silent. History showed that, when both sides in a war had equal military strength at all levels, this was indeed the largest possibility. With the lifespan of the Protector of Twilight Zone being at an end, they were actually at a disadvantage. Although the entire race wouldn't be exterminated, the humans would lose large amounts of their territory. Our strategy this time is to rely on using the 3 cities to defend. Every city has 3 rank 2 magi stationed there, as well as a large army. The Protector of the East is on standby, ready to reinforce any of the cities as required. Leylin stroked his chin. The bloodbath here will truly be terrifying. Who? As if tired of waiting, many darkness creatures started an uproar as they charged towards the city's walls. 10,000 horses charged on the field, causing the ground to tremble a little. Fendix's face remained unchanged and he used a secret imprint to pass a message. Engage the first layer of defense. Instantly, many runes appeared on the massive city walls of Dolan, radiating light that shaped itself into a barrier. Boom! Flames. Tongues of flame shot out, swallowing the darkness creatures nearby. They gradually grew larger, slowly spreading out further. Isn't it a little early to be using fire elemental formations? Leylin cringed his brows. These darkness creatures may not be strong, but there are too many of them. We cannot let them exhaust our strength in numbers with just the first exchange. In addition, we need our troops to have high morale. We still have a lot of magic crystals in reserve and these outermost formations don't consume as many. There's no need to worry. Fendix gazed at the battlefield and explained to Leylin casually. Raging flames burned like a giant torch in the middle of the night, attracting innumerable dark moths to them. Aaron stood at the top of the city, his face pale at the sight before him. The burning corpses had a pungent odor which sent shivers down his spine. After waiting for the fire to burn out, the darkness creatures charged to the base of the walls and were about to enter battle with the city guard. Out of the corner of his eye, Aaron noticed a ferocious beast with sharp claws and fierce, pearly white teeth drooling. Immediately, he looked at the gray ring on the forefinger of his right hand and shouted out within his mind, "Grandpa Merlin. If you don't help me now, I'm definitely dead meat. Fret not. With me here, nothing will happen to you." Merlin's voice sounded inside Aaron's head. This was not Leylin talking to him, but the limited AI. Originally, you could simply have defected and run away, but it's a pity that we are now in the middle of war. If you try to escape, all the magicians in Twilight Zone will be left with no choice but to immediately hunt you down. Merlin seemed to sigh. If this was during times of peace and Aaron had defected and escaped, naturally only the members of his own guild would be hunting him down. But all that changed during war. Of course I know this. Aaron panicked. Move 3 steps backwards. Use the secondary energy fireball technique. Aim 50 degrees to the right. Merlin commanded with a cold and stern tone. Aaron's body could not help but obey the voice, and he moved 3 steps backwards, avoiding the claws of a beast. Quack! Quack! A huge black crow spiraled downwards and upon seeing Aaron's escape, an almost human glint of regret flashed in its eyes. Damn it! I want to kill you. Aaron said quickly as he paused at each syllable and swung his right hand at the bird. A small fireball cut through the air and struck the crow. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a scarlet-red flame burned the crow to cinders within moments. The creature did not even get to make a sound before it was burnt to a crisp. Just now, Aaron's eyes lost focus. He was certain that his fireball had been aimed nowhere close to the crow. Still, it seemed to have foolishly flown into its path. Foresight. This is something you must learn quickly if you don't wish to die on the battlefield. Merlin said from within the ring. And Aaron looked at the admiration in the eyes of the acolytes surrounding him, and clenched his fist tightly in the dark. I will. A few hours later, the sound of a desolate beast's howl traveled from afar, and like the tide, all the darkness creatures retreated. Fendix nodded his head. It seems like today was just a probe. Let us head back. At this moment, several dark elf knights on their underground winter spiders stood on the mud slope before the horde. Gazing at the scene, one of them nodded. The enemy's 3 rank 2 matriarchs are gathered here. This is where the battle shall occur. Send the signal. One of the knights said a few words to a white carrier pigeon and released the bird immediately after. The white carrier pigeon circled in the air and flew away into the horizon. Night had fallen, and military curfew had made the entirety of Dolan quiet. Back in that small, moldy room, Merlin was talking to Aaron with assurance. You have already been sent here. No matter what reason you have, escaping your duties is a one-way street to death. There is only one thing you can do now, and that is serve. Accumulate a lot of contribution points, and use them to speed up your advance to a rank 1 Magus. Magi all have the power to make their own decisions, which will greatly increase your chances of survival. Although the entire battlefield was full of danger, there was still some hope. At least for the magicians, the War Council had set up a reward system. This allowed one to exchange contribution points for resources. It is difficult for one to rise to power in periods of peace. War, however, produced countless heroes. It was a time when high risk met high reward. Of course, I know this. Aaron thought deeply, but my aptitude and meditation technique. He hesitated. I'm working to fix your aptitude. After yesterday's minor operation, you felt it too, didn't you? Merlin chuckled. The only thing manipulating him now was Lei Lin, who was free at the moment. It was Lei Lin himself who had harmed Aaron's aptitude in the past. Now, with the AI chip and the information he had obtained from his time in Nature's Alliance, this sort of minor injury was easy to heal. Hearing this, Aaron's expression relaxed. Ever since Merlin had conducted an operation on him, the pain from his injuries had alleviated, and his aptitude had been restored. However, just this is not enough. Merlin continued explaining, your aptitude is only in the 3rd grade, and this is your limit. Magi who can increase your aptitude have long since gone extinct. Although with your current rank you can force yourself to practice your guild's high-grade meditation technique, it doesn't really suit you. Aaron's face sank. The high-level meditation technique passed down in this guild was Blazing Heart, and it didn't have many requirements. As long as one had affinity for the fire element and possessed an aptitude that was at or above the 3rd rank, they could practice it. But there was a problem here. His primary affinity was not fire, but water. Fire was only a secondary affinity of his. Furthermore, for a magician to practice Blazing Heart, the higher the aptitude the better. His 3rd rank aptitude just barely met the standards. Basically, you have no way of getting recognition and learning the high-level meditation technique from your guild. Merlin concluded. Yeah. So what now? Aaron's eyes were tinted by dejection. Ha ha ha. At this time, Merlin laughed out loud and said, have you forgotten? I, Merlin, am a legendary Magus. How would I not have high-grade meditation techniques of my own? I will bestow upon you a complete high-grade meditation technique. Furthermore, it has the frightening ability of allowing you to peer into the future. If you can predict the future, you can control everything. Merlin's voice was full of confidence. Foresee the future, control the future. Aaron's breathing grew heavier. That's right. This meditation technique is called Sacred Flame. In Dolan City, Leyland's bedroom was vastly different from Aaron's. The gold-plated floor, the soft, silk brocade quilt, huge crystal chandeliers and gold and silver plates holding many fruits, comparing Aaron's room to this place was like comparing a beggar's shack to a grand palace. Few acolytes can resist the temptation of a high-grade meditation technique, Leyland sighed. With his connection, he could tell that Aaron had begun using this new technique, and he let out a soft gasp. Although the AI chip had repaired Sacred Flame and eliminated its side effects, Leyland was still cautious of it. The soul was a huge mystery. While Leyland had previously assumed that his research into spirits was profound, after being at the mercy of a ghost, he had realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. The amount of research he had done in the field of spirits was negligible. He had realized he was like a frog in a well, and completely abandoned any previous notions he had about the depth of his research. Even more so, regarding the high-grade meditation technique Sacred Flame, he wished only to admire and respect it from afar. Although he thirsted for the power of destiny, he did not want to devolve into a schizophrenic madman. Thus, it was necessary to collect data through live tests, which was what he had put into motion. Leyland had a blank expression on his face, full of indifference. His gaze pierced through a veil of light and stared into the future. The next day, the darkness creatures besieged the city as usual with their cannon fodder. Boom, a fireball was shot and turned a huge black bear into a torch. Aaron calmly retracted his hand. Uncaring of the increasingly reverent looks of the acolytes around him, he walked to the side and began meditating to restore his spiritual force. How does the new meditation technique feel? Merlin and Aaron were conversing inside his head. Aaron had previously only practiced in a simplified meditation technique. Even Leylin felt unfathomable that the transition was this smooth. And after practicing the sacred flame, Aaron's aura had faintly changed. Chapter 352, 10 Years in a Flash. 10 years in a flash. I feel great. Be it restoring my spiritual force or during cultivation, high-grade meditation techniques are leagues beyond the simplified versions, Aaron told Merlin as he stood up. But what about the aura that I'm giving off? If any of the guild members find me, I'll definitely be caught and interrogated. Haha. Don't worry. This magic ring that I've smelted can conceal your aura and create artificial fluctuations in your spiritual force. With your current strength, even an official Magus won't be able to discover you. Merlin was very confident. Really? Aaron's eyes brightened. Of course, don't you know who I am? Furthermore, this is a magical artifact. A magical artifact. Do you know what that means? You're far too weak right now, or else you'd be able to display more of its power. Not really, but I've heard about them before. Aaron scratched his head. What do I do next? Keep killing our enemies and accumulate merit points. I took a look at the reward list yesterday, and the potion there that can suppress your spiritual force will be of use. You absolutely must get that. I understand. Aaron clenched his fist tightly, eyes showing his resolution. That lowly woman and the Botelli family, I'll be back. 2 months passed by. Outside the walls of Dolan, the war raged on. Numerous armies of dark elves had stationed themselves across from the city, their camp stretching out along tens of miles. Several golden tents stood at the center of their army camp, the aura within enough to cause even Leylin to furrow his brows. Under organized command, the battle power of the darkness creatures and elves had risen by several levels. Dolan City was embroiled in intense battle, with the weakest rungs suffering the most casualty. However, there was a steady supply of cannon fodder from the eastern region which allowed them to hold on. This one was bright, clean, and much larger than before. Aaron was currently sitting on a blue-striped bedsheet with beads of sweat rolling down his face. Leylin, in the meantime, was monitoring his actions from within the black ring. This was the first time he was using the unique spiritual force born from his new meditation technique, Sacred Flame, to explore the tides of destiny. Leylin paid close attention to this and ordered the AI chip to periodically collect data and accumulate information in his database. The Sacred Flame Aaron trained in was obviously not the one which the AI chip had perfected. This version had been modified by Leylin using the chip, and many manipulative portions had been added in. It's here. Leylin laughed, and black undulations filled his eyes. Above the city, Aaron rose his arms and shot out a fireball, causing a huge wild boar to roll down, while a grin appeared on his face. Such scenes flashed across Leylin's eyes but were rather blurry and unordered. So that's how it is. At this rate, Aaron will die in the siege 3 days later. Leylin touched his chin. Information from the meditation technique has been intercepted. Allow transmission. The AI chip's robotic voice intoned. Yes. The moment Leylin spoke, Aaron's body trembled on the bed, his 2 eyes losing focus and rolling back as if he had seen something terrifying. Leylin's had implemented backdoor changes to the Sacred Flame. By coupling these changes with the limited AI in the ring, any premonitions Aaron had would be intercepted and first seen by Leylin. Only with his approval would these scenes from the future enter Aaron's mind. Besides interception, Leylin could modify these bits of vision at will. In other words, Aaron only saw what Lei Lin had wanted him to see. After all, it was better to be cautious towards acolytes whose training in this allowed them to see the future. If not, what was he to do if they got a hold of his plans through their prophecies? Of course, Aaron did not have a strong cultivation in this technique yet. He was only capable of prophesying events at the ability of a level 1 acolyte, which kept him from being able to sense anything about Lei Lin. Even if he advanced to become an official Magus, with Lei Lin intercepting first, he would not sense anything. To become cognizant of the interception, he needed to, at the very least, equal Lei Lin in power. This meant he could not predict Lei Lin's actions and prepare against them until he was promoted to a rank 2 Magus. Unfortunately, Lei Lin would not give him the opportunity to do so. Although the AI chip could not upgrade Sacred Flame past rank 3, at least it's no longer restricted to only females. Lei Lin touched his chin. There aren't enough guinea pigs yet. He turned around and glanced at the colorful necklace and incomplete notebook on the table. These were at most special magical objects. He only called them magic artifacts to fool acolytes like Aaron. But it was enough. On the battlefield, one cannot control their own life nor death. If I put out this bait, they'll have to bite no matter how suspicious they are. Lei Lin beamed confidently. As for why he had not bought slaves or chosen people from Nature's Alliance, it would be too obvious that he was the mastermind, which was not conducive to Lei Lin's plans. Meanwhile, Aaron was scared stupid by the prediction. Ha! I'll die 3 days later, at the hands of a darkness creature with the strength of an official Magus, he huffed roughly. He had visibly paled and was trembling in the aftermath of that premonition. What are you afraid of? This is just a possibility in the river of destiny. I've already predicted my death tens of times, but haven't I gotten through alive and well? Merlin appeared, looking disdainful. Yes, yes. The light in Aaron's eyes brightened. He now knew the many benefits of being able to make use of the power of destiny. What should we do now? Aaron began to ponder enthusiastically. It's simple. Just apply to leave this region or pretend you're injured and hide for these few days. Merlin seemed to be very experienced in this. The Dark Elves' offensive was not limited to just the eastern region of Twilight Zone. The northern region had also suffered the charge of the Dark Elves. City after city fell until a few rank 2 magi struck out, finally stabilizing the situation. Still, they had been able to push the battlefront inwards by a few hundred meters. They had even dispatched elite underground winter spider knights who seemed to be scouts sent for reconnaissance. The eastern region was comparatively quiet. The tripartite defense of Dolan, Wakeshire, and Sador, with the continuous supply of troops, maintained an uneasy stalemate. Even so, capitalizing on the endless darkness creatures as cannon fodder, the Dark Elves had caused many injuries to the Magi defending the posts. It was a given that numerous acolytes would die, but even some official Magi had fallen. As for regular soldiers and knights, too many of them were lost to even count. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Lei Lin had been relieved a few times and periodically returned to Nature's Alliance. In this period of time, however, he kept a low profile and seldom did anything flashy. Hence, he did not have a large reputation. Only he knew how much he had improved during this period of time. Lei Lin. I've received the heart of the earthen fiend. There are 50 here, and I've sent them to your lab. A rune lit up and transmitted Fendix's voice. Thanks a lot. I'll get in touch with you later. Lei Lin answered delightfully. I've finally gotten it. Now all the requirements have been met. He hurried to the laboratory, where a Magus dressed in black robes was waiting for him. The man respectfully bowed his head, saying, "This is the heart of the earthen fiend that Lord Fendix wanted me to pass on to you. Please sign here to show that you received it." N. Lei Lin nodded and took the ingredients. After checking every single one, he nodded in satisfaction. He waved his arm over the piece of parchment the Magus in black robes proffered, and a black snake imprint formed immediately. Seeing this, the Magus bowed and respectfully left. Lei Lin entered his laboratory and activated spell formations for isolation and defense. A layer of various lit runes began to circulate outside. With all the ingredients here, I can finally attempt to brew potions. Smiling, Lei Lin looked at his stats. Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 29.9, Spiritual Force, 127.9, Magic Power, 127, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. He had spent every day of the past 10 years training in his high-grade meditation technique, slowly tempering his spiritual force. Over the course of his training of Kamoyan's pupil, he began to feel that the issue of irritability that was caused by his premature advancement was slowly corrected. Given the quick pace of his advancement last time, an unstable foundation was only to be expected. However, all of that was made up for in the past 10 years. Chapter 353, Giant Serpent's Breath Potion. Giant Serpent's Breath Potion. 10 years was a long time. In this period, besides training in his meditation technique, Lei Lin constantly absorbed more information regarding Twilight Zone to supplement his AI chips database. Given that he was already a rank 2 Magus, he was respected everywhere. To his benefit, most guilds simply gave up all the information they had to him. In addition, he'd exchanged his contribution points for large amounts of the best research in Twilight Zone. This new research synergized perfectly with the data he had already stored from the South Coast. AI Chip. Begin experimentation on brewing the Giant Serpent's Breath potion. Lei Lin's eyes flashed as he commanded. Immediately after, with a pad of his spatial pouch, all sorts of ingredients filled the table. The Giant Serpent's Breath potion was an unexpected gain from the storage of a small-scale guild in Twilight Zone. It was originally an incomplete recipe for an ancient spiritual force potion. It was originally not named such, but Lei Lin and the AI chip had modified to suit warlocks in general, and his own giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline in particular. Thus, it had been renamed after all the changes. In other words, he had adjusted the foundations of the ancient formula to suit his individual needs. After he'd advanced to become a rank 2 warlock, all the previous ancient potions he had gathered, such as the Tears of Mary, were now useless to him. On the other hand, this giant serpent's breath was the fruit of 10 years of laborious research. It was a potion capable of increasing the spiritual force of warlocks. Pitifully, Lei Lin had been unable to find a substitute for the Heart of the Earthen Fiend until now, and he was not able to proceed any further. Training in ancient high-grade meditation techniques was about relentless effort which would eventually pay off. Time was of the essence. But at this point, the improvement in Lei Lin's spiritual force had begun to slow down. This was common when cultivating using high-grade meditation techniques. The farther one went, the more difficult it was to advance. Sadly, the increasing intensity of the war, as well as the deaths of several official magi had left Lei Lin feeling a rising urgency. The Heart of the Earthen Fiend came at the right time. After 10 years of hard work, all the hidden damage to Lei Lin's body had been healed. He could now continue to advance his strength using potions. This was obviously a good thing for him. But that was not all. Lei Lin shut his eyes and took over Merlin's role in Aaron's ring. Aaron was now 10 years older, but due to the unique ability of Magi, he still looked rather young on the outside. Finally. I'm finally back. Aaron stroked a road sign, looking emotional. This was where the headquarters of his guild was located. Seeing the unchanged architecture, Aaron felt like nothing had changed. Ha, Aaron. Are you not dead yet? Weren't you at Dolan City? Why are you back? Did you desert your position? A young magician with an aquiline nose said with an incredulous look on his face. Immediately, large numbers of acolytes came out of their rooms, following behind a young man, as if grouping around a revered leader. Behind him was a young woman who was glancing at Aaron with a complicated expression. The magician at the center was dressed in luxurious robes. Although he only had the energy fluctuations of a level 3 acolyte, he wore quite a few magic artifacts. Aaron? He furrowed his brows, and then looked at the woman behind him. Is this that Aaron? Yes. The young woman nodded and grabbed the young man's hand, but I no longer have any relationship with him. I was the one to suggest that he go to Dolan. Did you forget that? Ah, yes, that did happen. The young noble patted his head. Aaron, who was watching this, looked increasingly gloomy. I don't care how you came back. Just remember this, she's mine. Behave, or else. The young man yawned, bored. Waving Aaron away just as one would a beggar, he prepared to leave. The surrounding acolytes all snickered, matching his actions. Hee, what a great show. Aaron suddenly lifted his head, and the spiritual force of an official Magus suddenly burst out of his body, sweeping across the area. Many of the acolytes were paralyzed and fell to the ground, not even daring to move. Ah! An official Magus. The young noble's expression changed, while the facial muscles of the woman twitched. She had never imagined that the trash she'd abandoned would one day come this far. Her regret lasted only a moment before it morphed into fear and resentment. Destroy him. Destroy him. She may feel betrayal and resentment now, but such was the truth. The young woman's expression distorted further. Which Magus has arrived? Shio, a black figure flashed, and all of a sudden, a white-haired old man appeared. Mentor, I'm back. Aaron bowed towards this old man. Ah. You're Aaron. The old man rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen an illusion. A few hours later, in the old man's office. This is great. Not only have you regained your innate talent, you've also used the simplified version of Blazing Heart to advance into an official Magus, and even accumulated enough merits points to return. The old man's face was flushed red, and it was evident that he had communicated with the people at Dolan. While Aaron accompanied him in his laughter, he was sneering deep inside. Information about him was not a secret. If his mentor had been keeping tabs on him, then he would long since have found out. This display meant that this mentor of his had assumed he would die at Dolan and had long since given up on him. However, he was an adult who had experienced a decade in the war zone. He had long since grown adept at hiding his inner emotions. Mentor, I would like to apply for access to train in Blazing Heart, as well as the treatment that official magi in the guild have. Aaron spoke indifferently. Ah, that's right. You should train in that since the simplified version is useless after you become an official Magus. The old Magus nodded. As long as you pass the test to confirm your meditation technique, everything you request will be granted. Aaron touched the black ring on his finger and laughed nonchalantly. Techniques to check for the aura of a meditation technique were invented by these guilds to screen traitors and spies. Deep down, he was communicating with Merlin. Grandpa Merlin, why do we have to ask for Blazing Heart? Over the past 10 years, as Merlin saved Aaron's life multiple times and taught him a lot, the two had grown very close. Even if you train in Sacred Flame, you'll still need to put up a front. Merlin appeared in Aaron's mind in the form of an old wise man as he slowly explained the situation. You were initially a worthless acolyte without a high-grade meditation technique. If you didn't gain a guild's high-grade meditation technique as a front, how else would you explain your advancement from now? Also, don't forget the guild's resources. I have a magic artifacts blueprint for you. If you can craft it, it will definitely increase your strength by a huge margin. What magic artifact? Merlin's words piqued Aaron's curiosity. Meteor Sword, a high-grade magic artifact. Although I still have the designs of more powerful artifacts, they're all too much for you right now, Merlin said nonchalantly. Aaron nodded. With his current strength as an official Magus, it was practically impossible for him to make magic artifacts. Only rank 2 magi had the opportunity to have a high-grade magic artifact, and for him to get one this early was already very lucky. I have to help find Grandpa Merlin's other fragments sooner. Aaron was currently feeling extremely proud of his achievements. Beep. Recorded the high-grade meditation technique, Blazing Flame. Saving into high-grade meditation technique database. A few days later, the AI chip prompted thus. Aaron had received the high-grade meditation technique, which meant that Lei Lin got it as well. Although Lei Lin salivated over the power of destiny, the high-grade meditation techniques of other guilds still attracted him greatly. Other than to keep away unwanted suspicions, this was another reason he didn't use his own acolytes for this experiment. As a bonus, Lei Lin was now bringing into reality the sword he had designed. Meteor Sword was a warlock-exclusive weapon he had designed for himself. He had drawn inspiration for it from Rays of Dawn, the middle-grade magic artifact of the South Coast. He had spent much time and effort on it, and it could be said that most of the time he had spent in Potter Town had been dedicated to this experiment. However, the materials for this warlock-exclusive weapon were far too hard to find. Even Lei Lin did not possess all of them. Hence, he intentionally disseminated the blueprint parts to his apprentices, learning Sacred Flame, using them to gather the materials. Their ability to see the future gave them a high success rate at this. I also lack some raw materials for my potions. I can get them to look for those as well. Lei Lin touched his chin and had an idea. The seeds he had planted were now beginning to bear fruit. Through distributing numerous grandpas, he had picked out a few talented acolytes and taught them the modified version of Sacred Flame. He was now gathering all the information from their foresight without being anywhere near them. After collating all the information, Lei Lin managed to roughly discern what the future held. He had even seen himself in some of the acolytes' predictions. Of course, these scenes were all intercepted, so the acolytes were unable to receive them. Suddenly, Lei Lin's brows furrowed. He saw a scene in front of him. A blonde female acolyte's eyes were rolling back, her body trembling uncontrollably. Scattered images were sent to Lei Lin. Chapter 354, Longbottom Strikes. Longbottom Strikes. In the many scattered images, there was also a figure that Lei Lin was extremely familiar with. Balin? A smile crept upon his lips. Are you sure it's here? Balin asked, swallowing hard. The pitch-black hole in front of him seemed like the mouth of some weird creature. The aura on his body rose rapidly, nearly exceeding the limits of a regular human. We Dark Elves get all our underground winter spiders from this hallowed place. It is where the underground winter spider emperor lives. Do you really think I'd risk my life to bring you here if I wasn't sure? Memphis rolled his eyes. As long as you can kill or dominate it, the underground winter spider knights would immediately fall apart, and this war might just end, he said with a sigh. How powerful is that underground winter spider emperor? Balin felt uncomfortable looking at the hole as if he had been laid bare before someone's eyes. At least rank 2. Memphis waved his arms, but luckily, it's deep in slumber right now, and won't notice you. I can't help, though, he added, any Dark Elves who've signed contracts with underground winter spiders will wake it up as soon as they enter the vicinity. Not all ancient creatures were at the Morning Star realm. Morning Star Magi were considered formidable even in ancient times, so how could such strong creatures be common? Balin and Memphis had a very simple plan. They would either kill the underground winter spider emperor or force it to submit, a move so drastic which would cause enough damage to the Dark Elves' military that they would be forced to withdraw. Fine, Balin huffed. He turned and said, I'm ready. Come. In front of him was a bizarre lump of meatball that looked like a huge poached egg. What was even more terrifying was the presence of dozens of eyes on the thing, all open and staring at Balin without blinking. How many times must I tell you? Even if you received my owner's inheritance and advanced to become a rank 1 Magus, the current you are far from an opponent for rank 2 Magi. Leave alone you, even with me joining the fray, we won't survive this encounter. The lump said, blinking. It had the delicate voice of a child. That was an order. Balin's expression darkened. All right, all right. Whatever. I finally find a new owner, and he turns out to be an idiot. The egg-like creature shook its head. With the order given, it shot over to Balin's body, extending countless meaty feelers that fused with him. Balin grew much larger than before as the meat solidified and formed a dull red armor pattern with tens of eyes, something that made it seem very mysterious. The moment the armor formed, Balin's aura broke through the limits of humans, stabilizing at the strength of an official Magus. This map and amulet have been passed down from generation to generation. I wish you luck in this venture. Memphis sincerely blessed him. Thank you. Balin answered, a pair of metallic large red wings spreading behind him before he charged into the hole. The journey to escort Memphis back home had been arduous. Balin, Jenny, and the dark elf faced danger after danger, all while being hunted down by people from both sides. Fortunately, they had managed to survive the ordeal and infiltrate the Dark Elven Empire, getting him to a safe area. In addition, Balin had acquired a unique inheritance which had led him along the path of a bio-booster, a branch of ancient magi. After gaining this inheritance, Balin's progress soared, until he became an official Magus. With the bio-boosting armor that he had obtained and inherited as well, his strength was beyond that of a regular official Magus. The moment he jumped into the hole, he suddenly felt as if the coin he hung around his neck heated up. In the laboratory, Leyland glanced at the golden crystal in his hands. Golden liquid now occupied more than half the volume within and appeared to be glittering splendidly. As expected of the child of destiny. This rate of improvement is something even I might not be able to match. Leyland sighed. Back then, he had tested Balin for his aptitude, but it had appeared to be meager. It was basically impossible for him to advance to be an official Magus. In addition, Leyland was only teaching him out of curiosity and playfulness, and would naturally not impart knowledge only magi were privy to. Now though, destiny had played its hand. Balin's strength was growing boundlessly, to the point that he could now affect the results of the war. In ancient times, the spread of ideas between different worlds, as well as the creativity and tolerance of ancient magi, had led to the formation of many different branches. Some examples were bloodline warlocks, elemental bards, branded swordsmen, steel knights, and even the recently rediscovered bio-boosters. Leyland recalled the information he had recently found from an ancient volume about bio-boosters. These ancient magi were extremely strange and required their inheritors to have the aptitude to become both knights and magi. In addition, they had to have bio-boosting armor. After obtaining the armor, a bio-booster's strength would rise sharply, and after fusing, the armor would automatically change the body of the host. This strengthened them continuously. In addition, this armor could be inherited. The moment a bio-booster gained the armor left behind by a higher-ranked bio-booster, they would immediately gain more strength. In Leyland's eyes, Balin was quite suited to become a bio-booster. Destiny. Leyland sniggered and left the laboratory. Fendix, thank you for the hearts of earth and fiends. I'll make it up to you for whatever I haven't paid you. Holding a cup of coffee, Leyland chatted with Magus Fendix, who was in front of him. These are all small matters. You don't need to be so polite. Fendix laughed but did not reject him. Magi were quite clear about this. I just came out from the laboratory. How is the situation with the war? Leyland asked after some small talk. It's still the same. The tripartite defense is barely holding off the matriarchs. All our manpower is being whittled away. Fendix's expression showed his excitement. Quite a few darkness creatures have been eliminated. The regions we've given up already are enough for them to proliferate, so they've begun to show signs of retreat. All sorts of voices are already sounding among the inner circles of the Dark Elves. Although the matriarchs are currently suppressing them, they, too, have to worry about the repercussions of such an act. Leyland nodded. He knew that there were dissenting voices among the Dark Elves, and then there were Balin's actions as well. I reckon that if there aren't any large changes, this war will end within 5 years. Fendix seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This conclusion was about the same as what Lei Lin had come up with, and he nodded as well. Bang! The door to the parlor was suddenly pushed open, and a female rank 2 Magus entered, looking grim. Something's happened in the north. A while earlier, Pai City was the center of the North's defense. The human armies, backed by numerous magi, confronted the coalition of darkness creatures and dark elves at that location. A young Magus passed through a long paved pathway and arrived before a golden door. Magus Longbottom, is anything wrong? The 2 magi at the golden door asked. I have something pressing to report. Please let me see Lord Yade. Longbottom looked to be in a hurry. Something pressing to report? Fine. We'll pass on the message. The 2 magi exchanged a glance, and one of them immediately ran inside. A moment later, the Magus returned and nodded. Lord Yade is willing to see you. Longbottom immediately entered through the door. Behind the golden door was a large room, with a milky white radiance around it. A Magus that looked very youthful wore a loose and comfortable robe and was sitting behind a large writing table. Longbottom greets the great protector of the north. Longbottom respectfully greeted while half kneeling. It's little Longbottom. What's wrong? An aged voice was produced from the young man's mouth. I found a small group of dark elves while on patrol. I discovered this after the fight. Longbottom respectfully held a black scroll above his head. A streak of blue light flashed, and it scanned the scroll up and down. No abnormal energy reactions. Level of danger, 0. A gentle female voice sounded, and Longbottom trembled. He knew this was the voice of a spirit genie. Let me see. With a wave of the young man's arm, the scroll in Longbottom's arms flew to the table and was unfurled. Something that looked like a map appeared in front of the young man's eyes, with all sorts of red markings appearing all over it. Oh. This is... Magus Yade began to look grim, his body automatically leaning forward. Suddenly, the situation changed. A translucent black seed appeared from the map and turned into a ray of light, entering Yade's forehead. A parasitic seed. You dash. Yade was enraged. Right after that, large amounts of black tendrils and vines wrapped up his body, sealing him within. Warning! Warning! Intruder! The spirit genie's voice became frigid. Powerful magical rays formed from a powerful spell illuminated the room. I've been waiting for this. A fiendish smile appeared on Longbottom's face, and he waved. A black ray traveled by Magus Yade and destroyed the oil painting behind him, revealing a complicated spell formation. Chapter 355, Revolution. Revolution. The core of the spirit genie. Longbottom sighed slightly, unhesitatingly releasing a shockwave to destroy the spell formation. TSS, instantly, the spirit genie's voice faded, and Pai City immediately grew chaotic. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. As if long since prepared, the opposing dark elves and beast wave unleashed their most ferocious barrage of attacks. While the magi were engrossed in battle, the defensive spell formation that had lost its spirit genie sputtered out. What are you doing? 2 magi immediately rushed out. Life absorption. Longbottom's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hands. A few green beams flashed on the 2, and they began to age visibly. Their life force was rapidly depleting. Begin localization. Longbottom took a glance at Yade, who was still sealed, and produced some materials and began setting something up. Rumble. Minutes later, with the guidance of a spell formation that glowed purple, 8 large spider legs pierced through, tearing the ceiling apart. On top of the giant spider that entered was a completely naked girl. This girl had a slight smile on her face, her skin pale and ears pointy. She radiated a captivating charm. Greetings, matriarch. Longbottom immediately bowed. Well done, Longbottom. The young girl giggled, causing Longbottom's heart to leap. Though you've wasted a portion of a precious earthen fetal membrane, it's still not a bad result to be able to deal with a clone of your opponent. After all, that person's a peak rank 2 existence. The young girl spoke slowly. Just her voice was enough for his heart to be inflamed with desire. Rank 2 magi were powerhouses in their own right. If one was prepared, even the Dark Elves' matriarchs would find them difficult to deal with. Additionally, there were bloodline detection spell formations scattered throughout Pai City. Any dark creature that entered would immediately be discovered. But Longbottom was different. He was a pure human, and what more a Magus. Though he was a wandering Magus, he had some achievements and was well received. Earthen fetal membrane was a top-class treasure of the Dark Elven Empire used to conceal one's aura. Only when all sorts of conditions were favorable to him could he make use of the parasitic seed. This had made Longbottom very proud of himself, but her words had surprised him greatly. Clone. Yes. Aren't you going to come out? The girl giggled while speaking at the air beside her. Shio shio, 2 pure white arrows of light shattered the tendrils, revealing a hazy human figure. This figure transformed into a long line and shot out, entering another figure that had just appeared. This is the real body of Protector Yade. Longbottom stared at the figure overhead that looked exactly the same as the one before, his fists tightly clenched. I didn't expect Her Majesty, the Empress, to come personally. Yade, who was floating in mid-air, paid no attention to Longbottom, who was on the ground. His eyes were riveted on the young girl before him, gaze tinged with fear. Hee. With your clone heavily injured, how much of your strength can you really use? 70%. Or 80%. The girl could not stop laughing, while her back tore open. A monster that was a cross between a human and a spider appeared in the air, and a massive darkness drowned out Protector Yade. Not far away in the horizon, Magi were stunned to find that, besides the Dark Elves and the horde of darkness creatures, dwarves and gnomes had joined the battle. Half a day later, an earth-shattering piece of news spread throughout Twilight Zone. Pai City had fallen. The Empress of the Dark Elven Empire had personally acted and killed Protector Yade of the northern region. The dwarven tribes and gnome kingdom had also entered the battle, and the entire northern Twilight region fell into enemy hands, entering a reign of terror. Still in Pai City. The master of this region had changed. Squads of elite underground winter spider knights patrolled the streets, and one could occasionally see dwarven warriors and gnome puppeteers passing through. In the great palace hall at the heart of the city, the Empress summoned Longbottom in. You did very well this time, Longbottom. The girl spoke from the bottom of her heart. If not for him plotting against their opponent's clone, she could not have killed him as easily. It is my honor to be able to serve the Empress. Longbottom gazed at the girl's absolutely beautiful face, seeming enchanted. Now, I need you to travel to the central region and drum up hate against Magi. The girl did not seem disgusted by his gaze, instead of wriggling her body to expose more of her skin to the Magus before her. Hate against Magi. Longbottom could not understand the reasoning behind this. Yes. Magi and the nobility all hold large amounts of knowledge and power in their grasp, restricting peasants and regular humans from obtaining them. Animosity, abhorrence, and anguish have been building up through the generations. What we need now is a tipping point, an opportunity for it all to explode into a huge uproar. The girl continued quietly, I need you to go to the central region and cause unrest in the name of a revolution. When the time comes, you can even spread high-grade meditation techniques. Yes, Longbottom answered after a pause. He would cause a rebellion at his enemy's side, and then flank the enemy from both sides. He knew that under the governance of Magi, commoners had been living miserably. The Magi and nobles enjoyed everything, while the rest had to suffer from day to night. Even then, they might not even get a good meal out of it. Crimes could be pinned on them for offending nobility, or in the worst-case scenario, they would be killed without recourse. It was difficult for commoners to be allowed to grow even if they had the aptitude. Even if they were lucky enough to enter a guild, they would still be discriminated against and even treated as guinea pigs or cannon fodder. Of course, if one only had resentment and no strength, they would only be mercilessly massacred by Magi. After all, power was still in the hands of Magi. But it was different now. Magi now were confronting a great enemy, and their mental and physical efforts were mostly spent. In addition, there were calls for a rebellion. Sometimes, resounding catchphrase and beautiful promises for the future could attract many hot-blooded teenagers to turn their heads. If they were given some power, it would be a disaster. When that happened, there might be internal strife amongst Magi. How many people would die? How much blood would be spilled? Longbottom knew this very well, but he had no thoughts of opposing this, nor any pity. All he had in him was the thrill of taking revenge. Lei Lin, I'll make you suffer tens and hundreds of times for what you did to me. I promise. Longbottom howled in his heart. If Lei Lin was here, he would find that this traitor called Longbottom was the little boy, Longbottom, he had played around with in Potter Town. Very good. When you're back, I'll carry out the bloodline-changing ceremony. From then on, you'll be part of us dark elves, even in blood. The girl nodded. Many thanks, Empress. Longbottom touched his head to the ground. Longbottom. Hearing the rank 2 female Magus words, Lei Lin suddenly had the urge to cry and laugh as well. Though the name might just be a coincidence, I have a feeling that this traitor to our race, Longbottom, is the same person as the one in Potter Town. Lei Lin sighed ruefully. When he had found out that this boy had left to seek better opportunities, he had not taken it seriously. The chances of success were much too low. Unexpectedly, he had actually succeeded and even become a rank 1 Magus. Without proper tools, Lei Lin could not tell a Magus aptitude. Hence, he did not know that Longbottom had the talent to become a Magus. But this is interesting. Looks like Potter Town is a place where Twilight Zone's destiny converges. Lei Lin touched his chin, deep in thought. Potter Town had seemed like a regular little common town and had probably already fallen into enemy hands. However, it was surprising that it had given birth to both Bailin and Longbottom, the two darlings of destiny. Bailin and Longbottom are like the two sides of a coin. One day, they will meet again, and that day will be when Twilight Zone's power of destiny is most concentrated. Lei Lin suddenly had a strange premonition. It's quite interesting being able to shape history. Strictly speaking, he had personally created this entire situation. It was in Potter Town where everything began. It made him feel like the destiny of Twilight Zone was in his hands. But this only left Lei Lin sneering. In that case, let me be the one to end this all. These thoughts merely flashed in his mind, while the other two rank 2 Magi's expressions were filled with worry. Now that the entire northern region is gone, we have lost a fifth of our power. Fendix caressed a ring on his hand that had a ruby the size of a pebble, a dark cloud seemingly hanging over him. Not only that. Besides the dark elves and horde of darkness creatures, even the dwarves and gnomes have appeared. The female Magus smiled wryly. Twilight Zone was a small area, and the subterranean world had all sorts of incredible races. The humans and dark elves were the two largest powers, but one could not underestimate the gnomes and dwarves either. When they joined forces, the humans were definitely in a disadvantageous position. This war could result in genocide. Fendix drew in a deep breath. We need to get the War Council and mobilize everything we have. Before that, we need to first deal with the threats outside. A golden ring on Lei Lin's finger lit up, and he immediately straightened his back. The Dark Elves are on the offensive once again, and it can be confirmed that they have 3 regiments of elite underground Winter Spider Knights, backed by 3 matriarchs. Those wretched pointy-eared bastards. Fendix got up, furious. Chapter 356, Red Mist. Red Mist. Emergency sirens were blaring throughout Dolan City. Lei Lin, Fendix, and the others floated across to the front of the city, watching the scene outside. 10 years where life and resources were constantly lost had visibly reduced the numbers of the horde of darkness creatures. The newest report suggested that the beast emperors had already made plans to withdraw their troops and end the war. If not for the fall of the north and interference of the dwarves and gnomes, the war was on track to end in a few years. The current situation was different, however. The humans of the subterranean world were now facing the possibility of extinction. Underground winter spider knights. And their elites. Lei Lin looked up. 3 regiments of underground winter spider knights. Huge spider legs trod the ground silently, their dark elf riders wreathed in exquisite thin armor that looked ornamental. The surface of the armors was composed of intricate patterns. Matched with the handsome faces and lances, they seemed like a royal parade to Lei Lin. Although these knights seemed extravagant and pretentious, the searing bloodlust they emanated was tangible. This was something only battle-hardened elites with fearless hearts could have. These are the Dark Elven royal family's knights. I didn't expect them to be sent out. Fendix looked grim. Elite underground winter spider knights are slightly more powerful than our grand knights. Those at the level of vice captain and above are even as powerful as official magi. 3 formations of 1,000 each, there are 3,000 here. The female Magus inhaled sharply. They're planning to conquer Dolan City in one go. Lei Lin sighed lightly, do we need to act? There's no other way. Fendix smiled wryly, but their matriarchs are sure to obstruct as well, and we have no guarantee that we can win against them. I can already feel the power of the abyss emanating from their bodies. Cities were usually watched over by rank 2 magi. The opposing camp had 3 matriarchs whose mission was to tie down the rank 2 magi of the defending city. If they could not, the 3 rank 2 magi would cooperate to cast a few large-scaled magic spells which would decimate these troops. There's no choice. Let's use it. Lei Lin suddenly exclaimed. Fendix chanced a glance at Lei Lin. That's our trump card that we're planning to use in the final battle. This is already the final battle, the female rank 2 Magus interrupted before Lei Lin could answer. I agree. Alright, I'll agree too. Fendix glanced at the large dark elven army and laughed wryly, this truly might be the final battle. With the 3 magi cooperating, a unique order was sent down using secret imprints, and under the lead of the magi, the troops on the ground shifted some special items onto the city walls. They were numerous giant casks. They were like the wooden barrels found in bars to store beer, with firm iron hoops on either side keeping them steady. There were also letters of the Twilight Zone written on them in blood red, indicating danger. Now, let us wait and see. The 3 magi exchanged glances, and then fixed their attention on the fighting. Attack! With the signal from the dark elves at the other side, a large wave of darkness creatures charged towards them. Engage the 3rd layer of defense. Fluorescent light exploded at the walls, revealing unending defensive runes. Large amounts of energy particles brought with them a terrifying destructive power, launching outwards. The darkness creatures charging over were injured by energy particles of multiple elements, covering their bodies with wounds. It resulted in a rain of flesh and blood. A few of the more powerful ones dodged the attack. They climbed up on the carcasses of their comrades and clashed with the soldiers and magi on the walls. In a moment, blood and fire exploded. The magi and knights on the walls bellowed, and all sorts of spells and energy fluctuations were released. Numerous darkness creatures fell from the walls. This scene had repeated often in the past, and each time the dark elves would end up retreating, which ended the fight. Now, however, things seemed to have changed. The horde continued to charge with reddened eyes, unfearing of death. Tack tack tack, regular explosions sounded. The elite underground winter spider knights seemed to have received an order, as they began to advance. Although they were merely 3,000 strong, they were like a surge of steel flooding over when they acted together. Go! Underground winter spiders with barbs on their legs easily climbed up the city wall like monkeys. For darkness creatures, the city wall was lofty and difficult to reach, but for these underground winter spider knights, they were like a level road. Attack! One of them rushed towards the wall, brandishing the black lance in his hand. Multiple snowy white pointed javelins were sent thrusting like blooming flowers, and a few soldiers in leather armor collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. Amongst them, there was even a knight in heavy armor. In front of the elite underground winter spider knights, regular soldiers and knights could not take on even a single blow, and only grand knights had a chance to win. Secondary energy fireball. Vine winding. Icy pearl. The magicians waiting on top of the city walls immediately acted, and the knights who had just rushed up the walls were drowned in the colorful rays of magic spells. Their powerful bodies and mounts that they had always been proud of were torn into pieces by various spells. However, the surviving underground winter spider knights still charged on fearlessly, and many captains and vice-captains launched forth with spells of their own, clashing with the magi on the walls. Hands of corrosion. A knight in gleaming armor, riding a larger spider than its peers, called out loudly. Numerous black palms extended from the air and advanced towards the opposing magi. Ah! A level 3 acolyte's face was caught by one of the black hands and immediately wasted away, blood and flesh wearing away. Be careful. He's a vice-captain and has the strength of an official Magus. A middle-aged Magus with white hair spoke in a low voice, his innate defensive spell formation flickering. The situation doesn't look good, Lei Lin commented, watching the scene below. At this moment, the three magi felt a few bursts of spiritual force aimed at them that equaled their own strengths being released from the enemy camp. If they dared intervene, they would be faced with a terrifying attack by the matriarchs. In a situation where the higher-ranked forces were level, whoever first made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Thankfully, Lei Lin and the others were not planning on doing so. From the looks of it, though, only rank 2 magi could change the outcome. Let's begin. Lei Lin spoke lightly, the apathy in his eyes becoming more evident. The command has been sent down. I only hope the matriarchs won't go crazy and fight with us. The ring on Fendix's finger flashed red as he smiled wryly. At this moment, it looked like the official magi on the city walls had received the command. Begin. Activate. They shouted, and all sorts of spells were aimed at the casks, causing them to explode into fragments. Rumble. The wooden boards exploded open, and the red liquid within spilled to the ground. This red liquid was very muddy and looked to be some red wine that had yet to settle. After reaching the ground, it became volatile and created a red mist. In that moment, the top of the city wall was wrapped in red mist. Be careful of the toxic attack. Activate your defensive runes. A dark elf in golden armor ordered. Wang wang, in the twinkling of an eye, multicolored rays rose from the dark elven knight's armors. After being wrapped within this layer of light, the knights charged towards their enemies once again, undaunted. They were very confident in the durability of their bodies, since they were members of a high-energy race. Dark elves might have lower reproductive abilities, but the durability of their bodies far surpassed that of humans. This racial ability extended to the immunity to many toxins. It wasn't as if the humans hadn't considered using poison, but most poisons that were deadly to humans only left dark elves feeling slightly giddy, or gave them a nosebleed. Using poison would only hurt them more, and lead to more city guards dying. Thus, after a few attempts, the humans had given up on this method. Now, however, the situation was slightly different. An underground winter spider knight rushed up the city wall and sent a grand knight flying. Just as he was about to stab his lance into his opponent's heart, he suddenly lost his grip, and the lance fell to the ground. Recalling the short burst of weakness, the knight wondered, what's going on? How did these toxins paralyze me? Didn't I already activate the runes that defend against this? The sudden realization that the red mist had passed through the defensive layer without obstruction alarmed him. It was as if these runes were fake. Large numbers of yellow pustules and blisters erupted all over his skin, bursting as quickly as they had formed. The knights screamed out, miserably. Attack! A ray of light flashed, and the Grand Knight that had been sent flying grasped this opportunity and brandished the giant steel sword in his hands, slashing it at this dark elf's neck. A line appeared, which soon turned into a fountain of blood. This dark elf's delicate, pale neck was severed, its skull rolling on the ground. Chapter 357, Alicia. Alicia. Similar events occurred all along the city walls. Even the underground winter spiders weren't spared. Their 8 legs crumbled down and their eyes dimmed, following which they were overrun by stampeding troops. This frightening effectiveness in battle managed to surprise even Fendix, who was hovering in the air. This toxin is truly very strong. If we manage to produce it in large quantities. His eyes beamed with excitement. It isn't as simple as you'd think. Lei Lin smiled bitterly. I specifically concocted this using plant concentrate based on the anatomy of dark elves. On its own, it isn't a toxin, which is why it can pass through their defensive runes. Once it enters their bodies and begins circulation, it begins to react with their endocrine system. In a matter of moments, the benign gas transforms into neural poison. This is just a petty trick that makes use of a gap in their defenses. Once this battle ends, the Dark Elves will change their runes to protect against this method of attack, which will render it useless in the end. In fact, Lei Lin based this poison off his own rank 2 spell, Toxic Bile. With the help of Nature's Alliance's research, he managed to get the approval of the Joint Conference, which only helped him improve upon it. Even so, Sir Leyland's research on Dark Elves has far surpassed ours. The female Magus showed admiration at Leyland's accomplishment despite him downplaying it. That alone showed the level of Leyland's ability in alchemy and the depth of his research on Dark Elves. After this, I'm afraid that even I will have to pay a visit to the Joint Conference to learn from Sir Leyland's works, she said as she broke into a smile. I would gladly welcome any discussion with you, what's more, any fresh thoughts you may have on the subject, Lei Lin said humbly. This isn't the right time to speak about this, the matriarchs are about to act. She pointed at the Dark Elves' camp across them where the spiritual force was climbing to its peak. They seem to have become anxious now, and might leap into action at any moment. We should prepare. Fendix took out a short black gentleman's cane. A sparkling diamond, as large as an egg, was embedded into the top. Lei Lin smiled without saying a word. Nearly 3,000 of their elite underground winter spider knights were fighting in this battle, half of their entire force. It was only to be expected that the turn of the situation had made them anxious. At this moment, darkness energy particles gathered together, and a strong wave from a spell arose from the opposite side. Black torrential rain. A sweet female voice was accompanied by a large amount of water vapor condensing above Dolan City. This was followed by a storm of endless black raindrops descending upon the city. When the black raindrops and red mist came into contact, an explosion sounded out. They fused into a charred black liquid that dropped to the floor, revealing the underground winter spider knights who were lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Leyland's poison was only powerful against the elite underground winter spider knights. A rank 1 Magus could use the energy in their body to resist it. As for matriarchs who were rank 2 existences, it could not affect them in the slightest. Pine. 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 The ground cracked apart, and numerous strands of black hair emerged from the depths. These snake-like hairs wound around those knights who were still alive and pulled them back. In just a moment, the hairs had managed to pull back a dozen miles, bringing the knights to safety. Still, half of the underground winter spider knights had already perished. You. A few rage-filled voices emerged from the sky above the enemy camp. The black vapors dissipated, revealing the appearances of the 3 dark elf matriarchs. Lei Lin examined them. These matriarchs all possessed the ravishing beauty intrinsic to dark elves. The revealing clothing made of a leather-like material displayed their voluptuous bodies and their hands were adorned with thorn whips. Yup. They definitely resemble the dominatrixes from my previous world. Lei Lin thought as he rolled his eyes. At this moment, the opposing three matriarchs were already on the verge of exploding into anger, powerful spells taking form in their hands. You guys dared to go against the agreement and take action. Fendix touched the short cane which he was holding and remained stoic. Humans! How dare you use such despicable means to bring harm upon my brave soldiers? I will behead the lot of you and gift them to Her Majesty. The matriarch at the center lashed out in the dark elven language, paying no heed to Fendix's accusation. She wore the most revealing outfit of the three, and the two golden rings at her bosom gave off a sensual vibe. Hee hee. Since when did the dark elves that are renowned for being sinister and cunning start accusing others of using despicable means? The female Magus said with a sneer before Lei Lin had a chance to speak. Speaking anymore is useless. Take action. Lei Lin exclaimed. Large amounts of black mist appeared, forming a gigantic black snake whose back was filled with patterns. It sucked one of the matriarchs into it. Lei Lin had grown bored of remaining in this place in spite of the minimal danger and occasional respites. He wanted to end this once and for all so he could head back and further his plans. Begin the counterattack. Fendix sent out via secret imprint as he sneered. Retaliate. 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 A sea of voices flooded out from within the city walls. The door which had been closed for a long time started to creak open. Numerous knights and magicians rushed out, heading for the Dark Elves' camp. After the previous battle and Lei Lin's poison, the Dark Elves had suffered a devastating blow that had forced a retreat. It looked like the humans had taken hold of the advantage now. Lei Lin did not pay much attention to the situation below. After some probing attacks, he had begun to lure one of the matriarchs to a suitable battlefield. A dark elf matriarch had strength comparable to a rank 2 Magus, and Lei Lin could not afford to let his guard down against such a strong opponent. In addition, both the extent and range of destruction brought down by a rank 2 spell far surpassed that of one at rank 1. Thus, his opponent willingly followed him so that they could avoid unnecessary casualties. After all, the two armies were in a melee, and any attack would definitely harm both parties. Considering their already low population, the loss would hurt the Dark Elves more than it hurt the humans. In actual fact, looking at the two sides engaged in battle, the matriarch was pain-stricken by the loss. Dark Elves took 300 years just to reach adulthood. This made it much more difficult to recoup the loss of their soldiers, and every single member of their army was irreplaceable. On the other hand, humans with their high fertility and short life cycles had no such problems. 1/3 of the elves on this battlefield belonged to this matriarch's army, and among them were her own descendants. Here should be fine. Lei Lin brought the matriarch to a plain which was not far from Dolan City. There were a few cities near this plain, but they had all been evacuated long ago. The roads leading to the plain were already covered with weeds, and unnecessary casualties were unlikely to occur here. I am known as Alicia, you are worthy of knowing my name. This matriarch had completely calmed down, as she had to face an existence whose power rivaled her own. Looking at this elf who was dressed in revealing leather, Lei flashed a smile. I am Lei Lin. Gotcha. As he said that, he suddenly shot backwards, dodging a shadow spider. This floating shadow spider had ominous green eyes, and the mouth which had just tried to bite Lei Lin was now producing a crunching noise. Do all you matriarchs act this shamelessly? Lei Lin had been stumped by her actions. There is no use for face when up against someone of a different race. Surrender and defect to our side, I'll gift you with my family's bloodline and bestow unimaginable rewards upon you. The matriarch licked her sexy lips and flaunted her voluptuous body, hinting at him subtly. Hee hee, this kind of seductive energy once again. Lei Lin shook his head. A large amount of spiritual force chased the energy out. Scorching touch. He scattered a red powder just as he was chanting the spell, and red rays started ripping across the sky and immediately appeared in front of Alicia. The might of the two forces from the ray made her pale. Aldershkree. Alicia started to chant and a white shield started to hover in front of her. On the surface of the shield was the image of a spider web and flowers. Asterisk ping. Ping, asterisk. The scorching rays attacked the shield one by one, and screeching sounded out. Cracks started to emerge on the surface of the shield. Gotcha! Under Alicia's stunned gaze, the white shield shattered to pieces and fragments flew in all directions. This shield was smelted from the ore of the mine guarded by the underground winter spider emperor. You shattered it. Alicia's gaze at Lei Lin was now filled with dread. Could you consider my proposal? You can have all the females in my clan, including me. Sorry. I can't see any sincerity in your words. Silver's spiritual force continuously shot out with Lei Lin's detached reply. He was not a lecher, and the price of betrayal was far too steep when compared to the profits he would obtain. Chapter 358, Defeat and Assistance. Defeat and Assistance. Anyone who betrayed their community for profit would immediately be labeled as unreliable. How, then, would they do well in the opposing camp? Furthermore, Lei Lin was confident in the humans' ability to defend. Even if the protector of the Eastern Twilight Zone were to perish, and the entirety of it fell into enemy hands, he still believed the humans in the subterranean world were not weak enough to go extinct. As a result, Matriarch Alicia's temptations did not affect Lei Lin in the slightest. On the contrary, Lei Lin was eager to fight this Rank 2 Matriarch. Perfect. The template of a Rank 2 Magus, as well as the Rank 2 spell models the AI chip deduced, can now be tested. Lei Lin's eyes flashed, which caused Alicia who was opposite him to feel cold within her heart. She had a bad premonition. But Lei Lin would not give the other party a chance, and he swiftly made the first move. Shadow flames. Dark red flames poured into the sky, forming a pillar of raging fire. Shadow flames, Rank 2 spell. Elements, darkness, fire. Might, 120 degrees, elemental essence conversion added. These were the AI chip stats on the spell which had been evolved from the latent fireball that he had previously made. Over the last 10 years, Lei Lin had obtained the spell model of a powerful Rank 2 spell from Nature's Alliance. The guilds that they had consumed had also net him quite a few such models as well. Of course the Alliance, as a medium-scale guild, had possessed the most outstanding model. Thereafter, during his stay in Dolan, he had exchanged for many more Rank 2 models. By luck, he had even managed to collect 2 damaged Rank 3 models, which he had treated like gems and diligently copied down. The AI chip had been tasked with restoring these 2 models. The power of these dark red flames had clearly surpassed that of Scorching Touch from before. Matriarch Alicia had a solemn face. Suddenly, she took out her whip and cracked it in the air. Pa! The cracking of the whip had compressed the air, producing a sonic boom. Come out. Complex black patterns emerged on Alicia's face, covering the right side of it like a mask. As you wish, my lady. Space seemingly split apart, and a cute spider as white as jade materialized out of thin air. The blood-red lines across its carapace only served to make it look cuter. Hiss! The matriarch let out a hiss, similar to the sound of a spider stridulating. That white jade spider immediately targeted Lei Lin, its back shooting out large amounts of thread that emitted cold air. The densely packed threads tangled together, forming a white cocoon that surrounded the elf and beast. The AI chip made his vision flash blue, and the details of the white jade spider surfaced immediately. Underground frost spider, a mutation of the underground winter spider. Has an extremely strong ability to mutate. Strength, 35, Agility, 16, Vitality, 46. 9, Spiritual Force, 27, Special Abilities, 1, Thread Defense. The underground frost spider's threads have the ability of ice, and is the bane of many Rank 2 fire-type magi. Stealth. The underground frost spider's shell has abilities to reflect light, allowing it to be concealed with the surroundings. Ley-Lin had never slacked off on feeding the AI chip's database with information after entering Twilight Zone. By now, a large portion of Twilight Zone's special items were already recorded within it. A matriarch with an underground frost spider as a familiar. One that can suppress fire elemental magi. Ley-Lin smiled lightly. What a pity, my shadow flames are mainly composed not of fire, but of darkness. Along with the change in Ley-Lin's intent, the dark red pillar of fire immediately transformed. The red glow at its center quickly faded, being replaced instead by a dark black which took over most of the space. In a moment, the shadow forces occupied most of the pillar. Ingest. Ley-Lin grabbed at the air with both hands, and the large pillar swept Alicia's giant white cocoon into itself. Sigh, large amounts of white gases appeared on the surface of the white cocoon, moving about in the air. Hiss Ley-Lin even heard the blood-curdling sounds of the giant spider. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the large white cocoon suddenly exploded, smashing into the reddish-black flames. From within the white fog, a silhouette surfaced. The matriarch had connected her body directly on top of the underground frost spider, forming a monster that was half human and half spider. It reminded him of his subordinate, Skrill. This look is very compatible with Skrill. Ley-Lin laughed mockingly, but he knew that these two parties were vastly different. Skrill had used his meditation technique to alter his physical appearance, but this matriarch had fused her body with that of her pet, maybe even her soul. Based on strength alone, Skrill could not compare to this elf who was already rank 2 and possessed many techniques that he did not. Disgusting, disgusting humans, the elf that formed the upper half of this abomination hooted on the spider's back. Asterisk ding. Ding, asterisk. The elf held a spider leg that looked like white jade. The long spider leg instantly transformed into a white scimitar. Along the elegant curve of this scimitar were pretty patterns that glowed repeatedly. The blade emitted some white fog, which emanated cold rays. Kill. The voice of the elf transformed into a wave of bright rays that enveloped her, which gradually disappeared into the air. Is she concealing herself now? Ley-Lin stroked his chin and smiled wryly. Although dark elves were quite capable in open combat, they preferred more underhanded tactics. They would make use of their own bodies and beauty to tempt their opponents, or hide away in corners, to launch sneak attacks. However, as a dark Magus, Ley-Lin had come across many of these tactics, and employed them himself. He tilted his head and smiled, rooting himself to the spot and narrowing his eyes. A few minutes later, a ray of cold white air quickly slashed across Ley-Lin's body, but was met with the exterior of his body rippling. The body had been a mere phantom. You've fallen into my trap. Ley-Lin materialized in a corner, his body ringed by defensive darkness elemental particles. You are the one who fell into a trap. Alicia laughed softly, as another body shot out explosively from the side, targeting him with his own tactic. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a large white web filled with mucus flew out and trapped Ley-Lin. White sap fell onto him, and the sounds of corrosion rang out as it continuously seeped into his body. So that previous attack was fake. Ley-Lin smiled gently, but his expression did not show any dejection, as if the person trapped was not him. With a flash of white light, Alicia appeared in front of Ley-Lin. Currently, she looked apathetic. She held a white scimitar and was about to directly chop off Ley-Lin's head. However, Ley-Lin's demeanor made her feel uneasy. Boom, as Leyland's head flew upwards, a strange transformation occurred in midair. The head dissipated into a large number of black shadows, condensing many darkness elemental particles to form a cage that bound the matriarch. Rank 2 spell, illusory body, second stage. The surrounding space flashed as Leyland removed the darkness elemental waves concealing his body, appearing in front of Alicia. Closer inspection revealed the sensuality of this matriarch's body, the temptation it induced was shocking. However, Leyland's expression was as cold as ice. A black spear ringed with red flames instantly appeared in his hand. Rank 2 spell, Lance of Corrosion. Go die. Lei Lin said beneath his breath, the black spear in his hand being launched forward. The space warped where the spear passed, and a strong corrosive force continuously condensed onto its tip. Explode! Upon seeing the terrible force the spear contained, as if able to destroy the very earth, Alicia's face changed instantly. She resolutely chanted a few spells under her breath. Suddenly, the underground frost spider screeched irritably, the blood lines on its body enlarging and dyeing almost its entire body red. Moreover, weirdly, its body swelled up. A ray of white light swiftly separated Alicia and the white spider. Boom! The spear exploded intensely at Alicia's original location. The black chains instantly exploded, which caused the exploded flesh and blood to strike the black spear. Two large energy forces melded and grew denser, causing large distortions to the void. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk. When the distortions had condensed to a point, it ended off with a violent explosion. Even though the forces collided in mid-air, the remains of the energy waves they generated headed towards the ground, blasting off layers of stone and soil. The waves swept the area, causing large-scale destruction. Alicia's silhouette flew out of the explosion. However, things did not seem to look good for her, her lower body dripping with fresh blood. Being caught right in the middle of the explosion, she'd naturally received the brunt of the force it generated. However, she currently did not have time to care about her injuries. Looking over herself restrainedly, she turned into a ray of blood that disappeared into the horizon. Lei Lin stood where he was silently, and did not give chase. To him, helping the humans retain their lands was just a passing favor. He did not want to kill a rank 2 existence of the opposing party, as he did not desire an animosity that could not be resolved. Of course, some preparations had to be made to expedite the end of the war. Lei Lin smiled wryly. Having roughly figured out his next course of action, he rushed towards the other two groups. Fendix's opponent was the matriarch who wore the 2 rings on her bosom. This opponent's strength was tyrannical, and she had suppressed Fendix and limited his movements. Fendix ended up constantly on the defensive, which embittered him. Chapter 359, Death and Insanity. Death and Insanity. At this moment, Fendix and the Dark Elven matriarch looked toward the side. Fendix, I'm here to help. Lei Lin closed in rapidly, his clothes rustling in the strong wind. Umbra's hand. Large numbers of shadows emerged from behind him, and transformed into what looked like a giant hand which obstructed the matriarch. What's your situation? How much magic power do you have left? Lei Lin glanced at Fendix, who was already slightly pale. Half, and I can release one more formidable spell. How about you? Upon seeing Lei Lin's arrival, Fendix heaved a huge sigh of relief. I've already sent that matriarch away. All that's left is her. Lei Lin pointed at the matriarch across them. I remember you still have a powerful offensive spell, Violent Thunder Chains, right? I'll keep her occupied. Quick, go and prepare it. All right. Fendix gritted his teeth. Though he had seen through Lei Lin's intentions, this matriarch was his archenemy. In the past, Duke Fendix, the army's commander and a member of his family, had been killed by this person's army. He could not wait to end her. Besides, they were at war. Killing a matriarch would reward him with an enormous number of merit points. Lei Lin watched the matriarch, a slight smile creeping onto his face. Minutes later, Fendix roared. A dazzling blue light filled the region, and snakes of electricity began dancing in the air, trapping the opponent within. Innumerable streaks of lightning fell, and a few minutes later all that was left of the matriarch was ash and charcoal falling from the air. The Dark Elves are withdrawing. Just as Lei Lin and Fendix had taken care of the situation here, the other rank 2 Magus hurried to them. The matriarch who was fighting me seemed to have received some news, and suddenly escaped. I couldn't catch up to her at all. Ah! You killed her. The female Magus clapped her hand on her mouth, unable to express her astonishment with words. The dark elves that surrounded Dolan City retreated quickly. The 3,000 underground winter spider knights that had attacked were a very large power in the eastern region. Many of them had temporarily been transferred over from the other two armies. Now, with Leyland's poison facilitating a counterattack, a good number of them had been lost. The siege of Dolan had ended, and their victory even led to a chain effect. What's more, the death of a rank 2 matriarch had caused Dolan City to become the heart of the battle. However, Fendix and Leyland did not choose to rest. Instead, riding on this momentum, they led troops in to save the other two large cities. After their formidable forces had been weakened considerably, the Dark Elves were pushed back step by step, and were finally chased out of the east. This gave the human race a ray of hope. As for the merit points from killing the matriarch, since Leyland was intentionally keeping a low profile, all of them ended up in Fendix's hands. He cared little for reputation, and this seemed to be very important to Fendix, as if there was a grudge involved. Hence, he was happy to do him a favor. After all, Fendix had helped him quite a bit previously, and had also promised to make it up to him in the future. We won in the east. That's great. Aaron, who was currently in another city, heard the news. Shockingly, he was dressed in a gray, tattered cloak, and soot covered his entire face. The ring in his hand concealed his energy fluctuations. The whole city was now caught up in a wave of joy. Whether it was nobles, commoners or knights, they darted to the streets the moment they received the news, exhibiting their ecstasy with no inhibitions. The threat of the Dark Elves had loomed over this area for far too long. Hopes had plummeted further when the north was broken through, and the news of whole cities being slaughtered had terrified everyone. The people needed some good news to raise their spirits. The city master's residence had been opened to the public, and he'd even ordered chefs to serve great amounts of oatmeal bread and fruit juice to the public. This may be good news, but it's much too distant from you right now. A white ray of light shot out from the black ring, projecting the image of a wise old man in Aaron's mind. Leave the moment you get it. The Mambo family that governs this city is not something you can take on easily. I know. Aaron nodded seriously, and disappeared into the crowd. Minutes after he left, a small squadron surrounded the area, red flames burning. Among them was the figure of a woman in a pink gown. He was here not long ago. Seal the city. We can't let him escape, the woman exclaimed grimly, and the soldiers immediately dispersed. Soon, the shrill sound of bugles resounded throughout the city. You actually dared to steal my family's most valuable treasure. You will pay for this in flesh and blood. The woman glanced at the area once again, and issued this frightful vow before traveling through the flames. Rumble, a tongue of flame swept up to a height of 5 to 6 meters, and the figure of the woman completely vanished. Ha! After a few close shaves, Aaron stealthily left the city and reached a hideout he had previously prepared. This was an underground karst cave. After doing away with all traces of the entrance and activating a defensive spell formation, Aaron finally heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. That was too dangerous. It was only one item, did they have to chase after me so fervently? Aaron complained, and then glared at Merlin in his mind. Let me make this clear. If it will still be this dangerous to gather materials for the meteor sword in the future, I might have to give up on it. The sword may be a precious high-grade artifact, but it isn't as precious as my life. Don't worry. This teardrop gemstone was the most difficult material to obtain. As long as you have your predictions, the rest are relatively easier to get our hands on. Immediately after, the old geezer looked stern. The teardrop gemstone is a precious treasure of the Mambo family, and it's only natural that it was guarded so tightly. The weakening curses cast on your body are a pain, and I'll need to spend some time analyzing them. For these next 2 months, your strength will be restricted to that of an acolyte. Sigh. But it can't be helped. Aaron sighed, and then thought back to the female Magus in the pink gown, his facial muscles twitching. I'm still far too weak. Grandpa Merlin, is there any method to advance in sacred flame quickly? Of course. Merlin stroked his white beard. Although most high-grade meditation techniques become harder to train in the further you train in them, and require many otherworldly materials to allow one to advance, my sacred flame is different. Merlin's voice carried a hint of pride as he delved into his memories. Not only does my sacred flame give you the power to see the future, it can also allow you to advance quickly through the convergence of destiny's powers. In theory, as long as you interfere with destiny as much as possible, you can advance at a terrifying rate. Aaron breathed in sharply, so if I cause havoc in Twilight Zone, doesn't that mean I can rush to becoming a Morning Star Magus? Dream on. Merlin was ruthless as he glanced at Aaron disdainfully. How strong is the power of destiny? Just prodding the river of destiny could cause you to be ground into powder by the inertia of fate. I trained in sacred flame for hundreds of years and still only dared follow in destiny's footsteps, merely speeding up the process. No matter what it is, this can help me increase my strength. I'll do it. Aaron suddenly clenched his fist. He had returned to his guild an official Magus. He had also made them pay, to a certain extent, but the result was far from what he had imagined. That young noble who had stolen his fiancée still had a Magus family backing him, with an official Magus in charge. Aaron could do little more than accept his apology for stealing his bride. After this experience, his thirst for power had become more intense. This was why he was in a hurry to wander around, as well as gather materials to forge the meteor sword. So where is the area where destiny converges? Aaron looked at Grandpa Merlin, eyes full of hope. You'll need to find out yourself. Merlin seemed to be implying something. I have to use sacred flame. Aaron's eyes brightened. That's right. You've been promoted to an official Magus, and can therefore take a peek at the real long river of destiny. Merlin gave an amiable smile. I'll take a look now. Aaron impatiently sat down and entered a meditative state. A unique spiritual force emanated from his body, linking with passage of time in the underworld and the rivers of history. Aaron suddenly moved, holding onto his head and crying out miserably. Scattered images, containing the bloodlust and vengeance of spirits flooded his mind. In the central region of Twilight Zone, a young Magus in black robes was currently speaking in a basement to an audience of malnourished and sickly teenagers. These teenagers, however, had extremely bright eyes that were almost blazing. Behind the Magus, the twisted image of a spider seemed to appear. The Dark Elven Empire. A teenager riding on a large underground winter spider cheered excitedly, with a dark elf smiling wryly beside him. These and a few other sporadic fragments appeared in Aaron's mind, making him feel like a brick had been stuffed into it. About half an hour later, Aaron reawakened, but he was breathing roughly. Those two people must be the ones around which the powers of destiny converge. He sounded resolute. As long as I'm by their side and gain their trust, I can affect the children of destiny and accelerate the progress of sacred flame. When the time comes, you will all die. Ha! Aaron began to laugh madly, a faint trace of insanity in his expression. Chapter 360, Invitation from the Central Region. Invitation from the Central Region. The war had ended. Lei Lin, who had returned from the battlefield, was now leisurely drinking some coffee. With a thought, he accepted the scenes that the AI chip transmitted to him. Balin truly is Twilight Zone's child of destiny, but Longbottom is really surprising me. Lei Lin stroked his chin, watching Longbottom who was currently spouting resentment. Using a revolution to cobble together an army, gathering wandering magi who are unsatisfied with the rule of the guilds, and passing high-grade meditation techniques to common acolytes. Ingenious. Even he had to appreciate Longbottom's methods. The Magus world had never been a fair place, but the immense strength of magi had meant that nobody could overthrow them. To cause trouble in the Magus world, it was necessary to incite disharmony within their ranks. It looked like Longbottom was doing well. He was even bringing about a revolution. Perhaps this happened in the South Coast's past as well, causing the power of guilds to wane and letting academies take their place. Lei Lin made a sudden association. However, the first of the revolutionaries would not be able to find peace, as the conservative factions would attack them, giving them a horrible death. This was why Lei Lin had no intention of introducing the system of academies to Twilight Zone and had instead kept a low profile and assimilated into their culture. It looks like Bei Lin and Longbottom are like two sides of a coin. Both are the children of destiny for this era. However, one is a hero, while the other is a rebel. Lei Lin picked up the cup of coffee on the table and took a sip. Sometimes, rebels were merely heroes who failed in their conquests. If Longbottom's revolutionary efforts succeeded, then he would be immortalized as a model in the Magus world, extensively praised and recorded down in Magus history. If, instead, Longbottom was bested by Bei Lin, he would go down in the books as a rebel, a traitor who had betrayed mankind, forever shamed by history. The final decisive battle will definitely be between these two. Before that, the force of destiny will quickly increase their power, even if it might not be beneficial to them in the long run. Lei Lin was very clear about the path a child of destiny could take. While they were making their mark on the world, they could obtain an inheritance just by wandering around. By going into a random danger zone, there could be a grandpa giving out techniques, allowing them to advance quickly, and thereby causing many geniuses to be so ashamed of themselves that they committed suicide. Longbottom seems to have gained a bloodline, and Bei Lin is even better off. Not only has he even found the path to becoming a bio-booster, which suits him best, he has even subdued the underground winter spider emperor, which is a creature with a might similar to a rank 2 Magus. Lei Lin, who had seen much in the world, could naturally judge their general strength through these scenes. The unexpected luck they had caused even Lei Lin to envy them. At the same time, he had been frightened slightly. If I had continued with him, wouldn't I have been played by destiny and become the grandpa handing out techniques? Lei Lin looked grim. Bei Lin had actually gotten some benefits from him. Although he had been affected by his emotional instability as a warlock, one could not deny the hand of destiny in this matter. After all, destiny was not created out of anywhere. It needed a form of catalyst, which would infinitely increase the probability of it appearing. For instance, Lei Lin could have chosen to craft potions instead of taking in a disciple to while time away, but he had instead chosen to teach Bei Lin the ways of knights. Out of everyone in Potter Town, he had settled on Bei Lin. How much probability and luck was involved? Since you want to play, let's have a good time. Lei Lin raised his cup and sent a challenge out to the skies. Beep. Based on scans by the limited AI, slight instability has been detected in target Aaron. The target seems to be in the early stages of mental breakdown. Immediate adoption of countermeasures suggested. At this moment, the AI chip prompted, and an image of Aaron going crazy was projected in front of Lei Lin's eyes. Looks like things are getting quite troublesome. Although the effects when training as an acolyte were removed in this new version of Scarlet Flame, the effects don't seem sustainable for those who advance to become magi. Lei Lin's expression darkened. This was why he had not trained in Sacred Flame. Not only did he already have Kamoyan's pupil, he feared the side effects brought about by training in the technique. The spirit had far too many secrets. Even with the unworldly calculative ability of the AI chip, it was still not able to analyze the mysteries of the spirit. AI chip. Gather stats from Aaron's current condition, and modify Sacred Flame again. Also, check on the other guinea pigs. Lei Lin commanded. Immediately after, the images of two other people were projected before Lei Lin. He had not limited himself to forging the ring. His counterfeit grandpas had been passed on in secret during these past 10 years, disguised by various methods as a coincidence each time. The AI chip scenes showed him a young female acolyte and a strong man who also trained in Sacred Flame, cold sweat rolling down their faces. The power of destiny. All of a sudden, the two of them opened their eyes and looked at the central region. Everything starts and ends at the same place. There's them as well. The two of them made the same prediction, fear flashing on their faces. Through the interception of this information, Lei Lin naturally knew what they were afraid of. Hehe, have they sensed the others training in the technique? It seems sacred flame still can't be practiced by more than one person. The high-grade meditation technique, sacred flame, had come from the Botelli family. Traditionally, only one person in a generation could successfully train in this meditation technique, while the rest would suffer a mental breakdown and die. However, with modifications from the AI chip, as well as Leyland's lack of concern, this meditation technique had been passed down to many acolytes, and they had all risen to become official magi through sacred flame. Due to the unusual nature of this meditation technique, they will need to kill each other to determine a victor. Only then will sacred flame be complete. Lei Lin smirked at the AI chip's newest conclusion. This sacred flame really is a fraud. His thoughts were now very clear. He would definitely not train in such a bizarre meditation technique. How to take advantage of their prophetic powers and set up the situation was worth looking into, as well as the question of who would win the fight. Lei Lin touched his chin, deep in thought. 5 days later, an unexpected guest paid a visit to Leyland's villa. Clang, 4 giant metallic legs charged straight through and finally stopped by Leyland's garden, setting off a cloud of dust and creating a ruckus behind them. My apologies, Magus Lei Lin. This large guy hasn't been easy to control. It might be because it's in its mating season. Logan jumped off the back of his metallic life form, looking apologetic. No worries Magus Logan, Lei Lin smiled. Shaking his head to show he did not mind, he gestured to invite the Magus in, continuing, please come in. I've collected some items which may interest you. A bit later, Celine who'd rushed over for some business saw the protector of the East, Logan, sitting on a chair and singing praises of the giant grilled fish on the long table. What type of fish is this? I've never seen it before. It's a hybrid of the Manhwa fish and the barracuda. I bred it myself. Lei Lin laughed. This creature was an accidental product of a bloodline experiment. Unexpectedly, it had ended up tasting quite good, which prompted Lei Lin to serve it to guests. As the flesh of this fish was extremely delicious, and also had the function of strengthening the body of a rank 2 Magus, it was very popular. After finding this out, Lei Lin immediately ordered Celine to open up a massive aqua farm, preparing to breed this type of fish at a large scale. It would be another addition to his profits. While learning under the light magi of the south coast, Lei Lin had taken care of numerous secret planes and had learned that something like that had a lot of significance and value. As a bonus, Celine had been extremely agreeable to him recently at night, her eyes so bright it seemed like she could blink out liquid. Leyland's conjecture was that she had thought he had been diligently managing the guild, which touched her. Lei Lin had merely laughed off her misunderstanding, not bothering to explain and instead enjoying his luck with her. After enjoying the fine liquor and good food together, Lei Lin finally cut to the chase. I wonder what I can do for Protector Logan, that you've come all the way here. I came here today because I have a presumptuous request of you. Logan looked serious, and slightly embarrassed. What is it? Lei Lin seemed calm, while Celine who was beside him grasped his fingers. On behalf of the Central Region's Guilds Alliance, I invite Nature's Alliance to move to the Central Region. We have prepared the resources afforded to a large-scale guild for you, and there is a seat for Nature's Alliance waiting amongst our ranks. In other words, once you go there, Nature's Alliance will become a large-scale guild. Logan went straight to the point, saying everything in one breath. The moment the words left his mouth, Lei Lin could feel Celine's breath becoming more hurried. Large-scale guild. That was the ultimate dream of all guilds in Twilight Zone. As the heart of Twilight Zone, the Central Region was also where the population was the densest, and represented the essence of the subterranean humans. Most guilds could only wish to expand there. Celine had always been striving for Nature's Alliance to rise through the ranks, and she did not seem to find this situation to be strange at all. Meanwhile, Lei Lin was thinking of something else. Has the situation in the Central Region become that bad? he suddenly asked. HM. Logan's expression froze. Moments later, he laughed wryly. Chapter 361, Movement. Movement. I really can't hide anything from you. Logan laughed bitterly. As you know, the situation in the central region is not favorable. The Dark Elves are a part of it, but the protector of Twilight Zone is the more pressing issue. Lei Lin roughly understood the situation. Powerful rank 2 magi normally overtook the duties of protecting the north, south, east, and west of the Twilight Zone, but Central Twilight Zone was different. That area housed the elite forces of Twilight Zone, so the overseeing Magus was titled the Guardian of the Realm. The current generation's Guardian possessed the strength of a rank 3 Magus. But intelligence reports said that the lifespan of the Guardian was nearing its end. He hadn't even appeared in public in the last few decades. His seclusion was so foreboding that it was probably the main reason for the Dark Elves, dwarfs and gnomes to gang up on them. Celine clenched her fists tightly, her face turning red from anger. She had finally realized the meaning of the invitation. If it was during peacetime, and one was allowed to enter the central region and become a large-scale guild, that was a truly fortunate event. But now, the Dark Elven army had just been routed in the east, giving them some room to breathe. On the other hand, with the fall of Pai City, the center was facing a surge of Dark Elves and other enemies from the north. This meant the situation in the center was currently much worse than in the east. At such a time, what sort of invitation was this? Wasn't this just a request for troops and cannon fodder? Celine almost cursed before she realized that the person sitting across her was the rank 2 protector of the East. She suppressed her rage by force of will, leading to nothing but a smudge in her expression. Lei Lin remained silent for a while. He finally let out a bitter smile. The central region was originally protected on all 4 sides. It was extremely stable and peaceful, and was the best choice for accommodation. But currently, it's being eyed by our enemies. Logan, do you really want me to suffer? I understand your problem. But, Logan said hesitantly, firstly, I can tell you, this is an order of the Guardian of the Realm. We are to summon forth assistance from all 4 regions. Additionally, regardless of the other large-scale guilds' intentions, I can guarantee that my own guild will step forward and enter the central region. Logan stood up and vowed solemnly to Lei Lin, even bending his head all the way to his knees. Sir Lei Lin. For Twilight Zone, and for the entire human race, I hope you can help us. In that moment, Lei Lin felt like Logan's body was glowing. That expression greatly moved Celine, who was at his side. Lei Lin locked his brows, and seemed to be deep in thought. Logan and Celine, on the other hand, were afraid to even breathe too loudly for fear of interrupting Lei Lin's ruminations. I'll help you. After a few moments, Lei Lin produced an answer, bringing a sudden streak of joy across Logan's face and causing Celine to worry. She wanted to speak out, but was abruptly thwarted by Lei Lin continuing, but I have a few conditions. Speak. Logan's voice could not conceal his excitement. Lei Lin raised his index finger. Firstly, the resources and seat you promised previously must be handed over to us unconditionally. Of course, you're entitled to the resources and treatment given to a large-scale guild. If that bunch of brats dare to embezzle anything, I will kill them immediately. Logan's tone was merciless, but during war the Protector did indeed have the authority to do such a thing. Great, he raised another finger. In addition, I need to keep my land and position in the east. Want to leave an escape route? Sure. I can promise you that. Anything for mankind. Logan considered the condition for only a few moments before he agreed in delight. Anything for mankind. Lei Lin chuckled to himself. He had always known that the central region would be where everything would come to a head, and his plans also required that he go there. Hence, he had already considered going to the central region. Keeping a hold of their land here was obviously for him to retain the icy cave. There would have been no further negotiations if this point had been rejected. Lei Lin would rather secede from Twilight Zone than share the icy cave with anyone. Now, he didn't mind putting on a little show. Logan was truly touched. Many large guilds that he had visited previously had refused to help. After all, Magi were all rational beings, and they too had to think of their subordinates. The central region was now full of danger, how then was it more alluring than the east? Sir Lei Lin, Twilight Zone will forever remember your contribution. Logan appeared very reassured, as he entered his metallic life form and hurriedly left. It seemed like he still had many guilds to visit. Sir. Why did you? Immediately after Logan left, Celine asked with urgency. I have already decided. You can stay behind and guard this place if you wish. In any case, we will retain our land in the east. Going to the center is merely a gamble. It doesn't matter if we fail, and if we do manage to succeed, Nature's Alliance will become one of the central region's large-scale guilds. Isn't that what you've always been dreaming of? Lei Lin smiled at Celine, placid. But, what about your safety? Celine knew that the rise of Nature's Alliance was founded completely on the formidable strength of the man before her. Were they to lose him, the consequences would be unimaginable. You do not need to worry about my safety, for I will not put myself in a deadly situation. Furthermore, do you not trust my abilities? Lei Lin persuaded her calmly. Celine nodded and her heart calmed. As the person who came into contact with Lei Lin the most and the one closest to him, she deeply believed in the man's unfathomable abilities. Sometimes, the display of just a fraction of his power could scare her breathless. Okay. Pass the orders. A new batch of Magi and Acolytes are to be chosen, we set off in 10 days. Lei Lin commanded. Yes. Celine saluted, withdrew herself with a bow. Nature's Alliance was currently under Lei Lin's sole command, and nobody in the guild could disobey him. Although there were some small troubles initially, Lei Lin's absolute authority ensured the orders for the mobilization of their forces were sent out methodically. Although many acolytes feared the disorder in the central region, they also craved adventure. Despite the danger, there were also many magicians there who had gained rewards aplenty. As for the higher-ups, their fates were in Lei Lin's hand, so what choice would they have? After 10 days, an enormous squadron had been formed, and began advancing towards the central region. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Canyon of Nature's Alliance, Celine was clad in a purple gown. She observed the squadron proceed slowly until they disappeared along the horizon. Due to some considerations Lei Lin had, he wanted Celine to remain here. You must definitely return alive. She prayed as she returned to Nature's Alliance. Guild Master. Several official Magi and Acolytes hastily greeted her. They knew of Lei Lin's and Celine's relationship, and the fact that both of them were the nominal masters of the guild, so they did not dare to be negligent. Upon witnessing this scene, Celine felt some emptiness in her heart, but shortly after, another unfamiliar feeling arose. You may rise. The Dark Elves in the eastern region have already retreated, leaving behind many resources for us to conquer. This is our chance. Celine's voice was cold yet noble, and no one dared to look straight at her. Things will only be interesting when some leeway is given to these sorts of women. Meanwhile, on a luxurious vehicle pulled by a giant salamander, Lei Lin stroked his chin and he broke into a demonic chuckle. A woman like Celine could only bloom completely if authority was given to her. Hence, Lei Lin had intentionally given her position and power in the guild. He was sure that, in their next meeting, she would definitely not disappoint him. Furthermore, his goals during this journey to the center were too large for Celine's strength to be of assistance to him. He was also not in the mood to get intimate with her, so he had left her behind. The central region. Lei Lin quietly went over the intelligence he had gathered regarding the central region. It was the core of the entire Twilight Zone with a very high population density. The strength of its large-scale guilds largely surpassed that of guilds in the other regions. Yet, this was not the most horrifying fact. The guardian of the realm, Lei Lin let out a sigh. The position of the Guardian was normally given to the most powerful Magus in the entirety of Twilight Zone. But the Protector of the East, Logan, had met him several times and their abilities should be on par. Hence, the Guardian of the Realm should be a powerhouse even amongst rank 3 Magi. If not for his lifespan that was almost depleted, Lei Lin would not dare to play such tricks. The squadron proceeded gradually, and the roaming darkness creatures and bandits on their path fled in all directions the moment they spotted them. They did not dare to obstruct Leyland's party and offend them. The bandits were observant and naturally realized that this squadron was composed of Magi. As for the darkness creatures, they could sense the strong aura traveling towards them and escaped for fear of death. Thus, the journey was rather a peaceful one. Along the way, Nature's Alliance had amassed a following of several other medium-scale guilds as well as a few small-scale guilds. They, too, had heeded the call and wanted to go to the central region to keep watch. Upon witnessing Nature Alliance's standard, the guild masters of different guilds immediately came forth to visit him, and even let go of their pride to discuss the possibility of joining forces to advance. After all, the fact that Lei Lin was a member of Nature's Alliance was made known to many. That was a rank 2 Magus. With him there, the procession would definitely make it to the central region without any hiccups. Although there are a few idealists in there, most of them are those with great ambitions who are willing to take a gamble. After a look, Lei Lin evaluated these people indifferently. However, he still agreed to their requests. The horse carriages, which formed a large procession resembling a river, began to travel towards the central region. As Magi could illuminate the path ahead with spells, there was no need for the carriages to carry torches. The giant sunstone was placed on the top of a carriage, illuminating the surroundings and their path brightly. Chapter 362, A Fair Trial. A Fair Trial. Rumble. Faint fluctuations traveled over, and for there to be so many undulations despite the long distance allowed the people in the carriage to ascertain their identities. They're Magi, official Magi. It looks like they're battling. Do we still proceed? A peak rank 1 Magus guild master approached Leyland's carriage and bowed, asking for further instructions. Of course. Leyland spoke indifferently. With the power they held when they banded together, they could easily go on a rampage in the eastern region. Thus, they were fearless. The guild leaders seemed to have the same thoughts and, after a moment of pause, they continued to advance. The rest of the party noticed the energy fluctuations as they closed in. One of the two seemed to have reservations with approaching them, while the other hesitated for a moment before heading in their directions. Trying to use us to block the enemy? The Magi in the group of carriages silently waited while smirking. Shio. Seconds later, a red streak shot over from afar, and a young Magus appeared. This Magus looked quite ordinary but for the black ring on his right index finger and his resolute eyes. After seeing so many official Magi, his eyes widened and he tried to take a long way around them. You can't escape. How dare you steal our family's treasure, the woman's voice sounded out. The young man quivered, bit his lips, ground his teeth, and then dashed towards the group of carriages. Save me. I'm a wandering Magus, and for some reason, this mad woman is chasing me. She keeps slandering me and saying that I stole her treasure. This young Magus was naturally Aaron. After recuperating from his injuries, he had been unlucky enough to meet with the Magus from the Mambo family, and had been chased all the way here. As for blocking this group's path, that was naturally Merlin's idea. Will they save me? After all, Aaron worriedly communicated with Merlin in his mind. Don't worry. I've already completely concealed the aura of the teardrop gemstone. That crazy woman behind us won't find anything. Merlin promised confidently. As for that confidence, it was definitely due to a certain someone within the carriages. Hee. Young man, you're pretty good to have actually helped me gather the teardrop gemstone. I didn't even know the Mambo family had this in their collection. Leyland smiled lightly, a cold glint in his eyes. Shio, at this moment, a pink ray shot into this area, and the female Magus who had been chasing after Aaron appeared in their midst. After seeing the group of carriages with so many magi, she felt her chest tighten perceptibly. "I am Ophelia of the Mambo family. My apologies if I am offending you, but please do not stop me from pursuing this vile thief." The group was arranged haphazardly, with a few small-scale guilds in front. Ophelia's tone was therefore not that polite. After all, the Mambo family was quite famous in this region. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? The Mambo family? Never heard of it before." Although those in front were just few small-scale guilds, their higher-ups were watching on from the back, and even the legendary rank 2 Magus in charge of Nature's Alliance was present. They were naturally unrestrained in their answers. "You," Ophelia's voice lowered, and a faint aura of danger emanated from her body. How many people in her family dared to speak to her like this? At this point, however, more carriages had arrived, and the markings caused Ophelia to swallow the words she was planning to say, making her dumbstruck. The lost clock, twisted black clouds, infernal blood, and Nature's Alliance. Ophelia's eyes widened. These were all medium-scale guilds, and each one of them was powerful enough to pressure the Mambo family, especially Nature's Alliance, which had a powerful rank 2 Magus in charge. The moment they were provoked, they would squash her like one would an ant. On the other end, Aaron gaped, stunned. So many magi and acolytes. Are they migrating? Ophelia had no intentions of offending anyone, please forgive me. Cold sweat rushed down Ophelia's spine, and she immediately dropped to the ground and bowed. Haven't you dealt with this yet? At this moment, Leylin opened the door and descended from the largest and most luxurious carriage in Nature's Alliance's group. Lord Leylin. All the magi there immediately bowed. Leylin. The legendary rank 2 Magus said to have heavily injured a dark elven sovereign mother. Why is my luck so bad? Ophelia was snarling on the inside, but she wouldn't dare to even break into a cold sweat in this man's presence. What's going on? Leylin furrowed his eyebrows, asking even though he knew the situation. My apologies, my lord. A Magus from the Alliance was frightened so badly he couldn't even speak clearly. What's going on? Leylin repeated once again, but the atmosphere had frozen. The entire group was quiet, and even some guild leaders of medium-scaled guilds, who were peak rank 1 magi themselves, did not dare to make a sound. My lord, it's like this. Ophelia tried her best to make herself sound calm, narrating the whole story. Oh. Is that so? Leylin turned, and Aaron was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. I'll give you one chance. You said you used your family's secret method and found him. Do it again in front of us. If the teardrop gemstone is on him, then he shall be judged by us all. If not, Leylin's dangerous gaze landed on Ophelia, causing her head to tingle. If it isn't, then Ophelia is willing to accept punishment. Ophelia grit her teeth and forced out an answer. Not only that, those of us here are responding to summons from the central region to engage in battle. If you are proven to be wrong, you shall be prosecuted by the War Council for obstructing military affairs. Leylin smiled to make up for his harsh words. Well then, begin. What do I do? What do I do? Aaron watched Ophelia, who had already begun to use her family's secret method, and the official magi who were preparing to watch a good show. He repeatedly asked Merlin in his mind, while not even daring to look at the legendary rank 2 Magus at all. Don't worry. I'm the legendary great Magus Merlin. What is a little rank 2 Magus to me? Merlin boasted shamelessly, with my spirit force concealing it, this girl definitely won't find anything. Then why didn't you use it previously? Aaron felt like he had been conned. A lot of my spirit force has been used, and it hasn't been replenished, Merlin explained vaguely, causing Aaron to immediately begin reproaching himself. How could he not trust Grandpa Merlin, whom he had grown up with? You're dead meat. Ophelia snickered while lowering her head, pointing at Aaron with the ring. There is a tracking spell formation on the teardrop gemstone passed down by my ancestors. As long he has it on him, my ring will emit red rays of light. Look, my lords. Ophelia pointed the ring at Aaron, and shouted a word, Mambo. Aaron's heart was at his throat, and he almost closed his eyes to wait for the judgment of destiny. Oh. Ah. All sorts of sounds resounded by Aaron's ears, but none of them were the accusations he had expected. He secretly chanced a glance at Ophelia, who was now looking lost and dejected. How is this possible? How is this possible? It wasn't like this the last few times. She lifted the ring and scanned him a few more times. The ring had no response, as if it were just an ordinary ring. Ha! How is it? Aren't my concealing methods powerful? Merlin chuckled heartily in Aaron's mind. In reality, all of this was Leyland's work. If not for him being there, Aaron would definitely have been seen through. How? Ophelia shrieked, unwilling to give up as she took off the ring and inspected the formations within. Moments later, she yelled out, "It must be you. You must have hidden the teardrop gemstone somewhere along the way. No. It must definitely be on your person. Hand it over." Blazing pink flames appeared on her body. Enough. What a farce. Leyland was still playing the role of a fair, altruistic judge. No. My lord, you need to believe me. Ophelia's voice cracked, sounding a little hoarse. Bang! A resplendent, silver light flashed, and the flames on her body were extinguished. She retreated a few steps and fell to the ground, her expression still full of stubbornness. Huh, that girl actually dares to resist. She's in trouble. Merlin rejoiced in Aaron's mind. What's happening? Aaron immediately asked. That Lord Leyland is a rank 2 Magus. His solidified spiritual force is not something a little girl like her can withstand, but she actually dared do so. What should have been a light injury will now become more serious, and might even affect her sea of consciousness. Ah. Then what's going to happen to her? Aaron began to blame himself. What else can happen to her? If a rank 2 Magus wants to discipline her, she'll still need to endure it even if she's not in the wrong. She can't complain either. Merlin continued taking joy in her pain, and took the opportunity to educate Aaron. This is the law of the Magus world. Leave this place and never appear in front of me again. It seems like you just made a mistake this time. I won't report it to the War Council. Leyland hummed lightly and returned to the carriage. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. His actions elicited words of gratitude from the female Magus. Ophelia left the area in a daze. Although she was in despair, were she to continue staying here, a few peak rank 1 magi would make short work of her without Leyland even lifting a finger. What are you looking at? We're leaving. Soon enough, the carriages continued their journey. Chapter 363, Infiltration into the Central Region. Infiltration into the Central Region. Aaron stood in a spot alone, and no magi bothered him. This was his second time experiencing a feeling of loss. The first time? Naturally, it was when his spiritual aptitude had deteriorated, and his engagement was broken off. Aaron held on to the black ring in his hands tightly. That was the gloomiest moment of his life, but thankfully he found this. Grandpa Merlin. When do you reckon I will reach the level of Master Leyland? Aaron silently asked in his heart. It had never occurred to him to use his connections. In Dolan City, he was but a small acolyte, whereas Leyland was a powerful rank 2 Magus. The latter would surely not remember him. Relax, isn't it just rank 2? Merlin had inherited Leyland's twisted sense of humor. It whispered into Aaron's mind, as long as you can find the 2 children of destiny, and trigger the river of destiny, your cultivation in sacred flame will increase exponentially. Advancing to rank 2 or 3 will be a simple task. In that case, I have to increase my speed. Aaron clenched his fist and looked into the far distance. For an instant he was filled with hope. To Lei Lin, what happened to Aaron was but a hiccup in his journey. Even though Aaron was a chess piece of his, he never requested Aaron to join him. After all, keeping Merlin at his side was enough. Moreover, he did not want to give Aaron or the others any clues, lest they discover his intentions. Lei Lin lowered his head, concealing the bottomless glow in his eyes. After advancing for half a month, the squadron had entered the central region. Their journey there had been very peaceful, with nothing happening. Their squadron was one that was composed of magicians. They had no lack of even peak rank 1 magi, and Lei Lin, a rank 2 magus, was leading them. It was already considered pretty good that they had not looked for trouble with others, forget anyone daring to offend them. With the aid of spells, they traveled rapidly, not being impeded even by rough terrain. Commoners would face difficulties when trying to trek through narrow valleys and scale steep cliffs. Magi just settled any problems with a few spells. Is this central twilight zone? The quality of life here far surpasses that of the East. Lei Lin had lowered his hood and looked around at the neatly built houses by the roadside. He nodded at the occasional farmer he saw. The center was the essence of Twilight Zone. Darkness creatures were a rare sight here, and the population density was very high. However, currently, Lei Lin could see squires dressed in leather armor running across the region. The farmers mostly looked worried, with North Twilight Zone having fallen, the big war was at their doorstep. The dark elven soldiers and dwarves, gnomes and even darkness creatures from outside the region could all directly arrive at the central region after bypassing the north, which could create a lot of trouble for them. The central region lacked the strength to repel such raids, especially in terms of magicians. They had no choice but to send out orders to all 4 zones and recruit more acolytes. At this point in time, a Nature's Alliance Magus came forth and reported to Lei Lin, "My lord. The leaders of a few medium-scale guilds have come forth to say their goodbyes. They are going to return to the zones they came from. Let them go. They don't have to specially report to me." Lei Lin coldly ordered. A large number of orders sounded in the distance. Some of the smaller troops, like the distributaries of a river, left Nature's Alliance's side. What a pity. Lei Lin glanced at the small and medium-scale guilds that were leaving, and let out a sigh. Even though the resources in the central region were good, they had to be exchanged for with one's life. If these guilds could survive the big war, they would naturally get land as their reward. However, if they risk suffering heavy losses, or even being completely wiped out, then leaving would be the best choice. Though the central region was rich in resources, even it could not support all the guilds that came. The war would choose the real winners who would end up with the last laugh. Still, many guilds swarmed to the central region. Even though they knew it was all a gamble, they did not hesitate for a moment to stake everything on this wager. They hoped to gain a lot from it. After the war, how many guilds would there be left? Lei Lin sighed lightly and closed the windows. "Send the orders down, we are to advance at full speed and rush to our territory as soon as we can." On the surface, Lei Lin was still representing Nature's Alliance's interests, and hence he had ordered so casually. "As you wish, my lord." The orders were quickly passed down through magic spells, and the sounds of the earth salamanders and wildebeest came repeatedly as the entire squadron's speed increased a level. In yet another region, a few haggard travelers entered the boundaries of the central region. Is this the central region? Balin swept off the dust on his body and looked at the big city ahead. He was dressed in oversized gray gunny robes, and a spider streaked in gold would pop out onto his shoulders from time to time. Yes. Advancing after Trans City should lead us to Central Twilight Zone. Memphis was next to Balin. However, he had currently lost all resemblance to a dark elf, and only looked like a pale-skinned royal. Could you get your underground winter spider emperor to hide? It's very easy to attract attention here. He once again looked at the mischievous spider that climbed onto Balin's shoulder, and smiled wryly. This golden spider seemed to be able to understand human languages, and upon hearing what Memphis said, it let out a threatening screech. Aru says that he has restrained his aura, and only rank 2 magi can see through his transformation, so even if formal magi were to see the underground winter spider emperor, they would only treat it as a mutated ordinary spider. Balin translated for Memphis, also, if you dare to suggest this ever again, he'll eat you. Alright. Memphis was rendered speechless. This underground winter spider emperor was Balin's reward from their excursion into the Dark Elven Empire. Originally, they had planned to attack or subdue the underground winter spider emperor to halt the war. However, the underground winter spider emperor had confoundingly decided to follow Balin, becoming the Magus contracted familiar. Memphis had not expected that, and after he found out that it could have been the workings of his ancestral amulet, he felt so cheated that he almost went and banged his head against a wall. Although he knew that his ancestors were royals of a strong clan, he had not expected them to have left such a strong agreement that the owner of the amulet could actually control the underground winter spider emperor. That was a being with the strength of a rank 2 Magus. Were he to have gained control of it, the underground winter spider knights would have defected to his side, but now. Memphis smiled wryly as he looked at Balin, who was standing at the side. Even though they had the underground winter spider knights, the proud dark elves simply would not admit that a member of another species could exercise control over their sacred objects. On the contrary, they had viewed this as a great humiliation, and had even launched into a relentless killing spree. Memphis had seen the Dark Elven Empire's plans fail. He learned through his connections that the Dark Elves were plotting yet another scheme in the central region, one that could potentially destroy the foundations of the human race. Upon receiving the news, Balin had become restless and filled with a strong sense of duty. After ensuring that Jenny settled down, he secretly entered the central region with Memphis. What happens to us after this? Do we tell the Magi what we found out? Balin suddenly realized that he had no idea about his next course of action. Just based on our own merits? Memphis pointed to himself and smiled bitterly, then pointed to the underground winter spider emperor on Balin's shoulders, a dark elf and a suspicious man with an underground winter spider emperor. I'm afraid that, before we even utter a single word, the other side will have started flinging spells at us. Needless to say, this information would only be heeded if a rank 2 Magus passed it on, and Aru's stealth would not hold up against such an existence. Furthermore, upon seeing an underground winter spider emperor, a rank 2 Magus would even kill us immediately. After all, their bloodlines ensure that dark elves would instantly weaken the moment an underground winter spider emperor dies. They would even lose their endless supply of mounts. This would definitely be a huge blow to the Dark Elven Empire. What do you think they would choose to do? Essentially, there's still no way. Balin squatted down and felt dejected. However, it is not entirely hopeless. Memphis' tone changed. There's hope. Balin's eyes lit up. Do you remember that I mentioned Magus Leylin earlier? Master Leylin? Balin's voice held a tinge of respect within it. He saw Leylin as a teacher and was grateful and respectful to him. Yes. That Leylin. Did you know that he is actually the most recent Magus to reach rank 2? Memphis lowered his voice. Even though Leylin was a member of another species, he still held a respect for the strong. According to the news I received, not only did he help Fendix attack and kill a rank 2 matriarch at Dolan, he had defeated another matriarch before it. My clan's intelligence has already marked him as a threat with a danger level of 8. Master. He is actually so strong. Balin's eyes widened. He had personally witnessed the strength of a rank 2 matriarch. In the Dark Elven Empire, he and Memphis had been hunted down by a matriarch. If not for the protection of the underground winter spider emperor, they would definitely not have been able to escape. The matriarch's unyielding strength had left a deep impression on the minds of the two. And now, he was being told that the Master Leylin who had taught him before was even stronger than a rank 2 matriarch. Balin's feelings at that moment were very complicated. There was pride, but there was also regret. Yes. Memphis nodded his head, though we're not of the same kind, I admire him greatly as well. This Master Lei Lin is definitely a heavy presence in the Magi world, and even has ties with you. You need only pass the intelligence to him. Chapter 364, Meeting. Meeting. That is indeed a good idea. But, Bei Lin had nodded, but then felt a little guilty. He had only left behind a letter when he took Jenny away, not even wishing the man goodbye. It was slightly irrational, and even ungrateful. This had always been a thorn in his heart. However, he had been impulsive as a teenager, and his worry for Jenny's safety had led him to go through with what he had done. He had planned to wait until things got better and he managed to make something of himself. He would return as a successful man with a reputation. If he then begged for Leyland's apology, he believed he would be forgiven. Lord Leyland might even make an exception and acknowledge me as his disciple. Bei Lin occasionally dreamed of such. However, the timing was still not right. He was a poor, penniless youngster who was even being chased by the Dark Elves. If he were to head over now, he would even need to rely on Lei Lin for help. Blood rushed to Bei Lin's head, and his cheeks flushed. "What's wrong?" Memphis asked. "Oh, nothing, it's nothing. You have a great idea. Let's do it." "I don't recommend you do that." At this moment, a cold female voice sounded beside them. "Who is it?" Bei Lin immediately jumped a distance away, his cloak fluttering open. His bio-boosting armor, comprising of countless eyes, fused with his body, and the underground winder spider emperor on his shoulder hopped off as it expanded from the size of a fist to that of a two-storied building. It turned towards the voice, a translucent liquid dripping from its white teeth. On the other side, Memphis started to prepare his spells as well, his body glowing. The relentless pursuit they had escaped from until now had made them paranoid, and they were easily startled. Red flashing lights revealed the source of the voice to be a female Magus. This woman wore a large white robe, her charming eyebrows were long and narrow, and the lines on her face were soft and exquisite. She could be considered a rare beauty. What made her stand out was the 5-colored gemstone bracelet on her pale neck. Energy fluctuations that did not lose out to that of an official Magus emanated from her body. "Who are you?" Bei Lin asked guardedly. This human Magus seemed to be proficient in stealth techniques. She had been able to come close without being noticed, closer than even the dark elven forces that had chased them could get. "I have no bad intentions." The female Magus smiled good-naturedly, and then spread her arms. "My name is Venus, and I'm a wandering Magus. I'm here to give you some advice." The female Magus' voice was very calm, and there was a mysterious aura about her. It was an aura found only on the erudite and wise, like elders who had long since learned the ways of the world. No, not erudite. She's confident, as if the entire world is a toy in her hands. Memphis was secretly shocked. This confidence was seldom seen even among matriarchs. This conclusion drove him to further shock, and he went on high alert. This sort of person was bound to have unfathomable strength or a special ability. It was best if he and Bei Lin did not do anything that they were not sure would go well. "All right. Well then, Ms. Venus, what would you like to tell us?" Memphis had stealthily retreated a few steps, and was using his right sleeve to conceal his actions as he took hold of a simple magic scroll. "You don't have to be so wary. I'm a friend who is here to help you." Venus smiled wryly, and without waiting for Memphis to inquire, she began to narrate. "There's a traitor among the upper ranks of Twilight Zone's Magi who has colluded with the Dark Elves. I don't know this person's identity yet, but I know he's shrouded by the fog of destiny. However, he might have a guardian, be it the guild leader of a large-scale guild, or even the Magus Lei Lin you spoke of. If you enter their hands, the consequences will be dire." "There's a traitor among the higher-ups of Magi?" Bei Lin cried out, "Where did you get that news?" "The guidance of destiny lets me see this, just as it lets me see your futures." A pious expression appeared on Venus' face as she walked forward, focusing on Bei Lin's face. "You will become a hero in the future, and I shall be your most loyal subordinate and assistant." As she said this, she actually half knelt and performed the rites to vow her loyalty and devotion to him. I'll become a hero." Baylin seemed to turn a little stupid, but Memphis had zoned in on the main points of her speech. "A prophecy? Could you be the legendary Witch of Destiny, capable of peering into someone's entire life? Under the guidance of destiny, nothing can be hidden." Venus nodded and confirmed her identity. "A female magus that can predict the future. So cool." Baylin cheered. History has given birth to many legendary figures like the Lion King and John the Golden Knight. Each of them had a wise and powerful magus aiding them, one with the power to see the future. Only with this aid did they become the masters of their generations. The stream of fortuitous meetings, as well as having the Witch of Destiny standing on his side, made him feel slightly complacent. Perhaps I really am destined to be a hero. These thoughts could not be contained as they took root in Baylin's mind, a seed that kept growing. "Baylin, wake up." Memphis was a little speechless. They hadn't even ascertained whether this person was friend or foe, or whether her prophecy was real, yet he had already begun to daydream. "My lady Magus, can you prophesize the conspiracy stirring amongst the dark elves?" Memphis asked what he was most concerned about. "I'm afraid not. The current of destiny is far too powerful, and I can only see certain images, of specific times and places." Venus smoothed her long hair at the back, laughing wryly. "Also, the dark elves seem to have a helper that is the same as me, able to predict the future." "What?" Baylin and Memphis involuntarily cried out at the same time. Since when did terrifying magi who could predict the future become so commonplace that they could be found everywhere? "All right. Looks like I wasn't the only one. Well then, Venus, are you willing to become our companion and adventure with us?" Baylin laughed, stretching his arm towards Venus. "It would be my honor." Venus' voice revealed a tinge of emotion. However, the moment their hands touched, her expression changed. A white circle spread from the centers of her eyes, turning her pupils pure white. In her line of sight, a young magus with a black ring was rapidly rushing in their direction. That person also looked in this direction, as if through the power of destiny, they had also noticed her existence. "This is bad." Red light flashed from her body, and she quickly turned to leave. "Don't even think of running." On the other end, Aaron now knew the reason why he had been hurrying his journey and feeling so restless. Another person training in Sacred Flame had already rushed ahead of him and arrived first. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. Two rays streaked through the horizon, causing Baylin and Memphis to be unable to make heads or tails of the situation. "Is she the other magus?" Aaron's expression was dark as he asked in his mind. "Yes. I can feel the aura of another magic artifact I forged on her." Merlin's voice was low as he answered quickly. Rumble. The two rays clashed, and quickly separated. However, with that attack, Aaron and Venus could now see each other clearly. It was a beautiful female magus, Aaron judged, but immediately after, a powerful desire exploded from the depths of his heart. This was a violent surge that could not be stopped. Devour her. Devour her. Devour her. What's going on? Aaron pressed his hand to his heart, looking ashen. He asked Merlin, "Why do I feel like I need to kill this woman to be whole?" Sigh, Merlin huffed out a long breath. "It looks like the necklace contains a memory fragment of mine, and it has imparted Sacred Flame to her as well." Sacred Flame is an exclusive high-grade meditation technique. In other words, only one magus in a generation can successfully train in it. The rest might not die, but they won't be able to attain a higher level in their meditation technique. My apologies. Don't worry. Aaron was now a lot more mature. If not for Sacred Flame, I might have died countless times. Why would I care about that? But does that mean I'm enemies with that female magus? Yes. Only one person will be able to have the last laugh between you two, and I hope that will be you." Merlin's voice traveled. "Don't worry, I will do all I can to support you." Everyone has gathered. The show is about to start. Leylin occupied the central tent in Nature's Alliance's temporary encampment, and it was the most luxurious. Through the AI chip, he was now checking up on his guinea pigs and their progress in Sacred Flame. By distributing the old grandpas and his modified technique, he obtained not only a lot of experimental data but also the high-grade meditation techniques that he'd had them steal. These high-grade meditation techniques were normally only passed on to guild members. However, with an unwitting spy amongst their ranks, obtaining them was very easy. "Looks like I've managed to successfully modify prophecies." Leylin scratched his chin. That prediction of a traitor had been a cock and bull story he had conjured up, but it had successfully deceived Venus. This allowed Leylin to be even more confident in his future plans. "But that last guinea pig is really exceeding my expectations. He actually chose to side with the Dark Elves. How daring." Chapter 365, Life Absorption. Life Absorption. Leylin was actually full of praise for the last guinea pig. To be able to overcome the pressure to help their own race, and to disregard the norms and side with the enemy race, that required courage and decisiveness that not many possessed. "It's a pity that since all the information you get is transparent to me, it's useless no matter what you do." Leylin sighed, eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "My lord." At this moment, a Magus voice sounded outside. "Come in." "Yes." The fabric for the tent was pushed aside, and a kindly old geezer entered. This was Iron, the peak rank 1 Magus Leylin had forced into his service. He had many plans for the central region, and had naturally brought his strongest helpers to put them into practice. The inconveniences around Ardent Gale Lake have been taken care of. "We can move in at any time," Iron respectfully lowered his head, reporting to Leylin. Though the central region had gone all out and agreed to give Nature's Alliance resources that were usually reserved for large-scale guilds, there were still many problems which Nature's Alliance needed to handle themselves. Magi could be controlled, but dangerous creatures would not obediently listen to the orders of the War Council. "You did well." Leylin nodded slightly. Ardent Gale Lake was where they were going to be garrisoned. It would be Nature's Alliance's headquarters in the central region. Iron responded deferentially to Leylin's indifferent commands, and withdrew quickly. Also, just as Iron was about to leave, he heard Leylin's voice, "I want to go out for a bit, and I'm leaving you in charge. Be careful of the surrounding dangers." "Of course, my lord." Iron bowed even lower. "N." Leylin nodded, waving his arms and letting Iron leave. The next job was construction, something that was both troublesome and time-consuming. Leylin could not be bothered with helping, so he left everything to Iron. If this was his previous world, this might result in him becoming a mere figurehead, but the Magus world was different. His own strength rivaled or even surpassed that of the rest of Nature's Alliance combined. Not to mention, he still had full control of Iron's life. He still had the man's spirit source. Hence, Leylin did not worry one bit that Iron would betray him. "It's also time to see some old friends." Leylin laughed slightly, and his body was suddenly engulfed in black mist. Pack, with a light noise, the black mist suddenly exploded, and Leylin's figure disappeared from the tent. "Ernies, are you sure that he is vulnerable right now? This is a rank 2 Magus we're talking about." Somewhere else underground, Longbottom wore his black robes with an image of a spider twisting on the back. 8 jet black claws stretched towards the air, as if trying to draw in some mysterious energy. "Of course, my lord." The Magus named Ernies was a pale, sturdy man. His features were clear and he wore exquisite handmade armor. The tattered notebook in his hand stood out, as if it didn't belong there. "The great Magus Rosby, the guild leader of Green Water's Garden, will be weakened by restrictions in his high-grade meditation technique, and his strength will fall from that of a rank 2 Magus. I've already foreseen the exact time, and even his hiding spot." Ernie sounded very confident. Ever since he'd begun practicing sacred flame, every prophecy he'd made had played out in real life. Naturally, he had grown to be sure of their accuracy. Good. This operation will be a big one. Longbottom closed his eyes, as if he was communicating with the spider on his back. He then suddenly spoke, "The magi that belong to guilds all own the most land and have the best resources, and restrict us from advancing. They monopolize high-grade meditation techniques and cruelly exploit we acolytes and magi who have humble backgrounds. Can you tolerate that?" Longbottom's body floated to the air, sound magic amplifying his voice tenfold such that it resounded in the underground cavity. No. No. Within this cavity, there were a few acolytes and magi besides Ernie's. Though they looked to be down and out, their eyes seemed to be ablaze. Few magicians were lucky enough to find inheritances on their own. If the rest were not nurtured by guilds, their futures would be bleak. As a result of unfair treatment and having been pushed around for a long period of time, Longbottom had easily lit their hearts aflame. He had needed to spend little energy in gathering a large group of magicians to his side. With the secret support of the Dark Elves, as well as Longbottom's generous distribution of high-grade meditation techniques, these magicians had increased their strength by a level or two. Magi who were able to survive in the cracks of society were all quite capable in their own right, and the amount of power they had been able to muster had left Longbottom tongue-tied. Now, by brainwashing them into desiring change by revolution, Longbottom had played these magi into the palm of his hands. "What do we need?" Longbottom's voice boomed. "Revolution. Revolution. Revolution." The sound waves almost launched Ernie's off his feet. He stood aside, hearing the acolytes and even official magi shouting themselves hoarse, and flushed red. He felt incomparably cold inside. At this moment, he felt a mysterious power shrouding them. It seemed as heavy as the mountains and seas, but it had no element to it. After training in sacred flame, Ernie's was extremely clear of what this energy was. The power of destiny, and so concentrated at that. Ernie's muttered. "We are now going to destroy a large-scaled guild and kill the rank 2 Magus, Rosby." Longbottom ordered, full of spirit. Behind him, the spider totem's eyes suddenly brightened. Ka-cha. Ka-cha, soft booms sounded from Longbottom's body as elemental rings of light appeared around him. These were the symbol of a semi-converted Magus. Immediately, numerous energy rings appeared, creating brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Longbottom's aura constantly strengthened, until it would not lose out to a peak rank 1 Magus. Life absorption, a high-grade meditation technique used by Dark Elven matriarchs. Through drawing on the life force of others, one can advance very quickly, but the aftereffects are severe. If they cannot gather the requisite amount of life energy every day, then the Magus' own life force will quickly wither, until the technique has drained them completely of their life. Ernie's lowered his head, hiding the glint in his eyes. "Looks like Longbottom has been gaining a higher status at the Dark Elves' end, and I have pretty much entered the Dark Elves' camp and turned into a traitor." A sardonic smile appeared on his lips, "But so what if I betrayed them? Magi should only consider their own benefits. My counterparts are still contesting the other child of destiny, how would they have the advantage I gain by being alone? I will be the one with the last laugh." Ernie's roared in his heart. He felt his own body twist, and the meditation technique that had been advancing at a snail's pace began to progress at a rapid rate. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Longbottom, who was ready and waiting. In his vision, of the powers of destiny that had gathered on Longbottom's self, a part had quickly turned towards him. Ka-cha. As if he had broken through some bottleneck, tiny elemental rings appeared in his hands, along with a crisp sound emanating from his body. From a normal Magus who had just advanced, he had become a semi-converted Magus. As expected. By changing the course of the river of destiny and taking in its power, sacred flame can improve at a rapid pace. The burly man's eyes were filled with a crazed excitement. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" A voice suddenly sounded from the tattered notebook. I was too careless previously. I apologize, dear Magus Merlin. The man did not hesitate to lower his head, since he would lose nothing by apologizing. You really are quite gutsy to dare tamper with destiny on such a large scale. Longbottom could very well die there. The old geezer Merlin touched his beard. Even I have rarely done something this crazy in the 3,200 years of my life. Hee hee. Longbottom is a child of destiny, he won't die so easily. As for the other magi, what do their lives have to do with me? Ernie snickered. Even if the child of destiny really were to die here, that will alter the course of the river of destiny as well. How much power could I get from that? And after that, you will be devoured and killed. Merlin refuted without hesitation. It's all a gamble. I don't care. The burly man chuckled, radiating an aura of determination and madness. These two auras mixed together and formed something even more contradictory. Merlin sighed, but did not speak further. Inside, however, it was sending the main AI chip and Leylin some information. Target has developed Type 2 mental breakdown. Data has been recorded as such. Somewhere at a high altitude, Leylin halted his footsteps. Interesting. What an interesting plan. His lips quirked up in a smile. The central region is unstable right now, but it hasn't been pushed past the tipping point yet. Let me be the one to do that. Chapter 366, Backlash. Backlash. The field had been partitioned, with a large mill occupying the center. Not far away, there was a small farm and a stone castle. However, it was very small and lacked a moat. At a glance, it looked to be the territory of a small aristocratic family. In a shadow, Ernest had respectfully lowered his head and was reporting to Longbottom. My lord, I can confirm that this is a secret stronghold of the Green Water Gardens Guild. The great Magus Rosby who is in his down period is hiding here. This is their nest, and there should be many defensive spell formations. Since they're a rank 2 Magus, even if they were weakened temporarily, they cannot be compared to an ordinary peak rank 1 Magus. Longbottom muttered to himself, and then glanced at his subordinates. Those following him were all official magi, but few were even semi-converted. He could unearth their potentials, but what he needed was time. He had brought them along now as a declaration of allegiance, to form an impassable divide between them and the ruling class. Longbottom glanced at the few figures dressed in black robes. These people had slim bodies and had concealed their features with large cloaks. The cloaks were so large, in fact, that one could not even tell the men from the women. These were the backup he had been given by the Dark Elves. All of them were at the peak of rank 1. As for the rank 2 matriarchs, every single action of theirs was being monitored. It was impossible for one to sneak across the border to conduct an assassination. In addition, even if they somehow got in, they would be surrounded and attacked by the Magi of Twilight Zone. Dark Elves could bear the deaths of rank 1 Magi, but rank 2 matriarchs were the backbones of their clans. Their presence was a spiritual support to the clan members, boosting their morale. The death of a matriarch was a heavy loss for any clan. It was for this reason that Fendix, who had killed a matriarch, had gained large rewards from Twilight Zone as well as a huge bounty from the Dark Elven Empire. Honestly speaking, the rewards that the crazed Dark Elves promised had even tempted Leylin. Fendix himself was so frightened that he spent all his time at the headquarters of his guild, and had naturally not come to the aid of the central region. Go! With Longbottom's order, flames of death descended on this peaceful field. Rumble, fireballs rained down like meteors, sending sparks flying everywhere. What's going on? A knight dressed in the garb of nobility rushed out, shocked. An attack from Magi? Why? Are they Dark Elves? Shio. After seeing the situation, he retreated without the slightest hesitation, leaving his territory, subjects, and even family behind. As a knight who had entered the battlefield before, he knew the terror that magi brought with them. He knew that once they attacked, this place was doomed. Don't let any of them go. Longbottom watched the knight who was darting away and pointed at him like one would at an ant. A deathly light streaked across the sky and reached his back. Like cutting through cotton, it easily penetrated the knight's defense and exploded on his back. Bang! A hole that could fit a basketball was opened up, revealing white bones and black blood. The knight's eyes were filled with fear, as well as shock. The powerful inertia allowed him to run a few more steps before he fell with a thud. Under the constant onslaught of spells, the village turned into a sea of fire. None of the peasants lived, and it soon turned into a white land. However, Longbottom was still not satisfied and ordered the magi to quicken their actions. Layers of soil were lifted, revealing a glossy rock wall, with runes on it concealing any energy fluctuations. He's actually like a groundhog hiding under the feet of regular humans, and has even carved energy runes to conceal his aura. This Magus Rosby really is rather timid, Longbottom sneered, and pointed at the magic wall. Destroy it. Rumble. Numerous spells were interrupted by several rays of light before they could reach the rock wall. Rumble, the rock separated, revealing a large door. Thud. Thud, accompanied by heavy footsteps, for large silver guards walked out. These silver guards were all adorned in heavy armor, and their expressions were molded to be blank. There was even some light flashing out of their eyes like a searchlight. Ernest immediately stepped forward and spoke. Rosby is very careful and cautious. He hasn't revealed this location to any other Magus, and even the guard has been set up by him alone, consisting only of secret silver puppets. Hence, he's the only one in here. We need to prevent him from fleeing. As for how he had found this out, it would stay a secret. When working together, these 4 secret silver puppets are equivalent to 2 peak rank 1 magi. The 2 of you, go up there and stop them. The Revolutionary Army will be around to keep them from fleeing. Longbottom quickly sent down the command. The 2 black-robed people charged up without a word. Roar! The secret silver puppets yelled and brandished their large silver swords, battling the black-robed elves. Immense energy fluctuations gave rise to a storm, sweeping through the region. The Revolutionary Army Longbottom had brought with him dared only to watch on from a distance, occasionally supporting the 2 and pinning the guards down. Ernest and the rest, follow me. Longbottom shook his robes, and the rest of the Dark Elves and Ernest followed him. Only after they were far from everyone's eyes did Longbottom speak to Ernest. Quick! Find the escape routes Rosby could be using. Come with me. Moments later, Ernest led the way. Go! Longbottom watched Ernest, who was leading the way, eyes darting everywhere. Nobody could guess his thoughts. In a little farm about 5 kilometers away. Paula, the soil flipped over, revealing a dark pathway. A grim middle-aged man in dark red Magus robes walked out. After glancing at his surroundings, he immediately unfurled a scroll. Green hurricanes blew forth, and a large pair of wings formed on his back. I can't stay here any longer. How did this get out? This Magus was obviously Green Water Gardens Rank 2 Magus, Rosby. He was obviously in a stale mood. The location that only he knew of had been leaked, and someone had even found him while he was weak. The whole situation reeked of a conspiracy. However, he had another question. I didn't tell anyone about this place. How did they find out? However, he did not dare dwell on this for long. This place is dangerous. I'll think about it after I leave. Just as Rosby was about to spread his wings, an extreme sense of danger came upon him. He immediately retreated, his figure turning into an afterimage. Rumble. A large explosion occurred right where he had been standing, and the energy particles that were dispelled caused massive damage to the ground. Shio. 2 black streaks of light flew across the sky, forming a cross in midair. These arches accurately homed in on Rosby's wings. This trajectory. It's the Dark Elves' curved archery. You are Dark Elves. The wings fell apart, and Rosby paled before crying out in alarm. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk black light flashed, and a distortion appeared in the air, revealing a few figures. Longbottom took the lead, and the two robed people behind him also took off their clothes, revealing pale, handsome features and pointed ears. The twisted runes on their fantastic black bows were now flickering. Humans and Dark Elves. Looks like you are the revolutionary army that has been causing such a ruckus. You are the leader, right? Longbottom. Rosby calmed down. Yes. Longbottom bowed. As a rank 2 Magus, you are my senior, but for our hopes and future, please die. Rumble, just as his words sounded, the Dark Elves suddenly attacked. Black streams of air formed what looked like a spider web and fell from the skies. On Longbottom's body, the phantom image of a large giant appeared and jumped onto the web, hissing loudly. Combination magic. Its power is almost as much as that of a rank 2 spell. A strange smile appeared on his face, but just that isn't enough. Rumble, a torrential power exploded forth from Rosby's body, as if a landslide or tsunami had come upon the area. Silver spiritual force slashed at the skies like a sharp sword, and quickly severed the web into two. The phantom image was also bisected, causing both Longbottom and the Dark Elves to pale. Rank 2 strength. You're not weak anymore. Longbottom had become deathly pale, his voice quivering. Impossible. Impossible. Ernest could not believe it either. Recognize the reality of it. Your opponent is a rank 2 Magus. How could he not have a few trump cards? Even if his strength might have been lowered because he was in his down period, he can still suppress that for a while and reveal true rank 2 strength. Merlin's voice sounded in Ernie's mind. How is this possible? I didn't predict. Ernest was flushing red, but suddenly became silent, like a duck that had been grasped at the neck. Do you understand now? You're only a rank 1 Magus, and in ancient times you'd be considered as just having crossed the gates of becoming a Magus. With just this bit of strength, it's impossible for you to completely predict the trump cards of a rank 2 Magus using Sacred Flame, even if you were weakened or heavily injured. The fog of destiny may shroud him, or even counterattack. Merlin's voice was as cold as ice. Now, do you know why I fell? Chapter 367, Clone Seed. Clone Seed. Ernest looked defeated. So I'm definitely going to die. Merlin sneered in his mind. Not necessarily. Longbottom is a child of destiny, and is not one to fall so easily. Besides, do you think the matriarch backing him doesn't have any contingency plans? You dare offend me, a respected rank 2 Magus? You will pay for this humiliation in blood. Rosby declared grimly, and a line of spiritual force converged that was tinged silver. The rank 2 Magus had even been slightly frightened. If he hadn't possessed a technique that could temporarily suppress his weakness, he could have died just then. A rank 2 Magus dying at the hands of a group of rank 1 Magi would be the biggest joke in Twilight Zone's history. Rosby felt like a robust adult who had been bitten by an ant. The humiliation irked him to his soul. This secret technique was not without cost. His period of vulnerability would be extended, and in the times of war, this could have had deadly consequences. Hence, he was now truly enraged. I shall turn you into maggots, making you rot and suffer underground for 10,000 years. I swear it. Rosby's eyes were completely red, and great amounts of solidified silver spiritual force swept through the area. Damn it. Use that. Longbottom yelled. The two Dark Elves behind him exchanged a glance and nodded, silver rays shooting out of their eyes. In that moment, their expressions were that of those preparing for death. They then produced jeweled daggers with a strange curve, aimed them at their own hearts and jabbed in. *PUK. PUK, 2 peak rank 1 elves collapsed, a bloody mist spreading from their chests. The phantom image of the spider behind Longbottom had been seriously injured by spiritual force and was on the verge of disappearing. However, it suddenly twitched and absorbed the red blood mist, quickly restoring itself. Its aura continually strengthened, until it was almost strong enough to rival the rank 2 Magus ahead of it. What's going on? Ernest was astonished. Nothing much. It's just a sacrifice. The same old thing that the Dark Elves always use. Merlin laughed sarcastically. Dark Elven society is made up of clans. Every clan has its matriarch, and they all have immense control over their descendants. This control runs deep in the blood, and is very difficult to free oneself from. Even if it's a peak rank 1 Magus, a mere spiritual suggestion would convince them to kill themselves without hesitation. The meditation technique Longbottom is training in is one that absorbs life energy. After absorbing that of 2 peak rank 1 Magi, although he can't defeat his opponent, he will most likely escape. What about me? Ernest was suddenly put in a difficult spot. Longbottom could leave, but he was just a semi-converted Magus. How was he to escape? This is the retaliation of destiny. Longbottom, being a child of destiny, can escape successfully. You'll be left behind as an outlet for the rank 2 Magus to vent his anger upon. Merlin's voice was frigid, rendering Ernest silent. His eyes turned white again as he tried to think up some countermeasures. He was trying to make a prediction, but he did not get anything. What should I do next? Ernest's voice was hoarse. Pray. At this point, you can do nothing but pray. Merlin's voice displayed his helplessness. If I still had my body, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. But now? You can only hope he doesn't prolong your life to torture you. No. I still have hope. Ernest stared hard at Longbottom. As long as my lord is willing to save me, I can. Ernest's words stuck in his throat. He watched as Longbottom, who was manipulating the phantom spider and battling with Rosby, quickly withdrew. Black gas flew everywhere and increased his speed. In a moment, he disappeared into the horizon. Ernest's eyes were filled with despair. On the other end, Rosby, who had lost Longbottom, turned his attention to the semi-converted Magus. A giant silver claw flew forth, its strength not something that Ernest could resist, and grabbed him. Am I going to die? I can't accept this. Ernest closed his eyes. Powerful solidified spiritual force causing the magical power in his body to become sluggish in its movements. He could do nothing in the face of a rank 2 Magus wrath. Rosby. At this moment, a low voice sounded from the horizon a long distance away, carrying with it a berserk energy. An opportunity. A person seeking revenge against Rosby seems to have appeared. I'll use my power to cover your presence. Quick, run. Merlin's voice was hurried, and with a sudden feeling of coldness infiltrating his senses, Ernest found himself able to move once again. He quickly escaped, dodging the attack of the giant claw. Without looking behind him, he quickly left. Rosby did not pursue him, because a rank 2 spiritual force was now focused on him. He raised his head and saw a black figure rushing over from the horizon. This figure's face was shrouded by black mist, causing him to be unable to tell the real appearance of this person. Who are you? I don't think we've met. Rosby sounded out. He was currently in a very dangerous situation, and his secret technique could lose its effect at any time, causing him to fall down to rank 1. That would be very dangerous. It doesn't matter who I am, but this is a seed I planted. How could I let you harvest it? The figure's voice was robotic, obviously having been altered. Seed? Harvest? Are you? Rosby's stunned expression immediately warped into an immense fear. Mist. Large amounts of black mist brought with it a silver luster, forming a large maze that trapped him within. He plans to limit my strength, and after my secret technique stops working, he'll deal with me. Rosby could tell his opponent's intentions with a glance. He waved his arm, and numerous silver arrows flew into the mist. Asterisk pu pu. Pu pu. Pu pu, asterisk. The arrows of light flew into the wall of mist and instantly disappeared, causing Rosby to pale. You don't need to consider calling a friend or anything of the sort. This place has already been sealed by me, and no information can be transmitted out. The voice from before sounded in the black maze, but it did come from a single location. His opponent was very cautious in dealing with a rank 2 Magus that had used a secret technique to somehow return to his regular strength. He had not appeared, preventing him from using some powerful force that could destroy everything. A look of hopelessness appeared on Rosby's face. 10 or so minutes passed, and Rosby bellowed, unresigned. The aura on his body quickly weakened, and lines of wrinkles appeared on his face. His appearance changed from that of a middle-aged man to that of an old man. This meant the secret technique was no longer in effect. He was once again weak, vulnerable. Seeing this, large amounts of mist pounced on him. Pack, the black maze dispersed, and a single black flame fell, burning Rosby's corpse to ashes. Ley-Lin weighed the green ring in his hand, a smile blossoming on his face. As expected of the guild leader of a large-scaled guild. He's accumulated plenty of things, and there's even a spatial magic artifact. He stared closely at the ring in his hand. It was extremely slender and looked like it was for a female to use. Its surface was decorated with flowers and vines, forming an exotic image. There are many good items in this spatial ring, but the defensive layer on the surface is slightly troublesome. I'll need to use the AI chip and slowly analyze it. Ley-Lin scratched his chin and kept the green ring away. Rosby was a rank 2 Magus and had a spatial item. He would definitely have a lot of resources on his body, the total value of which could even exceed that of those stored in Green Water Gardens' headquarters. Gaining this was akin to robbing a large-scaled guild, as well as all the property belonging to a rank 2 Magus. The gains aren't too bad this time. Also, Ley-Lin laughed coldly. On the surface of the ring, he felt a tiny connection to a being a distance away. This meant that Rosby had yet to truly die. The connection was minute, and if not for Ley-Lin already being a rank 2 Magus, as well as the AI chip's help in carefully scanning the ring a few times, he might not even have noticed this. If his opponent were to escape this time and find the ring on Ley-Lin's person, things would be bad. But now. Ley-Lin glanced in the direction that Ernest had fled, a slight smile on his face. It's great that you could come back. Longbottom glanced at Ernest, revealing a bright smile. I was just lucky. Ernest laughed wryly, though the seed of distrust had been planted within him. The two of them had already returned to the little manor. The 4 secret silver puppets had been reduced to dust after being attacked by the 2 dark elves and many magi. Do you know who that Magus is? Longbottom asked Ernest. No, but he should be an enemy of Rosby's. The strength of a rank 2 Magus is too far off, so I couldn't gather any useful information. Ernest seemed a little regretful. All of a sudden, he felt a prophecy entering his mind, and his eyes turned white. Rosby is dead, but the seed of a clone is still within the headquarters of Green Water Gardens. Ernest quickly passed on this information to Longbottom and asked, what should we do? Is there a need to ask? A sinister smile appeared on Longbottom's face. Summon our people. We shall go to their headquarters. Chapter 368, Intrinsic Quality. Intrinsic Quality. There was still something else that Longbottom had not mentioned. Since the Magus that appeared seemed to have some squabble with Rosby, I'll definitely get into the good books of that Magus if I kill Rosby completely in Green Water Gardens and destroy his guild. I can then try to rope them in. As a spy of the Dark Elves, Longbottom never forgot his own mission, create chaos and lower the might of Twilight Zone. If he could rope in a rank 2 Magus, that would be an immense merit. At this thought, his heart began to blaze. It had not been a mere day or two since the Dark Elves had infiltrated Twilight Zone. Longbottom immediately procured a map of Green Water Gardens. In addition, Ernest had supported him with information about their defensive spell formations and weak points. Green Radiant City was the central region headquarters of Green Water Gardens. Today, it had been met with a calamity. Flames burned everywhere, painting the sky half red. The defensive spell formations had collapsed, and the Magi lying in wait outside all charged in. Kill! Longbottom took the initiative, mysterious green light bursting from his hands. The Magi who were obstructing him wilted, drying up into corpses on the road. Amongst them were Magi who, like him, were at the peak of rank 1. Green Water Gardens was a large-scale guild, and there were quite a few peak rank 1 Magi and contracted creatures in charge of it. However, under the attacks of Longbottom's revolutionary army and the Dark Elves, they were unable to endure for long. This way. Ernie's eyes turned white, and like someone familiar with the route, he brought Longbottom further in. Minutes later, they arrived beside a large ancient tree. Crack, the ancient tree was prized open violently, revealing a descending passageway. Luminescent defensive spell formations appeared. Having been set up by a rank 2 Magus, they possessed immense magic power. Longbottom sneered, looks like Rosby's clone seed really is underneath. He did have a certain amount of knowledge about these clone seeds. Each seed could only live on and grow after the death of the original body. In addition, he could not immediately regain his strength of rank 2. It would be miraculous even if he managed to keep the strength of a rank 1 Magus. The value of a clone seed was that it was a second life. Even when one was training their way up again, there would be no bottlenecks impeding them from achieving their original rank. The clone would originally be very weak, but as time passed, it would grow even more terrifying than the original. Hence, it was wise to exterminate it as soon as possible. Ernest tested the formations with an instrument, and his expression warped instantly. These defensive formations set up by a rank 2 Magus are quite strong. A peak rank 1 Magus will have to attack them for about half an hour to break them apart. There's no need for that. Longbottom waved his hands, producing a black crystal. This is a gift from the matriarch. Sealed within is one of her full-powered attacks. It just so happens that this is a good place to use it. Longbottom crushed the crystal in his hands. Chi-chi, the confused cries of numerous bugs echoed out. A huge phantom spider appeared, this one purple. Its compound eyes shone with wisdom, even sentience, as it swept past Longbottom, Ernest, and the rest. Ernest felt his heart go cold. When he was being stared at by this spider, it felt as if all his thoughts and secrets had been discovered by it. Pack! The purple phantom spider condensed into a ball of energy, striking the defensive radiance. Creak, a large depression appeared on the defensive layer. All sorts of runes flashed, and there were also sounds of something breaking. Upon seeing this, Longbottom's eyes brightened and he shouted at Enris. Attack together. All sorts of spells and lights crashed onto the surface of the defensive spell formation. Like the last straw that broke a camel's back, the two spells reached the layer and caused the spell formation to tremble. Petals of light with runes on them continuously withered and fell, turning into little bits of light that floated away like fireflies. The defensive spell formation set up by a rank 2 Magus were broken through with their combined effort. I can feel his aura inside. Longbottom's eyes brightened, as if he had smelled something delicious. His eyes glowed green as he rushed in. Ernest hesitated for a moment, and followed him inside. After passing through a short passageway, Ernest heard Longbottom laughing maniacally. He entered an underground laboratory to see Longbottom holding a little boy's throat, laughing loudly. Great Magus Rosby, guild leader of Green Water Gardens, O powerful rank 2 Magus. Where is your power? Where is your might? Where is your grace? Where has it all gone to? Longbottom chuckled brashly in front of the child. Vile characters always sought revenge not past the night. He had just escaped from his opponent with difficulty, but he could now grasp his opponent by the neck, controlling his opponent's life and death. Longbottom was left feeling drunk on this feeling. He had even assumed Rosby to be another rank 2 Magus. Ernest was shocked to find that this little boy's face was similar to Rosby's, who he had seen previously. His skin was slippery, with the placenta and mucus still attached to him. At this moment, he knew this person's identity. Although Rosby had successfully reincarnated using the seed he had prepared beforehand, his current body only held the power of an acolyte. In front of Longbottom, he was as weak as an ant. But you still have your uses. The green in Longbottom's eyes seemed to solidify. Though you are an acolyte, you are still a rank 2 Magus at your core. Absorbing you will further my insights into rank 2. Longbottom smiled slightly, and lights flashed in his hands. Thin threads of red and green were drawn from the boy's body, entering his palm. The boy aged rapidly even as Longbottom seemed to be drunk with pleasure. Moments later, face frozen in terror, Rosby collapsed to the ground. As if a mere dried husk, his body cracked apart on contact. Longbottom's face flushed red, as if it had received some great supplements. Quick! Move everything of value away before support arrives. Destroy what we cannot take. Longbottom's aura had changed after absorbing the life force of a rank 2 Magus. Ernest deferentially lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. At the same time, in the cover of shadows, Leyland's figure somehow appeared above Green Radiant City. Pack. With the complete death of Rosby, the green ring in his hands also produced a crisp sound. Scans by his spiritual force and the AI chip revealed that all connection to the outside world had been broken completely. This meant that Rosby's clone had been annihilated. Not bad. A smile appeared on Leyland's face. The prophecies from before were planted by Leyland, letting him eliminate Green Water Gardens and Rosby's clone. Furthermore, with the most valuable items all in Rosby's spatial ring, Leyland had no intentions of vying over anything with these paupers. Time to leave. He looked up at the sky far away, and disappeared with a shake of his head. Moments after Leyland left, the sounds of hurried huffs sounded from that very position. The Magi who had newly arrived looked very benevolent. Green Radiant City was now in a state of chaos. A few days later, a monumental piece of news was transmitted throughout Central Twilight Zone. It spread to the other regions as well, and at an alarming rate. Green Water Gardens, the large-scale guild, had been destroyed by Longbottom's revolutionary army. Even Lord Rosby, their guild leader who was rank 2, had fallen in this battle. The fall of a rank 2 Magus caused a sensation. With the loss of Rosby, their official Magi, and their inheritances, Green Water Gardens would soon become an unrated guild even if there were a few acolytes lucky enough to survive. With this task, Longbottom's name spread throughout Twilight Zone, and the War Council put out an astronomical bounty on him. His danger had even been rated at 7 stars. Elsewhere, Leyland had also visited Logan, the protector of the East. Logan was one to abide by his promises, and he brought his guild to the central region. He had even stationed himself near Nature's Alliance and a few other guilds. We need to suppress them. I've already sent out the enforcers and soldiers to wipe out their strongholds. Logan huffed roughly, but Leyland maintained a thoughtful silence. These rogue Magi are really out of control. And then there's Longbottom. We need to behead him and store his spirit in the council as a reminder to all Magi. Logan heaved. Leyland laughed in his mind. Logan was truly feeling anxious. Previously, rank 2 Magi could disregard Longbottom and his revolutionary army, but now that one of their own had fallen at his hands, they could ignore him no longer. In the middle of a great war, there are still so many lawless Magi who are causing trouble at home. We definitely can't give way. We have to suppress them mercilessly. Logan declared his stance. This is the unanimous decision of the War Council. In addition, no matter which wandering Magus it is, as long as they dare have any opinions about having sympathy or support for the revolutionary army, they shall also be punished. Lei-Lin nodded. Guilds still held immense influence, and were entirely capable of ending these fads. Chapter 369, A Competition for Geniuses. A competition for geniuses. Lei-Lin deliberated over his phrasing. But to do that, you'll have to deploy the higher-ups. If the guilds joined forces, they could naturally extinguish the scattered rebels, but part of their forces would be tied down. With the north down, and casualties stacking up at the center, the cost outweighed the benefits involved. Then what do you suggest? Logan seemed to be able to tell the hidden meaning in Leyland's words. The rebels led by Longbottom definitely need to be suppressed and exterminated, but I believe we can try to pacify the wandering magi. Leyland stroked his chin. How? Twilight Zone has a limited amount of resources. Are you, Nature's Alliance, going to pay out of your pocket? Logan was slightly annoyed. No, of course not. Leyland smiled while he shook his head. What do you say we hold a competition for young magi? Competition? Logan was baffled. Yes, a competition between geniuses. It will be targeted at young magi, with generous rewards and the opportunity to join some guilds. If they obtain a certain ranking, they can even enter a guild of their choice. Leyland declared his scheme. With this, not only can we unite more wandering magi and express our goodwill to the organizations behind them, we can also shift their focus from the unfairness of guilds to the vying for a position, causing internal friction. This. Let me think. Logan scratched his beard. Leyland paid no attention to him and smiled, because he knew Logan was considering his suggestion. As expected, minutes later, Logan roughly slapped the table. It's a good idea. Of course. Why didn't I think of it? He stood up and quickly paced around the room. No matter how much we try to tempt those old magi, it's all going to be in vain. They've already lost all chances of improving anyway, and won't be able to cause many problems. On the other hand, the competition offers young magi more than just glory. The generous rewards and the opportunity to join a guild will surely tempt them. We just need to hand some things out, and it will definitely change the dynamics of their army. We might even be able to pick up some good seedlings. Not bad at all. Logan kept nodding. He, too, knew that pressuring the lower strata was not a good idea, especially in times of war. Prying them apart would lead to a much better ending. I'll go and report your suggestion to the council. They'll definitely agree. He did not even bother to hide his excitement, yelling out his agreement. Meanwhile, Leyland revealed a profound smile. There was something else he had yet to say, but he was sure Logan understood it as well. Setting up a competition to select magi and taking them into guilds was also a type of revolution. This was a step in the direction of the setup of the academies on the south coast. This way, Longbottom's righteous cause would be wounded in multiple ways. When that happened, it would be the best time to capture and kill him. At the same time, the various magi training in Sacred Flame all fell into a stupor. They were all receiving a prophecy. Countless stars are congregating there. It is the location of both the beginning and the end of everything. Aaron's eyes recovered from having been all white, the fear still lingering in him as he patted his chest. I actually automatically made a prophecy. Looks like the force of destiny is unprecedentedly powerful. Of course. A competition between genius magi. Not only wandering magi, but also geniuses of guilds can also enter. The judges will be the protectors of the 4 regions who are at least rank 2, and the legendary protector of all regions might even appear. In front of him, Venus rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. Aaron was so furious that he turned red, almost getting up. All right. Can you not quarrel? Balin was now wearing his bio-boosting armor, his aura more vast and profound as a result of the power of destiny converging on his body. Though he couldn't feel anything himself, for Aaron and Venus who trained in Sacred Flame, the change was as obvious as the lighting of a torch in the darkness. What did you see? Balin asked curiously. Under his supervision, these two prophetic magi were currently at peace, having decided to first crush the Dark Elves' conspiracy before battling it out among themselves. Sometimes, however, the two would be at odds, which would end up giving him a headache. Not too long later, Central Twilight Zone will hold a competition for young genius magi. The only restriction is that one must be younger than 50 to attend. In addition, the champion of the competition will even be able to meet the great protector of all regions and be given access to profound magi academic knowledge, as well as assistance to advance forcefully. Aaron couldn't help but gulp. Even he was enticed by such temptations. The young female Magus called Venus continued, most of Twilight Zone's geniuses will attend, including Longbottom who's sided with the Dark Elves. He'll be waiting to cause trouble. And because there's another Magus like us helping him and covering him with a fog of destiny, I can't tell for sure what their exact plan is and whether they'll succeed. Longbottom, Balin muttered, his eyes dim. He knew that this kid that he had thought highly of had quickly become an official Magus and even sided with the Dark Elves. He'd probably played a big role in the fall of the North. I remembered him being a very polite and enthusiastic boy, and his sister, Balin's expression looked complicated. If Ley-Lin had chosen to impart his knowledge to Longbottom, everything would have been different. Aaron noticed Balin's indecision. Lord Balin, Longbottom is now a traitor to humanity, a destructive person who is masterminding a rebellion. You need to draw the line, and capture him yourself, he advised. That's right. I can tell that the large conspiracy in the central region involves many rank 2 magi, and they will show their strength during the competition. You need to defeat Longbottom there and thwart their plans to save humanity. Venus sounded incomparably resolute. She believed she was now walking the path of ancient heroes and was working hard to protect the harmony and stability of the human race. There was an aura of piety about her. I understand, Balin smiled wryly. Somewhere else, Longbottom had also obtained this information from Ernest. A competition for young geniuses. A pageant for the Magus world. Many rank 2 magi and protectors will even appear there as judges. Upon hearing this, green light shone out of Longbottom's eyes. This truly is a great opportunity to finish everything in one fell swoop. Ernest was silent as he felt 2 powers other than his own in the river of destiny. They would surely meet at the competition. Is it finally here? The final victor shall be me. Only I will be able to train in sacred flame till the peak and become the ruler of Twilight Zone. Ernest roared in his heart, though he looked calm on the outside. Send down the orders. All sections are to halt all activities and enter stealth mode, preparing for the upcoming competition. Also, inform the matriarch that I need support. Powerful support. Ernest respectfully bowed his way out upon hearing Longbottom's orders. Longbottom's aura had become an enigma. After absorbing the essence of a rank 2 Magus, his strength had soared so high that Ernest could not tell the limits of his strength. Ley-Lin, Balin. Everything shall be settled there. Longbottom mumbled, and the large phantom spider figure became more solid, as if becoming real. Time passed, and news of the central region holding a competition for young geniuses spread like a hurricane to all 4 corners. There was only one requirement for entry: all participants needed to be below 50 years of age. The rewards were very generous. Not only were there great amounts of precious resources and research to be won, the top 30 could freely enter a guild of their choice. The large-scaled guilds in the central region all provided a few places, and there was even a small rumor going on that the Guardian of the Realm would meet the champion and take them on as their disciple. All of Twilight Zone was elated. Many young wandering magi, and even guild geniuses, all left their stations and headquarters to head to the central region. Many of them cared little for both the resources and the opportunity to join a guild, but apprenticeship to a rank 3 Magus was a temptation they could not resist. Ley-Lin expected this. The plan was accepted as soon as Logan reported it. The Magi of the Council were definitely smart enough to see the benefits of such an event. They even decided to make it a recurring thing, to ward off such troubles permanently. However, even Lei Lin was initially surprised that the Guardian of the Realm would announce such a thing. It led him to make a few guesses. Looks like the Guardian of the Realm doesn't have much time left. I just don't know if the inheritance is meant to draw out the malefactors, or is sincere. Lei Lin touched his chin. However, he was very optimistic towards all this. With it, the competition would be even more popular, and work even better for his plans. Those so-called genius magi probably brought with them forces of destiny. Though they could not be compared with Balin and Longbottom, when they were all added together, the sum was not something that could be ignored. Chapter 370, Response and Countermeasure. Response and Countermeasure. The Dark Elves were rather quiet in this period of time. Although they had managed to take over the north, navigating through territorial disputes with the dwarves and gnomes consumed most of their energy. Hence, although Central Twilight Zone was under immense pressure, the situation seeming dire, all they had to deal with till now were a few scouts and wandering riders. Balanced on this razor's edge, the central region had still remained peaceful. The preparations for the competition even made it seem like it was flourishing. As more and more magi rushed over, it had gained fresh blood and increased strength. After seeing this, Lei Lin suspected this was another intention of the War Council. They wanted to attract more magi over to increase their fighting strength. In a shady swamp. A toxic purple fog permeated the place, the rotten sludge concealing the bones of various darkness beasts. Occasionally, a few three-eyed crows would caw as they flew past, which was jarring to the ears. In a dimly lit cave. The walls were lined with spells that made them impermeable to the sludge and fog. A black-haired old man was running his hands through the hair of a young Magus, his touch containing affection. "My child. In the 10 years you've been here, you've learned everything I have to offer. Now, you are free to explore. Gom has brought back some information. The Holy Land for us Magi, the Central Region, is holding a competition for young geniuses. Not only can the champion obtain great rewards, they can even meet with the Guardian of the Realm, a rank 3 existence. What's more, they could even get the opportunity to become his inheritor. A rank 3 Magus?" The youth, who had until then not looked in the least bit serious, suddenly turned solemn. "Yes. You are the most formidable genius I've ever seen, and I believe there are few who can match you in the entirety of Twilight Zone. I believe the victor shall be you, though I'm afraid I won't get the chance to see it." The old man sounded slightly regretful, and his hands halted in midair. His originally smooth and tight skin began to age rapidly, layers of wrinkles forming as if an old branch that had lost all its moisture. His black hair gradually grayed out. His body withered at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye, ending up a dried corpse. "Master? Master?" The young Magus was dubious as he looked at the master who had always accompanied him. Thud, the old Magus turned into a withered, dried black corpse. Poof, the youth bumped into the Magus arm, and the corpse turned to dust in front of his eyes. Ashes spread out, leaving a complete set of Magus robes on the bed. The young Magus was dazed, and only recovered after a long while. Even if Magi could manipulate the radiation of energy particles to obtain a longer lifespan than regular humans, there was still a limit. Even with dangerous modifications to the body, Morning Star Magi could only extend their lifespans by a few decades. It was difficult to succeed, and could cause Magi to end up with a strange, terrifying appearance. This old Magus life energy had been exhausted, and he had reached the end of his life. Regular rank 1 Magi, those that were not of ancient branches like warlocks, had 200-year lifespans. This old Magus had lived for a very long time, and had not advanced in his meditation technique. His time was now up. "Master." The youth stood there silently, images of the times he spent with his master flashing across his mind. A long while later, he turned and left. Rumble, after he left, the earth caved in, forming a void that allowed the surrounding sludge to enter. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely be the glorious victor." The youth swore to the heavens, and left without hesitation. As he left, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. The family's honor is in your hands. In the southern region, in an ancient Magus castle. Dim rays of light fell on a long, rotten table. This black wooden table was about 10 meters long, and extended from the head of the hall to the door. On the tablecloth, there was a silver lampstand and all sorts of fruits and delicacies. A few figures were seated sparsely around it. The old woman at the master's seat, who wore a black high hat and multiple red gems and emerald rings, was giving a young girl a reminder. She was silent for a while, and then spoke resolutely, "I understand, grandmother." Only she knew that, under the cover of luxury, this family was already waning. The wooden table was already rotten, and the castle had not been repaired for decades. Even their defensive spell formations were deactivated due to a lack of magic crystals. Among the aristocratic magi, they were basically a joke. The silver lampstand and delicacies at this table, too, had been gathered with some difficulty. The ornaments on her grandmother's fingers. Fake trinkets. The originals had long been pawned off. The girl was silent, knowing that in order to raise a Magus like her, they had paid a large price. "I'll definitely become the victor of the young Magus competition and revive the family," she vowed. "Good. Let us drink to Lilina's promise." The old woman laughed and raised her cup. "Cheers." The rest of the relatives all cheered and finished all the alcoholic drinks in their hands. After, they pounced on the delicacies on the table. Even though they were the descendants of a Magus family, fruits were not things they could have often. Upon seeing this, the old lady had a bitter expression. This caused Lilina to be even more resolute in her convictions. In the faraway northern region of Twilight Zone, groups of human slaves were tied up with thick ropes, and herded towards a city. There were countless humans, and the one similarity between all of them was the shared expression of despair and numbness. All of them were originally people of the northern region, but after it was attacked, they lacked the time and strength to move and all turned into slaves. They would be lucky to be enslaved. Most captives only had one choice, which was to become offerings to the various matriarchs. At the highest point of a city built in Corundum, an absolutely beautiful dark elf maiden was staring on coldly. Humans' reproductive ability is too powerful. Their population is tens or even 100 times ours. How should we rule them? The only way is to kill them until they are fewer than us or to the brink of extinction. Then we wouldn't have to worry about any instability. A command that was cold, detached and inhuman was produced from her lips. Behind her, elite dark elven secret guards drew back respectfully and passed down the order, resulting in the formation of a Red Sea. What was more terrifying was that the corpses of these humans would be recycled to be used as army provisions for the gnomes, dwarves and even dark elves. "How is it going with the underground winter spider emperor?" she asked indifferently. "Through investigations, we can confirm that the mother body is not dead, and we've also appeased our elite knights. However, in the Holy Land, the disappearance of the mother body's aura is still causing a disturbance amongst the underground winter spiders." Another matriarch with a gold crown on her head and black leather revealed a great amount of skin as she bowed and reported. "Trash." A cold glint flashed in the maiden's eyes, "Sacrifice the original head guard of the Holy Land." "Yes." The icy intent behind those words caused the matriarch behind her to quiver. "That mere human dares profane the Holy Land of us dark elves. We need to use his flesh and soul to scrub off this humiliation." The maiden vowed. "My lord, here is the newest intelligence from Longbottom." At this moment, the door opened. A dark elf shrouded in translucent black muslin held a brass circular cylinder and knelt, offering it to the maiden with both hands. The girl laughed slightly, and a slight wind blew the cylinder over to her hands. After seeing the letter, she bit her lips, her reddened lip providing a stark contrast to her pale skin, causing the guards around her to gulp. A genius competition in the central region? She muttered to herself again and then ordered, "Gather the matriarchs. I to convene a meeting of dark nobility." She felt that this was a turning point that could give her the chance to take care of the Magi in the central region in one go. However, she had a sense of extreme danger from the will of the darkness. After pondering over this for a long while, the maiden sighed and decided to put this question up for discussion. After news of the genius competition spread, the entirety of Twilight Zone and even the surrounding Dark Elven, Gnome and Dwarven empires all responded to the news. All sorts of Magi, regardless of race, hurried towards the central region. In that moment, there really seemed to be a sense of instability. Lei Lin, who was meanwhile waiting for the fish to bite, patiently waited for the competition to begin. As he had been the person to suggest this and was plenty strong himself, he was able to get a position as a judge. As for the people in Nature's Alliance, all of them had been sent off on miscellaneous missions. As Leyland's #1 subordinate, Iron was nowhere to be found every day, and nobody knew what Leyland had ordered him to do. Chapter 371, The Competition Commences. The competition commences. The competition was to be held on the Walker Plains in the central region. This place was close to the central city, so a few large-scale guilds had branches nearby that could send out resources and personnel if anything unexpected came up. The miraculous abilities of Magi ensured that it took but a few months to transform the heart of the Walker Plains into a vast field. Before the competition started, a few Magi had arrived earlier to settle down and do business. Thus, a few fairs had sprung up on the outskirts. Many fairs merged together, forming a rudimentary mega city. If this competition could be pulled off without a hitch, given the War Council's plan to make it a regular affair, the place could really become a new mega city, even surpassing the cities of the other 4 regions. Waves of Magi surged in from all over the place and filled the area. Seeing such a bustling scene, Balin took a deep breath and pulled off his cloak, and then hastened as he rushed through a street. He walked quickly, and after 7 or 8 turns, he arrived in front of a residence and knocked. Ka-cha, the door moved slightly to form a narrow slit, and a pair of guarded eyes appeared. After realizing it was Balin, the eyes disappeared into the darkness and then opened the door. Balin turned sideways and squeezed in, not letting the door open fully. It was a small room inside. The oil lamp produced a dim, flickering yellow light, while Aaron, Venus and Memphis were all waiting quietly. Memphis was in the worst state. Not only were there many black bandages around him such that he was similar to a mummy, his ears had even been pierced through with a large nail, revealing a large hole. "Hey, when can I free myself from this weird appearance?" Memphis raised his hands with bandages wrapped around them, looking like a mummy as he protested. As a former member of the nobility, he could not stand being low profile. Balin furrowed his brows as he explained. "Wait a while longer. This place is being monitored using bloodline aura detection spell formations. Even if you're siding with the humans currently, we can't let the fact that you're a dark elf be revealed." Venus shot Memphis a glance. "Don't bother with him. He's just been restrained and wants to go out to breathe some fresh air." "My lord, how's the situation outside?" Aaron gestured to show that he was listening. "There are far too many Magi gathered here. I couldn't find Longbottom and the others, so it's very likely that he's modified his appearance or is in hiding." Balin smiled wryly. "Looks like we can only catch them during the competition." "Competition? Do you mean you're planning to enter the Genius Magi competition?" Aaron got the point quickly. "Yes, that's right. I'm only 30 years old, and bio-boosters are considered a branch of ancient Magi. In that case, I meet the qualifications to enter." Balin laughed. "Only in the competition will I have the chance to meet Longbottom and persuade him to turn back." Balin mumbled. Venus and Aaron, who knew that this child of destiny's shortcoming of idealism was making itself known again, could only sigh. Honestly speaking, this child of destiny was basically perfect, but his flaw was in his kindness. In Twilight Zone, kindness was the one thing that one could not have. Sooner or later, Balin would pay the price for this. Aaron and Venus exchanged a glance, as if having made some decision. Balin was totally oblivious to this, still sighing for Longbottom. In his memories, Longbottom had always been a good child. What had happened? At the registration point, a deathly pale Magus in green robes walked out. Hee, Balin, I'm here. Longbottom's appearance had undergone a huge change. His spiritual force had been suppressed till it was that of a semi-converted Magus. On the Walker Plains, this level of strength was considered mediocre at best and not eye-catching. It was unknown what methods he had used to get past the detection spells at the registration point. The youth looked to the center of the competition area. Hatred, elation, and an emotional struggle all flashed by his expression, before they disappeared. He quickly took his coat and used his hood to conceal his face, disappearing into the crowd. Leyland could somewhat sense the arrival of these people, but he could not be bothered with them currently. He was in his personal laboratory, an empty test tube beside him. Threads of black liquid were still wriggling at the mouth of the tube, producing slight hissing sounds. The giant serpent's breath potion. It was the fruit of his labor, formed from 10 years of study, and with the help of Fendix's hearts of earth and fiends, he was finally able to make it. Leyland turned green after he ingested it, his aura dark and unstable. This situation continued for an entire night before he recovered. Leyland glanced at his condition. Leyland Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 22.5, Agility, 16.3, Vitality, 31.1, Spiritual Force, 145. 5. Magic Power, 145, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. A standard giant serpent's breath potion can increase my spiritual force by 10 points, and the other attributes also increase as well. Not bad. Based on this rate, after taking 5 standard giant serpent breath potions, I'll meet the spiritual force requirements. Leyland looked at the numbers, his eyes sparkling. Giant Serpent's breath potion was the culmination of his hard work in these 10 years. With the ancient rank 2 Magi of Twilight Zone as the foundation, he was able to create a spiritual force potion suitable for warlocks. With the aid of this potion, he was confident that the estimated 200 years given by the AI chip could be shortened. The requirements to become a rank 3 Magus is to raise spiritual force till the 200 mark, and then completely solidify it. These were the 2 requirements for Magi to advance, and neither could be overlooked. Warlocks also had specific requirements pertaining to their bloodline. Leyland laughed, raising his hand. A thread of bright silver spiritual force shot out from between his eyebrows. Like a mischievous little snake, it wriggled livelily between his fingers. Though it was only as fine as a strand of hair, this thread held within an immense energy. The solidified spiritual force of a rank 2 Magus was something lower-ranked Magi were unable to comprehend. All spiritual forces that had not reached this level would be smashed through in a direct clash. Hence, rank 2 Magi were usually capable of crushing lower-ranked opponents. This was also one of the reasons why rank 2 Magi could lead. Amongst rank 2 Magi, to appraise the extent of solidification of spiritual force, one needs to look at how deep the silver color is. Leyland muttered. After gathering numerous high-grade meditation techniques and with the simulations by the AI chip, he was extremely clear on what he was supposed to do to advance. At the early stage of solidification, spiritual force is a light silver. At the middle stage, it will become more concentrated and become silvery white. At the peak stage of the solidified spiritual force, it will be a bright silver. After reference to countless other meditation techniques, Leyland had broadened his perspectives and progressed at a rapid pace in his own. He smiled lightly as he peered at the light silver spiritual force in his hands, and produced a thought. This bright silver spiritual force danced in the air, attracting energy particles of various elements and formed spell models of various shapes, and then disappeared back between Leyland's brows. I've completed all my homework on the solidification of spiritual force, and my manipulation of it has reached the peak. Leyland evaluated his own strength. Through 10 years of settling down and working towards rank 3, he had accumulated a lot. He had even touched the boundary of rank 3, and even Logan, the protector of the East, was no longer in his sights. With my current strength, I'm probably the furthest ahead amongst rank 2 magi. With the bonus from my bloodline, I'm basically matchless within rank 2. With the help of the AI chip, Leylin was very confident in his strength. But there's still ways to go before I can handle rank 3 magi. At this point, the ones capable of causing Leylin fear were only Anya, the Dark Elven Empress, the Guardian of the Realm, and the remaining few rank 3 magi. No matter what it is, this competition is tied to my own advancement, as well as my choices and conjectures about destiny. It must proceed smoothly, even if a rank 3 Magus were to attempt to stop it. Leylin made up his mind, eyes sparkling. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Multicolored fireworks exploded into the air, various spell lights and tassels forming gorgeous images in the sky. The Genius Magi competition held in the central region had begun magnificently. The competition area was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. With support from magic, this construction was much larger than the ancient Roman one. It was big enough to hold tens of thousands of magi. At the heart of the Colosseum, tens of individual arenas had been created. The young magi who were participating would first begin with the elimination rounds. How boring. Leylin and the 8 other rank 2 magi sat on the platform which had the best seats, doing their jobs as judges. Though Leylin was seated here, he had long since gotten annoyed by the host's speech. The only reason why he was still sitting here was because he was forcing himself to do so. As for the other few rank 2 judges, they looked just as bored. The battles at the beginning were usually not very intense. The magi were lowly ranked, and most were level 3 acolytes. With a competition of this level, it was more than enough for peak rank 1 magi to watch over them. Hence, Leylin and the others were bored to death. Chapter 372, Fire Scorpion. Fire Scorpion. Luckily for Leylin and the other judges, they were rank 2 magi and had a very high status. Even if they were discontent, the audience did not dare show this on their faces, and instead placed their attention on the competition going on. Leylin's eyes brightened at this moment. Following his gaze, there appeared a person he was interested in on an elevated stage at the southeast corner. Arena 34, the 5th round of the selection. Here are participant numbers 273 and 35. The announcer was a peak rank 1 Magus dressed in formal Magus attire, his hair perfectly combed. Almost at the very moment his words ended, a line of fire flashed, and a beautiful woman with a great body arrived at the center of the stage. This female Magus had voluptuous, sexy curves and had intentionally worn tight clothing, her chest bursting out of the seams of her clothes. However, she looked a little young, as if she had yet to be of age. This angelic appearance and devilish, arousing body immediately garnered the interest of the audience. Oh, I remember now. She's Fire Scorpion of the Western region. She actually came here. A Magus blurted out, and through many layers, the voice entered Leylin's ears. Fire Scorpion. Leylin was slightly flabbergasted at this nickname. Haha, has Magus Leylin gone to the Western region before? Also on the platform, a rank 2 Magus laughed after hearing Leylin's voice. He had a white cloth wrapped around his head and his pupils were blue. This was the typical style of the Western region in Twilight Zone. This Magus was the leader of a large-scale guild in the Western region. Though the Central region was the main essence of Twilight Zone with many highly ranked magi, they could not take up all the spots for judging. It was necessary to hand out a part of the seats to magi of the 4 other regions. Fire Scorpion is rather famous at our side, and it's said she's rather ruthless. She even killed a few of her husbands, which earned her nickname as the Fire Scorpion. Without waiting for Leylin's answer, the rank 2 Magus continued, actually, if not for her specializing in fire magic, we would definitely call her the Black Widow. No, I just hear about her occasionally. Lei Lin shook his head. What he was focusing on was not Fire Scorpion, but her opponent. With the impatient looks of the judges on the platform, the opponent who was late had opened up a route for himself and entered the arena. This was a youth in green Magus robes, a sinister look in his eyes. This youth. Before Lei Lin could speak, the rank 2 Magus was already surprised. What is it? Do you know him? Lei Lin asked with a smile. Yes. The Magus in green robes is another formidable character known in the western region, green-robed Carl. How unexpected that they're matched together in the first round. The rank 2 Magus also from the western region sighed lightly, as if finding it a pity that these two geniuses were matched so early. Green-robed Carl. Lei Lin was laughing inside. Rank 2 Magi were very sensitive to auras. Whoever they met with, if left with a deep impression or memorable aura, the next time they met, it would be difficult for the other parties to conceal themselves. For this reason, the Magus was confident in his judgment. However, through his mole, Ernest, Lei Lin spied on his opponent. Yes. This green-robed Carl was, in reality, Longbottom in disguise. Through the lingering spirit in the notebook in Ernest's hands, Lei Lin had watched in high definition the real green-robed Carl being killed by them. He watched as they then skinned the man and, using special magical means, used it to transform Longbottom's appearance. What was even more wonderful was that Ernest had no idea that he was unwittingly leaking information while he was hell-bent on working for the Dark Elves. Hence, for any spells that could sense and test one's thoughts, there was no reaction at all, which allowed him to survive. At this moment, the AI chip sounded. Skin covering spell model has been completely analyzed. Inputting into rank 1 spell model database. This skin covering spell was what Longbottom used to deceive everyone. Though it was only at rank 1, mysteriously it was able to trick even rank 2 Magi. In addition, this spell did not originate from Twilight Zone, but rather, from a hidden inheritance of the Dark Elves. No Magi would expect this. It was a pity that Lei Lin knew this beforehand, which caused their hard work to be in vain. Even this spell model had been intercepted and taken by Lei Lin in secret and, with the AI chip, completed. If Longbottom knew this, he might really spew out blood. Lei Lin had a sick interest in this but held it in. Sometimes, the fruits of victory would taste better when waited for. Who do you think has the larger possibility of winning? All these thoughts passed through Lei Lin's mind, but he still continued the conversation with the rank 2 Magus. The rank 2 Magus muttered to himself and decided, though Carl's corrosive spells are renowned, and he possesses a middle-grade magic artifact, Fire Scorpion is a decade older and thus, has accumulated a decade more of experience. In addition, fire energy particles are capable of restraining corrosive-type energy particles, which is very remarkable. I think differently. Perhaps that kid called Carl can really create miracles. Lei Lin laughed lightly. Oh. Can you tell me the reason? The old Magus looked interested. About that, please let me keep it a secret. Lei Lin rejected with a slight smile. The old Magus laughed as well, but gave more attention to Arena 34. Meanwhile, Longbottom who had transformed into green-robed Carl, was feeling terrified. Damn it, a rank 2 Magus gaze swept this location quite a few times. What is it that piqued their interest? He quickly considered, I previously gained much information regarding Carl's habits, and I've even secretly grasped his signature spells. The skin-covering spell shouldn't have an issue, so what went wrong? No, it's possible that there's nothing wrong. It's just that my battle with Fire Scorpion has attracted their attention. After all, this is still the start. It's very rare that two official Magi get matched together at the start. Longbottom racked his brains, considering it from all angles. If Longbottom knew everything had happened only because of Lei Lin's sick sense of humor, he might really get so mad that he would collapse. This careless attitude of his had obviously enraged the opposing Fire Scorpion. Carl, you dare underestimate me. I'll make you pay the price. Fire Scorpion was so furious that her face was flushed red, her chest quivering and shaking her breasts, which caused the surrounding magi to hiss in excitement. Fire Scorpion! Fire Scorpion shouted under her breath, and quickly began to chant in broken sentences and syllables. Traces of bright red energy particles converged, forming large numbers of little scorpions crawling out from the ground and surrounding Longbottom. Rain of corrosion. Longbottom chanted in a low voice. Droplets of green rain fell from midair, and every time the droplets made contact with the ground, a faint sizzling sound of corrosion could be heard even as white gases were being formed. After the white gas disappeared, a deep hole was seen on the ground. Those fire scorpions were even more pitiful. Clustered raindrops were inclined towards them, and in no time, they had all turned into a pool of pus-like liquid. It's appeared. Green-robed Karl's Rain of Corrosion. It's an omnidirectional attack with no dead angles, with an offensive power of up to 40 degrees. A Magus of the western region who had his head wrapped shouted excitedly. Whether it was the corrosive raindrops or the fire-red scorpions, the moment they reached the boundaries of the elevated stage, they would immediately fall apart due to the layer with translucent defensive ripples, turning into pure energy particles and being absorbed into the spell formation. This was a defensive and absorption spell formation that was set up under every stage to limit the damage range to within the stage. Flames of Rebirth. At this moment, Fire Scorpion's expression showed her confidence in prevailing. With her chance, a blue fireball suddenly appeared and exploded in front of her. The small blue flames dispersed like starlight and fell into the liquid on the ground. Rumble. 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 Like flower petals, blue flames blossomed on the ground, and fire scorpions crawled out once more, spitting threads of fire. Rain of corrosion. Longbottom yelled once again, corrosive raindrops falling. It's useless. Fire Scorpion shot out a spark and revived the red scorpions that had fallen. I have more spiritual force than you, and the spell, Flames of Rebirth, absorb 50% of the energy I've expended from using spells. With such a fierce consumption in our competition, you're definitely not a match for me. Fire Scorpion attacked and did not forget to hurt her opponent's morale with her words. Damn it! With the increase in red scorpions, Longbottom's activity scope had been reduced to a corner of the stage, and he looked about to fall off. If I didn't have to worry about those rank 2 magi, I would use my true strength. With just one hand, I can drain you till you become a dried-up corpse. Longbottom thought mercilessly. I can only use that. He punched his hand deep into the ground, and traces of black liquid appeared from within his arm and entered the surface of the ground. Gushing dark springs. A black corrosive fluid first appeared under Longbottom's fist, spreading in all directions like a ripple. The red scorpions were drowned by the black fluid. Though Fire Scorpion was expending all her effort on employing Rebirth of the Flames, the fire scorpions that were resurrected were still swallowed up by the black spring. After seeing this, Fire Scorpion turned deathly pale. Finally, the moment the black fluid was about to cover her body, she raised her right arm. I admit defeat. Humph. Seeing this, Longbottom had to give up all thoughts of pursuing the matter despite his unwillingness to do so. Chapter 373, Finals in the Secret Plane. Finals in the Secret Plane. He actually used up all his spiritual force and formed a corrosive attack able to cover the entire area of the stage. The old Magus beside Lei Lin was astonished as he touched his beard. Looks like Karl has improved quite a bit. It's a pity that with this method, too much spiritual force is consumed. He's destined not to succeed in the next selection battle. That might not be so, Lei Lin laughed and pointed in a direction. Look. Oh. This rank 2 Magus looked in that direction and laughed. He actually used a precious spiritual force restoring potion. Such a thing could save his life at a crucial moment. In a corner, Longbottom's hands trembled and he almost flung out his potion bottles. Again. Again. His expression darkened. Lei Lin snickered in his heart. His own gaze was now at a stage where Longbottom could not discover it, so he constantly attracted the attention of the rank 2 magi beside him to the fellow, giving him a lot of stress. Having teased him enough, Lei Lin did not want to shoot himself in the foot and directed the attention of the rank 2 magi away. By the way, are you interested in visiting my laboratory after the competition ends? Nature's Alliance's special fish is somewhat effective for rank 2 magi. At another end, Longbottom sighed, then again, green-robed Carl's original strength loses out to that of Fire Scorpion. Though I tried to conceal it, I still attracted attention. I'll need to be more careful in the future. My apologies, please let me pass. At this moment, a Magus squeezed in, looking hurried. What are you doing? Longbottom pushed the other person away. The two were suddenly caught in a daze. Though they had disguised themselves, Longbottom was still able to recognize Bailin at first glance, while Bailin had also recognized his former buddy. The two of them stared at each other, but because of some unspeakable reasons on both ends, they silently swallowed their words. They did not attempt to expose each other's identities. Number 188. Number 188. At another end of the stage, the judge was starting to get impatient. Balin's body trembled and he hurried on. I will stop you, he said softly when passing Longbottom. I'll wait and see, was the immediate reply. As match after match went on, a few geniuses made a name for themselves, resulting in the adulation of the audience. Lei Lin had also picked out a few people. Lilina from the western region, Halon of the Voodoo Marshes, and then Bailin as well as Longbottom and their friends and subordinates will take up the top few spots in this genius magi competition. With his knowledge as a rank 2 warlock, he easily found those so-called geniuses. Usually, these geniuses would be considered the main characters of the era and were important figures in history. However, such influence was nothing compared to Lei Lin. The champion should be either Bailin or Longbottom. Lei Lin concluded. They really are the converging point of Twilight Zone's forces of destiny. Their strength has risen by so much, and I believe these two have even touched the boundary of the rank 2 realm. Lei Lin sighed in awe. With this rate of improvement, even Aaron and the other fake geniuses he had made with his grandpas, leave alone Lilina and Halon, were left in the dust. The preliminaries were very quick. By nightfall, about half out of the numerous contestants who had signed up had been eliminated. Numerous magi became familiar with some of the great battles here, and some were even turned into videos and supplied to large-scale guilds to pick from. Bailin and Longbottom, as well as the other contestants that Lei Lin had thought highly of, had not failed their missions. They passed through the preliminaries, and even earned themselves a reputation. Amongst the magi at the competition area, they had become somewhat famous. Halon, Lilina, Carl, and the like finally reached the ears of rank 2 magi. The forces of destiny have converged further. While resting that day, Lei Lin proceeded to a luxurious room that was especially prepared for him and looked out the window at the sky. In this short period of rest, many events were unfolding. In a contestant's room, a few black-robed magi were threatening Halon from the Voodoo Marshes, if you see our young master tomorrow, you must forfeit. If not, scram. Halon raised his eyebrows. What did you say? The few magi were instantly enraged. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear clearly? Halon stood up, his eyes now completely red. Black and red rays of magic exploded from his body. There are magi from large-scaled guilds monitoring this area. You dare dash. These magi evidently did not expect him to be so stubborn and irritable. The moment there was a difference in opinion, he attacked without hesitation. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Several rays of magic burst in the rooms, the stray ripples surging and shaking the surrounding walls till they turned to powder. What's going on? A group of magi wearing the patrolling uniform rushed over. They represented the dignity of the organizers and were backed by many rank 2 magi. Since they had such powerful backers, they naturally confident. The few black-robed magi exchanged glances and everyone saw the helplessness in their eyes. Please. Meanwhile, they had a deep hatred for this person who was ruining their plans and could not understand the situation. The youth seemed to sense something and gazed into the distance, revealing for the first time a hint of grief within. Seizing the championship is Master's dying wish. Anyone hindering me from achieving it will die. Under the dim yellow light, Lilina looked at a blue pearl in her hands, seeming undecided. The light blue pearl was smooth, round and beautiful, with little flecks of gold that formed the image of a palm at the heart of the pearl. This was the last treasure of her family. However, it also held within it horrific side effects, which was why Lilina was feeling hesitant. She then thought about the sacrifice of her family, and their current condition. Though their family was a Magus family, resources were not so easily obtained in the Magus world. With all hopes of revival left to her, her shoulders were weighed down by far too much pressure. I must become the champion and lead my family on the road to revival. Her expression turning resolute under the lights, she pressed the blue pearl to her forehead. Sigh, the pearl merged into her forehead. A smear of deep blue began to flicker on Lilina's body. My lady. Longbottom removed his disguise and gazed at the human figure within the black mist, kneeling deferentially. Little Longbottom, though you are beginning to carve your own route and have almost reached rank 2, the accumulation that happens with time cannot be overcome so easily. A charming female voice sounded from within the black mist. I will now condense all the life force essence of my race onto you in order to help your life absorption meditation technique truly break through to the second level. Many thanks, my lady. Longbottom looked ecstatic. In his mind, he instantly recalled the figure sitting on the platform. I finally caught up to you. I really want to see the expression you'll have on your face. Lei-Lin. What are you thinking about? Aaron watched Bei-Lin, who was standing aside. No. It's nothing. I saw Longbottom, and he's changed so much, Bei-Lin sighed, looking worried. Listen to me, Bei-Lin. Longbottom has now completely sided with the Dark Elves and will bring chaos to the human race. Your mission is to stop him. You cannot forget this. The expression on Aaron's face became serious. Yes, I will stop him. Bei-Lin repeated, strengthening his tone of voice. Days later. With the eternal light spell as well as strength of the sun stones, the area was illuminated. A Magus wearing the attire of a host first bowed towards the platform, and then announced the schedule for the competition. All of you are the best who have gone through round after round of selection. A victor will appear amongst you today, and the top 30 will have the opportunity to choose a guild to enter. This includes any large-scaled guilds. The moment these words left the host's mouth, the area was filled with an uproar. The 100 or so remaining contestants' eyes revealed different emotions. There was passion, contemplation and excitement. Cough, the host coughed lightly, and the area fell silent. The competition shall be held here. He pointed at the stage right in the center. A giant spell formation had been set up atop the stage, while crimson runes were spread around. They emanated a strange light that caused one to shudder in fear. The finals of the competition will be held in a secret plane. You will be sent to a random location in the secret plane, and there is only one way to win. Defeat your opponents and obtain the points on their amulet. The host raised a milky white amulet that was only the size of a finger with a simple number written on it. In the secret plane, there are no rules. Besieges and usage of external items is allowed. I would like to remind all of you that even though we will install a spell pattern that will teleport you out the moment you are at the brink of death, there are always accidents. Hence, there is the real possibility of death in the secret plane, and I want you to consider this carefully. The host spoke indifferently, and a bloody smell assaulted the nostrils. Bei-Lin was surprised. With this lack of rules, it was easy to slip up. Even with the aid, it would be difficult to keep one's life. After all, the mysteriousness of magic could not be surmised by the regular person. Perhaps there were methods that could forcefully break the life-saving methods the organizers had set up and cause a large number of deaths. Chapter 374, Clash. Clash. Although the host talked about potential dangers in the finals, nobody drew back. The world of magicians was no paradise. Those who managed to survive this rat race had seen blood time after time again, and were well prepared for such a situation. The generous rewards that the large-scale guilds offered and the chance to become the inheritor of a rank 2 Magus had convinced them to bet their lives on this competition. Good. Since nobody's backing down, let the finals begin. The host waved his hands. Asterisk pang. 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 Asterisk 3 giant fireworks flew across the sky like colorful comets, and the music reached fever pitch. Buzz. Purple energy condensed into the spell formation, constantly increasing its strength until a hole was ripped open in space. The finalists stepped forward one after the other, receiving their amulets and spell formations before they disappeared with a flash of light. After the last of them entered the secret plane, a giant curtain of light was formed around the competition area. Their figures blinked onto the curtain, each contestant occupying one of the dozens of square partitions. They were monitoring every inch of the secret plane, which surprised many of the magi present. Such a clever monitoring technique, and so expensive as well, Lei Lin murmured to himself. He, too, could develop a technique to monitor the whole plane, but it would cost too much. Even with the leadership of the joint conference and the sponsorship of several large-scale guilds, they could only maintain this technique for a day or they would go bankrupt. But the result of ignoring such costs and using this technique was rather good. Nearly every contestant could be seen on the screen. Something's wrong. Balin said as he brandished his cross blade. A sword wave streaked across the air, chopping a giant leech into two. However, the two halves didn't die instantly. Instead, it writhed in the mud and splashed water all over the place. Being attacked by this leech the moment he was teleported into this marshland gave Balin a bad omen. Be careful, master. I sensed a powerful monitoring ability here. His armor split apart to reveal an eye. The bio-boosting armor was communicating with him. It's the Okel's great observation spell from the plant affinity, which uses the roots and vines as transmission channels. If you want to act in secret, my lord, you must avoid any places that have plants in them, it said to him in his mind. As a bio-booster, Balin's gains from inheriting the bio-boosting armor of an ancestor was not limited to a significant boost in strength. Having the armor with him was like carrying around an old grandpa who would help him with his knowledge and experience. No wonder I feel uncomfortable, we are being watched. Balin nodded, and left the marshland quickly. Just when he reached the edge of the marshland, Balin heard something and pointed his cross blade at the bushes nearby. Who's there? Get out. Don't. We mean you no harm. Two magi stepped out who were similar in appearance. Lord Balin, we were just teleported here. We are only trying to help any magi who have fallen into swamps. Also, Lord Balin, we admire your strength from the bottom of our hearts. How could we dare to harm you? Yes. Yes. The twin magi spoke one after the other without pause, leaving no chance for Balin to say anything himself. In fact, Balin's power with his cross blade and fleshy armor left deep impressions on the competing magi. The respect of the very magi he once feared left Balin feeling quite smug. Lord Lei Lin should feel satisfied after watching this scene. In fact, Lord Lei Lin was on the judging platform all this while. Maybe I should find an opportunity to talk to him. Balin venerated his master from the depths of his heart. Not for a moment would he suspect Lei Lin of being the traitor among the upper circle of magi. Had he not been stopped by Venus, Aaron, and Memphis, he would have gone to Lei Lin's mansion the moment he'd arrived. Haha, haha, Balin stroked his head embarrassedly, a smirk on his face. Seeing this, the twin brothers glanced at each other, a strange look flashing past their eyes. Lord Balin. One of them said as he approached him, since this place is so dangerous, how about we stick together? Pang, just as he finished his words, several green brambles stuck out of the earth, tying Balin's feet up. Now, he shouted. Profound energy blast. The younger brother standing behind him crushed a crystal rune. Together with a chant, a powerful attack was launched. A ball of purple liquid, filled with corrosive white bubbles, rushed directly towards Balin's head. The twins had gathered intelligence about the awesome power of this armor, so they had aimed instead at Balin's unprotected head. The twin brothers' coordination was perfect, and their final strike reached an offensive power of around 60 to 70 degrees. Such an attack could even corrode mountains. Ha! Stupid! Even if you are more powerful than us, this is a competition. Why wouldn't we take a gamble? The elder brother laughed, looking at Balin with a little excitement. He was not pleased when Balin stole the limelight, and this chance for vengeance made him happy. Master! The second before the corrosive liquid ball arrived, eyes arose from every parts of Balin's armor. These eyes were smaller, but they blinked with wisdom. Now, they were showing signs of rage. Pang, a membrane of flesh formed like a helmet around Balin's head, protecting it. As the profound power blast hit the membrane, Balin's body was launched backwards. But weirdly, not a drop of blood flew out. While Balin was still in the air, his armor changed significantly. Flashy membranes hardened to form real armor, and the dozens of eyes merged into 13 big ones that were scattered along it. This terrifying appearance was the most powerful form of the bio-boosting armor. Bzzz, the purple corrosive energy still attacked Balin's body, but it was nothing in front of his armor. There wasn't even a tiny depression formed. This fact stupefied the twin magi. They looked at each other, and immediately came to an accord. Run! Magi who could defend against a joint attack of theirs were far more powerful than they could handle. They did not want to be thrown out this easily. You! Balin was about to blow his top, and jumped forward in a rage. Crack! Pits were formed under Balin's feet as his jump landed him in front of the twins in an instant. Die! Balin raised his cross blade. Balin's strength was already at the peak of rank 1 magi, approaching the boundary of rank 2. Once he made up his mind, it was easy to kill mere semi-converted magi like them. Pup, the cross blade ran through the neck of one Magus, then a light came out of his body. His body was covered by a milky light column, and disappeared immediately. You go along with him. Balin took no pity on them this time, and shoved his cross blade into the other's heart. Pang. This one disappeared into the white lights as well. After killing the twin brothers, Balin took a milky amulet out of his pocket. Beep, after a flash, the number in this amulet turned from 1 to 3. Balin stared at this in a daze, a wry smile on his lips. Outside the secret plane, in the middle of the arena. A light column burst out, an indistinct figure inside it. Quick! Medicine! The host ordered with experience. Several magi dressed in milky robes with the symbol of a snake and cross rushed around. After the light dissipated, the Magus who was eliminated first showed up, his face pale and the wound on his neck bleeding. I will stop bleeding first, prepare the life spell. The medical team consisted of healing magi, several of whom emitted energy fluctuations at the peak of rank 1. A milky light bathing him, the wounded Magus was cured and the wound on his neck disappeared. A second later, his younger brother was also sent out, and the medicine team took care of him as well. Up in the platform, what happened just now was seen by Lei Lin, but he had an impulse of cover his eyes. Very adaptable, but still stupid. It seems that the years of exile and adventure taught him nothing. Fortunately, I didn't tell anyone that I taught him. What an embarrassment. Look! Heilon and Carl ran into each other. The stars of the competition meet, this should be a good show. Some magi smiled gloatingly. Chapter 375, Teaming Up. Teaming Up. Lei Lin turned his attention to another screen. In the sky above a verdant forest, Longbottom, disguised as green-robed Carl, had run into Heilon. These were two favored dark horses had a large possibility of gaining victory. This immediately attracted attention. Many contestants had already been eliminated in a short period of time. With fewer participants remaining, the remaining screens had increased in size. Within the secret plane. Green-robed Carl. Heilon glanced at the strange youngster in front of him. I'd originally wanted to skip the trouble of defeating you guys one by one, and had decided to wait to make a move and harvest a large number of points at once, but forget it. I'll make an exception for you and take your point right away. Longbottom looked at Heilon in front of him, a sinister smile on his face. Now that he was getting closer to the goal, he did not have to disguise himself so carefully. His opponent's identity as a genius made Longbottom, who had been born a commoner, feel a sense of disgust. You seem to hate me. Heilon's brows furrowed. It's all right, anyone who obstructs my path shall die anyway. Jeej, who do you think you are? Longbottom laughed weirdly, and released part of the bindings on him. Cold. Powerful. A berserk wave of spiritual force swept across like a hurricane. Peak rank 1. Heilon's expression that had always been as cold as ice was immediately smashed through. Longbottom's burst had also caused a frenzy outside the plane. Peak rank 1. I remember green-robed Carl is only 45 years old, right? A judge wearing reading glasses asked a Magus behind him, Fano, when did you reach the level you're at? The Magus by the name of Fano was an old geezer with a white beard. He looked ashamed as he spoke. Your subordinate is ashamed. After training hard on the icy throne for 70 years, I reached this realm at 115 years old. If he studied on his own, this Carl really is a genius. This judge raised his spectacles, run checks on him. If there's nothing wrong, we can consider enticing him into entering our guild. Lei Lin, who was also on the judge panel, saw that many of the other judges had sent down the same order and couldn't help but laugh inside. If this was a few days ago, they might be able to find out about Longbottom, but now? By the time they had run their checks, Longbottom might already have achieved his goal. What use was it then if they found out? You're already at the peak of rank 1. Heilon blurted out, unable to maintain his indifference any longer. This is the expression. This is the expression. Longbottom chuckled aloud. I want those people who look down on me to realize how wrong they are. He laughed crazily, flushing red as if he were sick. You're crazy. Heilon's voice became cold, and large numbers of silver-white light blades appeared from his robes, swirling in formation. Go. Heilon pointed at Longbottom, and the many light blades formed a dense mesh and tried to pull Longbottom in. Meanwhile, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. You overestimate yourself. Longbottom snorted coldly, a layer of green mist surging forth. *TSS. Great numbers of silver-white light blades entered the mist and immediately produced sounds of corrosion, dissipating one by one. Come here. Longbottom's right hand became a phantom image and reached deep into the air. Next, a black shadow was pulled out from the surrounding space. Heilon's expression was that of disbelief. That's impossible. This concealing technique is my master's special technique. How could it? That strong aura of life on you betrayed you. Longbottom explained, his expression showing his disdain. Meanwhile, Heilon went limp, as if this was a huge blow to him. Kid, you're very lucky. If we'd met earlier, you'd long since have turned into a corpse, but now. Longbottom halted his intentions of using life absorption and turning him into a dried-up corpse. This was still within the secret plane, and he was being monitored by the Magi outside. If he hid his true strength, he could pass it off as being exceptionally talented or having gained some inheritance. Whatever it was, Twilight Zone was huge and it was no surprise to have some fortuitous encounters. However, life absorption was a dark elven meditation technique. If it was exposed, the competition would be halted, and he would be faced with several rank 2 magi who would combine their efforts to kill him. But I really don't want to just let you off. While lifting Helan, a smile appeared about Longbottom's lips. This smile was enough for Helan's hair to be raised, and he immediately thought of using the spell pattern for escape. However, it was too late. A green light sword ripped through Helan's forehead, and with the corrosive force invading, he could only cry out miserably. Amidst the painful screams, Helan's body was bound in light pillars and transported out. Longbottom took out his own amulet and saw the number rapidly rise to 30, and revealed a satisfied expression. After closing his eyes for a short while, he began to hurry towards another location. Thud, outside the secret plane, Helan's body fell to the ground, large amounts of black blood flowing out of his orifices. His mind has been damaged. Quick, get Master Dojek here. The healing Magus who came over took a look and quickly shook his head. A moment later, Dojek narrated something to Lei Lin and the other committee members at the judging area. His sea of consciousness has been destroyed. There's no cure. Yes, Helan's sea of consciousness has completely been destroyed by a corrosive spiritual force. There is no way to restore it. At most, I can only save his life. From here on, he can only live on as a commoner. Dojek's expression was dim. Helan truly was a genius, but he had not realized that no matter how amazing the genius, they could fall before they truly matured. However, his long life had allowed him to experience much, and with a sigh, he left. Lei Lin and the committee members had a brief exchange regarding the issue, before they promptly tossed this matter to the back of their minds. The final competition carried the risk of death. Just crippling a Magus wasn't much. What they were more interested in were the methods Longbottom had used to heavily injure Helan before he had been transported out. It seems to be a combination spell. By instantly transmitting large amounts of energy particles to destroy the composition of the sea of consciousness. There was a flash in Lei Lin's eyes. He felt that after large numbers of geniuses had fallen in this competition, the force of destiny shrouding the area had become richer till the extreme. The surging river of destiny was like a giant gunpowder warehouse. With just a little spark, it would explode violently. I didn't expect the three of them to meet. Time for a good show. Right after, Lei Lin realized something else and changed his focus to a screen at a corner. Based on the Guide of Destiny. 3 voices sounded in unison, with both male and female voices. Aaron, Venus, and Ernest, who were all training in Sacred Flame, the geniuses Lei Lin had created himself, finally came together. If anyone had been focusing on these 3 magi, they would realize that after entering the secret plane, they had not fought with any magi and instead, had been hurrying forward. Just as they were about to encounter enemies, they could predict and evade them. Hence, the 3 somehow passed through half of the secret plane and met at a corner on the plains. It's the first time we're meeting in real life. I'll introduce myself. My name is Ernest. There was a smile on Ernest's face. His gaze swept past Venus and Aaron, and stayed on Aaron's ring and Venus' multicolored necklace for a long while. Aaron. Venus. Are you going to repent for all you have done? Aaron asked, standing with Venus. Though they were competing against each other, he and Venus were on the human side, and had no good feelings towards Ernest of the Dark Elven camp. I'm just used to looking at issues from a different point of view. Ernest laughed, obviously not wanting to say more. After all, there was a large group of magi watching. How could he expose himself? Then die. Just a moment before, they had speaking nicely, and in the next, Aaron immediately became hostile and attacked. A silver cross blade hilt appeared in his hands, and was only a third as long as a regular cross blade. It had lost its sword blade and point, but a sharp energy fluctuation burst out from it. A ray of light streaked through the air, bringing about with it numerous ripples and aimed at Ernest. Ernest seemed to have predicted it and dodged, looking delighted at the sword hilt in Aaron's hands. So you forged it too? I won't have to conceal anything anymore. A silver-white slender long sword tip appeared in front of Ernie's. The sharpness it emanated was even above that of Aaron's attack. Go! Ernie's pointed at Aaron, and great amounts of silver light shot out from the tip of the blade. Formless ripples collided with the silver light and quickly dispersed, as if nothing had happened. However, the surrounding grass had become much shorter, cut through smoothly as if it had been sliced through in that instance by some light. This is it. All devious plots are useless to us. All we can depend on is solely strength to fight it out. Ernie's yelled, his sword tip flying into his hands and shooting out great amounts of light. Seeing this, Venus sighed and retrieved a silver-white sword blade from behind her back and besieged Ernie's with Aaron. The Magi outside suddenly made sounds of astonishment. These 3 middle-grade magic artifacts have reached the peak. Also, why does it feel like the sword hilt, sword blade and sword tip can be combined to create a magic artifact with more power? Chapter 376, A Clash of Destiny. A Clash of Destiny. These 3 are definitely high-level artifacts, to the extent that they can be combined to make a magical weapon. The rank 2 Magus sitting beside Leylin guessed. I think so too. Leylin smiled and nodded, his gaze secretly heating up. In the center of the secret territory, 3 silhouettes continuously collided fiercely, and the glowing radiance emitted by the magical artifacts in their hands destroyed the meadow around them until it was unrecognizable. Kill! Aaron and Venus looked at each other and exerted their spiritual force to its extreme so that the silver sword flew towards Ernie's. Battle chain. At that moment, a different expression flashed across Ernie's face and a black chain covered in black runes flew out from his chest, covering Aaron and Venus. You really thought I was so foolish, eh? 1 person against the 2 of you. Upon seeing the chain, Ernie's finally had a smile on his face, indicating that he had achieved what he had wanted. This is the secret weapon of the Heylin Guild. It can bind 2 semi-elemental magi for at least 10 seconds. I had never thought that this Magus would be in possession of it. The others will definitely lose. Some of the magi outside secret territory could recognize this evil object. But soon after, they were struck agape. They only saw Venus smile indifferently. Another Venus appeared from the center of her body, and the other Venus, one with a stern and firm aura, charged towards Aaron. Among the flickering light rays, Aaron, who was bound by iron chains before, was now floating in mid-air and the Venus doppelganger replaced him. Quick! Now, said the 2 Venuses. The constantly tightening iron chains made the defensive runes on Venus' body shatter one after another. Doppelganger. Using a doppelganger to be free from the binds of the chains. This is actually very worthy of study, a Magus said while stroking his white beard. Aaron, who saw Venus vomiting blood, was somehow enraged and charged forth towards Ernie's. It was obvious that Ernie's, who was trying to restrain the binds of the chains, had used up a huge amount of his spiritual force and magical power, and was thus unprepared to deal with Aaron's sudden attack. Aaron's eyes turned red. Drawing the sharp end of his sword, he held the sword's handle and pierced Ernie's chest. But Ernie's did not summon any escaping spell and only had a weird expression on his face, as though he was crying and laughing at the same time. What happened? Is there something wrong with the spell? Extract him, a Magus immediately commanded. But the characteristic white light had not appeared yet. Sigh, Ernie's coughed out a huge amount of blood. You've won. Ernie said as he struggled. What? Why aren't you escaping? Aaron asked. He found this all extremely hard to believe. TSK. Why do I have to escape? Ernie's facial expression changed, as though he had changed into a completely different person. Don't kill me. Soon after, a dreadful expression shadowed Ernie's face. But following the huge loss of blood, the expression gradually disappeared. And everything eventually returned to its original state. You need to be careful of the black hand behind. My brother, I saw. Ernest shuddered and gave the long double-edged sword and calligraphy pen to Eren. His eyes suddenly turned white, and without finishing his last prophecy, he lost his life's aura. Pang! Ernest fell to the ground. Gotcha! Eren felt a mysterious energy emerge from Ernest's body and enter his own as Ernest died. The sacred flame rapidly swirled, as if it were absorbing something unknown from his body. Soon after, he broke through the semi-converted elements and finally achieved the position of a peak rank 1 Magus. But he was not happy at all. "Let's go," said Eren, as he helped lift Venus, who was seriously injured, and disappeared among the milky, white light beams. The day's events had been thoroughly confusing for him, so much so that he no longer held any interest in the final showdown between Balin and Longbottom. Outside the secret territory, Lei touched his chin as he pondered deeply. Schizophrenic symptoms are getting more severe. Signs of benevolence, viciousness, weakness and other personalities along with intense suicidal tendencies are being exhibited. This experiment is a failure. Even if one is alive, it's no use. He appeared regretful as such thoughts passed through his head. Soon after, he then turned to the last screen and said, "Let the first fated confrontation start." In the center of the secret plane, a majority of the Magi had already been eliminated. The only two to survive were Balin and Longbottom, who, combined, had more than 40 wounds on their body. Furthermore, these two people were gradually getting close to each other, on the verge of converging. If no mishaps happen, the champion will arise from one of these two Magi. Let us wait and see. The host excitedly declared as the screens on site constantly fused, and finally, the two last huge screens were split respectively on Balin and Longbottom's side. The two screens merged, as the two Magi walked closer towards each other. They were going to form a single large screen. We finally meet again. The strong body armor on Balin had 13 eyeballs with oddly shaped cyclones on them, as though they were absorbing something from the surroundings. "Can you stop me?" Longbottom, disguised as the green-robed Carl, sneered. "Whatever happens, I must defeat you today," Balin firmly said with confidence as he pointed his crossbow towards Longbottom. TSK. You know what, Balin? The more I see you, the more annoyed I get, ever since I saw you at Potter Town. At this time, Longbottom said to Balin, "Why did Lei choose you the previous time, and not me? What do you have that's much better than me? So you still do care about this?" Balin's expression darkened upon hearing all this. The other Magi outside the screens looked doubtfully at the two Magi settled down without producing any energy waves. "So these two Magi knew each other beforehand?" questioned some Magi as they exchanged doubtful looks. "Shio." And at this moment, the two Magi in the middle of the screen started moving. Energy particles stormed forth from their bodies just like a gale, producing immense pressure and causing the airflow around them to reverse. It was an uncommon sight to see two rank 1 Magi competing against each other in Twilight Zone. Lei, who understood and knew these two Magi, naturally knew that what they showed to the public now is far from their true powers. Bang. Bang, asterisk. The green and red silhouette continued bumping against each other in mid-air so much that the air around them got compressed and exploded. "I never thought that you can also enter the rank 2 realm," Longbottom said to Balin in the midst of the intense battle. The Magi outside did not notice anything strange with Balin and Longbottom's first showdown between the screens. Although the energy waves were only at the peak of rank 1, only Balin and Longbottom, who knew each other very well, could tell the terrifying capabilities of each other. On top of that, they were able to control these abilities without the slightest spillover and maintain the facade of being rank 1. With this amount of strength, it would be a good showing even for a rank 2 Magus. "Give it up now, Longbottom," Balin said as his willpower decreased a little. Originally, Longbottom was not someone with such big aspirations and ideals. Furthermore, to even confront face-to-face with a friend he knew since young, he simply had no strength to do it. "Give up. I'll give up now." With a fierce front, huge drops of green corrosive liquid started forming at Longbottom's lower body, forming a whirlpool. Whirlpool of death. Zila, but this was just the beginning. Longbottom tore open a scroll upon seeing strong energy particles being emitted, provoking the whirlpool to increase in size. This sparked the radiation of a dangerous aura, causing some rank 2 magi to frown and disperse from the sides of the whirlpool. "It's the scroll of a rank 2 spell," cried out some of the magi, standing outside the battlefield. This sort of thing was so rare to see. Even if a rank 2 Magus were to create such things, a lot of time and effort is wasted and success is not even guaranteed. Thus, it is rarely seen in the marketplace. Who would have thought that such a precious thing will be in the hands of Karl? Besides, was it even worth it to waste such a precious thing during this competition? To use a rank 2 Magus scroll for protection now, is it because he has to resort to using all of his strength in a split second? Lei Lin said outside the battlefield as he chuckled lightly. "If nothing untoward happens, the champion will obviously be our Karl from the western regions," exclaimed the rank 2 Magus who had spoken to Lei Lin previously, as he stroked his beard with a hint of pride on his face. "Not exactly." Lei Lin shook his head. Bei Lin was a destined child, and he would not lose so easily. "What now then? Do you want to bet with me?" the rank 2 Magus from the western regions immediately said. He was inwardly very worried as he remembered how he was previously defeated by the fire scorpion spell. "No need. I do not have anything good to bet against you, sir," Lei Lin said as he forced a smile and shook his head. "No worries, we won't bet with money. Just a simple bet of the outcome," said the western region's rank 2 Magus. Lei Lin nodded. He knew that these rank 2 magi have already reached their limits of what they could achieve on the path to becoming a Magus. Thus, they focused all their energies on other areas such as upon younger talents. This rank 2 Magus from the western region had previously won over him. If Lei Lin did not win this time, he was afraid of the discomfort that will remain in his heart for a few years. The enormous and brutal whirlpool continued expanding, like how a monster widens its mouth, and immediately engulfed Bei Lin. Upon seeing this scene, Longbottom smiled. "Die!" Longbottom suddenly charged into the middle of the whirlpool and came out holding a green sword handle. Rumble, the 13 eyes on Bei Lin's armor started staring, and in the middle of the pupil, numerous fine-textured runes shot out, spiraling around Bei Lin's body and forming a strange pattern. The runes on the armor started evolving and radiated dazzling rays of brilliance. The whirlpool of death emitted huge ripples of corrosion, striking the armor. Yet, it caused no damage. Asterisk pa. Pa. Pa, asterisk. Bei Lin roared and the entire whirlpool surprisingly broke apart. Longbottom was not prepared for the sword slash that was aimed at him. Chapter 377, The Conspiracy Unraveling. The Conspiracy Unraveling. Ripple of corrosion. A green circular ripple immediately appeared before Longbottom, and shook continuously, as if it was trying to push Bei Lin out. However, Bei Lin's face remained composed, and from his blade large amounts of vertical eye phantoms appeared. Bio-boosting armor and sword. The sword with the vertical eye phantom gave off rays of flames, and evaporated all the green ripples. With indomitable strength, it directly targeted Longbottom's right chest. Blood flowed through the corner of Longbottom's mouth, and a long wound opened up on his chest. He flew through the air, and landed on the ground, giving rise to a long trail of blood. Boom, the many soil layers behind him had piled up into a small mountain, and had finally offset the inertia in Longbottom's body, which had caused him to be unable to stop. "You lost." Bei Lin landed calmly in front of Longbottom, his emotions complex. There was no visible hint of joy or victory in his expression. "I lost." Immediately, Longbottom's face registered his defeat. Cough, he violently coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Bro. Brother Bei Lin, I have some things regarding my sister that I wish to talk to you about." "What about your sister?" Having heard Longbottom's familiar address, Balin's heart softened. Moreover, Longbottom's sister was his first love. Balin could not help but lower his body. My sister, she, Longbottom's voice gradually became softer, which caused Balin to get closer to him. She wants you to die. After seeing that situation, a hint of a maniacal smile flashed across Longbottom's face, and a crystal in his hands was launched like a lightning bolt. Not good. Balin's eyes widened, and he unceasingly flew backwards, his bio-boosting armor continuously adding layers of defense. But it was too late. A gray ray of lightning detonated in front of Balin's chest, and smashed the milk-white talisman. Boom! A pillar of light enveloped Balin, and caused him to disappear from the secret plane in an instant. Asterisk crash. Bang! Asterisk. Balin's figure appeared at the site of the competition, his face still registering shock and grief. He looked at the charred area above his chest and remained silent. Ha! Even though the tactics weren't entirely legitimate, at least I won. The Magus from the west, who had bet against Lei Lin, immediately laughed loudly. That's right. You won. Magi were not knights, and did not have to conform to a code of honor. Even though Longbottom's tactics were overboard, and he used whatever he could to obtain success, he was undoubtedly the champion. Lei Lin naturally had to recognize this point. What was more important was that there was nothing wagered on this. To concede defeat was nothing much. Lei Lin's attitude actually caused these magi to feel embarrassed. Actually, the Magus that you thought highly of was strong too. Not only has he reached the level of a peak rank 1 Magus, he is walking the ancient path of the bio-booster. If I am right, his armor was inherited from at least an ancient rank 2 bio-booster. If we were to compare their true strengths, he would still surpass Karl. N. Lei Lin nodded outwardly, but he did not agree with the claim. Even though Balin was strong, Longbottom was not a person to be provoked. A son of destiny just like Balin, his most terrifying dark elven meditation technique and other secret cards had not been revealed. Of course, both of them had suppressed themselves for the sake of the magi who were watching, and Balin himself had concealed his trump card, the underground winter spider emperor. Were the two to have battled without considering the consequences, both parties would have equal chances of winning. By now, Longbottom had finished off the remaining few magi in the secret plane, dominating his opponents, and the host announced loudly, the champion has already emerged. He is green-robed Karl from the west. Let us cheer for him. Karl! 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 The magi present instantly let out cheers of happiness, and welcomed Longbottom. What are we to do? Should we openly reveal his identity in public? Aaron secretly communicated with Balin. No. Not at all. He threatened me earlier on. Should we do so, he will immediately initiate his plot and bring huge amounts of casualties to the magi present. Before we clearly understand what he's planning, it would be best not to do so. Balin hesitated, and was seemingly indecisive. Regardless of how they were communicating secretly, the process of the competition had been advancing bit by bit. Now, may we invite our champion and the other 30 magi on stage, for our 9 most distinguished and high-ranked judges to give out the prizes. Along with the host's voice and cheers, a stage decorated with gold and silver, bedazzled with numerous rays started rising slowly from the middle of the site. Other than Balin, Longbottom, and a few other magi who held other intentions, the 30 magi who had obtained a high enough score walked up to the stage emotionally. To them, this was the pathway to fame, the glorious road to success. Let's go. They are actually having us present prizes to them. What a bother, couldn't they just have passed down the prizes? A rank 2 Magus from the west complained to Lei Lin. This is actually the important stage where budding magi obtain credit due to their ambitions. Even though it's only a ceremony, it still has to be done. Lei Lin smiled and got up, and went to the golden stage together with the other rank 2 magi. I, Victory, rank 2 Magus and guild leader of Glorious Sword, solemnly announced that this Magus from the West is the champion of this season's Young Genius Talent competition. The rank 2 Magus standing in the middle announced, at the same time placing on Longbottom a golden crown encrusted with gems. Carl! 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 Many magi were cheering, and bouts of cheers got overpowered by other bouts of cheers. Other than obtaining the reward previously, Carl, you have the opportunity to choose a guild to enter. What is your choice? Victory had high hopes for Carl, and hence in his voice held a tinge of excitement and pressure, as well as feelings of enticement. My choice is obviously. Longbottom deliberately hesitated a while and then said, it's obviously the Dark Elves, you idiots. What? The jaws of numerous magi dropped open. They all thought they'd heard wrong. Not good, we have been cheated by him. On the other side, Balin's face immediately changed, the armor on his body once again surfaced. He had wanted to rush over, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Mud membrane. A layer of clay-colored invisible film surfaced from Longbottom's body, with 9 rays of lights shooting out of his body, directly shooting at the 9 rank 2 magi judges on the stage who had no time to dodge the attack. Asterisk Kacha. Kacha. Asterisk. A deep blue ice layer immediately spread out on their body, and caused all 9 magi to freeze into ice sculptures. In the ice sculptures, the numerous rank 2 magi had lifelike expressions of anger or fear. This sudden change had shocked all the magi present at the sight. Longbottom. What are you doing? Release Master Leylin now. Balin suppressed the rage within, having seen the ice sculpture of the already frozen Leylin. He had originally wanted to undo his pretense here and give Master Leylin a big surprise. Furthermore, from the bottom of Balin's heart, he respected Leylin and had treated him like a teacher. Having seen Longbottom's actions, he instantly felt anger. Carl! What are you doing? The face of the host on the stage instantly became more solemn, a ray of a peak rank 1 energy wave imploded from his body. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. 2 rays of spells attacked the surface of an ice sculpture, yet it was entirely useless, and could not leave any traces on the crystal-clear surface of the ice sculpture. There's no use, the matriarchs of the Dark Elves used 1,000 years to extract this essence of the cold abyss. Even rank 2 magi cannot be able to overcome it. Longbottom's voice was unhurried. As for Leylin, I've wanted to kill him for so long. And now, he is finally in my hands. Do you reckon I would easily let this opportunity go by? Ha! Presently, Longbottom had removed all restrictions, and laughed hysterically. Boom! A light ray flashed across. Longbottom removed the skin alteration spell on his body, and recovered his original appearance. At the same time, a strong and enormous energy was released from his body like the surging waves of the ocean. And this noisy crow, I've borne with you long enough. Longbottom lifted his hands and a dark silver spiritual strength exploded. The body of the host, not having time to react, exploded into a rain of flesh. The magi standing on the stage immediately retreated, with one of them shouting out, solidified spiritual force. Rank 2 Magus. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Longbottom. I saw his face in a picture once. It's already too late. Attack! Longbottom shouted. Asterisk swish. Swish. Asterisk numerous shadows appeared all around the competition site, all tearing apart magic scrolls. Dark clouds instantly enshrouded the area, and large numbers of tiny spiders were shot out of the dark clouds. The spiders spat out threads continuously, binding up the entire area in a short duration. From a distance, the competition site that was enshrouded by a white silk wall looked like a giant cocoon. Balin's face dimmed, and the aura on his body exploded forth. He treated Longbottom as a rival. So your target was not only the 9 judges but also all the magi in this competition site. He was secretly shocked. Around 20% of the elite magi of Twilight Zone were present at the scene, and if they were to all die here, it would be a terrifying blow to the humans. Kill. At this point in time, the black-clothed men hiding amongst the crowd immediately took action, and many more spiders drilled their way through the cocoons, surrounding and attacking the human magicians. Large amounts of silk wove together into a formation, weakening the human magi while channeling the strength to their opponents. Immediately, lights flashed and explosions occurred everywhere. The obstruction made it impossible for the human magi to escape. Some magi, eyes turned red, fired off spells in all directions, adding further to the chaos. Chapter 378, Channeling of Life Force. Channeling of Life Force. These aren't just the people of the Revolutionary Army. Balin stared at the many black-robed magi and his expression darkened. Ha! Of course. At this moment, Longbottom had no more qualms. The matriarchs of the Dark Elves have already infiltrated this area. Not long after, blood will flow, and the Dark Elves will rule the subterranean world. Longbottom's face was slightly flushed. You lunatic! Balin roared, and charged at Longbottom. Life absorption! Longbottom shouted, and a large phantom image of a spider appeared behind him. Compared to the last few times, the image had become even larger and even held a terrifying aura. From the eyes of the spider, a very human light could be seen, as if it now held an intelligence of its own and had now become alive. Aru! Balin whistled for a while, and a gold phantom darted out from within a small crack amongst the spectators and dropped to the ground. Its figure suddenly increased in size, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 stories tall. This was a giant, golden underground winter spider. The stripes on its body gave it a very elegant feeling, and the phantom image on Longbottom's back kept snarling, as if its honor was being challenged. Underground Winter Spider Emperor. So you are really the sinner responsible for the theft of the sacred creature. The cold glint in Longbottom's eyes expanded, and several grayish-green streams of air rose from his body. Ah! Ah! 2 short yelps were heard. These belonged to the 2 official magi who were unfortunately struck by the stray streams of air. The moment they had contact with the grayish-green air, their bodies wilted and they turned into dried corpses that had died in an incomparably pitiful manner. You dare rob life force that does not belong to you. You'll be devoured by it sooner or later. Balin's expression was dark as he rode the underground winter spider emperor, looking like a gallant knight. How would you understand how brilliant life absorption is? Longbottom merely gave a cold answer to Balin. Meanwhile, the giant spider phantom image pounced forward, the strange streams of air like black holes that greedily sucked in the life force within Balin. Balin's expression became grim as he patted the underground winter spider emperor he was on and collided with Longbottom. The energy particles formed from the clash between 2 rank 2 magi created havoc as they sent a few people unlucky enough to be hit by stray particles flying. They were seriously injured. Within the grayish-green vortex, a knight on a giant golden spider was emanating red light. He looked like an ancient dragon-slaying prince as he charged towards the heart of the vortex. The battle kept changing location and caused a few stages to be completely destroyed. At this moment, the 9 judges were trapped. The rank 2 magi were already the most powerful in this entire competition area. The result of Balin and Longbottom's match could even decide the life or death of all the magi here. Hence, even while battling with the Revolution Army and Dark Elves, many magi tried to spare some energy and watch the battle. What attracted their interest the most were the 9 ice sculptures on the platform. These magi knew very well that a small part of their chances of survival depended on Balin, while most of it depended on whether these rank 2 magi could break out of their restrictions. Even Longbottom would be reduced to dust under the combined attacks of 9 rank 2 magi. Cough! Wake up, my lords! At this moment, light flashed in a corner and a gray-haired Magus appeared. He mumbled spell incantations, a huge blazing fireball striking the 9 sculptures and turning the podium made of gold and silver into a sea of fire. This Magus despaired as he saw the flames soon dying out under a layer of white frost. Dense icy mist lingered and froze the whole podium into ice and snow. Meanwhile, not even a corner of the 9 ice sculptures had melted. What a waste of energy. This is the icy air from the abyss and is a rank 2 spell which can be sustained for a long time. Longbottom watched on and began to laugh coldly. Without waiting for his orders, a few dark elf special guards in black robes charged forward and began to battle with the Magus in grey robes. Not long after, a sharp dagger pierced into his chest. After seeing this, the many magi who had plans to rescue him all fell silent, putting away all thoughts of rescuing the judges. Most of them wanted to break away from their opponents and successfully leave this place. At this moment, the battles in the area became more brutal and intense. Outside the competition area, everything had yet to die down. Asterisk tang. 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 Tang, asterisk. At the horizon far away, a black line suddenly appeared. It gradually closed in and the 2 ends began to shrink, and it felt like the line would surround the whole competition area. When the black shadows came closer, it could be seen that they were actually the elite underground winter spider knights. There were a great number of dark elven magi, which included multiple matriarchs and even Anya. "Seal off that area and don't let any human get away," Anya commanded, and then pointed at the cocoon in the middle. A gentle voice transmitted to every knight's ears. "Fight for Her Majesty! Fight for Her Majesty!" The many dark elven underground winter spider knights cheered and then began their attacks. "Prepare for joint earth pitfalls spell. Begin." At this moment, brownish-yellow lights flashed and countless depressions appeared in front of the underground winter spider knights. They were like long trenches, with earthen spikes piercing upwards and stopping the knights in their tracks. There were a few knights who had moved too quickly and fallen into the trench, their chests, arms, thighs, and even faces pierced through like skewered meat. Those who had yet to die kept howling in pain. 3 figures appeared in mid-air, causing Anya to furrow her brows slightly. The protectors of the East, West, and South have all arrived. What about that old guardian of the realm? I'm right here. I wouldn't need you to worry about me. Green light flashed, and the old protector appeared before Anya. Though he seemed weak and did not have much of an aura, Anya looked as if a great enemy had appeared in front of her. "I didn't expect you, Anya, to use the Dark Elves' crown as a means to enter Twilight Zone without letting even the Dark Elven Knights know about it," he smiled slightly while greeting her. The crown of the Dark Elves was a sign of the authority of the Dark Elven Empire. It was also a very powerful magic artifact. It had a very simple function, which was to conceal the energy aura of a large group of people and their mounts. The key point was that it could turn around the battle. However, every time it's used, it can only be used again after a 50-year wait, which is why this inherited magic artifact of the magic elves could not be used flippantly. Now, the Dark Elven crown could finally exhibit all its strength and shield numerous Dark Elven armies into the central region, almost wiping out all the magi at the competition area. Except for the protector of the northern region who has died, all of the Lord Protectors are here. What's this? Do you want to stop me? A little green vortex appeared above Anya's hands, glimmering with a mysterious light. It attracted the attention of everyone to look at the vortex, which had the intention of sucking human spirits in. Protecting Twilight Zone and the human race was our vow when we took on the role as protectors. This is an honor worthy of exchanging our lives for. The Guardian's face was filled with layers of wrinkles and he looked about to die of old age. However, his eyes still shone with light. Anya sensed that, although the life force of the Guardian was like a flame that was sputtering out, it still emanated light and warmth that even caused her to be worried. The allied Magus army appeared behind these few protectors confronted the Dark Elves. The plan was actually leaked out. Who was it? Anya's brows furrowed and then straightened out. Whatever it is, we've finally restrained your 9 rank 2 magi. There are still many elite magi and acolytes within the competition area. In other words, we have a sure victory in this war. Attack! Without waiting for the opposing magi to finish their preparations, Anya immediately ordered for the dark elven matriarchs to attack. With a flash of her body, she somehow disappeared from the air and, when she reappeared, she was in front of the guardian of the realm. A fair palm brought with it a terrifying devouring strength and was pressed towards the old man's chest. Floating light. The light in the old protector's eyes became brighter and he exclaimed. Numerous tiny rays of light surged out continuously and formed a protective shield in front of him. The moment Anya's hand made contact with the shield, a low sound was produced, and the ground suddenly trembled, the space even beginning to quiver. Old geezer, how much longer can your life force sustain you? Anya's expression remained unchanging as she continued her attacks. A tremendous vortex formed behind her, and any Magus that was sucked into it, turned into a dried corpse in an instant. Activating combination spell pattern. The expressions of the protectors of the other three regions changed greatly, and as if they had made up their minds. They headed into the skies, shooting out great amounts of green threads that connected with the guardian of the realm. Tremendous rays from light force wrapped around him, and the next time he re-emerged, he had already become a handsome and sunny middle-aged man. If not for the familiar spiritual aura about him, nobody would recognize him. As for the three other protectors, they began to age visibly. Good. 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 Anya bit her lips. She could naturally see that the three rank 2 magi were entrusting their life force to the guardian. However, this meant that, after today, the 4 of them would have all their life force consumed and lose their lives. Chapter 379, Fury Overflowing Through the Heavens. Fury overflowing through the heavens. All obstructions are futile. The Dark Elves will rule over Twilight Zone from today. Anya mumbled, and a dark gray shadow extended from her back over the area. Within the dark gray world, the plants and animals were drained of their lives, turning to ashes at a surprising pace. Wilting domain. Anya shouted in a low voice, and within the domain, a circle of gray light exploded from the bodies of the underground winter spider knights, allowing them to be even bolder and fiercer. As for the enemies that had been affected by the domain, they soon found their bodies aging and their life force disappearing. A false domain. Anya, from beginning to end, you've always been ahead of me. The protector who looked like a middle-aged man sighed, and then shot out large amounts of gold light that were like a giant sun. The two domains collided against each other, and the air seemed to shatter, causing tremendous spatial distortions and then exploding. On the ground, the Magi used the trenches as their first line of defense. However, the Dark Elves were still proceeding with their attacks. In that moment, the area was filled with the scenes of war. The Magi spent all their energy here, and did not have any to spare to break the giant cocoon and save the others. The large white cocoon was standing proudly, and even if magic were to brush past it, it remained unharmed, displaying its immense defensive ability. Even if there were stray streaks from the battle between the rank 3 Magi causing it some harm, there would be multiple little spiders crawling up and spitting out threads to patch it up. Such a powerful regenerative ability caused the Magi within and outside the arena to feel despair. Haven't you found it yet? Venus glanced at Aaron. They now had their backs against each other. Parts of the silver-white meteor sword floated, withstanding the attacks surrounding them from the Magi of the Revolutionary Army, Dark Elves as well as countless little spiders. The situation on the battlefield was what Longbottom's side intended it to be, and it was progressing in a way that benefited them. Not only were the 9 strongest rank 2 Magi restricted, many people from their own side had also snuck in. Under the unexpected attack that nobody could have responded to in time, many Magi died in their comrades' arms. In addition, within the competition area, Longbottom had also arranged for something. Not yet. Aaron smiled wryly. Longbottom's conspiracy is too complex. He actually used himself to draw our attention, and left the key to the battle on the battlefield itself. He brandished his sword hilt, and great amounts of sharp white light severed the threads in the air. It's very difficult to identify these threads, which are spread out all over the area. The moment they wind around the body, they will consume spiritual and magic force, which is used to complement the running of the spell formation. To break this spell formation, we need to find the very center of it. But I can't see it in my predictions. Aaron's expression was incomparably dark. Grandpa Merlin, what's going on? Seems like an even more powerful Magus is using the power of destiny to conceal the important part. To be able to hide it from your prophecies, it must be a powerful person, at least at rank 2. I even suspect it could be a rank 3 Dark Elven matriarch personally doing this. Grandpa Merlin's voice was serious. Then we can only search one by one at the places where energy converges. Aaron's expression was serious. He suddenly raised his sword towards the right. Wang, white light blade streaked through the sky, and a dark elf's face showed his disbelief as he was slashed into two. The badly damaged corpse fell to the ground, large amounts of fresh blood and multicolored intestines flowing out. Chaos. Aaron thought that this was utter chaos. Many magi of the Revolutionary Army, dark elves, as well as summoned creatures all battled in the giant area, and there were even a few magi secretly taking revenge on their rivals. These bloody battles caused the situation to become even more chaotic. At the very center, Balin was riding the underground Winter Spider Emperor, he and Longbottom in the middle of the final showdown. The energy from the battle between the two rank 2 magi overflowed everywhere, and the surrounding magi automatically avoided them. Not far from the battlefield, 9 ice sculptures stood tall. Despite the stray waves from the battle between rank 2 magi, none of them were in the least bit hurt, creating a stark contrast between them and the complete disorder in the surroundings. There was even a circle of dried corpses around them, and they were the magi of Twilight Zone who had wanted to secretly unseal the rank 2 lords. Even with an ancient inheritance and an underground Winter Spider Emperor with the strength of rank 2 as your magical pet, you still can't win against me, because trash will always be trash. At this moment, the rank 2 battle was nearing its end. Longbottom's face was filled with black gas, and the phantom image of a spider behind him rushed into his body. Ah! His expression began to distort. All living things disintegrate, and return to Earth. A great dark chilly aura shrouded the area and it became deathly quiet, as if they had entered apocalypse. Longbottom was suddenly like the Grim Reaper, dancing with precise steps as he strolled to Balin's front. Seal. With a palm strike, Balin was sent flying while coughing blood, and he then stood atop the underground Winter Spider Emperor's head. Chi-chi, the underground Winter Spider Emperor Aru made sharp sounds that could be of fury, or terror. Immediately after, it saw Longbottom produce a black metal bottle with a thin mouth aimed at it. A feeling of an imminent catastrophe filled its heart in that instant. How dare you fail to appreciate the matriarch's kindness? The great matriarch couldn't be bothered to deal with you, which was why she got you to stay in the Holy Land and be a sacred creature. How dare you betray your own race? Longbottom looked pleased at that moment, especially when he saw the urgent expression on Balin's face as he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Feeling like he had wreaked vengeance on Balin, he was especially thrilled. Threads of little runic chains extended from the mouth of the bottle and then covered the body of the underground Winter Spider Emperor. Aru! Balin yelled hurriedly. Through the long time they had gone on adventures together, he had long since considered Aru a companion he could trust. Now that it was gradually being sealed, he was extremely anxious. Pooh! In that moment, however, he suddenly collapsed and spat out a huge mouthful of grayish-green blood. Longbottom's power full of perishing and withering had invaded his body, and was continuously devouring his life force. In this situation, even the bio-boosting armor found this a thorny issue and without more time, it could not dispel it. Balin could only watch as Alu's body shrunk until it was sucked into the metal bottle. Did you see that? This is what happens to all that have helped you before, whether it's Leyline or this underground Winter Spider Emperor. Longbottom's voice was clear and cold as he sealed the bottle and then kept it in his bosom. He unhurriedly walked to Balin's front. How is it? Are you unable to move? My death decay isn't so easy to withstand. Boom! He gave Balin a flying kick, pushing him tens of meters away, his face dragging and forming a giant trench. Even with the protection of the armor, Balin also flushed red and then paled, and what followed was the sound of bones breaking. The bio-boosting armor also produced a groan, indicating it could not bear this. Why? Balin looked at Longbottom, gritting out the words through his teeth. Why? Longbottom went forward and stepped on Balin's face, pushing his head deep into the ground. You're asking me why? There was a sinister smile on Longbottom's face. Why were you the one chosen by the Baron? Why were you the one to work at Blazing Hammers? At the end, why were you the one chosen by Lei Lin? Longbottom snarled. So you still minded all these? Balin coughed and was stepped on once again ruthlessly, taking a mouthful of soil. Exactly. I minded all this, but it doesn't matter to me now. Longbottom began to laugh maniacally. The Magus Lei Lin who looked down on me, and you, who has been snatching away my opportunities, are now lying like dead dogs in front of me. I once swore that I would make anyone who scorned and humiliated me pay the price, and now, both of you are left. Let me see, should I first take care of Lei Lin or you? Oh, right. I heard you have a wife, right? I heard it's a missus born in nobility. Don't worry, I'll take care of her well. You dare. Balin was so furious, the veins on his face popped up, but he was then stamped on viciously. What do I do? The child of fate is now fated to lose. Eren struck and fended off the attack of a dark elf, but there was also an injury from a corrosive spell. The corroded flesh was constantly expanding. In the prophecies, I do not see any hope of him turning the tides. There's definitely hope. It is every Magus power and duty of Twilight Zone to look to the light in the darkness. Humans of Twilight Zone will definitely survive, and the glory of Magi will remain eternal. Behind him, Venus muttered, and a misty-eyed look appeared in her expression. What's going on? Did you predict something? Eren was startled, and he sensed the person beside him collapsing. What's wrong? Eren immediately turned back, and what he saw caused his eyes to widen. Venus lay down weakly, and there was a sword tip glimmering with silver light in front of her chest. It had already pierced into where her heart was. Why? I'll treat you right now. Eren felt 2 bouts of heat flowing below his eyes. No. Don't. Venus extended her hands filled with blood and resolutely stopped Eren. Only by my death and allowing sacred flame to unite, as well as gathering all the parts of Meteor Sword, can you put up a fight with Longbottom. No. There must be a way. There must be another way. Eren's hand trembled, and he began to roar. Chapter 380, Baloney. Baloney. Don't be silly. Venus laughed weakly as she reached out and caressed Eren's face. Sacrificing me, a single person, will allow you to save the entirety of Twilight Zone, what's there to hesitate? At the present moment, although her lips have gone pale and chapped from the loss of blood, her face remains full of radiance and it hurt Eren to see her like this. No. You're doing this for me. You're doing this for me. Advancing to the second rank did not ensure that he could match up to Longbottom, but it would at least greatly increase his chances of escape. Eren wept, tears flowing down his face uncontrollably. Venus laughed, her tone full of gratification, this impermanent fate. We were destined to be enemies, yet we fell in love, with each other. Bang, Venus' palm fell listlessly. Shortly after, a strong current of concentration, along with a warm and gentle scent, was injected into Eren's consciousness. Sacred flame started to revolve quickly, causing Eren's aura to rise sharply, and he broke through the bottleneck of a rank 2 Magus. Asterisk snap. Snap. Snap, asterisk. The 3 parts of Meteor Sword assembled together, emitting bright silver rays, and from the light, a tall and thin sword shaped like a cross slowly appeared. The aura of a high-level magic artifact, also much closer to the level of becoming a magic weapon, spread out in a powerful manner. Aawa! Eren roared as he lifted the meteor sword, and he transformed into a long arc as he charged into the midst of the battlefield. Any magi who obstructed the path, be they from the Twilight Zone or from the Dark Elven Empire, all faded into the air under the power of the meteor sword. What's the matter? In the middle of the battlefield, Longbottom stared at the huge incoming arc. With fierce eyes, he stopped toying with Balin. A fireball aimed right at his head hit him. Pew! The meteor sword released a ray of light, accurately targeted at the attack launched by Longbottom. A great and powerful wave of energy surged forth like raging waves. Although at this moment Longbottom could still kill Balin, he would definitely suffer huge amounts of damage. Rank 2. Longbottom's pupils froze. Energy at this level, in addition to a high-level magic artifact designed for offense, was a great threat to him. As such, Longbottom made a choice. Without moving his body, his quickly moved backwards, layers of gray-green protective shields formed in front of his vision. Kill! In the middle was Eren's silhouette. At this moment, as he charged forward with the mighty sword, silver threads of spiritual force continued to condense onto the arc, causing the sharpness of this high-level magic artifact to increase exponentially. Asterisk bang! Bang! Asterisk the protective shield set up by Longbottom was torn apart like crisp paper, and the blade of the sword even touched Longbottom's eyes. Are you trying to kill me? With just you alone? Longbottom had a sinister expression on his face, and the shadow of a spider appeared on his body, with its mouth wide open, clasping directly on the long sword. Snap! The sound of a slight explosion rang in the air, following which, the silhouette of two people flew away, retreating. Longbottom stroked his face, as below his left eye, a stream of blood flowed. Whereas on the other end, Eren's arm produced a bone-crunching noise as he quickly retreated to where Balin was. Are you alright? Balin finally expelled the corrosive spell's energy left by Longbottom within himself, and he stood up. Although he did not witness the previous scene, he felt that the expression on his friend's face was not right. Your strong armor has been damaged. Use this. Eren glanced at Balin. He then passed the cross-shaped sword in his hand to Balin. The energy it can display in your hands will be much greater than what it displayed in mine. Now was not the time for idle talk. Balin immediately took over the meteor sword, but the deathly stillness in Eren's eyes still frightened him. This again. This again. Why is it that every time I am about to succeed, there will always be more obstructions sprouting up? On the other side, Longbottom observed this scene with a grim complexion. So what? Having one more rank 2 Magus does not change anything. You will all die here today. Longbottom roared. The phantom spider on his back suddenly did something unpredictable. It ruthlessly widened its mouth and plunged its sharp incisors into Longbottom's shoulders. Strings of red which were visible to the naked eye was extracted from Longbottom's body. And the spider image on his back grew redder and started to expand. Although Longbottom's body continued to become thin and weak, leaving only skin and bones, which looked terrifying, the energy in his body was increasing exponentially, as though there was no limit. Dark Elven Ritual of Life. We cannot let him complete it, or he will advance into the peak of rank 2, even though he will have to pay for it with his life. Eren's voice grew hoarse, but he immediately transformed into a silvery arc as he rushed at him. Old friend Aru. This time I will not hesitate and be benevolent. Just you wait, I will save you. Balin gripped the meteor sword tightly. This melee weapon, when in the hands of a powerful warrior, also let out a deafening screech. Kill. Balin had a face of determination. The eye on his armor opened once again, and a huge restrictive aura suddenly arrived at the site, aimed at Longbottom, who was in the center. Ha! Come! Come! Longbottom, who had a stick-thin figure, laughed wildly, and engaged Eren and Balin. Bang! After the ritual of life, not only did his aura increase, it seemed to have experienced a transformation, allowing him to gain a huge boost. He raised his bony right arm against the meteor sword in Balin's hands. Bang bang, the two came into contact, letting out a horrifying sound of metal brushing against metal. The meteor sword in Balin's hand could only cut the skin on Longbottom's hand, following which it was blocked by Longbottom's arm, which was stronger than steel. Ha! Balin's face was full of shock. He chopped another time, but the long sword that pierced Longbottom's face was stopped by his teeth clenching hard. Sacred flame. Aaron pointed at Longbottom. A wave of pure white blaze laced with threads of silver fell, causing the area around Longbottom's body to burn. Longbottom's Magus robe, rings and accessories were all melted in the blazing fire, but his body remained intact, just like sturdy metal. What is happening? Jumping on this chance, Balin finally drew out the long sword, standing up with Aaron, who had retreated to a corner. The ritual of life has begun, and at this point his life does not belong to him, it belongs to the noble mother of the abyss. Simply put, the source of his life has been transferred and his body is only a puppet now. Whatever harm we inflict upon his body won't have any effect. Aaron's face turned serious, with a hint of frantic, but his ritual of life has not been completed, so the core should still be in the process of transferring. Later I will control and mark him, take care of the rest. Got it. Balin nodded. How are you going to? He could not finish talking before Aaron madly dashed in. Die. Longbottom watched Aaron charge towards him, his eyes full of vengeance and violence. He abruptly sent out a fist. The black fist collided with Aaron's chest, letting out a crisp sound. Snap. Longbottom's face suddenly changed and he retracted his fist. On his knuckles, a bone had already been pierced through and strands of black solidified blood could be seen. What's happening? How can an ordinary bone-piercing spell take down my defenses? There was a huge change in Longbottom's expression, and he seemed to have thoughts of retreating. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. But it was too late. Many silver bone piercings started to come out from Aaron's body, and his eyes turned white. Surprisingly, he was able to predict Longbottom's retreat route. After dodging his long-range attack, he clung onto Longbottom. Ah! 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 Several bone piercings acted like a trap and pierced Longbottom all over, but Aaron grew even worse, blood spurting out of his body. Heh heh. This is my upgraded version of the bone-piercing spell, enjoy. Aaron's face was a mixture of madness and relief as he yelled, Venus, I am coming. You lunatic. Longbottom roared. He pounded on Aaron's back with his fists, and the great tremors even caused the ground to vibrate. Quick. Over there. Aaron was bleeding from his nose and mouth. He used a sliver of spiritual force to mark out a position. That was on the flowery pattern on the abdomen area of the spider tattoo on Longbottom's back. It was now shining with a silver light. Kill. Balin's expression was calm as a great silver aura was released, forming silver-white flames. Large amounts of flame gathered on the meteor sword, a terrifying energy wave spreading throughout the entire competition venue, causing the surrounding magi to involuntarily stop what they were doing. The huge wings behind Balin rose, carrying him into the skies, causing him to look like a red meteor streaking through the skies. Die. At this moment, Balin no longer showed signs of hesitation and unwillingness. The long sword ruthlessly pierced through the defense of the spider image, the blade directly cutting through the marked position. The illusory spider screeched, and its 8 legs started to tremble irregularly. Suddenly, it was sent tumbling down. It then turned into black smog and dispersed. Ugh, glug. Longbottom's expression was very weird. He looked as though he wanted to say something but could not. All that could be heard was a constant gurgling noise made within his throat. The light in his eyes dimmed until they were a dead black. Bang! Longbottom's corpse fell to the ground and sent a huge patch of dust flying. We succeeded. Balin mumbled to himself, feeling as though he lost a part of himself. He felt empty, as though he had lost something very important to him. Be careful, the darkness has not ended. Both of Aaron's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath his body. Chapter 381, Coin of Destiny. Coin of Destiny. Darkness? What darkness? Hasn't Longbottom's scheme been thwarted? Balin was doubtful, but he no longer had the time to think. He scooped Aaron up in a hurry, preparing to treat him. Strands of green rays emerged from Balin's fingers, and merged with the horrifying wound on Aaron's body, helping him stop the bleeding and mending his tissues. Aaron. Are you alright? Hang in there. Balin constantly cried out, large amounts of tears spilling from his eyes. Longbottom. Lord Longbottom is dead. At this time, in the middle of the competition venue, the Revolutionary Army and Dark Elves who had just lost their leader all fell into a state of chaos. Cough cough. Aaron coughed violently and opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Of course, you're my prophet. How can you die without my permission? Balin covertly brushed away his tears and laughed. Oh no. Aaron suddenly started to struggle. What's happening? Balin hurriedly helped him stand up. Danger is still near. In fact, it's in our immediate vicinity. Aaron's face showed increasing terror. He is. Bang. 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 A person wearing an exquisite black robe emerged amidst sudden applause. Every move of his held an inexplicable aura of authority and grace, and he slowly entered their field of vision. As expected of a Magus practicing sacred flame. Once you reach rank 2, even I cannot escape your prophecies. Master Lei Lin. Weren't you? Balin looked at Lei Lin. At first, he felt joy, but then he noticed the 9 statues erected in the center. A mere ice seal of eternity, what can it do to me? Lei Lin laughed casually, not revealing that he had known about Longbottom's plan from Ernie's. Even if he hadn't known, though, his frightening power and affinity with frost would have let him escape quite easily. Bang! As though to verify Lei Lin's words, one of the 9 ice sculptures suddenly exploded, revealing the silhouette of a puppet which quickly dissipated. What? What's happening? Ah! Ha! Ha! I get it. Master Lei Lin, this is just a prank, isn't it? Balin laughed forcefully, but the unease in his heart had reached its peak. Prank? Oh. Yes, I love cracking jokes with you, just not today. I was just excited by your performance and wanted to excuse myself. Lei Lin snapped his finger. Swish. 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 Swish, light flashed everywhere, and a large number of Nature's Alliance magi appeared. Some came out from beneath the stages, some from behind the seats, and some just materialized from the shadows. These magi all had their concentration and powers intact, and embarked on a ruthless massacre the moment they entered. The Dark Elves and Twilight Zone magi all fell at their hands, and were swept in a matter of seconds. Second-level seal enhancement begin. The leader, Iron, immediately tossed out a scroll. BZZZT, a frightful wave of energy dispersed, and an even larger fleet of magi appeared at the center of the competition venue, reinforcing the gigantic spider cocoon. Lord Lei Lin. Why? Balin kept retreating, looking as though he was on the verge of breaking down. You are one of the higher-ups in Twilight Zone, and also someone I look up to. Why? No particular reason. After directing a play for so long, it's time I came to wrap things up. The corners of Lei Lin's mouth turned into a sinister smirk. Play? What kind of play? Balin did not dare to think further. A comedy about a silly hero, and a group of foolish magi. Lei Lin smiled subtly, and pointed at Balin's neck. Boiling hot. Scalding hot. Balin felt an unnerving heat exuding from his neck, penetrating through his armor, roasting his skin and muscles. Boom! A streak of gold light emitted from his neck and returned to Lei Lin's palms. It was a peculiar gold coin, one face of which had a lucky bird and the other a skull. The sides of the coin also had elaborate patterns and prints on them. This was the gold coin you gave me, was it all planned from the very beginning? Beilin laughed pathetically. No. I did not have such plans back in Potter Town, but on the way to the eastern capital, I found out that you were the child of destiny, so I decided to do this. Leylin looked at the gold coin in his hand, excitement written on his face. Hee hee. You are all liars. Liars. Beilin laughed hysterically. Rays of silver light burst forth from his body, and he charged forth, meteor sword in hand. Pow! A fist of immense strength landed firmly on his cheek, causing the meteor sword to be swung out of his grasp even as he was sent flying. Alas, the bio-boosting armor on his body failed to hold any longer and disintegrated midair. Your destiny was to become the victor of this revolution in your battle with Longbottom. And after Longbottom was taken care of, how do I put it? You are no longer of use to destiny. And without destiny on your side, you are but a dead dog to me, Leylin ruthlessly attacked Beilin. It was the truth. Before Beilin completed his mission, were Leylin to have made a move, he had a premonition that something would inexplicably block his path. But now, there was nothing that could stop him. This was the very reason why many accomplished heroes never got another chance to take risks and could only choose to live in seclusion among the commoners. Coin of Destiny, Step 1 accomplished. Leylin turned around and looked over at where Eren was. Pew! At this moment, a stream of light also emitted from Eren's ring, and in front of him appeared the great Magus Merlin. Little Eren, what did you promise me then? I promised that other than collecting your shards, I'll have to help you complete another task. Eren's expression was a mix of terror, alarm, and agony. Now, I request of you, to return to me the sacred flame. Merlin's voice was extremely calm, but Eren couldn't help but turn pale at his voice. Grandpa Merlin, I've always been respectful to you as though you were my own grandfather. But, the moment you advanced to the second rank, you realized it, no? Merlin's illusion transformed continuously before settling on the image of Leylin. So all of this, me gaining the inheritance, practicing sacred flame, meeting with Venus, it was all you're doing? Eren turned around and looked at Leylin, his pupils pitch black. At first it was, but the melodrama at the end was something I couldn't predict either. It looks like the stability issues with sacred flame still have to be solved. Leylin's voice was extremely cold. Now, hand it over. As soon as Leylin's voice sounded, Eren felt as though his consciousness was split open by someone who wanted to extract something. The extreme horrifying pain caused him to roll around, and his face contorted into demon-like expressions. Shortly after, Eren felt the spiritual force he had so painstakingly cultivated with the sacred flame was drawn out from him entirely. Strands of silver spiritual force formed a vortex in midair, and Eren, who lost his meditation technique, had his powers depleted progressively, from rank 2 to rank 1 before hitting rock bottom, an acolyte. The spiritual force of sacred flame. Leylin's smile broadened. He sang with excitement, along with the sacrifice of a child of destiny. With his deep voice sounding, the surface of the coin of destiny shone with a thin layer of light and was lifted into the air. With the magnanimous power of destiny, along with the foundation and spiritual force of the sacred flame that split apart and then merged together. Leylin pulled out a crystal already full of golden liquid, and threw it into the spiritual force vortex. All of a sudden, a surge of silver-white flames emerged from within. There are still 3 broken and unwilling souls. Leylin's smile became even wider, and 2 items flew out from Eren's body. They were a worn-out notebook and a 5-colored necklace. At this moment, an illusion flickered on each of the 2 items. Venus. Venus. Eren struggled as he saw the face of his lover on the 5-colored necklace. However, Venus' expression was ever-changing, from tenderness, to detachment, to distraught. You can join too. Leylin pointed at Eren's forehead and it exploded like a watermelon. The black ring in his hand also flew into the air, joining into a triangular formation with the other two items. With great power from the fragmented souls as the main body, the sacred flame meditation technique as the core, and finally injecting a large amount of the power of destiny. Leyland's voice grew in fervency. Following the chanting, the triangular formation and meditative vortex grew closer, giving off small explosions. Balin hissed violently and charged forth once again, but before he got close, he was already thrown out by the airwaves. Seal. A complex and awkward-sounding ancient incantation finally fused into two short seals. Boom boom, a gigantic vortex formed, compressing the vortex and triangular formation into the coin of destiny like a funnel. When everything ended, flashes of light appeared on the coin of destiny, yet it seemed as though nothing had changed. Beautiful, isn't it? Leylin let the gold coin float in midair, and with a wave of his arm, the meteor sword voluntarily flew into his hands. You did all this, just for those two items? Balin was beyond miserable, his eyes with a tint alike to flames. Chapter 382, Epilogue. Epilogue. It was mainly to attain the power of destiny. The meteor sword was just something that came along with it. Besides, it's not even complete. Leylin was in a good mood as he explained the details to Balin. Soon after, a great number of alchemy ingredients appeared before him. Brilliant rays of light started seeping into the sword and making it shine brighter. The truth is, the meteor sword was designed by and customized for me, and it is missing the most important step. Leylin drew the sword and held it up, his eyes glistening with excitement. Toxic bile. The terrifying image of a devil king started to manifest behind him. But this time round, the toxic bile was concentrated on the meteor sword instead of a large-scale attack. Menacing, deathly strands of black crawled onto the sword, and the once bright silver glow started to dim before turning a glistening coal-black. This was the original intention of Leylin to forge the weapon. The scope of the attack by the toxic bile was too large. Leylin thus confined its poison within the sword, preventing it from diffusing freely. Henceforth, anyone who was injured by the sword would immediately be poisoned. In addition, Leylin could use his own innate spells to supplement its already great power. Leylin looked at the dark sword shining in his hands, unable to mask his happiness. From here on, the power of toxic bile would not be used recklessly. Rather, it would be his common means of attack, greatly increasing his strength and power. There is one last procedure. Leylin glanced over at Balin, with a sharp look in his eyes. Balin had understood how this was going to turn out. He looked at Leylin and told him fearlessly, "I believe in the fairness and righteousness of Twilight Zone. You'll be punished for everything you've done." Ha! Fairness and righteousness. Leylin shook his head and laughed. The glory of my achievements will be recorded and sung by the people. As for the unglamorous stories behind the glory, who would pay any attention to them? A ray of black swooshed across. Balin's head was decapitated, and before it could land on the ground, both his head and body had started to decompose. Blood splashed on the surface of the gold coin, and the once brilliant shiny surface became dull. It seemed to faintly be emitting a hint of history. Lastly, with the sacrifice of the Child of Destiny. Unique magic item, Coin of Destiny, complete. Leylin finished his last incantation. The gloomy yet glowing item lay ominously in his hand. Unique magic item, Coin of Destiny. With the sacred flame at its core, and the blood sacrifice of the Child of Destiny, will bring forth a magic item that has an astonishing amount of power. The coin can guide us through the path of the future to a certain extent, and may produce uncertain results. The AI chip tried to generate a description for the coin. However, it was very clear that even the AI chip could not make an accurate judgment of its powers. After all, things such as fate and the power of destiny could not be assessed by the current AI chip or expressed by data. The supposed unique magic item was hard to be categorized. In the Magus world, there were always magical items that possessed a power which surpassed magic equipment. However, the physical quality itself might be weak, while some others contain bizarre capabilities. Hence, they were not categorized the same as magic artifacts and magic equipment but had a classification of their own. Amongst the unique magic items, some possessed limited capabilities, while there were others that display a horrifying amount of power. A ray of silver lit up and, in a flash, Coin of Destiny had vanished into the bag Lei Lin was carrying. Kill the Dark Elves and the Revolutionary Army. As for the Magi of Twilight Zone, kill them too if they don't pledge allegiance to me. Lei Lin looked around and inspected his surroundings. The Magi of Twilight Zone may have had an advantage in numbers, but the lengthy battle had exhausted them of their stamina and magic power. They were no match for the fresh Magi of Nature's Alliance. Furthermore, the Alliance had the support of Lei Lin, a rank 2 Magus. As time passed, the field got progressively quieter before settling for silence. "Sire. What do I do with these captives?" Iron asked with a bow. There were weak and dispirited Magi all around, many of them covered with wounds and blood from multiple injuries. "They are to hand over their spirit sources to me, kill them if they refuse." Lei Lin gave the order indifferently. Soon after, Lei Lin moved towards the remaining 8 Magi encased in the ice sculptures and pointed at them. "I shall add another layer of seals on these 8 Magi. They will be transported back to headquarters to be interrogated by me." The Magi from Nature's Alliance were lying in ambush and the plan was carried out according to what he had planned. And sure enough, the results at the end were very favorable. The exhausted and injured Magi from both sides were eliminated at one stroke. In fact, Lei Lin was the one who notified the Guardian on the outside and asked for his assistance. The war outside should be ending about now. Lei Lin smiled. He held up a special artifact and sent a communication signal through it. "My lord. Reporting on our status. The Magi on our side as well as the Dark Elves are severely injured. The Dark Elves have withdrawn their troops, but we cannot pursue due to similar losses on our end," one of the Magi on the battlefield reported. Any attempts at communication had been blocked long ago by Longbottom. With Lei Lin's enhancement to the cocoon, only his own artifact could communicate with the outside. "Very good. The current situation is the best of the 3 scenarios that I had anticipated." Lei Lin swept his eyes over the Magi from Nature's Alliance and smiled, "As long as we follow and advance according to the plan, soon the entirety of Twilight Zone will be ours." Lei Lin had never led before, but he had experienced much in the Magus world. With his ability to influence their minds, Lei Lin's words were bewitching and convincing. Although there were some Magi among the crowd below that seemed to be somewhat hesitant, Lei Lin was pleased to see the obvious fiery ambition sparkling in their eyes, dispersing any sign of restlessness and confusion. As long as you are a living being with wisdom, it is difficult to remain unwavering in the face of temptation. Lei Lin rejoiced covertly in his heart but also let out a sigh. The news about the incident at the Young Genius competition spread like wildfire through the Twilight Zone. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Longbottom, had disguised himself and snuck into the competition as a contestant. Once he was crowned champion, he plotted against the judges. Thereafter, the Dark Elven forces, under the conceal of their crown, joined to complete the ambush. Even though their troops retreated in the end, a huge amount of damage was inflicted on the central region, causing numerous casualties. The situation of the arena was worse. The losses there were tremendous, and only a few Magi had survived. Lei Lin, most powerful of the survivors as a rank 2, issued complaints about the Dark Elves' conduct, calling for action from the central region. After his return to the base, Lei Lin immediately gathered all of his Magi, seeking the assistance of the other Magi who favored his cause and started organizing an army. The central region was currently in a state of tremendous chaos. A large number of high-level Magi had perished. The Guardian of the Realm, as well as the other protectors, had all vanished without a trace as well. In the name of righteousness and for other reasons, the remaining Magi all united under Lei Lin's banner. Lei Lin, who was at the center of attention, headed towards a different place on his own. This single empty space seemed to have emerged from the earth's crust. It was narrow and cramped, the continuously faint but hurried breathing could still be heard. Bang! A massive explosion sounded and crushed rocks flew everywhere. In the midst of the mayhem, Lei Lin smiled as he walked forward with the coin of destiny in his hand. Lord Guardian of the Realm, and Protector Logan, you both are truly very good at hiding. It took me a while to find this place. Lei Lin took a quick glance around and realized that there were 2 dead bodies lying in this cave, and on their corpses, some rank 2 energy was still present. A half-naked old man, whose body was covered with incantations and colored spots, leant against a rock trying to catch a breath. On the other side was a familiar face, Logan from the east. When he saw Lei Lin, he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed as if after the battle with the Dark Elves and Anya, 2 of the protectors had died. Logan and the Guardian of the Realm were still struggling with their breaths. Why? Why is it you? Logan asked with a pale face. Oh. Lei Lin raised his eyebrow, looks like there are many magi out there who miss you. So much so that you do not even dare to go back to your old nest, preferring to hide outside. But he didn't mind because, in the face of true power and capability, any crafty conspiracy would seem like a joke. How did you find us? Forget it, that is not important right now. I just want to know, young Magus, do you belong to us or the Dark Elves? The Guardian by the wall struggled to ask. There's no need to worry. The Dark Elves are not rich enough to bribe me. As for Twilight Zone's magi, they shall step on the path to glory under my leadership. Well then. Go ahead, the Guardian smiled, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Lei Lin bowed slightly in respect to the Guardian who dedicated his whole life to serve the Twilight Zone. Soon after, a thick black darkness shrouded the entire area. The border between the northern and central region of the Twilight Zone. At this moment, in an open plain, 2 enormous armies were about to confront each other. On the north was the Dark Elven army, their skilled knights riding underground winter spiders and emitting continuous energy waves from their bodies. Chapter 383, A Fallen Empress. A Fallen Empress. The human camp was more complicated. Many magi, acolytes and even common soldiers had been gathered together like a mixed flock of birds. It had turned out this way due to the lack of core leadership. The deaths of the Guardian of the Realm and the Protectors had left them without a stable chain of command. Hence, many problems arose, not the least of which was disputes in command. Many ambitious parties were working from the shadows, plotting their own schemes. Oh. People are gossiping about me? Back at his own camp, Lei Lin was updated with the latest report, and his face revealed a mysterious sinister smile. Don't bother with them. These rumors will be deemed baseless soon enough. Lei Lin waved his hand and flashed a faint smile. Suddenly his face changed as he looked towards the northern skies. She's here. A tiny black speck suddenly rose from the northern skies, bringing a huge and irresistible power to bear upon the 2 armies. Your Majesty. Numerous elite underground winter spider knights knelt down to salute with zeal in their eyes. Anya looked up to face the human army, her beautiful face and body exuding a mysterious charm. Where is your commander? I want to see him, she spoke with a sweet yet icy tone to her voice, as alluring as a rose in a bloody scene. It was tender and beautiful, yet dangerous and deadly. And so that voice with the strength of a Magus was heard even on the side of the humans. Numerous ordinary troops started fainting and dying, many of them shedding patches of hair and bleeding furiously. This was the result of radiations emitted recklessly from a high-ranking Magus's spell, causing the destruction of the normal human's body. The acolytes too started to faint one after the other, until only official magi could remain clear-headed, although even their fighting strength was heavily reduced. Streams of green air could be seen, being drawn out from the human camp and transferred to Anya who was hovering in midair. A false domain. There were rumors that the Dark Elven Empress had attained such a high level. The ability to suck life and power out of them is a formidable gift. Lei Lin's expression showed signs of interest and he turned to look at the other high-ranking magi. In the human camp, the rest of the high-ranking magi were waiting in their tents in silence. Waves of spatial magic power permeated the air. The battle has yet to begun, and you're already about to run away. Lei Lin laughed uncontrollably, but then felt that it was only right. After all, these magi had thought that the Empress of the Dark Elves had been severely injured. If not, the Guardian of the Realm would have survived as well. What now? At this moment, the magi outside would mostly likely be vehemently cursing me, huh? Lei Lin shook his head, as his body floated to mid-air. Roar, a massive, ferocious aura that seemed to emanate from a predator of ancient times burst forth. A wave of violent air rolled and surged through, causing huge chaos to the opposite camp. The other magi noticed that this wave of energy was not inferior to that of the Dark Elven Empress. Bloodline skill, intimidating gaze. Snap, Lei Lin's life force rose ferociously, as if a chain or seal had been broken, and at that moment, he had crossed the category of a rank 2 Magus and entered a deep and unmeasurable realm. This kind of change upset Anya, rank 3. You have already advanced to rank 3. Yes. Before the murder of the Guardian of the Realm, Lei Lin had secretly arranged for his advancement to a rank 3 Magus. With the giant serpent's breath potion and the usage of a large amount of top-notch resources, Lei Lin's spiritual force had turned bright silver long ago, and his power had been enhanced greatly. As for the next level in Kamoyan's pupil, Lei Lin already had it. In fact, with the AI chip's enhancement, it had become even more all-encompassing. That in addition to the enlightenment from the Tree of Wisdom formed the perfect conditions to ensure success. Lei Lin's intention was to elevate his power to be on the same level as the best of Twilight Zone, so that he would have the confidence to carry out his plans. The breakthrough had surprised Lei Lin. His materialized spiritual force had been refined continuously and, at the same time, the foundations of the spiritual force crystal had been constructed. The swiftness and ease of it had left Lei Lin with an unfathomable feeling. It could be the result from the use of the giant Kamoyan serpent's blood or from the accumulated knowledge from the AI chip. It might be the great essence of wisdom found in the ancient tree that no one knew about. Or it could be the different factors all coming together that assisted Lei Lin in acquiring his current position. It had surely surpassed his own expectations. The enhanced AI chip thus refreshed Lei Lin's status. Lei Lin Farlier, rank 3 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, Power, 23.6, Agility, 20.1, Physique, 35.7, Vitality, 203.4, Magic Power, 203, Magic Power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Host has obtained an innate spell upon advancement, Intimidating Gaze. Intimidating Gaze, after numerous blood purification, the giant Kamoyan serpent, as an elite ancient predator, has its might absorbed and assimilated into the bloodline warlock. They who held the dignity of creatures from ancient times has a force field with an intimidating effect. Effect, any living being that is within the perimeter will have their powers suppressed. Those with weak willpower will enter a state of confusion. Rank 1 Magus will have their abilities weakened by 50%, Rank 2 Magus weakened by 30% and Magi of the same rank will have their stats reduced by 10%. With such an ability to suppress the power of his enemies, Lei Lin seemed genuinely ready to dominate the field. In fact, he could be considered an ideal Magus to dominate everything. Unlike the domain of a Morning Star Magus, which gave them complete control, Intimidating Gaze only applied certain effects to those caught within its area of effect. With Lei Lin now using Intimidating Gaze, the underground winter spider knights felt as if an eye from the depths of hell was gazing upon them, which caused them to collapse to the ground. As for the matriarchs, their faces turned ashen, warping with terror. Lei Lin took a calculative look at the Empress in front of him. Strictly speaking, this could be considered their first meeting. His relentless gaze transcended the opposing party's demonic charm, instead, he paid more attention to the decorative design on her body. A moment late, Lei Lin sighed and responded faintly, "So. You were already seriously injured." The suppression of injuries by the branding of runes on the body, as well as the familiar scent, reminded Lei Lin of the guardian of the realm who had perished. The vicious fight with him and the protectors had obviously caused Anya to suffer serious injuries, leaving her with no choice but to retreat. Anya looked at the youthful Lei Lin, showing a bitter smile. Do you know? Dark elves' lives are filled with hardships. When I was young, every winter I would witness many dark elves firmly geared up with weaponry. My mother told me they were gearing up for war, and after the war, we would have enough food and provisions to survive. Anya's face was filled with loss, her voice angelic. The corners of her eyes sparkled. My mother told me that, far away on the southern side, there was a huge empire of the human race. It was continuously fighting with us for survival. Hence, every year we suffer huge losses and death. I decided then that I would lead an army of dark elves and break this cruel cycle. But now, unfortunately, I am unable to do so. Anya turned to look at the dark elven camp one more time, and at this moment, an enormous uproar occurred. Several rank 2 matriarchs disregarded the frightening energy wave and stormed straight forward. Can you promise me, that you will preserve the dark elven race? Anya lowered her once arrogant head, pleading. Looking at the intelligent and well-respected empress of the dark elves in front of him, Lei Lin nodded his head lightly. I promise you that I will preserve the dark elves and see that they remain in Twilight Zone. However, what the other magi do afterwards will be out of my hands. Moreover, whether the dark elves are able to survive within the ecology laboratory is also another unpredictable matter. These words were left unsaid. Thank you so much. Anya smiled, the crown on her head giving off a glaring ray of light. The moment Lei Lin swung his hand, a huge golden spider appeared and landed in the center of the field. It sat facing the underground winter spiders across it and started hissing loudly. The underground winter spiders then became increasingly restless, and many of them started to show signs of instability. Some even turned against the dark elven knights riding them and started biting at them. Aru, the underground winter spider emperor, had originally been sealed by Longbottom. Lei Lin had unsealed it after the events at the arena and subdued it for his own use. To a certain extent, Aru might be the common ancestor of all underground winter spiders, hence to have such unbelievable power for use by him, he was thrilled to possess this killer weapon. Here we go. Lei Lin exclaimed lightly, fine black scales appearing on his body and striking Anya's at the same time. Along with the loud hissing of both opposing spiders and the clash of the two magi, the two opposing troops on the ground also started to assemble and started the attack in full force, the roar of their voices shaking the earth. Twilight Zone, Year 5782. Magus Lei Lin Farlier led the human army to crush the army of the Dark Elves along with their empress. Magus Anya, along with rank 1 and rank 2 matriarchs, were not spared. Together with the rest of the army, they collapsed at the scene and countless lives were lost. Chapter 384, Guardian of the Realm. Guardian of the Realm. After Lei Lin's progression to rank 3 and the defeat of the Dark Elves, all the dissent and secret plots in the central region quieted down as if they had never existed. As a newly promoted rank 3 Magus full of vitality, one who wasn't struggling to even protect the realm, Lei Lin could easily find the time to destroy those guilds that did not subject themselves to his rule. He was poised to control Twilight Zone for centuries to come. Faced with the pressure from such great power, no matter how unwilling the Magi in the central region were, they dared not offend him. At this moment, the few survivors from other guilds appeared, diminishing all talk against Lei Lin. They were all elite Magi from different guilds, and a few rank 2 judges were also among them. They joined together to testify that what Lei Lin had said before was the truth, which waived all doubts immediately. They were all Lei Lin's captives at that time. Those rank 2 Magi had long since submitted to Lei Lin. They were not fools. Knowing Lei Lin's power and their own waning influence, most of them recognized the truth. Of course, there were some stubborn ones that all perished gloriously in the war. Twilight Zone Year 5783. Aided by his rank 3 power and the glory of defeating the Dark Elves, Lei Lin was pronounced the guardian of the realm under the witness of many Magi in the central region. From then, Lei Lin became the sole power controlling Twilight Zone's magi, and the sacrifices and darkness behind his radiant glory were often ignored by the masses. People would only end up remembering Lei Lin's glorious achievement of defeating the Dark Elves. They composed folk songs and legends in his praise, leaving out the hard work of Balin, Aaron, Venus, and even the previous Guardian. Those names were buried beneath the documents and historical records concerning Lei Lin's eternal brilliance, and his legend continued. After succeeding the title of the Guardian of the Realm, the first order Lei Lin passed was aimed at making Nature's Alliance the core strength of Twilight Zone. He gathered large masses of magi to construct the Nature's Alliance Academy at the heart of the central region. Although Lei Lin had not planned to do so originally, the present him did have the strength to implement the Academy system, reaping great rewards in the process. After establishing the Nature's Alliance Academy, a few large-scale guilds who had good relationships with the Alliance made a high-profile announcement. They would merge with Nature's Alliance Academy to form a formidable guild. Of course, this was all due to Lei Lin's control in the background. Following that, Lei Lin no longer had to worry. The rapidly rising academy naturally edged out other nearby guilds, continually expanding its capability and area of influence. It was clear to Lei Lin that the South Coast's model was more just and fair than the guild system followed by Twilight Zone. They had also relinquished the tradition of inheritance from master to disciple. Although there were still many mentors, very few of them continued treating their acolytes like slaves. Furthermore, how many acolytes could a mentor take on? How could they compare to the large-scale classrooms of an academy? Many large guilds started to relinquish their narrow-minded restriction of meditation techniques to combine forces, as it would definitely be much stronger than the strength of individual guilds. This was the success of the system. It was also the improvement of an era. Once it became a trend, it could not be stopped. The guilds that were left behind, in order to not be overshadowed by the academies, also had to establish institutes and enroll many acolytes to survive. This allowed talented commoners to have a very good chance. Academies that were more free and open could also accept roaming magi. Without the meditation technique restriction, it became much simpler for roaming magi who wanted to join academies. Lei Lin had noticed this long ago. Although guilds that practiced the same kind of meditation technique were very united, they also became highly xenophobic. After joining a guild, if a magi did not practice that guild's meditation technique, they became targets for ostracization. But academies did not face this problem. The flames of the revolution started by Longbottom were also snuffed out gradually by the institution of academies. Lei Lin did not actually mind this. What he prioritized was still the meditation techniques of the guilds and their valued research. Indeed, under the advocation of fair, just, transparent and free communication by the Academy's rules, guilds that joined the Academy had to contribute their unique meditation techniques and some precious research. Under Lei Lin's leadership, this large amount of precious information was stored in the Academy's library for all magi to peruse, and this trend developed ardently. It must be said that after relinquishing the narrow-minded notion of a guild, such open communication and probing indeed benefited the magi a lot, causing the magi of Twilight Zone to improve their abilities. As for these meditation techniques and research, all of it was naturally kindly accepted by Lei Lin, greatly increasing the aid at iChip's database. It can be said that at this point in time, a large portion of Twilight Zone's meditation techniques and high-level research was pocketed by Lei Lin, including all precious resources. Nature's Alliance was now the most influential in the central region. No matter what Lei Lin desired, as long as it was within Twilight Zone, he needed but to ask. A large number of commoners, acolytes, rank 1 and even rank 2 magi would unhesitatingly go get it for him no matter the cost. This was the benefit of authority. Time passed. Twilight Zone, year 5785. Sensing that every party had completed their preparations, Lei Lin, with his title of Guardian of the Realm, sent out an appeal ordering Alliance forces from all regions to recapture the north. Indeed. After murdering Anya, Lei Lin chose to retreat and did not directly attack the north region, but that place was now easily obtainable. It was very clear to him that though he had exceptional abilities, he first had to sort out his own skills. Although impulsively sending troops to defeat the Dark Elves, recover their lost lands and gain reputation could work out, the real gains would definitely be reaped by others harboring ambitious schemes. In addition, at that point in time, he did not have the title of Guardian of the Realm. Lei Lin was not foolish enough to fight on the front lines and let the Magi at the back reap the fruit of his efforts. Hence, he would rather watch on as the North's remaining Dark Elves waged war against the dwarves, gnomes, and even themselves, letting them wear themselves out before he would act. But now, the time was ripe. Compared to the previous appeal, Lei Lin was now the Guardian of the Realm, the ruler of Twilight Zone. The orders of the greatest leader of the Magus world naturally carried more weight. Once the order was passed down, not only did all the guilds in the central region send out magi and soldiers to form an alliance, even the east, south and west regions sent out large masses to help. Something worth mentioning was that Lei Lin only had true control over two regions, the center and the east. As for the west and south, their attitudes toward Lei Lin as the guardian of the realm were rather ambiguous. But Lei Lin did not care. After organizing the center and east, relying on the strength of the academies in these two regions was enough to crush the other party. He had abstained from doing so earlier because his time was occupied by internal restructuring. But now, the other regions had also sensed that conditions were not favorable for them, and they started to yield. After all, sending out armies in accordance to the appeal was an act of allegiance. Lei Lin stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth curled up in amusement. North Twilight Zone. Throngs of troops lined up neatly and advanced forward constantly. Meanwhile at the back were large numbers of magi riding peculiar transports. The troops were neat and orderly, and unified by the same order. Compared to the previous army organized by Lei Lin, this one seemed much more powerful. Due to the passing of the Dark Elven Empress 3 years ago, most of the Dark Elves had already withdrawn from North Twilight Zone. Only some of the more stubborn members of their race were left struggling along with the dwarves and gnomes. And such strength, to a congregation of many magi, especially the human troops led by Lei Lin, was as insignificant as dust. The troops had an irresistible force. They conquered expansive plots of land by barely expending any energy and even pushed through to Pai City. At the entrance of the city, the flag of the Dark Eves could be seen flying high, amidst thick smog, giving off an ominous feel. Pai City. The original line of defense of the north, and also the place where Protector Ye died. Lei Lin looked at the few Dark Elves and sneered, "This is a strategic border town, could it be the Dark Elves are still dreaming of dividing the land with us? Pass down the order, all troops are to pitch camp here, we will attack tomorrow." Lei Lin casually passed the order to his left and right-hand men, and they passed down the message layer by layer. The entire troop stopped and found themselves suitable spaces to pitch camps. At the moment, the magi and normal soldiers were busy, but they were not in disorder, displaying the good control Lei Lin had over his army. In the center of the closely packed camps was a big gold tent, decorated with exquisite gemstones and incense. There were even teams of magi patrolling outside of it. Although the Guardian of the Realm did not fancy all this, it was necessary etiquette. Lei Lin, who was meditating in the middle of the gold tent, suddenly opened his eyes and his mouth turned into a smile. After a few minutes, a congratulatory voice could be heard, "Master. Enter." The front curtain was unveiled and a middle-aged man with white hair entered, his being radiated with the scary energy of a rank 2 magi, but at this moment, he kneeled down on one knee as a form of respect to Lei Lin. "Reporting to Master. There is a rank 2 matriarch of the Dark Elves who claims to be an old friend and wants to see you." "An old friend?" Lei Lin smiled, "Let her in." Chapter 385, Allegiance. Allegiance. The rank 2 Magus deferentially accepted the order and left, and minutes later, a rank 2 Dark Elven matriarch in skin-tight clothing walked in. Her face was extremely delicate, her skin pale and exquisite. She was evidently a beauty that was hard to come by, though her expression now held apprehension. "Alicia." As expected, it's you. Lei Lin laughed. Out of all the dark elves, it was just this one matriarch that he had been standing against for 10 or so years in Dolan City, and they could somewhat be considered acquaintances. Alicia greets the Lord Guardian of the realm. The dark elven matriarch Alicia bit her lips, and then knelt and leaned down, respectfully touching her head to the cold ground. She was still slightly dazed. This young Magus that had contested with her for over 10 years had long since reached the apex of the Magus world and had left her far behind. When she saw him, she even needed to kneel. She did not want to do this, yet could not express it on the outside. From Leyland's point of view, he took in everything, from the pretty and flirtatious matriarch's exquisite jade-like back, rounded taut buttocks, to her slender, firm thighs. As if noticing Leyland's gaze, a look of bashfulness appeared on Alicia's face, but she secretly wriggled her body, revealing a silent charm. In her heart, however, she felt an intense feeling of humiliation. Though dark elves were very open when it came to promiscuity to the point they could have boy toys of different races as well, it was always the dark elves dominating in the psychological aspect, with their mental belief in their stance as masters and owners who were untouchable. But now, this experience of offering herself up as a gift and fearing the other party not accepting was difficult for Alicia, a matriarch of fewer than 200 years and a very mentally sensitive dark elf. So what is your intention in coming here? Lei Lin withdrew his gaze. He had always been able to control himself when it mattered. In addition, after advancing to be a rank 3 warlock and taking over as the guardian of the realm, there were more than enough women wanting to climb into his bed. There had even been dark elves who had attempted this. After the great defeat of the dark elves, there was a large dive in the prices of dark elven slaves in the slave market, and there were many dark elven nobles on sale. It had to be said that because of their great outer appearance and innate skill at magic, dark elves were truly the most suitable choice to be Magus slaves. Even if Lei Lin did not express anything, there would be magi racking their brains on how to please him and sending him captive dark elves for him to enjoy. I represent the dark elven race and am here to offer my allegiance to my lord. Please let my race go. Alicia's voice brought with it sorrow as she continued kneeling, passing over a fine crown and a black crystal. This is the symbol of our power, the dark elven crown, as well as the complete volume of the high-grade meditation technique, life absorption. We dark elves are willing to completely withdraw from North Twilight Zone, even pulling back till the north of the river. We will also supply top-grade exclusive slaves and many precious resources. Please let us off. Alicia continued to beg while kowtowing. This, Lei Lin pondered, fingers circling and rapping to create a regular rhythm. Alicia's breath almost stopped, awaiting the judgment of destiny in terror and anticipation. Fine. Lei Lin nodded in agreement. After the human race's allied force recovered the northern region, it lacked the ability to advance and gain more. In addition, Lei Lin still had other ideas. An absolute power meant that once the human race completely extinguished the dark elves, gnomes, and dwarves with his help, they could very well decline quickly due to internal strife. This was not what Lei Lin wanted to see. A constant, unyielding external pressure would evidently be able to serve the function of spurring on the humans. Many thanks, my lord. Alicia was so elated she was on the verge of tears. Though Lei Lin could immediately enjoy the enthusiastic desire of this matriarch to serve him, he still chased her out. It was obvious that Alicia's value could not compare to the dark elven crown and high-grade meditation technique. Magic equipment, dark elven crown. Lei Lin caressed the surface of this magic equipment. As it had been used recently in the war, the crown's surface was dim, and it seemed unremarkable. If not for knowing about it beforehand, Lei Lin might have been tricked by its outer appearance and missed this magic equipment. In the world of the Magi, magic equipment ranked far above magic artifacts. They held a mysterious power within, and usually, only Magi at rank 3 and higher would have the opportunity to come into contact with one. Discovered magic equipment, beginning scan. Beep. Scanning complete. 45.9% could not be analyzed. Obtained high-grade concealing and icy runes, as well as traces of incomplete high-grade illusory spell formation runes. Many prompts from the AI chip appeared. This is just the start. If I can completely analyze the inner workings of this magical device, I might even be able to forge my own. Lei Lin could tell that this was a great opportunity for him. He had been unable to improve his alchemy and high-grade enchantment skills in recent times. And this. Lei Lin picked up that black crystal. Large amounts of information streamed in front of Lei Lin's eyes. They were written in the Dark Elven language, but this was nothing important. Earlier in the eastern region, Lei Lin had obtained much fundamental academic content through the library in Nature's Alliance. Things like the Dark Elven language were nothing much. Life absorption. This was a high-grade meditation technique passed down by the Dark Elves. Only Dark Elves who were as powerful as matriarchs were qualified to train in it. From this, it could be seen that Longbottom had really been doing well with the Dark Elves, and had gained their trust. This meditation technique, Lei Lin touched his chin, recalling the information the AI chip had just recorded. Even though this bit of time was not enough for him to completely analyze the meditation technique, he largely knew its characteristics and uses. Life absorption was obviously rated as high-grade and was in the top class even in Twilight Zone. If not, Dark Elves themselves had many high-grade meditation techniques. Why would they make it a rule that it was a meditation technique to be passed down? The characteristic of life absorption was that it could increase the spiritual force by robbing life force from other creatures, thus helping with breakthroughs. The higher the level, the easier it was to gain the life force of various creatures. At the end, it could even cause a deathly vortex that was similar to a calamity, and all creatures in range would be attacked regardless of what they were. However, this meditation technique did have its disadvantages. As it relied on robbing life force to improve, its foundations were not stable. There had not even been a single matriarch who could break through from the rank 3 level into the Morning Star realm. Besides, when one reached the more profound parts of the meditation technique, the Magus himself or herself would find their life force disappearing. This could not be compensated with any method other than the life force of other creatures. The moment the life energy gained was too immense, or if the Magus rank was too high, the Magi who trained in life absorption would lose their life force at a faster rate. This meant that every time Magi who trained in life absorption used it, it meant they were one step closer to the abyss of death. However, with the growth of strength and the later loss of life force, it was like a drug that influenced many Magi to use it and eventually destroy themselves. To cultivate in this sort of meditation technique, it's best to find an ancient creature with enough life force and drain all its life force, succeeding in training in this meditation technique all at one go. Lei Lin's plentiful experience allowed him to think of a few methods to solve this issue, but he then shook his head. It's not just the difficulty in advancing in meditation techniques. Ancient creatures that have great life force cannot be underestimated by even rank 3 Magi. Unless it was their remains. At this thought, Lei Lin naturally thought about the icy cave. If nothing unexpected happened, in the deeper parts of the icy cave, the icy world held within the body of a creature with the strength of at least Morning Star strength, as well as the blood of an even more frightening existence. With my current strength, what will it be like if I go to the icy world? Lei Lin was silent for a while, and a gold light suddenly flashed in his hands, a simple gold coin appeared in his palm. Bling, Lei Lin flung the coin, and there was a sole golden arc in the air that then landed on the back of his hand. Lei Lin lifted his palm and he saw the side with a skull engraved on it pointing up. Its eyes seemed to be ridiculing him with its smirk. It won't end up well. Lei Lin murmured, and gave up all thoughts of proceeding forth. Ka-cha. Immediately after, a slight crack appeared on the surface of Coin of Destiny. As the unique magic item, Lei Lin had created by exhausting his thoughts, Coin of Destiny had the terrifying ability to predict the future. However, there was also a limit. Though Lei Lin had given it a sacrifice using the Child of Destiny, as well as added much spiritual force from Sacred Flame, he did not train in this meditation technique and thus, could not obtain images and specific information. He could only approximate the judgment through positive and negative predictions. Besides, due to the constraints from sacred flames level and the ranking of the sacrifice, there was a limit to how many times Coin of Destiny could be used. If he wanted predictions on rank 3 Magi and below, it could be used for a long time, but once it got up to the Morning Star realm, each usage would result in great damage to Coin of Destiny itself and then cause it to fall apart. Lei Lin had asked for predictions on the situation if he headed to the icy caves. The skull head was up, implying that if Lei Lin really did that, it would not end up well for him. Chapter 386, Radiant Guardian. Radiant Guardian. It's still a no. Lei Lin kept the Coin of Destiny, feeling slightly crestfallen. The Coin of Destiny had been cast rather crudely. Due to the involvement of Morning Star Magi, it was already damaged, and if it got worse, Lei Lin truly had no idea where else he would find a Child of Destiny to offer as a sacrifice. Though he could make prophecies the way he had used Aaron, they had no way to make predictions regarding higher-ranked existences, and the risks in that were too huge. Humans were creatures full of possibilities. If the Magi that Lei Lin had chosen managed to advance till they were on the same level as Lei Lin and managed to prophesize his actions, there would be no way Lei Lin could benefit from it. Lei Lin would rather use these dead creatures. Though they were troublesome, they were convenient and very safe. That was what he prioritized. Even I with my rank 3 strength will meet with dangers that cannot be measured in the icy world. Looks like that's still a place that I can't peek into. Lei Lin was clear on his situation. He now held most of Twilight Zone in the palm of his hand and had nothing to be anxious over. The icy cave would always be present, so the things inside would be his sooner or later. After the entire Dark Elven race surrendered, all that was left to take care of in the northern region were the gnomes, dwarves and few remaining guilds there. Lei Lin could not be bothered with this and used his overbearing power to take care of it. A few days later, a shocking rumor spread. Lord Lei Lin, guardian of the realm in Twilight Zone, charged into the dwarf stronghold, the Talene Caves, alone. They said that the Lord relied on his own power and barged in head-on, and went all the way into the dwarves' royal court. Berserk lightning and the terrifying aura of death constantly shrouded the area. The battle continued for numerous days before it stopped. From then on, however, the royal dwarven court sent out an announcement, saying that their respected ruler, King Greybeard, and various other important ministers had died from illness. The young dwarven prince inherited the throne and immediately withdrew his troops. The same thing happened in the Gnome Kingdom. This time, the explosions could be seen with the naked eye. Their machinery was ruined, and the 3 godly weapons which represented the peak of their alchemic skills were turned into trash. Many of their outstanding artisans were also kidnapped, and thus they lost many essential resources and research material about advanced alchemy. From then on, Lei Lin's fame spread throughout Twilight Zone. Besides humans, even when dark elves and gnomes mentioned him, they did not dare call him by his name. He had been titled the Radiant Guardian. His image had been recorded as a legend by other races, and news of his being an exceptionally terrifying existence was passed down. Of course, Lei Lin had not considered all these. He was now sitting on the most respected gold throne in Pai City and instructing Iron. Divide the resources in the newly recovered northern region, and prioritize the guilds who've sided or displayed their goodwill towards us. As for the rest of the harvest, confiscate it all. Lei Lin's intentions in attacking North Twilight Zone was not to be a good Samaritan, but to get rich. Through many years of development, there were various abundant resources in the northern region. Most guilds had died out during the chaotic war, which gave him another excuse to take them over. As for those lucky enough to survive, besides those who sided with Lei Lin's side, whom he gave special treatment to, he was not planning to bother with the rest. Then, how about the Magi who've set up organizations there? Iron was slightly hesitant. Due to the chaos, not just other races but also other guilds from Twilight Zone had dispatched people to the former North Twilight Zone. They attempted to seize some things and even occupied a small territory, having a long-term confrontation with dark elves and managed to survive with their tenacity. This was a result of Lei Lin killing the opposite party's great matriarch in one blow. If not, no matter how gutsy they would not dare even consider this area. Handle this in the same way. Also, for those stubborn guilds unwilling to submit to me, arrest them on the grounds of treason and colluding with the enemy. As for the evidence, just look for Alicia. I'm sure she'll be willing to supply it. Lei Lin smirked. This was basically an act to eliminate all outsiders, but Lei Lin's crushing strength and his advantage of acting on an absolute righteous cause allowed everything to seem calm and organized. In reality, Lei Lin was building North Twilight Zone up as the headquarters of Nature's Alliance. In the other regions, the strength of the Magi made everything tricky, and it was difficult to just insert an exceptionally large-scale guild within. Nature's Alliance Academy in the central and eastern region had expanded to its peak already. If this was in the past, Lei Lin could simply continue expanding outwards, but the situation was now different. Due to the war, the northern region was destroyed by the chaos and many guilds had died out. The nobility and other chains of command had almost completely been wiped out as well. Though this partly had to do with the cruelty of dark elves, most of it had to do with various organizations who were hidden deep within. Lei Lin had also played an important role there. After most of the original organizations in the northern region were purged, it was time for the strong to divide up the feast. Lei Lin, who held an absolute advantage in Nature's Alliance Academy, gained the largest part of the benefits. A few months later, a large branch academy of Nature's Alliance was established there. Besides being a branch in name, the facilities and allocation of staff were based on the highest standards and even bested the headquarters in the central region. With the completion of the branch academy, Lei Lin gained complete control of North Twilight Zone. For the two areas which were still hesitating, this was a huge shock. In the year 5786 of Twilight Zone, the western and southern regions that had only been pledging their allegiance on the surface could no longer hold on and announced their agreement to support Nature's Alliance Academy in the central region. They received guidance from the Great Guardian of the Realm and built a joint academy. Twilight Zone was unified, and the prestige of the Guardian of the Realm, Lei Lin, was deep in the hearts of the masses. Human society also began to develop at a quick rate. It was a new page of history. The end of the former era, as well as the ascension of the new one, proceeded so quickly that many Magi found it hard to react to. North Twilight Zone, in Nature's Alliance Academy. Crap, I'm going to be late. Will quickly got out of bed and hugged his thick notebook and textbook, a sandwich fresh out of the oven in his mouth as he dashed across the roads of the academy. The academy was illuminated with large amounts of sunstones and eternal flames. There were even bonsai transplanted to the side of the roads for viewing pleasure. This would have been unthinkable in the past. On the roads, there was the occasional sight of acolytes who were all darting towards their own classrooms. Mentor Jiline's reaction field theory is so profound. I don't understand it all. The principle behind the construction of spell models is very important. It is the basis of all spell models that can be performed, and it needs to be solid. There cannot be any mistake. It's almost time for the academy competition. Rumors say that the victor can even get guidance from an official Magus. Many conversations flew into Will's ear, and there were even many familiar voices. However, his feet did not stop moving as he ran at a flying speed. As an acolyte chosen from among the commoners, he truly appreciated this hard-to-come-by opportunity. It was because he had been up studying till late last night that he had overslept. After passing by the teaching plaza, all acolytes would respectfully bow towards a statue in the middle. The statue was carved out of black dazzling stone and formed the image of a handsome young man. His gaze was set far away, as if surveying the scene in the distance from his elevated position. Under the statue, these words were carved in the language of Twilight Zone. Distinguished Guardian of the Realm, Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 3 Magus, the founder of Nature's Alliance Academy, once gloriously killed the Dark Elven Empress, Dwarven King and Gnome Prophet in battle, saving all humankind. The patron saint of Twilight Zone, he also has other names, such as the Hand of Sacred Light, the Glorious Guardian and so on. The Lord Guardian of the Realm. Will bowed slightly towards the statue, admiration apparent in his expression. If only I could become such a mighty Magus one day. Immediately after, however, he couldn't help but laugh. He really was imagining the wildest things. Some time after passing by the sculpture, Will couldn't help but turn back and look, only to find a figure under the statue that had the exact same face as the sculpture. Whale's eyes widened, but when he looked once more, the figure had disappeared, as if all he had seen was merely an illusion. Schwa, Celine drew the curtains, and the giant French window revealed the current bustling, lively situation of nature's alliance. How is it to see the splendor you created by your own hand? Celine laughed as she embraced Leyland's waist from the back. Also, welcome back. You've stayed in the laboratory for about 15 years, haven't you? Celine gently placed her head on Leyland's back. She, who had tasted power, was now even more alluring than beautiful, as enchanting as a poppy. However, Celine was very aware where her power and status had come from. This was especially so during the period of debauchery Leyland had engaged in when in the central region. She had, at that time, come to realize exactly how stable her position had been. She had even abandoned her work in the east and dashed to Leyland's side. It was a pity that Leyland's thoughts were all on gathering high-grade meditation techniques and all sorts of information, giving Celine the cold shoulder. I don't really feel anything. Leyland was quite indifferent to all this. The reason why he had established an academy was just so that it would be more convenient for him gather meditation techniques and precious resources. Chapter 387, Discovery of a Warlock. Discovery of a Warlock. Celine watched Leyland, who was bathing in the light from the sunstones, seemingly intoxicated by the sight. Leyland still retained his handsome young appearance, as if the passing of time did not leave any traces on him. He, who was glimmering with golden rays, seemed to be a war god wrapped in golden robes. It was this young man who had already reached the apex in Twilight Zone, having seized immense authority that nobody could even imagine of possessing. How are the results of the experiment? Celine asked. Quite all right. Though there was a smile on his face, it seemed slightly dark, and Celine tactfully did not ask further. Leyland's hand groped around her body, but his thoughts were someplace else. Through supplements from numerous high-grade meditation technique, the AI Chip's meditation technique databank was becoming even more complete, and it had even simulated the 4th level of Kamoyan's pupil. However, Leyland was still slightly worried. He planned on searching for the original Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique to compare as well as improve his own. It was always better to be more careful when it came to anything that had to do with the spirit. If the situation with the meditation technique was a good thing, there was something else that made Leyland's mood the worst it could be. He looked at his stats. Leyland Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 23.6, Agility, 20.1, Vitality, 35.7, Spiritual Force, 206.5, Magic Power, 206, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. 15 years. It's been 15 whole years, and the improvement in my meditation technique has been slight. If not for the numbers given by the AI chip, I would have suspected I had completely stopped improving. Leyland's expression was dark. In these 15 years, he had hovered around the level of a rank 3 warlock that had just advanced. He had not even reached the vapor phase of his spiritual force. This speed was making him go crazy. Though Leyland liked to enjoy himself, those were things he did while he was not increasing his strength. At his level, he might not have a rival in Twilight Zone and be the tyrant he was. However, how was this the life that he wanted? Before obtaining the greatest strength at the apex, Leyland did not plan to slow his footsteps. The resources of Twilight Zone are plentiful for rank 1 and 2 magi, but for rank 3, they're insufficient. In addition, based on calculations by the AI chip. To become a rank 3 Magus with gaseous spiritual force, I need to have a vapor phase spell formation, but it doesn't exist in Twilight Zone. Lei Lin pondered. In addition, there's still the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique. Though the AI chip has simulated a portion of it, it's better to get the original and refer to it. All these can't be obtained in Twilight Zone. Lei Lin made his mind, while the beautiful woman beside him let out a frail gasp. Lei Lin, who had come back to himself, realized that his hand seemed to have reached a very deep place that was causing Celine to let out pants. Without telling Celine his plans, Lei Lin embraced and ferociously rolled her onto the bed. Even though he enjoyed this pleasure, Lei Lin did not lose himself to it. He rejected Celine's suggestion of gathering the Magi of Nature's Alliance Academy and instead left, keeping a low profile and traveling around Twilight Zone. On one hand, Lei Lin was filled with curiosity about Twilight Zone. After all, he had never truly toured the area, and only gathered information through maps and the information in the AI chip, which was only one aspect of it. More importantly, Lei Lin wanted to try his luck. He might even be fortunate enough to discover the legacy of some ancient Magus. Lei Lin rejected Celine's requests to accompany him and went on the road since he was used to traveling alone. He weaved through Twilight Zone. He went deep into the nests of darkness creatures, but also headed to the edge of the world, to see the magma sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. While journeying, Lei Lin disguised himself as a common wandering Magus. With the AI chip and directions from the Coin of Destiny, he found quite a few inheritances and the like. It was a pity that these were all small harvests, and were dispensable to Lei Lin. The more dangerous areas, such as Icy World and the Weeping Ghost grounds that were extremely terrifying, would cause damage to the Coin of Destiny and were not places Lei Lin could go to as of yet. Even so, with his own instincts and the slight directions of the coin, Lei Lin continued to wander. A thick darkness constantly shrouded around the earth, and only the light on the carriage persisted, illuminating the surrounding area. Is that Grand Ivy Canyon is a ruin left behind by Morning Star Magi? On the carriage, Lei Lin was conversing with another wandering Magus. Lei Lin was now concealing his frightening rank 3 aura, and also made adjustments to his outer appearance. Nobody would be able to recognize him as the legendary Glorious Guardian. After all, he did not want to be surrounded and watched everywhere he went. He was now having a delightful conversation with a wandering Magus he had just met. Yes. I once excavated the outer portions of a ruin and found part of a sculpture there. The surrounding Aboriginal culture has also recorded this matter. The slender blue-haired Magus with a goatee was speaking excitedly. His name was Farron. Though he was merely a rank 1 official Magus, he was unusually interested in traveling and adventures. He had once explored many famous ruins and had a great reputation amongst wandering Magi. Lei Lin listened quietly while sitting beside him, occasionally asking a few questions and providing opinions, which caused Farron's eyes to sparkle. With his current knowledge, there were few in Twilight Zone who could be compared with him. With just a few words, Farron was full of praise for him. Lei Lin chatted with him once in a while, forcing down the anxiety in his heart. I forcefully made a prophecy while disregarding the damage done to the Coin of Destiny. I finally found out that the way to improve further is in the west, but now that I'm here and almost at the magma sea, why haven't I discovered anything yet? Lei Lin dug his hands into his bosom and caressed the surface of the Coin of Destiny. On the simple gold coin, there were already 2 fine cracks, causing Lei Lin to feel pain in his heart. Oh. By the way, may I know what Sir Reynolds' intentions are in accompanying me deep inside here? Farron asked. This was a question that had been in his heart for a long time. This is the common territory of the Dark Elves and Dwarves. Though us humans have now seized control, if they see us in the outskirts, we could easily be surrounded and attacked. There are a few things I have to take care of. Besides, I want to see that magnificent scene you mentioned about the lava tides. Lei Lin laughed slightly in answer. Farron's eyes brightened, feeling like he had found someone who could understand himself. Not bad. Based on my guesses, the lava tides that are going to burst out will be the largest in a whole century. They might even surge to the surface. Farron's face was flushed. That's impossible. There are several hundred kilometers of earth crust until we reach the surface. While Leylin said this, his heart suddenly lurched. The surface? This was something worth considering. Perhaps the directions from the coin of destiny had to do with this. Of course, Leylin was not going to start fantasizing and think that he could use the magma and break through the crust. That was something even Morning Star Magi might not be able to do. But this is still possible in theory. As long as I find a suitable place and channel, such as a volcano. Leylin touched his chin, thinking that he would need to inspect a few lava lakes that could link him to the surface. While Leylin was deep in thought, a strange undulation caused him to awaken in surprise. This is, red rays flashed in his eyes, a resonance with my bloodline. Who is it? He abruptly looked in a direction, stirred up and grim. What's going on? Farron waved his hand curiously, and the carriage stopped. Immediately after, he felt Magi's energy fluctuations traveling from the direction Leylin was looking at. So it's a battle between Magi. Sir Reynolds' acuity is truly admirable. Farron sighed in heartfelt awe. Just this extraordinary sensory ability made it clear that this Magus called Reynold was ranked far above him. An energy aura far away sensed something and began to head in this direction at a mad dash. Sir Reynold, it looks like they are going to use us as a shield. Farron sneered. Such a scheme was as crude and laughable as a little tease in the eyes of Magi. However, seeing someone dared provoke himself, Farron's eyes flashed with an icy glint. Asterisk shoe. Asterisk a brownish-yellow ray launched over. The response from his bloodline became more intense. The yellow light stopped in front of the carriage, revealing a middle-aged Magus. His skin let off a bronze light, and there were numerous traces of burning on his skin. The lines on his face were resolute, and even while heavily injured, he still emanated the charm of a mature man. What was even more eye-catching were his eyes, which was a pair of amber pupils. A warlock. He's definitely a warlock, and he has a deep relationship with my bloodline. Leylin's eyes met with the others, and they immediately understood each other's identities. After seeing Leylin, the middle-aged Magus' expression slackened and he produced something like an emblem to Leylin, "My lord, please save me." He used the Byron language, which was a mandatory subject for all Magi. Leylin naturally understood. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as if he had relaxed too much, the middle-aged man could not hold on any longer and collapsed, fainting on the ground. Pack, the emblem accurately fell in the palm of Leylin's hand. Chapter 388, Manchester Bloodline Warlock. Manchester Bloodline Warlock. The emblem was rather small, the back being a bronze base. After seeing the symbol on the front, Leylin's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was a giant black serpent formed from numerous runes, holding its tail in its mouth and forming a strange circular imprint. That symbol. I've seen it before in the Dylan Gardens. Leylin obviously would not have forgotten this. The memory was still fresh in his mind. When he was in the Dylan Gardens, there was a large oil painting of this black snake holding its tail in its mouth in Great Magus Sirholm's inheritance. Behind that oil painting had been where Leylin had obtained Kamoyan's pupil. This symbol could be said to mark the beginning of Leylin's path as a warlock. Him being a warlock, the resonance of our bloodlines, and the symbol. Leylin weighed the emblem in his palm. Looks like he was what the coin of destiny was leading me towards. What? Reynold, you know him? Old Farron asked. No, but I need to rescue him. Leylin's tone was light but held within an unquestionable resolve. My apologies, but if you insist, we can only part ways here. I don't want to meet with any trouble. As a Magus, Farron instinctively declined. A rank 1 Magus like that usually represented some form of trouble, and Farron had no wish to provoke it. Besides, he and Leylin had merely met en route and just got along well. He wasn't close enough to Lei Lin that he'd take risks for him. Of course. You can leave first. Lei Lin answered, not finding Farron's choice strange. If Farron was the type to ardently insist on staying with him, he wouldn't have been able to live to this age. I'm sorry. With an apologetic look on his face, he made to get on the carriage and leave. Stop right there. At this moment, a sudden sound was heard, bringing with it a loud boom. 5 or 6 streaks of glaring lights shone over from the skies, and by the time the shine dissipated, the figures of 6 different magi had appeared. They were evidently a mix of races, and the presence of dark elves and dwarves surprised Lei Lin. Rumble, amidst the flying dust, a group of elite underground winter spider knights and dwarven soldiers hurried over. Human Magus. The dwarf and dark elf in charge furrowed their brows after seeing Lei Lin and Farron. Twilight Zone was now a place where the human race had the highest status. Even in the outer regions, human magi would be respected. Of course, if they were in the desolate outskirts, there would be situations where these races murdered humans and robbed them of their treasures. Although such acts occurred, there would be no traces left behind, lest the humans use it as a cause to invade. It was difficult to eliminate 2 magi and prevent news from spreading. This is a despicable thief that stole the sacred item that our 2 races are jointly protecting. Magi, please don't misunderstand. The dark elven and dwarven magi warned them. Protecting a sacred item? What is it? Lei Lin curiously scanned the unconscious middle-aged warlock with his spiritual force and then found a green bundle of vines in his arms. A concentrated life force extended from within the vine ball. So it's this. A look of understanding flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. This bundle of vines was actually called the Vitality Fruit Vine, and it held within a large amount of life force essence. To those races that trained in meditation techniques like the Dark Elves' life absorption, it was truly invaluable. It could replenish much life force and treat injuries or even save lives, and was naturally thought of highly by soldiers and the artisan dwarves. That was why these 2 races were looking after it together. The reason why Lei Lin was so knowledgeable on this was because this fruit had always been a major product in the Dark Elves and Dwarves' yearly offerings, and Lei Lin enjoyed a whole portion of them alone. Because of him, there was a shortage of these vitality fruit vines. Even the theft of one fruit would result in one getting in much trouble and being hunted down. Though you are human magi, these sacred items have to be offered up to the guardian of the realm, Lord Lei Lin. Seeing Lei Lin still unmoved, a dark elf threatened. Magus Reynold, you've brought me trouble. Farron laughed bitterly. Farron naturally knew of the famous guardian of the realm. Sei was the ruler of the entirety of Twilight Zone. Even he, a wandering Magus, had many mentors and acolytes to take care of. He could not truly break away from them. At the mention of the legendary rank 3 Magus, Farron seemed to have plans of casting away this troublesome matter. Reynold, we. Dash. Lei Lin could not hold it in and began to laugh. The smile on his face became so big that he even bent down, holding his belly with both hands, unable to rein in his laughter. Human Magus, why are you laughing? Their leaders exchanged a glance, having a bad feeling. At this time, they took note of the handsome young man in front of them, his face seeming to be exceptionally familiar with them. It's the first time someone's used my own name to threaten me. After laughing, Lei Lin's expression darkened. At the same time, there was a strange change to his face, as if there was a spontaneous removal of some concealing method. An aura similar to the awakening of an ancient wild beast began to emanate from his body. Thud. 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 The 8 legs of the underground winter spiders began to tremble and they weakly fell to the ground. The underground winter spider knights and dwarven soldiers all fell. Lei Lin took a step forward, and space seemed to freeze. The 6 magi in midair were forced to the ground, expressions full of terror. You're Lei Lin Farlier, the guardian of Twilight Zone, the great emperor of the night. Farron's mouth widened, his goatee sticking up. His fingers were trembling and he was so scared he was almost unable to speak. Goodness! So the one who had been journeying with him was the Lord Guardian whose name had spread far and wide. The one who was almost deified. Farron immediately searched through his memories until he found he had not said anything unpleasant about Nature's Alliance or Leyland himself, and then heaved a sigh of relief. After that, however, his heart got stuck in his throat once more. Previously, he had been planning on leaving Leyland and that Magus to flee for his life. Would this behavior gain the displeasure of the Radiant Guardian? Compared to the inner conflicts Farron had, the blow Leyland's appearance had towards these other races was completely different. Greetings to Lord Guardian of the Realm. The dark elven and dwarven magi immediately bowed. Even if he were a fake, the unique energy undulations from a rank 3 Magus could not be mistaken. The magi of both races had a very deep impression of Leyland's expression, and even if they were turned to dust, they would not get it wrong. After all, Leyland had destroyed the splendor their two races had possessed, and even killed their rulers brazenly. Leyland was now like a devil king or monster to them. Tell the people behind you that I'm going to take this man. This vitality fruit vine will also be considered part of this year's portion. Leyland indifferently ordered. He was not planning to use raw force because that would just be bullying them. Understood, my lord. The dark elven and dwarven magi heaved a long sigh, bowed, and then withdrew quickly as if there was a great monster chasing them. The news of Leyland's appearance here was much too mind-blowing, and they had to bring this news to their higher-ups immediately to be able to respond. Are you awake? If you are, come here. The middle-aged Magus opened his eyes, Leyland's voice sounding by his ear. He immediately got up and saw Leyland standing aside, playing with a test tube full of blood. Within that test tube were strands of earth and yellow that had congealed, unable to scatter. Cubular greets my lord, he immediately knelt respectfully, looking deferential and awed, as if a wolf that had seen its king. Leyland had sensed this. He had the feeling that through his bloodline, he could influence this Magus. This was a terrifying thing. The huge Manchester snake. Your bloodline comes from the wilted huge Manchester snake. Leyland concluded. Yes. Warlock of the Manchester bloodline, Cubular, greets my lord, he bowed once more. No wonder, Leyland shook his head. He finally understood the strange feeling he got from this man. The wilted huge snake Manchester was said to have a trace of the bloodline of the giant Camoyan serpent. Though it was thinned out, it was still a descendant of the Camoyan serpent. In the face of a true warlock of the giant Camoyan serpent, it was natural to be affected and suppressed by him. When Leyland was still an acolyte, he had once seen a huge Manchester snake. Though it was still young, it was enough to cause him a headache. The matured body of this huge Manchester snake was comparable to that of an official Magus. Though it was nothing in Leyland's eyes now, that was a terrifying strength for acolytes. Well then, tell me your history and your reason in coming here. Leyland spoke expressionlessly, though his eyes were enough for Cubular's heart to turn cold. Though he could not use spirit-searching spells on official magi, it was very easy for Leyland, a warlock who had already advanced to rank 3, to completely smash the spirit and extract spirit fragments from him. Though he would not get a complete set of information if he did that, and this warlock would definitely die, it was very possible. Fortunately, Cubular was evidently a sharp-witted man and deathly afraid of Leyland. Soon enough, he systematically narrated his origins. After hearing a few words, Leyland's expression became grim. Chapter 389, Central Continent. Central Continent. Cubular claimed to be a Magus from the Central Continent. The hometown of the great Magus Serhom, the core of the entire Magus world, the sacred land of Magi, the Central Continent. As for why Cubular was at this place, Leyland could not care less. On the contrary, he was very interested in the route Cubular had taken to get here. If they were to walk this path in the opposite direction, would they be able to successfully reach the Central Continent? Leyland spoke the question in his mind. Cubeler's face showed a moment of hesitation before he respectfully divulged the truth. In actual fact, the surface right above this subterranean world is the central continent. I learned of the exact spot where the lava erupts from a research manual passed down through my family. After calculating the weaker points in the lava, I followed the pathway to arrive at this place. Having heard Cubeler's account, Leyland more or less understood the procedure of his entrance. On the whole, this was like what he had previously envisaged, and would also explain why the other party's body had horrifying burn wounds. No matter how precise his calculations of the lava's weak points were, the flames and the high temperature were not something a rank 1 Magus could bear. If he had not by chance upon the life-vine fruit, he might have already become a charred corpse. I already settled the inconvenience with the dark elves and dwarves. You can have this as a reward for being open with your information. Leyland waved his hands and threw the life-vine fruit into Cubeler's hands. Thank you, my lord. A tinge of gratitude appeared on Cubeler's face. To him, managing to keep his life had already been a huge reward. As for the fruit that was full of vitality, it was a welcome surprise. Sizzle, a few fine red blood vessels sprouted forth from his fingers, drilled into the insides of the fruit, and started to draw large amounts of life essence. With a lively green radiance appearing on his body, his burn wounds recovered quickly. The scars gradually faded, eventually disappearing without a trace. The scene reminded Leyland of the parasitic body of the huge Manchester snake he had seen as an acolyte. The two seemed to have a certain level of similarity in their abilities. Moreover, the method of directly drawing in vitality seemed to be inspired by the meditation techniques that could absorb others' spiritual force. Of course, those were all small matters. Having seen Cubeler's state improving, Leyland then asked him about the black serpent emblem. Also, this symbol. What meaning does it actually have? What? My lord actually doesn't know. His response further surprised Leyland, but Cubeler calmed down a moment after his reaction. It doesn't matter, the bloodline cannot be faked. After seeing Leyland's look of puzzlement, Cubeler immediately explained to Leyland, this is a symbol of our organization, the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan. Leyland nodded. That name was indeed very vivid. Is that an organization of bloodline warlocks? Yes. Furthermore, within the Ouroboros clan, we only accept warlocks who hold the bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent or its descendants. Cubeler answered very certainly. Additionally, a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock with great power, simply by joining the Ouroboros clan, could instantly obtain a relatively high rank, he added after shooting Leyland a glance. Since this is the case, then I have nothing much to hide. Leyland laughed. In actual fact, I too am a wandering magus. I came to Twilight Zone by accident and chanced upon the inheritance of the giant Kamoyan serpent among historical remains. It was there that I first saw the symbol of the Ouroboros clan. Leyland spoke honestly. Even though he spoke vaguely, and did not reveal any real details, Cubeler was smart enough to not ask further. On the contrary, he fed large amounts of information regarding the central continent to Leyland. From this information, and records that he had obtained from ancient books, Leyland finally pieced together an image of the sacred land of the Magi. The central continent was the core of the Magus world. It spanned across a huge area, and had an abundance of precious resources. There, official Magi were as common as the clouds, and rank 2 Magi were the elites. Rank 3 Magi were respected, although there were different ranks to them. Only Morning Star Magi truly held clout. Organizations in the central continent needed a Morning Star Magus to oversee their development if they hoped to grow in power. Some small organizations were occasionally built by rank 2 or rank 3 Magi, but they were short-lived, typically being destroyed after a short period of time. You say we have warlocks at the Morning Star realm overseeing the Ouroboros clan. Leyland was most interested in this. After all, they were rank 4 warlocks with the bloodline of giant Kamoyan serpents. This was clearly his path ahead. Yes. Cubeler was clearly very pleased with Leyland's usage of we with his tone and expressions being much intimate. Among the ranks of our Ouroboros clan, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder have all reached rank 4. If they joined forces, they could even contend with a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus. As a result, our Ouroboros clan could be said to have some fame in the central continent. Having said this, Cubular clearly felt proud. Rank 5. Radiant Moon Magus? A doubtful expression crossed Leyland's face, and he asked Cubular to clarify the rankings of Magi after the Morning Star realm. Official Magi had a total of 9 ranks, and they were respectively termed Magi from rank 1 to 9. And for every 3 ranks, there would be an extremely large bottleneck. From rank 1 Magi to rank 3 Magi, and from the rank 4 Magi to rank 6 Magi, and eventually rank 7 and above, the differences between them was extremely terrifying. The central continent was slowly regaining the splendor of ancient times. Not only were rank 4 Morning Star Magi becoming common, even rank 5 Radiant Moon Magi and rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi would appear periodically. Morning Star, Radiant Moon, and Breaking Dawn were the honorific titles of rank 4, 5 and 6 Magi respectively. Am I akin to a moon or sun? Leyland laughed in his heart. However, just a Morning Star Magus has a lifespan of more than 1,000 years and possesses tremendous strength. The even greater glory and radiance rank 5 and 6 Grand Magi possess can be understood from just that. Cubular had not discovered Leyland's thoughts and continued to narrate, I don't qualify to know about what comes after the Breaking Dawn realm. Moreover, the few Magi who are at rank 6 are all the most influential leaders of the central continent, and are titled our kings. King of Magi. This term has a lot of meaning to it. Leyland nodded. There are 3 main powers in the central continent. The warlocks tied together by bloodlines, the Magus organizations that hold a lot of high-grade meditation techniques, and the academies where various powers mingle with each other. Together, these 3 sets control over 70% of the resources and land of the entire continent. The rest is occupied by an assortment of human magi and other species. With Cubular's description, a blueprint of the central continent gradually appeared in Leyland's mind. Strange species. Large amounts of resources. High-ranked magi. And a larger stage and space for improvement. A flame ignited within Leyland's eyes, as well as an even stronger urge to immediately rush towards the central continent. Immediately, he suppressed the desire and impulse. All right. Now can you explain to me why you would risk your life to escape from the central continent? Leyland's eyes that radiated coldness glanced into Cubular's, which immediately made the latter feel a chill in his heart. AC. Actually, Cubular's did not look good. After which he knelt down before Leyland, and placed his forehead tightly on the ground. Lord Leyland. Please accept me as one of your henchmen. What do you mean? Please explain yourself clearly. Leyland's face remained unchanged. After which, he heard some untasteful stories from Cubular. To put things simply, Cubular had offended someone in the Ouroboros clan, which had left him with no choice but to leave. Now, he wished to obtain Leyland's protection so as to once again return. Honestly speaking, from the looks of the central continent Magi, the subterranean world and other areas were all desolate. If not for the fact that he was forced into such circumstances, why would he willingly leave his hometown? Why do you think I can protect you? Leyland desired to know. Before asking clearly, he would not easily promise anything. Of course. My lord has already achieved rank 3, and is a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock, with a bright future. How can people like us rival that? Cubular said matter-of-factly, and had a faint tone of admiration and inferiority. This subordinate has offended a black coral snake warlock, who has the potential to at most grow to rank 3. The high-ranked officers of the Ouroboros clan would definitely not side with him. Growth potential. Leyland was alarmed and understood that he heard something extremely important. Does my lord not know yet? Cubular, on the other hand, had already in favor of himself, changed his address of Leyland. The inheritance I obtained did not contain any object in this area, please detailedly explain. Leyland's face looked upset. His heart had a bad omen. Yes. Subordinate will not hide anything. Cubular's attitude was extremely upright, and he had started to follow the standards of vassals. Leyland could not be bothered to correct him. As Cubular narrated, Leyland's face got gloomier, and eventually was like that of the sky before an imminent storm. Flag_LW. Chapter 390, Bloodline Shackles. Bloodline Shackles. Warlocks were a branch of ancient magi, and possessed enormous strength as a result of their bloodlines. Warlocks of a rank not only had all the abilities a regular magus of that rank held, but also the amplification of their bloodline. Their powers greatly surpassed those of regular magi. Why couldn't such a powerful branch dominate the magus world? Why, instead, did they lay low in the south coast and twilight zone, with even the central continent only containing a small number of them? All of this could be attributed to their main problem, the shackles of their bloodlines. According to Cubular, unlike magi who could continuously improve, the advancement of warlocks was largely dependent on the bloodline they inherited. That was to say that, for a huge Manchester snake warlock like Cubular, because of the bounds of his bloodline, he was destined to never advance further after being an official magus. No amount of effort could promote him to rank 2. This was the shackles of a bloodline. Similarly, the peak of a black coral snake warlock's development was rank 3. Such a warlock would never enter the Morning Star realm. For a Kamoyan giant serpent warlock like Lei Lin, even though his pure bloodline could support him in his advancement to rank 2 and rank 3, it was of little effect against the obstacles to becoming a Morning Star magus. Moreover, after advancing to a Morning Star, he too would lose his potential to advance. It was impossible for a warlock to alter his own bloodline, and hence there were nearly no solutions to this problem. In reality, magi like Lei Lin could be considered to be quite fortunate. After all, Morning Star magi still held some clout even in the central continent. The more miserable ones were warlocks who could not even advance to become official magi, due to the limits of their bloodlines. For instance, if Cubular had used a young Manchester snake instead of a matured one, then his entire life would be spent with him as an acolyte. No matter how great his talent was, it would be useless. Having heard all this, even Lei Lin who had considerable knowledge broke out in a cold sweat. Initially, if he had coveted convenience and directly used the blood of the black coral snake to advance, he might have been restricted to being a rank 3 magus, and lost any hope of progression. And now? Although Cubular had said that the limits of his potential were that of a rank 4 warlock, at least it was better than before. Moreover, even in ancient times, Morning Star magi were prominent figures. With their strength, they were likely to have interacted with regions on a broader scale than a rank 3 magus. As a result, there might already have been some solutions to this. Lastly, there was still the rich resources of the icy world and the legendary Snake Dowager, which presented a gleam of hope. Due to Leyland's confidence in himself, he was only somewhat dispirited before he recovered. He thought back to what had come up when he obtained the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique. All those who walk on the path of bloodlines will eventually be shackled by the very bloodline itself. The line had baffled him then, and had left him with an ominous premonition. From the looks of it now, though, it was a reference to the shackles of a warlock's bloodline. At that time, great Magus Serhom was cultivating the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. He had conducted a lot of experiments on bloodlines. Perhaps this was why Lei Lin thought of this again. Very evidently, even in the circle of Ouroboros, warlocks of different bloodlines have different positions. The giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks held the highest status, to the point that some pureblood giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks could merely rely on time to elapse and enter rank 3 automatically in a few hundred years. They even had the hopes of becoming Morning Star magi. As a result, pureblood giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks like these would be elite royalty in the circle of Ouroboros. Viewed as future Morning Star seeds, they were protected and nurtured. On the other hand, the black coral snake warlocks had a bloodline limit of rank 3, and would forever not be able to improve. However, in any case, they relied on the strength of their bloodline and did not have any problems advancing to be rank 2 magi. There was a possibility to become rank 3 as well, so they ranked just after giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks. As for huge Manchester snake warlocks like Cubular, they were a bunch with the most miserable status, only slightly better than the acolyte warlocks. Even rank 3 warlocks with a slightly better bloodline would look down on them. This wasn't intentional. Just a result of differences in strength. Hence, for higher status and better treatment, many lower-ranked warlocks chose to go under the wings of giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks, forming the relationship of a master and vassal. This was how warlock clans came to be. Cubular had detected the bloodline resonance of Leylin's giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline, and immediately sold himself to Leylin in exchange for protection. Upon hearing that, Leylin sighed internally. Looks like no matter where you are, as long as any organizations exist, there will be a hierarchy of power and unfairness, exploitation and oppression. Having seen Cubular's nervous and hopeful expression, he laughed weakly. I, Leylin Farlier, accept you as my vassal. I hope you'll be able to abide by the rules of our master-servant contract. The prestige and status of the family of Leylin Farlier. As you wish, master. From now on, your wish is my command, as witnessed by this drop of blood. Cubular's face was solemn. He cut his hand, and smeared the bright red blood with a tinge of yellow on his forehead, kowtowing low. Bam! After he paid his respects, Leylin instantly felt a contracted connection, the bloodline contract. To him, there were few restrictions, but the impact on Cubular was much greater. Originally, Leylin could only hint at and impact Cubular to a small extent through his high-level bloodline. With the contract having taken effect, that influence was amplified. Even if Leylin were to order Cubular to die, Cubular would probably have to follow the orders. This control of a higher rank has over a lower rank is this strong? Having seen this point, Leylin did not experience any joy, but instead, fear had arisen in his heart. Since the giant Kamoyan serpent was a species with a snake bloodline, should it meet a snake species of a higher rank, or even the snake dowager, the other party could easily butcher it. No. Absolutely not. My will is mine alone. Leylin shouted violently in his head, and even resolved himself secretly. Even though he had many considerations, from Cubular's point of view, Leylin was merely mildly startled before accepting his oath. Master, I arrived at this point from the spurting of the lava. This is the map and the site of the volcano. After Cubular got up, he immediately passed on a map to Leylin with both hands. Are you in a hurry? Leylin looked at the map. At the top, there was labeled a curvy path. In the upper region were more detailed lava sites. The only drawback was that there were damages and stains in some areas, which could not be seen clearly. Master, I made use of the dormancy of the volcano to get here. Large amounts of the lava had solidified into pathways to this place. If we are to get out, we must rush to do it before the volcano erupts. If not, large amounts of lava will block the pathways. These conditions will only last a few days. If we miss this opportunity, we will have to wait for at least 100 years. Cubular's thoughts naturally would not be able to keep Leylin in the dark, hence he just said it out directly. Even though he had just arrived here, he already disdained the nasty conditions of Twilight Zone. Not only was the energy particle concentration here much lower than that of the central continent, the resources were also much poorer. For instance, the vitality fruit vine might not have been common in the central continent, but rank 3 acolytes could get a hold of them. It wasn't big enough for official magi to fight each other over. Seeing his longing to return, Leylin's anticipation towards the central continent immediately increased. The prosperity of the central continent seemed to have exceeded his expectations. The description even contained traces of the golden age of the ancient magi. This can come later. First, I'll go check out where you came from. Leylin stroked his chin and kept the map. Even though he had decided to proceed towards the central continent, there were many things to settle in Twilight Zone as well. After all, in a guild as big as Nature's Alliance, there were a lot of vested interests. Also, were Lei Lin to disappear, the human race would be thrown into chaos, and this might even extend to beings of other species. Asterisk bloop. Bloop, asterisk. This was a huge lava lake. Large amounts of fresh red lava continuously boiled to the top, radiating heat. The lava at the central had grown so hot it was golden yellow, the glow of the ripples captivating even in its danger. This high temperature, Lei Lin's face slightly changed. I'm afraid that even with my defense I could withstand it for 10 hours at most. Above the lake was a giant hole. It was pitch black, with no exit in sight, but there were traces of wind howls transmitting out from it. Above us is the main entrance towards the giant volcanic mountain range. Normally, the lava level is so high that it covers the entrance. Only once in 100 years, during the short dormancy, does it drop down low enough to travel through, Cubular explained. I know. Lei Lin's body rose into mid-air, as he felt the edges of the cave. A strange feeling of a solid glow with a tinge of heat was transmitted over. After being immersed in large amounts of lava, the surface of the rock was not composed as it was before. It had become an alloy of metal and crystal. We need to make the most of the time we have. If not, we won't be able to make it back to the surface of the earth before the lava engulfs the area. Cubular's expression looked peculiar. Similarly, he had not thought that having just arrived at this place, he would have to journey back again. Chapter 391, Planning for the Afterlife. Planning for the Afterlife. No, don't worry. I have better plans. Lei Lin smiled faintly. Furthermore, I still have some things to settle here. Cubular's heart was too full of worry. He wondered whether his lord was going to wait 100 years for the next cycle. Manchester bloodline warlocks like him did not have a long lifespan. He could, at most, last 200 or 300 years. 100 years was, to him, a significant portion of his lifespan. But Cubular looked at the man whom he now served. As a vassal, the lord has the last say, so what more could he do than laugh bitterly? I'll be heading out for a while. Stay here and monitor the lava flow data, and contact me periodically using our secret imprints. In the meanwhile, use the special rocks here to make one of these. All you have to do is follow this blueprint. A fluorescent blue light flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. It took him but a moment to form a design and imprint it into a crystal ball. Cubular's face changed slightly as he received it, and he respectfully lowered his head. Yes, my lord. All right. Moments after the order was given, Lei Lin transformed into a dark silhouette and disappeared. A black streak pierced through the sky, creating friction with the air and leaving behind an ear-piercing screech. Even if he had time to prepare, it was running out, so it was important to make the most of it. Nature's Alliance, North Twilight Zone. Celine sat behind the huge and luxurious office table and stretched lazily, revealing her perfect curves. Although doing irksome corrections and office affairs every day was very troublesome, she found the tiring job enjoyable. It made every cell in her body shiver with excitement, and even made her slightly moist down below, every time she thought about how every word she put to paper, even every sentence she uttered, would make a big difference to the fates of numerous acolytes and even magi. But it is a pity that my position here is not fully secured. Celine glanced at her flat and smooth abdomen, a rather reluctant expression on her face. What's wrong? Are you still grumbling that you're not with child? The voice of a young man suddenly sounded from inside the office. R.A. Radiant Guardian. When the other female magi and office administrators saw Lei Lin, they could not contain the excitement in their eyes. Files were overturned and cups of tea spilled as they rushed to bow. Lei Lin said as he nodded and waved. All the magi except Celine left the office quickly, completely silent. Yes. Celine looked into Lei Lin's eyes without fear. Although the mental state of this impeccably handsome man was rather decent, his attire was somewhat dusty and messy. Could this be the aftermath of rushing and being nervous? As a keen and observant woman, Celine immediately realized this. Lei Lin, you're currently standing at the peak of Twilight Zone. One step and you can turn the entirety of it into a Magus kingdom, and pass it on through the generations. Celine's voice held a mixture of excitement and confusion. A child. All you need is a child. An inheritor to your power. Her eyes clouded up as she hugged Lei Lin. If it was the past, Lei Lin definitely would not hesitate to argue with her over it. But now, Celine noticed the calm in Lei Lin's eyes, calm like the still waters of an old well. A realization hit Celine, making her immediately sink into immense fear. The day she loses Lei Lin's affection would be the day she loses everything. This was also the reason why she strongly wished to bear Lei Lin's child. Even as she struggled to think of a method to show her affection, Lei Lin's next words beat her down into the abyss. I have to go. You're going. Celine was feeling slightly giddy. Where to? I'm leaving this place. Leaving Twilight Zone. Lei Lin paused at every word, making sure Celine heard everything clearly. Are you mad? Why do you want to leave this place? You're the king here. You're my sun and my star. You are my everything. What would happen once Lei Lin leaves? The mere thought of scenarios that might happen if he followed through with his words made Celine sink into extreme fear. She hugged Lei Lin tightly, tears flashing at the corners of her eyes. And yet, Lei Lin cruelly pushed her away, his hand cold as steel. Celine calmed down and gazed at the emotionless Lei Lin. As you know, I'm actually not even a Magus of Twilight Zone, it was all an accident. Lei Lin slowly said. Regarding his history, after going through so many interactions and investigations, this woman had probably speculated a lot already. Sure enough, Celine's face remained unchanged and she evidently did not feel surprised. I seek the pinnacle of the Magus world. The scene of different worlds from the top will be the most beautiful view one could ever hope for. So I cannot stop advancing. I must continue forward until I achieve my goal. I believe you too can understand this. Lei Lin looked into the depths of Celine's eyes. At this moment, Celine had already completely calmed down. Or rather, was it all just an act before? Lei Lin's thoughts stopped here as he couldn't help but secretly feel a little annoyed. I do. I've always known that when this place can no longer fulfill your requirements any further, you would leave. I fully understand that, but I never thought that our separation would be this quick, or in this manner. Celine chuckled bitterly as she combed through her messy hair. Fate is unpredictable. Lei Lin tried to hide the news about the central continent. Plus, I've also made appropriate arrangements. What arrangements? I can't keep the other races and rank 2 magi in check. Even I rose the ranks to the peak with your help. I'm only a rank 1 Magus, not someone they'll listen to. Celine was indeed very realistic and had already accepted the reality of Lei Lin leaving and was already planning her own future. Swish, Lei Lin flicked his finger and a black ray of light penetrated the window, landing on the huge black stone sculpture in the plaza in front of the teaching block. Buzz, the sculpture started trembling and a thin barrier of light flickered at the top. I left some of my aura on this sculpture. As long as my main body doesn't die, this barrier of light will never dissipate. Believe in the deterrence of this rank 3 Magus and you'll still be able to continue for a very long time. Other than being a clear indicator of whether he was dead or alive, there was absolutely nothing else that was useful about this aura. But as long as the Magi of Twilight Zone knew that Lei Lin was still alive somewhere, he would be a terrifying deterrence to them. And this was a way of assuring that the relations and power he left behind still existed. Good. What else? Celine's voice finally contained some hope. These. Lei Lin handed her a few fine, white crystal chips. These are some spirit sources that I control, Iron, Gogoer and a few rank 2 Magi. As long as they're in your hands, there will never come a day where they betray you. These Magi were the core strength of nature's alliance. In fact, as long as Celine had them under her control, the entirety of Nature's alliance would be subject to her manipulation. As long as there was no internal conflict, Nature's alliance was the most powerful in the entire Twilight Zone. Even if Lei Lin suddenly went missing and caused a stir, it would not affect Nature's alliance too much. After all, this was still Lei Lin's backup plan. He still had the treasures of the icy world waiting to be excavated, and he would not give up on them so easily. This was also the reason why Lei Lin specially rushed back to prepare. Celine herself wasn't an important enough reason for him to return. Besides, when I disappear, you can simply claim that I've gone to a secret facility for research. Anyway, it's common for high-ranked magi to spend a decade on research, no? Alright, goodbye. Lei Lin finally said and left. This was similar to how a person working at an office would act before leaving every morning. Lei Lin simply left after a few words, not at all like someone who was going to leave for someplace far away. In any case, Lei Lin had already seen Celine for who she was, a woman whose heart will never truly be moved. She was just calculative and thirsty for power. Looking at her suppressed excitement as she held the spirit sources, she must have already been rejoicing on the inside. Hold on. This will not be the last time, right? What I said before was true. I will take care of your bloodlines, and turn them into the guardian of the next generation. Celine bit her lower lip. I'm sorry. I don't have much time. Lei Lin's figure transformed into a black ray of light and he shot into mid-air, disappearing into the horizon in a flash. Lei Lin understood Celine's plans very well. Bloodlines of high-leveled magi were hard to come by. Furthermore, he progressed incredibly fast. Celine thought that his bloodline was from an ancient, fearful creature. Hence, she wanted him to leave some of his seeds behind. In actual fact, Lei Lin was now a first-generation bloodline warlock. The blood descendants he left behind would also have the Kamoyan's bloodline and would naturally be warlocks. With a bit of nurturing, they would be unbelievably strong. But why would Lei Lin do that? Even when he fooled around with numerous girls before, he had secretly controlled his secretion and made sure not to leave any descendants behind. A clink sounded in Celine's hands as Lei Lin walked away, leaving behind remnants of a delicate gold cup. She always had great confidence in her charm and knowledge, but looking at the situation now, it seemed like Lei Lin did not have the slightest bit of concern towards her. This hurt her pride badly. But a smile crept onto her face once again as she stared at the huge number of spirit sources in her palms. Now that Lei Lin had left, the power of Nature's alliance truly lied in her hands. A wave of happiness drowned her heart as her face flushed. Everything had happened just as how Lei Lin had predicted. Under Celine's leadership, Nature's alliance naturally became stronger. Though there was unrest in the Twilight Zone for the 10 years after Lei Lin's absence, it would still be contained. This, too, was related to Lei Lin's prior subjugation of the power-hungry Twilight Zone magi and the major powers of other races. Gradually, the tales of Radiant Guardian Lei Lin turned into a legend. As for Lei Lin, a new journey was just beginning for him. Chapter 392, The Central Continent. The Central Continent. Magma roiled around like water in a rough sea, emitting heat waves that swept across, a hint of the incredible power beneath. A sheet of golden liquid lay at its center, as if a lake within the lake. However, this magnificent sheet could stop magi in their steps. Above the lava lay a giant passage, tiny voices sounding from it now and then. The rock around this passage was very hard, and no one knew where it led. Swish, a silhouette appeared on the shores of the lake. The light dispersed to show a very young Magus, his long black hair tied up casually and his skin fine and smooth. His handsome face was filled with the dignity of a ruler. This was naturally Lei Lin, but his robe was currently a little dusty. The hurried round trip had drained him. "My lord," a middle-aged Magus with bronze skin saluted. "Are you finished?" Lei Lin asked casually. "Yes. Please follow me." Cubular led Lei Lin to a hole he'd dug near the lake. A giant ball lay at the center. The dark ball seemed to made of stone, its surface was a glossy black. On a side of the ball was a door which revealed that it was hollow. According to your blueprint and orders, all parts were made from the hardest layer of this metamorphic rock to bear the high temperature of the central magma. The joints were even reinforced by runes, he reported at Leyland's side like a loyal servant. He didn't even mention the difficulty in collecting the rock and casting it into shape. Good job. Leyland nodded, looking at the runes inside the ball with surprise. This Manchester bloodline warlock was much better than he'd expected at alchemy. No, it's my pleasure to serve my lord, there is no trouble at all. Cubular saluted humbly with his hands crossed before his chest. This sort of respect was expected in front of magi with higher bloodlines. Cubular had grown used to it during his time in the Ouroboros clan. The lava lake is becoming more active recently. I'm afraid this means that it's about to erupt. At that time, the place would be flooded with lava, blocking the entirety of the passage. Cubular had come down here when the volcano was dormant, and had still suffered horrific burns. This had left him in fear of the lava. Although he went with his lord's plan, he was still worried. However, the servant had no right to make the final decision. He could only make suggestions and had to follow his master's orders. I understand. The eruption will occur in an hour and 23 minutes. Prepare yourself. With the AI chip's ability to observe and forecast the eruption, Leyland knew the timing much better than Cubular did. He had run this plan by his AI chip's calculations, and the success rate was over 90%. Why would he risk his life if not? More than an hour later. A black ball was floating on the red lava as if it was in the water. Cubular sat inside with Leyland, face pale. Watching the lava outside through a magic screen, he stammered out, my lord, this plan is too dangerous. Once the ball was crushed, they would be devoured by endless lava. Even if he was a Magus, this kind of horrifying death made him shiver. Calm down. Leyland stared at lava outside calmly. Blub. Blub, the lava had reached its boiling point, and the whole cave began to tremble, dust falling off the walls. Beep. Eruption will occur in 10, 9, 8. The AI chip had begun the final countdown. Now. Leyland's eyes flashed, and the terrifying strength of a rank 3 Magus burst forth. Freeze. With his hands as the center, a layer of deep blue ice spread out along the walls. Cracking sounds rang out as this phenomenon soon extended to the outside, enveloping the ball in ice. This ice was so cold even the boiling lava could not melt it. White vapors arose as the two surfaces came into contact. This can earn us some time. Leyland said with a smile, and then looked at the screen of the AI chip. 3. 2. 1. Critical limit reached. Boom, with the prompt of the AI chip, Leyland and Cubular felt tremors envelop the ball. It was like they had entered the body of a terrifying ancient monster, and that monster had woken up with a thundering roar. Cubular screamed with fear, his hands waving around as he struggled to find something to hold on to. Then, he felt a force that could be from the explosion of the universe as a huge impulse hit the bottom of the rock ball. The lava rose into the sky like a dragon taking flight, except this dragon had a small rock ball on the front. Lava surrounded them and rushed into the passage. The ball shook continuously as it hit wall after wall, but what frightened Cubular to death was instead the high gravity. As the ball had rushed up like a rocket, the two inside dealt with an equally large gravitational force. The intense force pulled at Cubular's skin, making him feel like he was being bitten all over by ants. The pain made him lie on the ground like a frog, and he felt like if he wasn't a warlock with a strengthened body, he would have died long ago. Booms sounded out and the trembling continued. The terrifying power of nature made Cubular feel like a tiny ant. All he could do now was pray for an early release from this torment, pray that this rock ball would hold out. Thumps and explosive noises continued to sound out. This was a giant volcanic range, and today its central volcano had accumulated enough pressure to erupt. Masses of black smog were ejected into the sky, forming a sea of gray clouds that shrouded the nearby lands in darkness. Rivulets of lava flowed down the mountain slopes, looking like arteries on flesh. Boom. Finally, with a huge explosion that caused an earthquake, the volcano erupted. It was as if heaven and earth were torn asunder, and the world was ruined. Red lava, dotted with gold, burst into the sky, transforming into countless fire dragons that flew in every direction. Fire raged, and explosions rang forth even as the earth quaked. It was like Armageddon. Amidst this terrifying lava were multiple rocks. Boulders that were as large as hills hit the ground with great force, cracking the earth underneath and ruining everything around them. Bang! Among the countless boulders in the sky was one rock with a particularly regular shape. This rock ball streaked across the ground, leaving behind it a long track of burnt black. The surface of the ball was still a dull red, as if it was ready to melt any moment. The ball soon began to crack apart, and a portion was thrown off with a bang, revealing a hollow interior. So this is the central continent. Lei Lin came out of the ball, exhaling a breath that was as hot as fire itself. The hellish scene nearby did not affect him. Instead, he was filled with delightful anticipation. The central continent, here I come, he murmured in his mind. It took a while for Cubular to slowly crawl out of the ball, coughing. His body was in a mess, with some burn marks on it. The layer of ice Lei Lin had made had been thawed within a few dozen seconds of the eruption. Afterwards, the rock ball had heated up to extremely high temperatures. They would have been roasted had they not been magi. Exciting. This is so exciting. After retching for a while, Cubular wiped his sweat off, fear in his eyes. Relax. We got out safely, didn't we? Lei Lin turned back and smiled. It's quite fair for us to pay a small price for concentrating a day's journey into a few minutes. Yes, my lord. Cubular could do nothing but smile. So is this the central continent? Seeing Cubular collect himself, Lei Lin wanted to confirm it with him. Yes. Cubular said even as his expression turned complicated, this is the empty azura of the central continent. The land that we are standing on now is undoubtedly of the central continent. 3 days later, in a small town. A giant gleaming revolving gate swung around as carriages and people wearing strange clothes passed by, some of them official magi. Lei Lin was sitting in a hotel room, the pudding and juice in front of him all but untouched. He was staring outside with a dreamy gaze. At that time, the door was opened with a thump and Cubular stepped in. My lord. I've bought tickets for an airship heading to the Black River domain that leaves tomorrow morning. In at most 4 days, we will arrive at the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan. His voice was tinted with excitement. Chapter 393, Airship Network. Airship Network. Lei Lin nodded his head inattentively. I see many magi here. He pointed to the outside. A Magus who was dressed like a wandering poet was playing a pipe organ. A group of residents were watching and cheering him on. Yes. Over here, official magi often mingle amongst the commoners and the residents know them very well too, Cubular explained to Lei Lin. In the central continent, the magi and nobility communicate in the Byron language. Hence, my lord, you do not need to worry about a language barrier. In fact, here are some materials about the central continent and a few variants of maps as well as information about communication. Cubular respectfully handed over a crystal ball filled with information to Lei Lin. For a Magus to learn the Byron language was compulsory. Thus, Lei Lin and Cubular could communicate the moment they met. They could understand each other immediately. Lei Lin helped himself to a scoop of dessert. A rich, fragrant, and sweet flavor excited his taste buds. Nice delicate food, looks like the lifestyles of the commoners in the central continent are better than in Twilight Zone. Naturally. This is the central continent, the core of the Magus world. Cubular exclaimed with a hint of pride. Lei Lin smiled and shook his head. Even if the 7 layers of the subterranean world did not agree with such a statement, during the ancient past of the central continent, there was at least a rank 7 Magus overseeing it. But now, only a slight hint of their past glory had been restored. As for this problem, Lei Lin did not want to do anything about it. After all, the current situation in the central continent might suit him better. After a night of good rest, Lei Lin and Cubular headed towards a location outside of the city. The busy road there was filled with horse carriages and other means of transportation. Loads of luggage and goods were being transported on them and the place looked prosperous. In addition, every passerby on the street had some level of energy undulations on them. There were very few commoners present. Lei Lin and Cubular crossed the wide and sturdy road and saw what looked like a futuristic airport. There were many white oval-shaped airships at the huge flat field, some taking off and others landing. A throng of people moved in and out of them like an army of ants. Some of the airships were towing truckloads of goods, with workers calling out to their partners to offload the cargo and luggage. The scene was hot, busy, and messy. The central continent was huge, its lands vast and boundless. Ground transport was not only slow, but it was also much more dangerous. Hence, airships had become their common mode of transportation. Even within the small section of a city, there was an airship docking point with a few magi and acolytes on duty manning it. Their responsibilities included maintaining law and order in the city and the maintenance and repair of airships. On top of that, there was a pool of specially trained engineers for the job. With bodies as thin as a match, bulging eyes and balding heads, Lei Lin saw them working between the bases of the airships and the tunnels with spanners and other tools in their hands. Construction cost and maintenance fees for such airships were very high. Still, as long as the air route was secure, there were profits to be made. It was a case of large investments yielding great profits. And such investments could only be made by magi who possessed great wealth. The airships of the south coast were smaller than the ones here. Their air routes were limited and their flying times were regulated. They simply could not be compared to those from the central continent. Who is behind these various air routes? Lei Lin asked Cubular in a soft tone. A single airship ticket in an ordinary cabin cost 100 magic crystals. For Lei Lin and Cubular, who naturally chose to travel in the superior cabin, their journey alone had cost them 600 magic crystals. Fortunately, Lei Lin was rich and imposing as he had control of an entire region's resources. Money came easily at his beck and call. He had an abundance of magic crystals, so he would naturally not be a Scrooge. Even though Lei Lin had the great support of Twilight Zone's resources, when he compared himself to the enormous airship business, he felt that he was still lacking. The central continent's entire airship route is single-handedly managed by the Fowler family, it is their private property. Private property? Lei Lin was shocked, and immediately asked, who is the Magus on their side? Such enormous benefits that included crucial traffic involvements, if their background was not up to par, they wouldn't have been able to manage such a thing. And for the Fowler family to dominate the entire continent until now, surely their support was a formidable one. The Fowler family themselves have 2 Morning Star Magi. Of course, it doesn't count for much. The crucial one who has their back is the Monarch of the Skies. Monarch of the Skies? Breaking Dawn Magus? Lei Lin nodded his head. With a Magus who stood at the pinnacle of the central continent devouring those deals, the Fowler family were basically relegated to housekeepers. The actual one who had the control over the entire airship's business was the Monarch of the Skies after all. Yes, under the rule of the prestigious and intimidating Monarch of the Skies, the safety of the airships is guaranteed, Cubular remarked, a ray of yearning in his eyes. Rank 6 Magus. This was the highest level in the central continent. Every single action of his would affect the lives of innumerable magi underneath. Whoosh, with the whirring of the wind, the airship retracted its anchors, and it started to drifting upwards into the sky. Lei Lin stood on the deck enjoying the wind, a pleased look in his eyes and a smile on his face. With a mix of sunshine and the taste of fresh green grass, the cool wind blew and lingered around him. It's been too long. Too long. I have not been under the sun for so long. Lei Lin looked at the blue and white sky and the golden rays of sunlight. Momentarily, he felt emotional. Although there were sunstones and spells of everlasting light in Twilight Zone, they were artificial after all. They could never be compared to the light and warmth the natural sun gave. Those who lived in Twilight Zone for a long time constantly faced a land and sky made of thick black rock. It left them depressed, and on occasion could lead to serious problems as well. Even though Lei Lin didn't have such misfortune, he did not want to risk it anymore. He never wanted to leave the luxurious space and experience the radiance of the actual sun brought again. Those constantly under the sun would never understand the others who had been in the dark and who looked forward to its natural radiance. As the airship picked up speed, the airflow on the deck increased tremendously, enough to blow away an adult. Of course, in such a situation, Lei Lin was unfazed and couldn't hear the announcement made for everyone to retreat to their rooms. He allowed the strong winds to envelop him all around. Very beautiful, isn't it? A sweet female voice was heard. Lei Lin turned to his right and saw a young lady holding tightly to the railing. She was tiptoeing and attempting to gaze at the scenery beneath. Beneath them, past the sea of clouds, patches of farmland and crops could be seen. The windmills appeared to be toy-sized and the outline of the city far away. Tiny dots of black were moving about on the roads. The young female Magus was not frustrated that Lei Lin ignored her, instead she started to ask more questions. What kind of power do you possess? Where do you intend to go? Do you like the flower Cape jasmine? I like staffs made of walnut, I believe they enhance my magic power, and they smell nice too, she chirped on like a sparrow, asking a chain of questions. You, Lei Lin rolled his eyes and was about to speak up when another voice spoke from behind him. Jessia, what are you doing? Lei Lin turned around. A young Magus wearing a golden white robe with a red ruby emblem on it walked towards them, anger hidden in his eyes. No, nothing. I am just out here looking around. Jessia pulled back her head, looking pitiful. Since you are done looking, head back in now. It is dangerous out here. The youth repressed the smile on his face. Sir Lei Lin, I'll look for you next time. Jessia waved while walking away, and the youth was clearly displeased. He looked at Lei Lin, his lip parted to speak, but did not do so. He shot a darting look filled with warning towards Lei Lin and turned to walk back into the cabin. Ridiculous. Lei Lin shook his head in disbelief. He knew the young female Magus had used him as a human shield and he had negative impressions towards both of them. It was clearly evident that they had not discovered Lei Lin's hidden undulating energy, hence one regarded him as a savior, yet another unknowingly did not dare to challenge him. Cubular, come here. Lei Lin looked at secret imprint on his hand. Master. What are your instructions? Cubular got onto the deck swiftly and replied respectfully with a bow. Do you know this symbol? Lei Lin projected an image of the red ruby emblem that the young Magus was wearing. Judging from the proud persona of the young Magus wearing the ruby red emblem on his chest, Lei Lin suspected it could be the symbol of a powerful Magus. Unfortunately, he had no idea at all and had to endure the critical look from him. Luckily, following Lei Lin along this journey was a Magus from the central continent, who was knowledgeable and was able to answer many of his questions. Chapter 394, Engaged. Engaged. This is the crest of the Ralith family. Cubular took a quick glance and concluded. He knew that his master was not of the central continent and knew nothing about this matter. He went on to explain, the Ralith family is a rather famous Magus family in the Black River region. It's said that there's a rank 3 Magus in charge there. A rank 3 Magus? What stage is he at? Lei Lin asked on. Rank 3 was a period where one prepared to become a rank 4 Morning Star Magus. It took a long time and was extremely difficult to cross. Within it, there were a few smaller stages, and each stage meant a large difference in strength for Magi. For instance, a rank 3 Magus at the vapor phase was definitely capable of suppressing a few Magi who had yet to reach that stage. All information regarding the strongest Magi is confidential. We subordinates know very little about it. A look of shame appeared on Cubular's face. But that Magus Raloth once won against a rank 3 vapor phase challenger, so his might cannot be underestimated. Is that so? I understand. Lei Lin seemed absent-minded. As long as his opponent was not at the hydro phase or above, he was confident in his abilities. It's all up to you now. I hope you won't continue to provoke me, or else. Lei Lin lowered his head, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. The first-class cabin not only had individual rooms but also had the luxury of a dining hall with fine wine, all included in the ticket price. After all, given the value of magic crystals, normal food and drink were all very cheap. Only precious ingredients and high-energy beings could be used to make delicacies that were effective for Magi. That was why they were sold at such a high price. Sit, Cubular. Lei Lin sat down at a round table with a white tablecloth spread over it without asking anyone and then called Cubular over. Cubular bowed respectfully, and seated himself at the edge of the seat, not daring to get comfortable. He was now a retainer of Lei Lin and was similar to a high-grade servant. It was natural that he acted respectfully, lest he be punished by his owner. Lei Lin noticed this and sighed inside. Cubular's behavior showed how rigid the hierarchical system in the Ouroboros clan was. Luckily, he was not only a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock with a pure bloodline but also a rank 3 Magus. The moment he went there, he would be considered one of the higher-ups and would not have to suffer. The fourth level of Kamoyan's pupil, as well as information regarding the shackles of bloodline. I have to obtain them from the Ouroboros clan. Lei Lin schemed. Though he had successfully simulated the level of Kamoyan's pupil through the AI chip and information regarding multiple meditation techniques in Twilight Zone, he was not that confident. Hence, he still had an intense desire for the original. High-grade meditation techniques were usually not for training the body. They also related to a modification of the spirit, and this was something the AI chip would not be able to calculate. Just like Sacred Flame before, the AI chip had made changes, but there were a few issues during the experimentation stage with the guinea pigs. Lei Lin did not want a repeat of this disaster, especially since this was not going to be on any guinea pig but himself. "Mister, do you need anything?" At this moment, a waitress in black, low-cut maid attire with white socks arrived in front of Lei Lin's table, asking respectfully. Lei Lin opened the menu and took a look. There were all sorts of dishes, and they could be considered quite sumptuous. "Give me a calf steak and cider. As for Cubular, ask him yourself." The atmosphere in the dining hall was not half bad either, with warm light from a crystal lamp and a pleasing fragrance from the fresh flowers on the table. At a corner of the dining hall, they had even placed a bard who was currently performing. Even Lei Lin felt like he had made a good choice in spending those magic crystals. "Mr. Lei Lin." After the fresh calf steak was brought out, Lei Lin arranged the napkin and, with a knife and fork in each hand, sliced up the steak that was emanating steam. The calf steak here was of a good quality, and the chef had also spent great effort on it. The moment the fork and knife made contact with the steak, boiling gravy gushed out. Just as Lei Lin raised his wineglass and was about to enjoy himself, he heard a voice like that of a skylark. He looked aside and found Jessia, who had seen before, waving her arms with all her might, while that Raloth's face was as sour as a lemon. "Oh!" Lei Lin greeted casually, and then turned his attention to his own food. However, it was evident that the other party had no intentions of letting him off. Lifting her skirt, Jessia ran over in little steps, sitting right beside Lei Lin. "Mr. Lei Lin, do you like cider? In the Jessia family, there's a bottle that's not bad in our cellar. Even if you're looking for a shield, does it have to be me?" Lei Lin raised his head gloomily, taking a look around. He then found out that he really was the only choice she had. After reaching the rank 1, Magi could use energy particle radiation and alter their appearances, retaining their young, bright looks. There were very few geniuses who, like Leylin and Jessia, had become official Magi before the age of 20. Many rose to rank 1 after 50, and female Magi obviously wanted to retain their most youthful and beautiful looks. On the other hand, many male Magi chose to keep their image at the time they advanced. Hence, in the Magus world, there were old and young male Magi, but most female Magi were around 20 to 30 years old in terms of their looks. There were few who presented themselves as old women. In the dining hall Leylin was situated in, it was not that there were no official Magi, but most of them were middle-aged or elderly men. The few young acolytes and the like did not dare flirt with official Magi or rival anyone for the affection of the people around. Thinking about it, it seemed like Jessia's best choice was Leylin. Firstly, though she could not tell Leylin's strength, he was definitely an official Magus. That was the most important thing. Next, Leylin was young and rather handsome, which was enough for other men to get mad at. However, towards this unexpected luck with women and the calamity it could cause, Leylin rolled his eyes. "Can I sit here?" At this moment, the young man whose expression was dark also arrived. Leylin nodded and watched as he sat by Jessia's side, much to her visible displeasure. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Nolan Rollith. This is my fiancée, Miss Jessia." Nolan laughed slightly, putting emphasis on the words Rollith and fiancée. Honestly, this engaged couple is quite compatible. Both are just as young and full of talent. Leylin nodded. Through their conversation, the aura and waves that were unwittingly emitted, and even their eyes helped him deduce their general age. Usually speaking, this would be a perfect pair, but it was a pity that the female did not seem satisfied with this wedding. Though there were 2 extra members here to disrupt things, Leylin was able to enjoy his meal, completely ignoring Jessia who paid much attention to him, and Nolan who was about to explode. Before leaving, the guy called Nolan secretly sent Leylin a transmission, "Get away from my fiancée, or else you'll regret it." "Master?" Cubular looked at the expressionless Leylin and asked, sounding him out. With Leylin's command, he would immediately kill the moron Nolan who dared offend his master. Though they were all rank 1 Magi, these 2 were obviously rookies who had just advanced. It was impossible for them to survive under the hands of Cubular, a warlock. "There's no hurry," Leylin waved his hands, though he had some questions. Magi were rational people, and while Jessia's actions would give rise to Nolan's displeasure, he would definitely recall everything and not start a feud with another Magus over such trivial matters. Besides, Leylin and Jessia had only exchanged a few words. In addition, Leylin would not kill the 2 of them over something so insignificant. It was not beneficial to him. Looks like the female Magus called Jessia might continue with some tricks. Leylin touched his chin, feeling like he was watching a show. "Yes, master." After hearing Leylin's instructions, Cubular was unwilling but did not bring it up again. 2 days passed by quickly, the airship stopping outside a station at a middle-scaled city in Black River region. Leylin held a cane and put on a hat, wearing something like a suit. He seemed even more elegant than young masters of noble families, having the dignified aura only a ruler would have as he walked down the stairs. Meanwhile, Cubular was like a loyal butler, following close behind and holding something in his hands. "Mr. Leylin." Jessia's voice sounded. This was also her stop. Leylin laughed and approached her. Nolan stood aside, though he was full of smiles as if he had understood something. "Sire Leylin, my apologies for my behavior." Nolan resumed his good behavior, washing away the impatience and seeming poised. He had realized his mistakes and was now coming forward to apologize. "It's fine. If I had such a pretty fiancée, I'd be overly suspicious of everyone else." "Well," Leylin teased. Jessia rolled her eyes at Leylin and asked, "Mr. Leylin, where are you going?" It wasn't the first time she was asking this, and Leylin had refused to answer. "Me?" Ley saw a hint of nervousness in Nolan's eyes, and couldn't help but shake his head and break into laughter. No matter how poised and calm he looked, his eyes would give him away in the end. Chapter 395, A Scene. A scene. I would like to walk around for a while, you may leave here. Ley saw a hint of disappointment in Jessia's eyes after he told her that, and Nolan heaved a sigh of relief. He chuckled as he turned around and raised his hand and disappeared among the stream of people, with Cubular immediately following. With his astonishing senses, Ley faintly heard two people behind him arguing in constrained voices. This is really... Ley shook his head. Instead of focusing your limited energy on pursuing the truth, you focus on such things. But I suppose this is probably a commoner's pleasure, right? He nodded his head after shaking it, called out to Cubular and continued his journey. After entering the Black River domain, the Ouroboros clan headquarters, Phosphorescent Swamp will be very near. Cubular was naturally very familiar with this place and had a tinge of both fear and longing. After hiring a horse chariot, both he and Ley enjoyed the scenery along the way. If they had hastened on with their journey, they would not have been so slow in progress. However, Ley was not in a hurry and had wanted to enjoy the sights and sounds of the central continent, hence he chose to travel by chariot. As night fell, the two arrived at a small town. Accommodations at the inn were cramped, and the air was filled with the odor of alcohol, sweat, and manure. Ley furrowed his brows at such conditions. Since this was the only inn in town, he still reluctantly accepted it as it was still better than spending the night in the open. After putting down their luggage, Ley and Cubular headed to the main hall intending to have a meal. The menu for dinner was beef and potato stew with some fresh vegetables. That was all the town had to offer. Surprisingly, it was deliciously prepared with an enticing scent to boost one's appetite. Ha! At this moment, Cubular's expression changed. A gush of profound ash-colored dust started stirring from the main door of the inn, spreading continuously and extending to the other parts of the inn, enveloping other travelers and the owners themselves. Asterisk crackle. Crackle, asterisk. The commoners, whose bodies were covered with the ash-colored dust, all stood frozen, their bodies as stiff as a candle. It's a freezing spell. There is a Magus around and we are the target. A shocked Cubular stood up and exclaimed with anger. Yellow energy emerged from his body and spread all around. A circular radiance surrounded their round table, protecting them against the fate of the other travelers. Ley was totally unfazed by what was happening and was still enjoying the town-brewed wheat wine. Bang! The wooden main door burst open and two magi wearing black robes entered the room. In front of their chest, Ley saw the familiar red ruby emblem. Nolan. We meet again. Ley raised his glass and greeted casually. Indeed, Nolan was among the two entrants. He had a vexed expression and stood, glaring at Ley. Where is Jessia? Where? Hand her over. Jessia? Isn't she with you? Ley chuckled. She left. I thought she was abducted. Based on the location markings marked on her body, I am sure she is here. Nolan's eyes turned red. Location markings? Ley laughed in amusement. How insecure are you? To put such a spell on your lover? I do not care. Uncle. It is him. I am sure this is the Magus who took Jessia. Nolan tugged at the sleeve of the Magus standing beside him and pointed at Ley. The accompanying Magus shifted his eyes and abruptly took a step up. A ray of silver flashed by and the light barrier on Cubular's body collapsed immediately. A rank 2 Magus. Cubular mumbled under his breath. Nolan looked on proudly upon hearing it while the other Magus had no expression on his face. In his eyes, he did not regard Cubular, who was a semi-converted Magus. However, he was distracted by the silent Ley who sat quietly by the side. Sir, we the Rawlith family have no intentions to use force. The fiancé of our successor has gone missing and it is a big matter. We need to inspect this place and we seek your cooperation. Power was exhibited first, followed by etiquette. It was a remarkable way of handling the situation, much better than what Nolan did. Absolutely. Cubular was surprised that Lei Lin agreed instantly. Many thanks. Seeing how cooperative Lei Lin is, the two magi eased the tension on their faces and Nolan fell silent. Over here. Nolan looked into an odd mirror he was holding in his hand and rushed forward. Let's take a look. After his satisfying meal, Lei Lin got up and together with Cubular, stepped forward as well. The two magi followed closely as if they were afraid of Lei Lin's escape. Ah! Jessia! My Jessia! Upon reaching the room where Lei Lin and Cubular's luggage was, they heard Nolan's cries. Bad news! Cubular rushed in and saw a white-colored woman's dress on the bed. There was a big patch of blood stain on the stomach area and some portion had dried to a dark color. What happened? Jessia! Jessia! How dare you! Nolan's face flushed a fiery red as he yelled and stormed forward. This is trouble. Cubular frowned, a layer of yellow scales appearing on him and his huge hand and suppressed Nolan who had lost his self-control onto the ground. Warlock from the Ouroboros clan. The rank 2 Magus expression immediately changed to become a vicious one as well. Even if you belong to the Ouroboros clan, abducting the fiancé of our Roloth family's successor and treating him with such disrespect, you have to give me an explanation. The rays of silver in his eyes amplified and streaks of silver whips appeared in his palm. Wait. Lei Lin smiled subtly, his hand on the shoulder of the rank 2 Magus. Huh? What is happening? Although it is just a hand, but it felt like a mountain. In fact, the rank 2 Magus felt his body stiffen and couldn't even lift a finger. Innate spell, Ring of Fire Resistance. The rank 2 Magus emitted a layer of flame from his body, forming rings of fire with it, with streaks of silver on the edges, blazing the surrounding atmosphere ferociously. Annihilation. Soon after, he heard Lei Lin mouthing the word. Hiss, the blazing flames were put out immediately, leaving no room for the smoke to reignite the fire. An enormous and horrifying spiritual force assaulted the rank 2 Magus, destroying his defenses, took over his consciousness and confined his magic power. Are, rank 3 Magus? The rank 2 Magus turned his head with difficulty, his throat dry and rough. Lei Lin had been using his skills to suppress his spiritual force and energy undulations all this time. Now, he undid the suppression bit by bit, and a huge tide of energy was released causing the atmosphere to become heavy. So tell me, if I want Jessia, do I need to be sneaky about it? Lei Lin shot them a look and asked sarcastically. Of course not. It is our mistake. We're sorry. The rank 2 Magus shook his head promptly. In the central continent, the sighting of magi might not be uncommon, but it was not easy to witness the presence of a rank 3 Magus. And among the large-scale powers, rank 3 magi were high-ranked with stable power and authority. They did not need to resort to any unscrupulous methods when dealing with rank 2 magi. At this time, Nolan was speechless. Although Cubular had lifted the spell on him, he lay helplessly on the floor with cold sweat trickling endlessly. The Magus with the highest power in the whole of the Roloth family was only at rank 3. If Lei Lin was displeased and had them killed, the other magi might not even have the ability to seek revenge. Thoughts of killing them crossed Lei Lin's mind, but he eventually let it slide. To him, there were no benefits in killing either these two magi or even Jessia. Additionally, he might provoke an enemy with rank 3 strength. Even though he was not afraid of the opposite party, he did not want any trouble. Follow me. As such, he looked nonchalantly at the rank 2 Magus and Nolan, who was still lying on the floor before heading out. Cubular followed Lei Lin closely, with the rank 2 Magus and Nolan close behind. In the face of a rank 3 Magus, they had no chance of trying any tricks, hence they could only follow Lei Lin's orders. Lei Lin walked on with a destination in mind and soon they left the town and reached a Paulownia tree forest. Nolan didn't quite understand anything, he merely followed suit. Lei Lin came upon what seemed like the biggest Polonia tree, and knocked gently on the trunk as if he were knocking on a door. Anyone there? Dong dong, the tree trunk produced a dull sound, but there was no response and all was quiet. You are very clever. And attentive to your setup. However, you are still not wise. After completing your work, you can't help yourself but return to find out the reactions of others. I have already noticed you, you should show yourself. Otherwise. Leyland's voice turned chilly. Humph. Alright, here I am, what are you going to do about it? SHRRK, the surface of the tree trunk split open to reveal a round door. Jessia, whom they had first met on the airship, jumped out and grabbed Lei Lin by the arm. Brother Lei Lin. You are so awesome. How did you discover me? On the other side, both the rank 2 Magi and Nolan were speechless, anger filling them to the brim. Chapter 396, Phosphorescent Swamp. Phosphorescent Swamp. Jessia, what are you doing? Get back here now. Flames blazed in Nolan's eyes when he saw Jessia holding on to Leyland's arms shamelessly with her breast almost pushed towards him. The rank 2 Magus on the other side immediately stepped up and delivered a hard slap to the back of Nolan's head, causing him to bend forward. Droplets of cold sweat were trickling down his forehead. It was obvious that what had happened today was all a misunderstanding. The crucial point was, they were lacking in ability when compared to the opposing side. Moreover, any slight mishandling of the situation would enrage a rank 3 Magus, and on top of that worsen their relationship with the Ouroboros clan. At this point, thoughts of death crossed his mind. Anyway, it is just a small misunderstanding. Forget it, Lei Lin replied indifferently. Before the rank 2 Magus could reply, Leyland's ice-cold voice was transmitted to him, this is the price for offending me. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. The rank 2 Magus, Nolan and Jessia collapsed and were flung out, blood trickling down the sides of their mouths. Leave, all of you. I do not want to see you all ever again. Thank you for sparing our lives, my lord. The rank 2 Magus gave a respectful bow, and quickly pulled Nolan and an unwilling Jessia away from the scene. I believe such troubles will continue to occur in the future. The look in Nolan's and Jessia's eyes when they were leaving left Lei Lin with the feeling that this matter was not over yet. The common hatred might have spurred them into an alliance in the future. What nonsense is this? Lei Lin felt rather gloomy and thought he should not have gotten involved with matters between husband and wife. My lord, should I? Cubular spoke up with an ominous glint in his eyes. No. Lei Lin shook his head. He fiddled with a dark and shiny gold coin in his hand, silent and in deep thought. Phosphorescent Swamp. This was the general headquarters of the Ouroboros clan. Very few other Magi ventured out to this place. The swamp was a sea of thick black wetlands and the air was a continuous mix of cold and chilly yet hot and blazing. Occasionally, flashes of green phosphorescence could be seen on it. The concentration of energy particles in the air is very high here. This location is a good find indeed. Lei Lin looked at the graphic data collected by his AI chip, nodded his head and told Cubular who was standing behind him. Although the average energy concentration in the central continent had far exceeded that of the south coast and twilight zone, the energy here was even more prominent. Within Phosphorescent Swamp, the concentration of darkness elemental particles was the highest, followed by that of fire. The concentration of these two elements was 10 times higher than the average of twilight zone. This is merely on the outside. If an element pool or secret plane was built, I believe the disparity would be more terrifying. Lei Lin thought to himself. Yes, such a location with a combination of darkness and fire particles is rare. Historically, when we first occupied this place, there were 5 Morning Star Magi who combined their forces to destroy a few powerful enemies, and brought along a country of commoners. Cubular was brimming with pride as he explained to Lei Lin. My lord, due to my current identity, there might be some trouble here, he added. He had been framed by others and was wanted by the Ouroboros clan, hence before the accusations were lifted, he was afraid of being treated like a criminal. Not might, it's already here. Lei Lin pointed out. Soon a few profound dark shadows suddenly emerged from the nearby swamp. Rohar, two high-energy serpent-shaped living creatures suddenly emerged, making a big splash. The silhouettes of two magi could be seen on their heads. This is not even the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan, yet patrolling the perimeter are rank 2 high-energy living creatures and rank 2 magi. Looks like they have a very strong base. Lei Lin felt a resonance of bloodline from the serpent-shaped living creatures ridden by the magi. In fact, they seem to be blood descendants of the Kamoyan serpent. Cubular. How dare you step foot in this place? Didn't you leave? From where the two warlocks were standing, a surprised voice was transmitted out and it didn't sound flustered. Under these circumstances, Lei Lin discreetly nodded his head. It would seem like Cubular was indeed innocent. The grassroots troops understood perfectly and even started to attack before they laid eyes on him. This is not my fault, I was framed by Johnny. Cubular raised his voice, his face flushing red. We do not care about the details, just for the fact that you dared to step foot in Phosphorescent Swamp and brought an outsider. Another warlock immediately continued. I apologize. But I am not just any outsider. Lei Lin smiled faintly, took a step forward and garnered the Kamoyan's bloodline and the rank 3 spiritual force in his body, letting off a ferocious explosion. Just like a hurricane, the energy willfully and violently started to sweep everything away. The awe-inspiring kind of familiarity and power left the two lower-rank living creatures cowering and bowing with respect. A noble rank 3 bloodline warlock. Who are you? It is an honor to meet you. The other two bloodline warlocks who possessed lineage of the giant Kamoyan serpent's bloodline immediately felt the suppression from Lei Lin. They knelt down to show their utmost respect. I am a wanderer from afar and unintentionally accepted a warlock inheritance. I met Cubular along the way and wanted to take a look at the Ouroboros clan. Why? Am I not welcome? Lei Lin asked indifferently. Sure. Sure. It is an honor for us to receive you. The bloodline resonance between two warlocks could not be faked. Hence the two warlocks were very sure Lei Lin was a warlock of a pure giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. And this level was the highest in the entire Ouroboros clan. Who would dare offend him? Very well. Show us the way. Lei Lin nodded his head and gave the order. Yes. Yes. This way, please. The two warlocks made eye contact and immediately offered Lei Lin a position on the back of a huge snake. Cubular was offered one next, and he was secretly touched. One of the warlocks could be seen secretly sending a message, probably with the intention of informing others, but Lei Lin did not bother to pay attention to it. The rank 2 serpent moved with great speed along the swamp, emitting an aura of terror that made all other animals stay clear of their path. What species of snake is this? Lei Lin stroked the dark green scales beneath his feet. This creature is an improved version we created using a specialized combination of bloodlines. Their abilities are very suitable for those of the Ouroboros clan, a rank 2 warlock immediately explained to a curious Lei Lin, hoping to please him. That explains why I have not seen such information before. Lei Lin nodded his head. What is your name? Marin. My name is Marin, my lord. The warlock named Marin immediately replied with a look of glee in his eyes. All right, Marin. Lei Lin nodded his head, knowing what to do to garner reverence. The two giant serpents glided along with great speed. In about 10 minutes or so, Lei Lin reached the depth of the Ouroboros clan. Here, a row of massive structures was combined together, forming a small-scale mega-city, and at the front of the gate sat two enormous stone sculptures of the giant Kamoyan serpent. With the delicate black scales coupled with the ferocious pupils, they looked like they could very well be alive. At this moment, a small group of warlocks was already waiting near the gate. Ha! Welcome home, my bloodline brothers. A young warlock that looked like a goblin stood in front of the small group, his eyes that glowed with a purple radiance lighting up upon seeing Lei Lin. He stepped forward, stretched out his arms and hugged him. "Thank you." Lei Lin returned the hug unnaturally and asked, "May I know?" "Oh. Ha. Look at me. I am so excited by your arrival that I have forgotten to introduce myself." The fellow had very fair and exquisite skin that seemed to be emitting some kind of peculiar charm, a common trait among warlocks. "My name is Robin. You might not know this, but as long as a warlock has the Kamoyan's bloodline in him, he shall be considered to be a part of our family. My brother." Lei Lin could sense the aura from the opposite party and it was similar to his own Kamoyan's bloodline. In fact, based on his spiritual force, Lei Lin was sure the young warlock had not only long attained the status of a rank 3 warlock, but also ascended further, with his strength and spiritual force at a high level. "Oh, I see. My name is Lei Lin." "Yeah. Lei Lin, right? Follow me. A lord wants to meet you." Robin held on to the arm of Lei Lin with an expression of excitement, totally ignoring Cubular who was behind him. "Lord? Might it be?" Lei Lin's pupils dilated. "Ha. That's right. My teacher, a rank 4 warlock. Morning Star Magus. Duke Gilbert has been waiting eagerly to meet our new blood." Robin replied cheerfully. Upon hearing the name, all the warlocks bowed their heads in unison in a show of respect. Rank 4 warlock. Theoretically, this was the highest level for a warlock of the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. In fact, it was also a truly high level for the whole of the central continent. Even within the Ouroboros clan, there were no more than 3 warlocks at such a level. Lei Lin took a deep breath. "It is truly an honor. Come. Follow me." Robin quickly led the way, with the rest of the warlocks following respectfully behind. Lei Lin noticed how the warlocks all showed their respect to Robin along the way. It seemed like Robin held not only a high rank in the clan, but also a great deal of authority. Chapter 397, Rank 4 Warlock. Rank 4 Warlock. Following Robin, he passed by various bizarre buildings with strange styles. There were all types out there, and before Lei Lin had the time to identify them, he was led by Robin into another building. After passing around a corner, there came across another warlock in black gilded clothing. There were also rings of mysterious black patterns on his face. "Johnny." Cubular, who had been following behind Lei Lin, immediately clenched his fists, seemingly terrified as he hid in Lei Lin's shadow. "Greetings to Marquis Robin." Johnny came before Robin, and then greeted him using the etiquette of nobility. "It's Count Johnny. Here, let me introduce to you Lei Lin here. He's a rank 3 warlock about to join our clan." Robin smiled slightly. "So it's Lord Lei Lin." Johnny bowed. "Though it's the first time we're meeting, I have a request. I wonder if you could agree to it." "If it's about Cubular, I'm afraid I can't agree." Lei Lin immediately answered. "That's a real shame," Johnny answered indifferently, not looking the least bit exasperated, causing Lei Lin to shiver inwardly. "What if I say I'm the one asking?" At this moment, another voice interrupted. "Marquis Wood." Besides Lei Lin and Robin, the other warlocks immediately bowed. Lei Lin glanced at him. It was a blond middle-aged man, brightness and resolution in his expression that also held an imposing aura. There was also the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline on his body, and it even overshadowed Robin. "Cubular is a criminal who stole a precious treasure from me. I hope you can hand him over to me." Wood's eyes were fixed on Lei Lin, a pressure being emanated from him. Cubular was ashen, and after seeing Johnny's look of satisfaction, he immediately understood that after seeing he had a new master, Johnny immediately asked someone else for help. "So are you handing him over?" In that moment, numerous thoughts flitted through Lei Lin's mind. On the surface, Wood was truly a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock, as compared to Johnny with black Horal snake bloodline, his bloodline was more noble. In addition, he had entered the rank 3, and from the perspective of one looking at merely profits, it was better to give Cubular up. Exchanging a rank 1 Manchester warlock who had no hopes of advancing for a favorable impression from a rank 3 giant Comoyan serpent warlock, there was little to consider in this trade. Johnny, who understood this, immediately looked smug, while Cubular looked defeated. "My apologies, but no." Leyland's voice sounded, allowing Cubular to recover from his despair. "Master." Cubular let out a long breath, looking touched. Wood's gaze that was sharp like a sword pierced towards Leyland. "Have you thought this through clearly?" "Of course. Very clearly." Leyland did not hesitate and met his gaze. There was the talk of 3 ways of thought in his previous world, but Leyland's principles had long since taken shape, and they were to prioritize benefits. The moment he had to make a choice, he would consider his own benefits and choose the best course of action. Such a line of thought was not purely about tangible benefits, it also took into consideration reputation, familial and romantic love, and other such things. Of course, all this varied from person to person. Some felt that love was priceless and decided to be biased towards it, while others believed it was worth 50,000 or 100,000 units. They would then make the corresponding choice. For instance, if time was spent on working or going out with family, Leyland believed that working for one day amounted to 100 units, but with the family, he would lose 300 yet gain 600 from the happiness in his heart. The total profit would be 200. When comparing things, it was indeed better to go out with the family. Using this logic, if his work earned him 1,000 and the value of going out with his family were 300, it was an obvious decision to continue working. Now, handing Cubular over might give Wood a good impression of him and provide a good foundation for this period of time. However, in the long run, the gains do not compensate for the losses. Cubular followed me and brought me to the Ouroboros clan. In exchange, I will ensure his safety. All this complies with the principle of an equal exchange. If I abandon him now, not only will my reputation be damaged, I will also have abandoned my own values. In addition, I'm definitely being watched over by many lords. If I appear to be too cold-blooded, they will definitely be disappointed. This will cause an eventual loss in the future, which is even worse than offending Wood. Though Magi were generally cold and rational, the leaders always had to advocate for hope, hot-bloodedness, and sacrifice. If the lower ranks of the organization did not strive to better themselves, and they weren't hot-blooded enough to sacrifice themselves, what benefits would they gain in the end? The essence of any group was the unequal responsibilities of the higher and lower levels. Honestly speaking, Wood was merely a rank 3 warlock. The moment Leyland entered, he would have a similar status. At most, there would be a slight difference in their strength. Wood would actually dare do anything. If he withdrew right now, the onlookers would immediately be disappointed, and nobody would then rely on him. After comparing these, Leyland finally made the choice that would benefit him the most. Good, very good. I hope you won't regret this in the future. 2 streams of white air were expunged from Wood's nostrils as he glared at Leyland. With a fling of his robes, he exited from the side, with Johnny following closely behind. Don't worry. The moment you enter our Ouroboros clan, you'll be given the position of a marquis. Wood wouldn't dare do anything to you out in the open. Robin believed Leyland was worried about Wood taking revenge and immediately consoled him. So if I don't join, does that mean he'll take revenge very quickly? Leyland rolled his eyes, but he could tell that he was being invited to their organization. He immediately answered, of course. Where else can I go to if not to the Ouroboros clan? Haha, Robin burst out in laughter and patted Leyland on the shoulder, exactly. In the entire central continent, the Ouroboros clan is the best place for giant Comoyan serpent warlocks to join. You made the right choice. Alright, let's not let the Lord wait too long. Leyland reminded him. If not for the fact that there were rank 4 warlocks in Robin's organization, he would not have agreed so readily. Oh, right. Yes, come with me. Remembering there was work at hand, Robin immediately led the way. The two chatted as they walked, and after passing through a few obstructions, they finally arrived in front of a small villa. My mentor, Gilbert, is a very amiable person. There isn't any etiquette required, so just relax. Robin smiled towards Lei Lin and then opened the door to the villa, bringing Lei Lin inside. The furniture on this level was all ordinary but placed very cleverly, giving a very warm atmosphere. Robin left the rest of the people outside and brought Lei Lin straight to a study room on the second level. Mentor, I've brought Lei Lin here. Robin spoke lightly to the wooden door, which then automatically opened with a creak. Greetings to Duke Gilbert. The moment Lei Lin went in, he did not first take in the surroundings or the appearance of Duke Gilbert. Instead, he saluted him. Good child. Raise your head and let me look at you properly. Upon hearing this, Lei Lin looked up, his eyes flitting across. This place was filled with bookshelves. The smell of black truffles emanated, and behind the red desk was a bald old man wearing a nightgown. He was clean-shaven, with layers of fine wrinkles on his body. Is this the realm of a rank 4 warlock, a morning star Magus? Though Lei Lin's senses were more powerful than the average rank 3 warlock, he had not sensed this person in front of him. In his spiritual senses, there was nobody behind the desk, but what was in front of his eyes proved that he was truly there. The disparity of this left Lei Lin feeling giddy. A glint of wisdom flashed in Gilbert's eyes. He scanned Lei Lin for an instant and then concluded, "You're very young. You're not even 100 and have even advanced to be a rank 3 warlock. Though there was support from the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline, your talent and efforts are commendable. Are you willing to be my student?" Gilbert asked after staying silent for a moment. Of course. Greetings to mentor. Lei Lin immediately bowed. Since he had already agreed to join their organization, there was no disadvantage to having another person to rely on. In addition, this rank 4 warlock was more than capable of guiding him. Good. Very good. I was already planning to give up on disciples, but I've been sent a genius, Gilbert chuckled, the wrinkles on his face unfolding. Congratulations Lei Lin. From here on, you're my junior. Robin congratulated him. This is your senior, Robin. There are a few others who aren't here. I'll introduce you to them in the future. Gilbert was evidently elated. Also, your title and territory will be given to you soon. Robin will bring you to take care of all these matters. You're from another continent, yes. Robin. Bring him to my storeroom and show him Crystal 1 and let him have a better understanding of our magi in the central continent. Gilbert saw through a great many things with a single glance, not allowing Lei Lin to refute anything. Understood, mentor. Robin and Lei Lin could only bow before leaving the room. That's it. Lei Lin was still in disbelief. Wasn't this too simple? To officially join us, there's obviously more to do. However, since you're mentor's student, things will be different. Robin said all this matter-of-factly. In addition, you still have to take care of a few miscellaneous issues. Mentor means for you to take care of everything before you see him again. He will then consider what knowledge to pass on to you. Chapter 398, A Morning Star's Final Technique. A Morning Star's Final Technique. By the way, what's all that about title and territory? Lei Lin asked hurriedly. Oh, that? All official warlocks who join our Ouroboros clan will obtain a title and a set territory. Robin began to go into the details and explain it to Lei Lin, since they were now on the same side. Through Robin, Lei Lin then found out that the hierarchy within the Ouroboros clan was implemented similarly to that of the feudal nobility. There were 5 rankings, from the highest to lowest, as a duke, then a marquis, count, viscount, and then baron. Rank 1 warlocks were barons, rank 2 were viscounts, rank 3 were earls. Then came the surprise: if giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks reached rank 3, they would immediately gain the title of marquis. This made Lei Lin aware that discrimination came everywhere. It was lucky he was in the privileged class, rather than the one discriminated against. Rank 4 warlocks would then be dukes. The position and treatment he would get were correlated to the title. There are a total of 3 dukes in the Ouroboros clan. They had formed an elders association, and were called the Great Elder, Second and Third Elder, and they held the most authority in the Ouroboros clan. There were, even more, differences as well. If warlocks who had giant Kamoyan serpent or black Horal snake bloodlines would have their title evaluation and territory given very quickly. However, if it was a bloodline like Manchester, things would be slightly more difficult. Take Krubler, for instance. Though he could be given the title of a baron, but until now, all the processes had not gone through. Territories and the like. There was no word about it. But Leylin was different, for he was a pure giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline warlock, as well as the student of the Third Elder, Duke Gilbert. He had a great background, and he was prioritized. Titles and territories would be presented to him quickly, and also be given the best treatment. Robin did not bring Leylin out right away, but instead went towards the basement. This was as per Duke Gilbert's instructions, where Robin brought Leylin to see something. Leylin, have you seen the spells of Morning Star Magi? While walking, Robin would occasionally speak to Leylin. The spells of Morning Star Magi? Of course not. Leylin's emotions skyrocketed. You mean we're going to see that? There were rumors that Morning Star Magi could shift mountains and fill seas with just a wave of their arms, displaying terrifying power able to destroy the heavens and wreck the earth. At this thought, Leylin's heart began to burn. I thought so. Mentor Gilbert believed that only after seeing Morning Star Magi attack would you be able to understand your path better. There was a hint of a smile on Robin's face. I just hope it won't scare you. How's that possible? Leylin laughed involuntarily. If this was in the past, that might have happened, but he had gained part of the bloodline memories from the Morning Star Scorpion Man. He had even witnessed an ancient legendary war, so there was nothing that could scare him. Hopefully. There was a slight smile on Robin's lips. Like Leylin, he did not leave the villa and entered the underground area. Clang, after opening a metal door, a large complicated maze appeared before Leylin's eyes. This is the disorientating maze, a spell pattern that a central continent magi prefer to use. It is primarily used as sentry and defensive force. Robin explained to Leylin, as a student of our mentor, we have the power to enter the first and second level. As for the deeper levels, our mentor has yet to open it up to us. Immediately after, he stood in front of Leylin and smiled at the entrance to the maze, open. Ka-cha. Ka-cha. A layer of rock fell, and a single giant pupil appeared on the wall of the maze. Remember, this is another student of my mentor's, Leylin. He will have the same authority as I do. Master has already told me. A spiritual force imprint extended from the giant eye. Leylin could tell that it was the core of the maze, similar to the spirit genie. The giant eye stared straight at Leylin. In that moment, a slight force field covered Leylin, and he tensed. Fortunately, this force field was not on the offensive and merely surrounded Leylin. After extracting part of his aura, he left. Crash, the maze dissipated, revealing a pathway. There were different small doors at 2 sides, with markings on them. This is Mentor's laboratory and storeroom. Everything in the villa is a guise. Follow me. Robin headed into the path, while Leylin followed closely behind. Here. Robin guided Leylin for about 5 minutes, and then opened a door before entering. The moment he entered, he saw an engraving on a door that said, Image Resource Room. In this storeroom, it was exceptionally dim. Crystals flickering with different colors were giving out magnificent rays of their own. Crystal number 1. It's this one. Robin picked up a red crystal on a wooden shelf the size of a fist, and placed it on a pedestal with a depression on it, at the center of the room. This is a projection crystal. We use it to store important footage, such as some important experiments, or battles between high-ranking power. Buzz buzz, after the spell formation was activated, the light in the room dimmed, almost becoming pitch black. The red crystal on the pedestal suddenly brightened. A dazzling light shone down. Lei Lin found himself standing atop a little hill. Green plains extended as far as the eye could see. He grabbed at a black beetle that was flying past him, and it went through his palm, appearing on the other side. 3D holograms? It's very similar to the simulations of the AI chip. Lei Lin sighed in awe. At the peak of science and magic, there were definitely similarities between them after all. This is a classic battle that happened in the Central Continent's history. This is the attacker. Robin appeared beside Lei Lin, pointing to the east. The scene was pulled closer, and a human city appeared. At the side, many corps were lined up, creating an imposing aura. What shocked Lei Lin the most were the members. All of them were official magi. There was not one regular human or knight. This is an imitation of the ancient Magus corps, Thorned Hammer. The members were all official magi, and the team leaders were rank 2 magi. The captain and vice-captain were rank 3 crystal phase magi, and the corps could even cooperate to display a large-scale fire elemental spell. The range was vast, and on average, its strength was above 470 degrees. Robin explained to Lei Lin. Now, 2 magi flew out from the Thorned Hammer corps. The auras on their bodies far exceeded those on Lei Lin and Robin. They were emanating the tremendous bloodthirst of veterans of war. This aura could even be seen on regular members of the corps. Lei Lin knew that this valor and confidence in victory was built upon multiple conquests. Every time this corps leveled an enemy nest, stepping on the bones of their enemies, they would gain more confidence, even taking in the resentment of the defeated and increasing the strength of their spells. This was the way of war of ancient corps. The 2 magi of the Thorned Hammer corps flew out and roared at the city, obviously to urge the city to surrender. Above the city wall, it was empty but for one lonely figure. This is the other party in this battle, Morning Star Magus, Flame Manipulator, Lord Kaysen. There was a trace of reverence in Robin's voice. Lei Lin looked this Morning Star Magus over. The Magus called Kaysen looked like a middle-aged man, wearing luxurious gold robes with embedded with them metal at the sides. There was a fiery red jade band on his forehead. Facing this entire corps of ancient magi, there was no sign of fear in Kaysen's expression. Instead, he began to berate his opponent, probably telling them to withdraw lest they suffer the consequences. After the negotiations fell through, the entire Thorned Hammer corps roared, powerful and complicated spell undulations connecting all of them and converging on the 2 rank 3 crystal phase magi in midair. Even through the video, the frightening waves were enough for Lei Lin's expression to change. In the face of this ancient corps, all he could do was flee, and he might not even be able to escape successfully. At this moment, Flame Manipulator Kaysen finally moved. Rings of spell rays brightened on his body. First was a red spell, the energy undulations indicating rank 1. Following it was a rank 2 spell. A total of 4 rings of light brightened on his body, and at the last spell, it emanated tremendous waves that even surpassed a rank 3 spell. A rank 4 spell. Lei Lin glanced towards Robin, who was beside him. Wait a while more. The show's about to start. Robin gazed steadily at Kaysen, envy and anticipation evident on his expression. Foolish Magi, today, ye shall know how the dignity of ancient Morning Star Magi was established. Kaysen warned with righteous words. Immediately after, the small energy undulations amplified on his body and seemed to change, to the point that even the rank 3 crystal phase Magi grew extremely fearful. Rank 1 innate spell, Burning Zone. As soon as this spell was launched from Kaysen's body, it covered the entire region. Rank 2 innate spell, Blazing Attachment. Little sparks were created in the skies. Rank 3 innate spell, Lava Region. Great amounts of flames scorched the surface of the ground, forming a lava-infused land. Rank 4 innate spell, Meteor Descent. With Kaysen's yell, meteors appeared in the sky, one after the other. Complement, Ancient Morning Star Magus Final Technique, Fire Rain Annihilation. After the 4 innate spells were combined, the fusion generated a change that made Leyland's blood run cold. Chapter 399, Final Technique and Meditation Technique. Final Technique and Meditation Technique. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk numerous meteors exploded in the horizon, forming a rain of fire. The strength of each wisp of fire dropping down exceeded 1,000 degrees. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. It was as if the world was being destroyed. The earth trembled and the skies wailed. Even the sky could not hold on, forming countless spatial cracks that were quickly destroyed as well. The previous 2 rank 3 crystal phase magi were unable to finish a sentence before they were broken down into fragments by the flaming meteors. Following that, explosion after explosion wreaked havoc on the land. The vast area, with the city at the heart of it, turned into a fiery hell. Many Thornhammer magi could not resist at all under the onslaught of the fire rain. They could only watch on in despair as they were swallowed by the flames. As blazing rain of extinction covered too large an area, any methods of escape all turned into jokes. After a wave of the flaming rain fell, the entire Thornhammer core had been exterminated. Besides the city that Kaysen was in, which was unharmed, the entire area had turned into a living hell. The Earth's crust had collapsed, lava boiling, and it was as if they had arrived at an ocean of lava. The video cut off, and Leyland maintained his expression of shock, unable to come back to himself for a long while. The area that Lord Kaysen cast a spell on later turned into a region of active volcanoes. Every year, it will erupt a few times, and all living creatures living within a few hundred kilometers would perish as it turned into an area of death. Robin was still explaining to Leyland. When the power of magic is pushed to the extreme, will it create such a terrifying scene? Leyland muttered to himself. Ever since that incident, all Morning Star Magi in the Central Continent signed an agreement that unless there were special circumstances, they could not use final techniques in the Central Continent, nor destroy the environment at such a large scale. Robin smiled wryly. The range of these Morning Star final techniques were too terrifying, and if not regulated, it was impossible to live on the Central Continent if there were more great battles. Sooner or later, they would be extinguished, similar to how the ancient era had died. Phew, Leyland sighed. The scene just now had truly astounded him. Though he had fragments of the Scorpion Man's memories, there were differences between Morning Star creatures and Magi. What he could feel was the terrifyingly durable body of the creature. As for the battle at the end, it was much too profound for him to understand. Now, there was a Morning Star Magus that had proven to Leyland that once he advanced to the rank 4 realm, just simple spells could create a giant qualitative change. How could the power of a rank 4 spell have such a frightening effect? Even if it's a combination spell, it doesn't make sense. Leyland mumbled to himself. Robin shook his head, obviously thinking differently. This is the combination final technique of a Morning Star Magus. The taboo of ancient times. How can it be compared with little combination spells? Doubling the individual strength of the spells is the apex of a combination spell's achievement. The amplification of the final technique of a Morning Star Magus is more than 10 times that. That's impossible. Regular spells can't support this consumption. Unless, Leyland's eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something. Exactly, you've already thought of it. That's it. Only by combining innate spells that consume little energy but have great effects can the Morning Star final technique be formed. The ancient high-grade meditation techniques are the culmination of many experiments by ancient magi, designing innate spells that are the most suitable for combination. It is also a process that can be solidified in the sea of consciousness. Robin immediately narrated the details. There have to be 4 levels in a high-grade meditation technique. This is the reason. Only magi who form their innate spells by following high-grade meditation techniques are able to combine them when they are at rank 4, forming the Morning Star final technique. That's why the fourth level in any high-grade meditation technique is the most precious part. Then how about magi who use grind water to solidify their innate spell model? Leylin suddenly asked, and then realized the stupidity of his question. Grind water, combined with an innate spell model? Is that the method to advance in your hometown? We have something like that in the central continent. Thank goodness you did not choose that. Robin's expression seemed to say, "You're very lucky." The combination of a Morning Star final technique is the culmination of precious experience gained by generations of experiments. The magi who used random ways to solidify their innate spells would be extremely lucky if they were not consumed by it. To create a combination final technique? Dream on. I wouldn't be surprised if they got themselves into an explosion. Leyland's expression was grim. He naturally understood the difficulty in designing a final technique from scratch. Even he, with his AI chip, did not have much confidence. Those magi could only weep in despair. At this point, a smile appeared on Robin's lips. Now that I think about it, there are a few Morning Star magi like that in the central continent. As many innate spells have long since been solidified, there is little opportunity to alter them. Though there are those lucky enough to rise to the rank 4 realm, they wouldn't have a Morning Star final technique. Due to the huge consumption of their innate spells, they could only be slightly stronger than rank 3 magi, and are viewed as a disgrace to Morning Star magi in the central continent. So based on what Senior mentioned, the final technique from high-grade meditation techniques are set by the technique. Leylin suddenly had a question. Then at the fourth level of our Kamoyan's pupil, what kind of final technique will there be? Your conjecture is right. Each final technique from high-grade meditation techniques is fixed. Since innate spells are formed from high-grade meditation techniques, they cannot be changed. From the final technique, one can tell the high-grade meditation technique a Morning Star Magus trains in. Robin nodded. As for the Morning Star final technique of us giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks, it is the flawless morphing technique. Flawless morphing technique? Leylin was puzzled. Actually, almost all warlocks develop Morning Star final techniques that are rather similar after reaching rank 4. It is similar to an flawless morphing effect. Advancement for warlocks comes from constantly purifying the bloodline and altering the body, drawing close to the source of the bloodline. That is why after reaching the rank 4 realm, we can even use the morphing technique and simulate the form of a real ancient creature, as well as display all its strength. Robin spoke emotionally. In other words, after reaching rank 4, giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks can turn into an ancient giant Kamoyan serpent at will. Leylin recalled the terrifying durability and strength of the scorpion man who was at the Morning Star realm. If combined with the brain and spells of warlocks. That truly is terrifying. Ancient bloodline creatures were originally very powerful, and even Morning Star magi did not dare provoke Morning Star giant beasts. If combined with a warlock's strengths, how formidable could they become? Just the thought of it caused Leyland's to be stirred up. I see. It's no wonder that the solidified spells of high-grade meditation techniques cannot be modified. Each level is fixed, as this is the optimum combination created by ancient magi. With no internal friction and with the force of point mass that Morning Star magi have condensed to the utmost, this will create a terrifying qualitative result. Leylin immediately recalled the crimson spiritual force core crystal in his sea of consciousness. After reaching rank 3, the crystal had formed a complicated three-layered tessellated structure. The crystal of the third level had become even more intricate, the runes even more complicated and forming his innate spell Intimidating Gaze. When the runes for Intimidating Gaze combined with the ones from before, the new rune had been a strange crimson. All that was lacking was something in the center, which could then help it fully display formidable strength. This is probably the prototype for my rank 4 Morning Star final technique. Leylin sighed. All of a sudden, he was very glad that he had not used the fourth level of Kamoyan's pupil simulated with his AI chip. Though, in principle, the AI chip's version was perfect, most of the high-grade meditation techniques in the subterranean world lacked a fourth level. The only one was Dragon King's mystic might, which was specifically only able to be used by the dragon race, and had failed to mention all this information. Without this knowledge, there was a real possibility of Lei Lin suffering a loss. If this was the case, he would lose this precious opportunity and become like those poor Morning Star Magi who reached rank 4 but lacked a final technique. He too would be scorned by his peers. However, since he knew the principle behind this combination, through simulation with the AI chip, he would be able to obtain information regarding the real fourth layer. At this thought, Lei Lin immediately commanded, AI chip, using my Warlock innate spell model as the foundation, simulate a rank 4 innate spell. Refer to the flawless morphing technique as required. Mission established. Beginning simulation. Estimated completion time, 158 years, 9 months. As per usual, the AI chip gave him an astronomical figure. Lei Lin rolled his eyes. When calculating anything more powerful than him, the AI chip always needed a lot of time. This also verified his previous notions. If he relied on himself and tried to create a reasonable final technique, it would be an impossible task. In this case, unless they have plans of destroying the core of their spiritual force and take a gamble to retrain from scratch, all the Magi who use grime water are doomed to be cannon fodder. Lei Lin suddenly sighed. The Magus world was filled with traps and dangers. Alright, let's go out. The introduction to Morning Star Magi shall end here. Suddenly, Robin turned around for a moment. Also, all this information may not be that confidential, but it's only circulated amongst the higher-ups in a few organizations. Chapter 400, Female Warlocks. Female Warlocks. Don't worry, I won't spread this. Lei Lin promised immediately, knowing what Robin meant. Good. Come, then. I'll show you your manor in some important places like the trading hall. Giant Kamoyan Serpent Warlocks are our most valuable members. You will enjoy the best we have to offer. The Ouroboros clan held quite a bit of fame in the central continent. There was no doubt that they controlled a huge region teeming with mortals and acolytes. Parts of this land would often be granted to the higher-ups within the clan. Some of the warlocks in the clan built giant castles in their territory. They preferred to stay there, and seldom visited the headquarters. Slowly, they would expand their families. On the other hand, most warlocks who held a high hope for further advancement were the exact opposite, choosing to stay behind at the headquarters, leaving the territory to someone else to manage. Given that Lei Lin was a marquis, his territory would undoubtedly be quite large. The production of magic crystals as well as other resources from it would far exceed the poor South Coast and Twilight Zone. Additionally, he would be given an isolated manor in the headquarters as his personal residence. The trading hall was like a stock exchange. A screen hung in the air, displaying various fields of information as numbers blinked with different colors. Under the big screen were warlocks of different ranks looking hurried as they whispered to the staff behind the counters. Every organization had a place like this. It was similar to a hall where missions were issued, and handled part of the exchange of goods. Lei Lin was very familiar with such places, but never before had he seen one this large. One message on the screen left Lei Lin embarrassed: rank 1 giant Kamoyan serpent warlock with a decent bloodline. Selling the opportunity for a night's irrigation of seeds. Price, 1,000 contribution points. Additional requirement, the female's appearance must be approved by me. This, Lei Lin didn't know what to say. Ha! Robin was not surprised at all. After the passing of generation after generation, most warlock families will have their bloodlines thin out. Exceptions to this rule do exist, but are very rare. Even among giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks, there are those whose bloodlines are weak enough to match Black Horal snake or even huge Manchester snake warlocks. Therefore, warlock families generally search for those with pure bloodlines to improve their own fading ones. There are some weaker giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks who live on this income. Although it's difficult for a warlock to sire a child, it'll happen eventually if they try often enough. That I know. Lei Lin said contemptuously. He was quite unhappy about this kind of work, where they were basically pimping themselves out. By the way, you do have a very pure bloodline, Lei Lin. You're also quite strong yourself, so be careful. The female warlocks will go crazy over you. Robin said with a teasing smile. It doesn't matter. I won't do this no matter what. Lei Lin said assuredly. This kind of act violated his bottom line, and he would not do something that went against his basic principles. Your wants have nothing to do with it. Some female warlocks with high bloodline purity will capture ones like you and not let you go until they become pregnant. Given that the male suffers no substantial losses and revealing this would generally hurt their reputations, they choose to silently endure, thus making it hard for us to interfere. Robin's following words dumbfounded Lei Lin. Robin looked Lei Lin up and down, and nodded to him. Don't worry. Based on your current strength, there are few female warlocks in the clan that can actually capture you. Robin. What a coincidence. Suddenly, a woman's voice rose up behind them. Robin turned back and saw a female warlock with long black hair creating a divide in the crowd as she approached them. While occasionally eyeing Lei Lin, there was an undisguised hint of excitement on her face which sent shivers down his spine. Who is this handsome fellow? We haven't met before, have we? The aura of this female warlock was the same as Robin's, their spiritual force have both reached the hydro phase. She was also a well-built beauty, with a charming appearance and fair skin. This is Marquis Lei Lin, a new member of the clan who is under Mentor Gilbert's tutelage. Robin said with a smile on his face, but he felt uneasy. He transmitted to Lei Lin, be careful. This is one of the female warlocks I just told you about, Blood Serpent Miranda. Hello, Marquis Miranda. Lei Lin knew her status and gave her a salute. Marquis Lei Lin. So is this the first time you've come here? Why don't you follow me? I can show you around, and we can even go to my manor later where I show you the enthusiasm of our female warlocks. Miranda's eyes shone with excitement as she surveyed Lei Lin and ran her tongue along her lips. This further increased her charm to the point that few males could resist her. My apologies. I'd prefer to be led by Robin. Lei Lin denied. He liked beautiful girls, but it was only if he was the dominant one. It would feel too humiliating to be used like a tool for mating. Don't refuse me so fast. 5,000 contribution points. 5,000 contribution points for one night. Deal. Miranda offered a price without any hesitation, and the warlocks around inhaled a deep breath. It seemed like 5,000 contribution points was quite the number. That's enough. Lei Lin's face turned solemn, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. So that's how you want it. Then let me tame you in my own way. Miranda felt no fear for Lei Lin, and instead a foxy expression appeared on her face. She'd seen through Lei Lin at first glance, and knew that he was a newly advanced rank 3 whose spiritual force had not reached the vapor phase. Meanwhile, hers was already in the hydro phase. Rank 3 warlocks were divided into those with vapor phase, hydro phase, and crystal phase spiritual force. There was a huge gap in strength between each phase. With Lei Lin being 2 phases below her, she was not worried even if he had some secret weapons. Right here. Miranda's eyes narrowed into slits, a dangerous aura bursting forth. Dense scales appeared on her body in the shape of flowers which made her even more alluring. Miranda. Stop. Another clear female voice arose, and a red snake flew over. You. Miranda waved her hands. Countless black wisps appeared around her, bumping into the red snake. Robin ended up having to repress the following explosion, but even so many warlocks were pushed down by the aftermath of the clash. Another one. Lei Lin, your luck today is just too poor. Another one. Lei Lin looked at the source of the sound. The one who attacked with the red snake just now was also a female warlock, her long black hair cascading to her waist like a waterfall. She possessed a voluptuous body that was in stark contrast to her saintly face. This is Marquis Freya. I've never heard about rumors of her capturing male warlocks, but her family's bloodline has been declining in recent years. They are looking for a suitable male to marry into their family, be careful. Robin transmitted to Lei Lin, who currently could only keep silent. Freya. If you want a man, there are plenty in my castle that I can gift you. This one is mine. Apparently, Miranda had already considered Lei Lin her own prey. Miranda, you slut. I'm not here for romance. I'm here to ask him to join my family. Freya retorted sharply. No way. I saw him first. So what? With the argument escalating, the danger around these two women grew and everyone around backed away. Lei Lin stood between them, feeling amused and annoyed. Rather than asking for his own opinion, these two were fighting over him like he was a victory item. Listen here. Are you even going to bother about my opinion? You. Miranda smiled faintly. Weaklings have no right to an opinion. Even your mentor wouldn't say anything about this. I have an elder backing me as well. On the other side, Freya expressed her silent agreement. Fine. I will let you know who is the weakling. Lei Lin drew his sword from its sheath. The meteor sword was a high-grade magic artifact. It began emitting a scary aura. Streams of black light shot at the two women, containing within them the horrifying toxins of a Chamoyan serpent. Meanwhile, intimidating gaze, his rank 3 bloodline spell, shot forth. Although similar waves shot forth from the two women, they retreated the moment they came in contact with Lei Lin's domain. An intimidating gaze this powerful. Robin looked at the weaker warlocks who had fallen to the ground. It seems like Lei Lin's blood purity is much higher than I expected. With a flash of black light, 2 distinct sounds rung out. A red whip in Miranda's hands cracked into 2, and Freya retreated a few steps as a red ring in her hands was crushed into a powder.